Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 51, Chapter 14 Part 2. Oh, I know. Alright, it's time to end this now. I use Law Domination to coat my arm in Black Flame Thunder, something that borrows the power of Vdora's own Storm attribute. But I don't think Vdora will mind. I also use the data Odin has gathered on Luminous' unique skill, Lust, to make sure this attack affects her at the soul level. After all, she is a primordial, she might not stay down from just her physical body being harmed. She may even have some sort of nullification that can negate my attack entirely. This will negate even pain nullification. Hopefully the pain will be enough to convince her that this fight is over if the attack itself doesn't work. But I hope I don't cause any permanent damage. It should be fine, she's a primordial after all. Since I can use the data I have gathered from Lust to cause pain on a soul level, could I find a way to cause pleasure on a soul level? If I find a way to send pleasure signals to the soul instead of pain signals, I could make the most busted pleasure magic using Lust. I guess that is why it is called Lust. Once I have enough energy gathered, I make multiple slashing motions with my arm, making sure that the entire interior of my barrier is affected. This way there is no way Violet can come out unscathed. I'm not particularly worried about if she will come to serious harm due to this. She can easily regenerate her body using Magicools after all. Once I approach where I sense Violet, I come face to face with a writhing Violet who is regrowing her limbs. That felt amazing. Do it again, please, she moans out with her face twisting in pleasure. The fuck? Did she just orgasm? Is she a masochist? I look up into the sky in defeat. Why can't any demon be normal? This isn't even that hot to me, seeing as she has such a childish body and is missing some body parts. I look back down towards Violet, who is still moaning out deliriously. Thankfully I used magic to make it so that no one can see what is happening inside the barrier the moment I found Violet like this. If she was caught like this, I'm pretty sure her subordinates would not be quite as willing to serve her. But who knows, maybe she was always like this and they just looked past it. Oh well, it's better to be safe than sorry. I gently roll Violet over with my feet. Violet, please get up. I have things to do other than watch you be an absolute degenerate. Yes, master. Did she get even more turned on from my feet? Ugh, this is going to be a thing, isn't it? It doesn't take her long to heal herself and kneel in front of me. She looks nothing like how she did a moment ago. She looks like a respectable person now. But she can't hide her true self from me after all that. Still, her mask will be useful. I don't want to go around with her if she is always going to be a degenerate. Keep that shit behind closed doors. My master, such exquisite pleasure you have delivered upon me. I have never felt something like it before. Was this her masochistic awakening? Is she just not used to pain or something? Maybe she is too used to dishing it out but not receiving it, or did it have something to do with the data from Lust I used in that attack? It would make some sense if she isn't used to pain, seeing as she is a primordial. I doubt there are very many people in the demon realm that could cause her pain. It would be my honor to serve you. Whether as your tool or bed warmer. Well, at least I got another primordial serving me. Yay. Yeah, if you plan on ever warming my bed, you would first need to ditch the child look and take on a more mature appearance. But this body is of an age that is more than capable of being impregnated and giving birth. I roll my eyes at her. Not all of us are absolute degenerates like you. I'm not into little girls. I haven't even known you for more than a day and I can already tell what you're like. I'm all for degeneracy. After all, I come from a modern society where Rule 34 and Discord are a thing, but have some control. Thank you for the praise, master. She says as she rolls around the floor. Weren't you kneeling a moment ago? I look at her with a stern gaze as I point at her. Stop that. I can't have you being all you in public, so control yourself when you are around others, okay? Make sure it looks like you are a functioning member of society, or something. You only want me acting like this with you. I see, I understand, my master. That isn't what I was saying at all. Whatever, it solves the issue anyway. Moving on, I am going to name you. Also, I might as well give you a weapon. Do you have any preferences? I should also give Arcuade and Megaman weapons. I should be capable of creating god-grade equipment with material creation now. Of course it has an immense Magicule cost, but that isn't something I need to worry about. Of course it won't be nearly as good as god-grade equipment that is crafted by a blacksmith, but they are still leagues better than legend-grade equipment. Maybe at some point I can get them upgraded by Q-Robe. A present from my master. How wonderful. I would like dual blades of any kind. Dual blades. Maybe I can create something with the function of absorbing her poison so that any attack dealt with the blades can inject the poison into someone. She should already be capable of coating her blades with poison, so I don't need to worry about that. I use material creation to craft 2 beautiful god-grade swords for her. Here, these have the ability to absorb your poison and imbue it into all of your attacks. It seems she has finished her little orgasm session, I think. I don't know what she was doing, I'm just going to ignore it. Ah, thank you, master. I will treasure these forever. It's not that deep, I literally just gave you a weapon to kill my enemies with and you're turned on. Fucking demons. Notice. You are also a demon. Semantics. What should I name her? I know. Violet's masochism makes her similar to Darkness from Konosuba. I remember Darkness's original name was Lalina, or something. Notice, her name was Lalatina. Yes, that. Hopefully being named after Darkness will give her a more mature body, though I hope she doesn't take after her personality more than she already has. Now for your name, I've decided to name you Lalatina. I watch as a cocoon of magicule surrounds her and she undergoes her evolution. She should become a demon duke after this. It doesn't take her long to finish up her evolution and I am pleasantly surprised once I see her. She has a much more mature body now like I had hoped. Thank you, my master. I shall be your most faithful and helpful servant. Good, now let's go talk to the rest. They don't know what was happening in the barrier since after I attacked you I prevented them from seeing inside once I saw your state. There was no need for that, my master. I have no shame in showing everyone my loyalty to you. You might not have shame but I do. Wait, before I do that, here is a vessel for you to inhabit for now. I plan to upgrade both your and Megumin's vessels to that of a Deathman once I have enough bodies, but this should do for now. I create a vessel made out of orichalcum for Lalatina to inhabit. There, possess that. Thank you, master. To receive 2 gifts from you on the same day. What an honor. Sigh, just get on with it. Once she is done I get rid of the magic that was preventing anyone from outside from viewing the inside and lower the barrier. Arcuade is the first one to approach me. I am glad that another of my peers has witnessed your glory and decided to serve you, my lord. I'm glad too. Lalatina is quite strong after all, so she should be useful. Thanks for bringing her to me. It was simply my duty. Gaha, I knew you'd beat her, Felix-sama. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Megumin. Chapter 52, Chapter 14, Part 3. I turn to look at my other subordinates. This is Lalatina, my newest subordinate, so treat her well. After I hear their agreements I send all of them except Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina off to continue doing what they were doing before. Now that all the action is over there is no need for them to waste their time watching me name all these demons. Though Glenda seemed quite terrified, she probably saw our fight and realized that it was way out of her league. Even an unnamed Lalatina would stomp her. Oh well, fear is also a way to keep loyalty, though not one I prefer to use. I turn to look at the primordials under my control. All of the demons you brought are 100% willing to serve me, correct? I don't want them to cause trouble later on. Arcuade turns to glare at the demons from her lineage, causing them to cower under her gaze. Yes, my lord, they would be honored to be of service to you, at least those part of my lineage. Megumin smirks at me as she says, Ha! Those guys follow the rules of the strong. You showed that you were stronger than them, so the demons from my lineage are willing. Indeed, my master, my lineage would love to be of service to you, just as I would love if you would have me service you. I ignore the last bit of what Lalatina said. At least she wasn't writhing in ecstasy when she said that. It seems she can keep up appearances. Now for the rest of the demons. It's going to be a serious pain to sort out the strength level of all these demons. The easiest way to classify a demon's strength is not just by their evolutionary stage, but by their age as well. Since demons have no lifespan, they measure their strength based on combat experience, which can be measured with age. Archdemons are classified by the era they were born in. That makes sense. There is the prehistoric species, which belongs to demons who have lived for over 3,000 years. The ancient species, which are for demons who have lived for at least 1,000 years. The medieval species is for demons that have lived for 400 years. The early modern species is for demons who have lived for at least 100 years. Then there is the modern species who have been around for at least 30 years, and finally the primordials. Demons in the modern species are summoned most of the time. I see, thanks for the explanation, Odin. I turn to look over at the demons that Arcuade brought. Good, let's start with naming your lieutenants. I watch as 5 demons approach me and kneel in submission. Arcuade's lieutenant voices his opinion. We would be honored to be of use to you, master of my master. The others all voice their agreements. Now what should I name them? It is recommended for the master to find a theme to name all of the demons after. It will make it easier for the master to come up with names for all the demons. That's true. Thanks, Odin. Odin was simply doing its duty. Maybe I should use Solomon's Ars Goetia. But there are probably already skills named after that, seeing as skills like Uriel, Beelzebub, Satinel, and all those exist. Would be kinda lame to copy that, seeing as it is already in use. Do you have any suggestions, Odin? There are multiple options from your previous worlds that contain enough variety, such as cars, guns, motorcycles, clothing brands, Medici. Okay, I think that is more than enough, thank you Odin. I giggled internally as I thought of naming a demon Tylenol or ibuprofen. I think I will go with cars seeing as I always did like fancy cars, what guy doesn't? Plus there are a bunch of them to choose from. I turned towards Arcuade's lieutenant, your name will be Moss. What sort of body should I give these guys? They are the lieutenants of Primordial so maybe I should also give them Orichalcum, I have more than enough after all. Especially since the magic ore I have laying in some warehouses around my territory are turning into magi steel due to being exposed to all of the magiceules everyone has been leaking. I create an Orichalcum body for him and lay it in front of Moss for him to inhabit once his evolution is complete. I turn towards Megumin's lieutenants, I point to the swordsman, you will be Adra, and you will be Esprit. Just like with Moss I create 2 Orichalcum bodies for them to inhabit once they are done evolving. Now for Lalatina's lieutenants. I look towards the weaker one, you will be Zonda. I give him an Orichalcum body as well. Now for the strong one, he is only slightly weaker than Moss was before his naming, he was probably one of the strongest demons around other than the Primordials. Quite impressive, I'm sure he is thousands of years old. You will be Veyron. Now that that's done it's time for the rest of the demons. Magicule Breeder Reactor is really helping me out with these mass namings, I don't need to worry about running out of magicules, though even if I didn't have infinite magicules I should be fine, after all Odin is capable of calculating the exact amount of magicules needed to name someone, the only difference is that it might take a bit longer to name multiple individuals. Alright, 6 done, 658 left to go. It is suggested for the master to predate the demons using Beelzebub, and then fuse their souls onto a pseudo-soul, then merge it with bodies for quicker adaptation, and better compatibility. You couldn't have said that when I gave Megumin and Lalatina their bodies. Due to the master giving the demons known as Megumin and Lalatina bodies made of Orichalcum, they were able to make minute adjustments to the bodies themselves, whereas Magi-Steel bodies lack this function. I see, my bad Odin. I'll never doubt you again. I quickly named all of the demons that decided to serve me, then as Odin advised I devoured them with Beelzebub and fused their souls into a pseudo-soul, the thing that Rimuru created for the Dryads. Then I can fuse the pseudo-souls into the Magi-Steel bodies in my stomach. Thankfully I can quite easily create a bunch of pseudo-souls since I analyzed them. According to Odin it shouldn't take them long at all for them to adjust and be ready to take orders. Now I have 666 demons under my command, I love the irony behind that number. Now I turn to the Daemonist trio, good work with bringing those demons, after their evolution, each one of them should be capable of causing a country some trouble, when all of them are together. I don't think any human country can deal with them, except for one with maybe a true hero, or an extremely strong saint. Haha, good. My master should have the strongest guys under his command. There goes Megumin, always on about strength and fighting. I agree, it would be a shame if you did not have the military power that someone of your stature should possess. Even Arcuade is agreeing, maybe having a strong military is some sort of social thing. I guess that makes sense seeing as most human countries can't imagine how strong one can truly get in this world. They most likely measure a nation's strength by their military rather than their strongest subordinates. But what use is an army when they can be wiped out by a single sufficiently strong person? It will be my pleasure to serve you in any way you desire, master. Yes, Lalatina, I know. Chapter 53, Chapter 14 Part 4. Alright, I think I have figured out what I want each of you to do. Arcuade, I want you to run this country for me, all the political stuff is what you are good at, it's best if I leave that to you. It would be an honor to serve you in such a way, my lord. She says with a bow. I nod at her then look at Megumin, I want you to be in charge of the military, I know you like fighting and all that, but I know you can be tactical when you want to. I want you to train up the soldiers and get them as strong as possible, along with thinking of strategies in case we go to war. Got it, master, I may like fighting strong opponents, but I like your praise more so I won't let you down. I know you won't, thank you. Now for the degenerate, I want you to be in charge of our intelligence gathering, spying, assassinations, and other more subtle things. I will give you some of the demons to have under your command, along with one other person. With those resources you should be capable of what I have asked you to do. Yes, my master, may I have a reward if I do good? A reward. It's probably going to be some degenerate shit, but that's fine. I don't mind her degeneracy as long as she can keep it to when others are not around. Sure, do a good job and you can have any reasonable reward you want. Hee, a reward from master. I won't let you down. I notice Arcuade, and Megumin looking at Lalatina in jealousy, you two can have a reward as well if you do good. I notice Arcuade blushing in embarrassment at getting caught while Megumin is grinning at me. Now that you know your roles, I am going to give you each a weapon so that you can enforce my will far more easily. I already gave Lalatina her weapon, so what do you two want? I would prefer a whip of some kind, my lord. A sadist. Please don't be a sadist, Arcuade. I'm not into that. I want the same kind of weapon as you, a katana. Thankfully a far more normal weapon. I nod at them and create 2 god-grade weapons for them, a whip for Arcuade, and a katana for Megumin. Her subordinate wields a blade, so I'm sure that Megumin knows how to use it. Here you go, Arcuade, yours is capable of channeling your freezing white flame efficiently, and Megumin, yours is capable of cutting through almost any defense. Thanks, Master. I thank you, my lord. I will use this whip to enforce your will upon the unruly. Yup, just be careful with them, they are capable of causing mass destruction in the wrong hands. Once I hear their agreements, I tell Arcuade and Megumin to show Lalatina around as I head back to underscore 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 underscore. As I am heading to where I sense Glenda with Lalatina, I contemplate everything that has happened the last few days. I got a new primordial servant, a bunch of demon soldiers, and had some fun with Siko. The demons themselves were quite impressive once they were done evolving and getting used to their new bodies. Not a single one of the lesser demons remained as such, they all evolved to greater demons, and some even archdemons. Now I have 204 archdemons, and 454 greater demons, not including the lieutenants. That is a force that will terrify any nation. A single archdemon is a threat to a country, 204 of them. Well, that is just plain horrifying. Arcuade has 221 demons under her command including her lieutenant, Megumin has 221 demons under her command including her 2 lieutenants, and Lalatina also has 221 demons under her command including her lieutenants. Balanced, as all things should be. The lieutenants themselves also grew stronger, the strength limit on Zonda, Esprit, and Azeroth was broken as they were named and incarnated in the material world, while Veyron and Moss both evolved into demon dukes. Moss is even stronger than Ingvild pure magic power-wise, whereas Veyron is on the weaker end of demon duke, but a demon duke is a demon duke. They are both capable of causing a massive amount of damage to an entire continent if left unchecked. Megumin was a bit put off that only she didn't have a demon duke under her command, so I just told her to train one of her lieutenants into one. I may or may not have made her subordinates' lives much worse, but oh well, it will only benefit them if they are stronger. Some of the lieutenants have unique skills as well. Moss's unique skill, Reaper, allows him to split off parts of his body and form clones of varying sizes. The clones remain connected to the original Moss's consciousness, so it essentially allows him to do multiple tasks at once. Quite useful for espionage and spying. Veyron's unique skill, Imitator, allows him to turn into anyone he has seen before, though not anyone too strong, still useful for spying and espionage. Zonda's unique skill, Chef, allows him to essentially heal any injury by cooking it. Quite odd that a demon would get an ability like this, but still useful. Azeroth did not manifest a unique skill, but he is still a monster when it comes to swordsmanship. It turns out that he is the one who taught the old man everything he knew about swordsmanship. What a small world. I haven't thought of the old man in a while with all the things that have been going on. I wonder what he's up to. He said he just wanted to relax for some time. After so long fighting in the demon realm, he just wanted some peace and quiet. Back to the demons, Esprit's unique skill, Observer, allows her to maintain contact with someone even if they are separated through space and time, though it only works on those she is acquainted with. All skills that are useful in their own ways. Odin was able to gather data on them, so that was a win as well. Once we arrive, I turn towards Lalatina as I place a sound isolation barrier around us to keep our conversation hidden from others. I'm going to introduce you to one of your new subordinates here soon. Though I am not entirely sure about her loyalty, so do monitor her. Huh. How dare she harbor traitorous intent for my master? Do you want me to deal with her, master? I can easily break her into submission. There's that inner sadist. No, it's fine, she isn't all that valuable to me right now, so it isn't worth the effort. The only reason she has a place here is due to Ingvild, or I would have given her some supplies and sent her to Tempest. I see, I will watch her carefully then, master. You can leave it to me. Great, thanks Lalatina, I'm glad I can rely on you for things like this. Ah. Master praised me. Yes, now let me introduce you too. I dispel the barrier I placed around us and enter the training ground where I told Glenda to wait. As soon as Glenda sees me, she says, "Hey boss. I'm here just like you asked." Indeed, thank you for showing up, Glenda. Haha, it's no problem, you are my boss after all, and this job is way better than my last one. For one, the food is to die for. Omo, my Raiden makes the best food around. I can't disagree, it's probably the best I've ever tasted. I'm sure she will be happy if she hears your compliments. But anyways, the reason I called you here is so I can introduce you to your new boss. This is Lalatina. I'm planning on having her run our intelligence department, whether it is spying, assassination, and the more subtle things. That's just what I'm used to. Nice to meet you, boss. It seems Lalatina was controlling herself from her more degenerate impulses. It's good that she wants to at least give off the image of a good boss. It is nice to meet you as well. I am Lalatina, the primordial of Violet, servant of my master, Felix-sama. Glenda's eyes go wide in panic. A P-primordial. Why, you got another one. And you named her too. Just what kind of servants do you keep getting, boss? When I first introduced her to Arcuade and Megumin, she was incredibly surprised, and a bit scared, but she was able to get over her fear pretty quickly after she realized they weren't going to eviscerate her. It seems that most people aware of the primordials are shit scared of them, though they aren't wrong to be afraid of them. It is only expected of one as great as my master to have subordinates as capable as I am. Haha, I guess so. I think Lalatina unintentionally made Glenda even more afraid of me. Whoops. Anyways, I'll let you two get to know each other. Also, Lalatina, make sure you use her well, she isn't weak after all. That last bit is debatable, but what sort of boss would I be if I didn't hype my employees up? Thank you for the opportunity, boss. I won't let you down. I hope so. I mumble as I'm walking away. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 54, Chapter 14 Part 5. It's been a few days since I introduced Lalatina to Glenda. Lalatina and I are currently on the way to Tempest. Soon after I introduced Lalatina and Glenda, the two began to spar, one which Glenda was absolutely destroyed in, even with her unique skill that grants her a limited degree of spatial manipulation. Though Lalatina was able to get the general gist of her abilities and figure out how to use Glenda best. She said that Glenda would be good for assassinations, so I just left it to her. Once we arrive, I turn towards Lalatina. This is the territory of my friend, so don't cause any trouble. If you do, I won't reward you. With Lalatina you have to use the reverse. She enjoys both pleasure and pain in equal amounts, so punishing her with pain won't work, so I will simply ignore her, something that I've come to learn she hates. She even broke down and begged me to forgive her after she caused trouble with Arcuade, who also begged for my forgiveness. At this point, none of my primordial servants will disobey me in any way. These primordials hate letting their masters down. She was upset at herself for a while after I scolded her once. No. I promise I won't cause trouble, master. Good, now let me show you around before we visit Rimuru. They have food similar to the stuff Raiden makes. All of my primordial servants enjoy Raiden's cooking, though it isn't unexpected seeing as she makes some incredible stuff. I really should take her to Food Wars if it exists out there. That sounds like a fun adventure. Along with that, I have gotten a better read on Lalatina's personality after being around her for a few days. She is incredibly sadistic to those who aren't me, often to the point where she is just plain cruel. Honestly, her defining trait is her sadism. I think the term for people like her is called a switch. She also enjoys playing odd games with others, similar to what she had going with Arcuade and Megumin before I summoned them. One thing I have found about her that I can somewhat relate to is her love of watching others suffer and grow from their suffering. I'm not sure what it is about it, but there is something magical about watching someone grow past their limits, though her methods leave a lot to be desired. I noticed a short green goblin standing against a wall. Sup Gobta, still slacking off, I see. Ga. Felix-sama. Please don't tell master. He will put me through even more training. Haha, relax, I won't tell Hakuru. Let me introduce you to my newest subordinate. This is Lalatina. Lalatina, this is one of my friend's subordinates, Gobta. He may not look like much, but he has a lot of potential. Haha, you are flattering me, Felix-sama. Oh. If you are saying he has potential, then he must be interesting. I'll keep an eye on him. I don't know if that is a particularly good thing. I will pray for your survival, Gobta. I won't stop her though, since it sounds amusing. Alright, we are off to meet Rimuru. See you later, Gobta. By Felix-sama. I continue to show Lalatina around as we head towards Rimuru's office. All of the citizens greet us as well. Tempest is truly a friendly nation. Once we arrive at the Chancellor's office, we are quickly escorted in my shuna. Sup Rimuru, hope we didn't come at a busy time. Nah, I was just looking for an excuse to attend to our guests. I rolled my eyes. Everyone caught that slip up, even Shuna. Anyways, I came to introduce you to my new subordinate and tell you something else. She feels super strong. What is it with you and getting these super overpowered subordinates? He hasn't even met Ingvild yet. Boy, is he going to be surprised, unless his world didn't have DXD. So Rimuru, this is one of my newest subordinates. Her name is Lalatina and she is the Primordial of Purple. Primordial of Purple. Guy, you have all the luck now with 3 of them. Lalatina, why does that name sound so familiar? I look him dead in the eye as I wait for him to come to the realization. His eyes widened. Wait. Is she a masochist? Omo. I guess that's why you named her after darkness. I ignore whatever he says as he whispers under his breath, something about a lucky bastard, couldn't be me. So now you have 2 primordials named after Konosuba characters. Not only that, but both of them are part of Kazuma's party. You know what this means, right? Crazy shenanigans await you, my friend. I do need an aqua to complete the set, don't I? Oh well, maybe I'll find one, maybe I won't. Maybe I can even go get the real thing, though maybe not. I don't really like her personality all that much, and her healing can be replicated in this world. Hell, there is a holy magic spell that can resurrect the dead. Hopefully not, I just want to mess around, live in peace, and explore other worlds. Other worlds? Did you figure out how to travel to other worlds? I look towards Lalatina. Keep this a secret, you can only tell my other direct subordinates. It isn't a big deal if Siko, Raiden, Kurumi, Arcuade, and Megumin learn that I can travel worlds. I plan to bring them along at some point after all, but I'd like to tell them myself. She bows, yes master. I also put up a barrier so no one can overhear this conversation. Not exactly figure it out, more like I got a skill for it. I am already preparing to go to another world soon, which is what I came to tell you about. Whoa. Which world? Can you take the other worlders back home? The only world I can travel to right now is my previous world, the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. I probably could take the other worlders back to their original worlds after some time, though that doesn't seem like something that should be done without a lot of thought. First off, sending a bunch of enslaved people with power most can't comprehend to a modern world with no way to deal with magic sounds like a horrible idea. Second, it might become known that I am capable of traveling worlds. I don't want that kind of attention on me. I can see those shitty human nations trying to gang up on me to force me to bring more otherworlders. Not that such a plan would work. That's true, I just wanted to know if there was a way to send those kids home, you know. They were taken from their friends and families for no reason, and are now trapped in a world where they have almost no one. It would be nice if I could send them back. Ugh, when he says it like that, fine, if you can talk to those kids, and figure out if they want to go home, I will try and figure out a way to send them back, but only after I approve of them. I don't want to send overpowered kids back to their worlds only to check up on them and learn they conquered their world. It's best if we find a way to seal all their supernatural powers. Yes. You're the best, Felix. But what do you want with your old world anyway? From the manga you showed me in Vdora, it does seem interesting, along with all the resources they have. I'm curious about what is going on over there as I never finished the series, along with all the modern resources I might bring over. Is there anything you want me to bring? Can I give you a list of stuff? Yeah, sure, money shouldn't be too hard for me to get at this point. Thanks. How long are you going to be there? Do you need me to take care of your territory while you are gone? No, there is no need. The way my ability to travel worlds works is a bit odd. Basically it speeds up the time of whichever world I travel to, so when I return to this world it will be like no time has passed. Huh. Oh, I see. He probably had Raphael dumb it down for him. So there is no need for you to worry about your territory then, huh? Yup, it's pretty useful. Me and you can go on an adventure later if you want. We can even bring Vdora. I can already imagine the chaos he will cause. Gah. Maybe after everything calms down I'll take a vacation. Calm down. Are you for real? Not only are we basically Isekai protagonists but uber powerful ones, our lives are never going to calm down, which is why I'm taking a vacation. Whatever, do what you want, it won't even feel like you're gone after all. But before you leave, I wanted to tell you about something. I am planning to change up the festival a little bit. I talked to my merchant friend and he came up with the idea to add a tournament of sorts to the festival. Anyone can participate, it can show the humans that we aren't weak, along with allowing them to participate for rewards. A tournament. That sounds good to me. I'd want to participate but I bet it would be boring for me. Maybe I'll send 1 or 2 of my subordinates to participate. If you do, don't send anyone too strong. I want the other contestants to have a chance after all. The primordials are out then, maybe Raiden, Siko, Kurumi, or Ingvild then. Glenda would also fit seeing as she is a human enlightened. I also invited someone you should be careful around. Yuki Kagurazaka is the guild master of the Freedom Guilds and an otherworlder. I suspect that he is the one who set Hinata on my trail in order to get rid of me, though I have no proof yet. Hopefully I can confirm it at the festival, just thought to let you know so you don't let your guard down around him. Yuki Kagurazaka. I see, I will try to see if I can gather some information on him when I meet him. Hopefully Odin can find some clues about what it is this guy could be up to. At the very least Odin should be able to analyze, and copy, his skills allowing me to know what he is capable of. This Yuki guy became my enemy the moment he arranged Siko's death, even if indirectly. I suddenly remembered one of the reasons I wanted to come here. Alright, one more thing. I was recently attacked by an agent of a powerful person in the Western States, someone who will be very much against you joining the Western Council, so if you still plan to be all friendly with the humans, be careful. I don't want to give away too much, after all Rimuru needs to learn how to deal with these sorts of situations on his own since he is getting into politics. I can't baby him through everything, with his level of strength both he and everyone in Tempest should be fine. Ah. Well, I kind of expected that, still thanks for the warning. I'll be careful. Good, don't expect any more help from me, you wanted to be friendly with the humans, so you gotta put in the work yourself. Sigh, yeah I know, but humans will be humans. Haha, well you said it. But don't underestimate them, some of them have been around for centuries after all. Hold on, I'm getting a thought communication. I watch as Rimuru's facial expression slowly twists into a frown. Ugh, Ramaris is here to cause trouble, I need to go check out what she is doing at the West Gate, wanna come? I dispel the barrier I placed around Rimuru's office, yeah sure, lead the way. I think I know why Ramaris is here, it probably has something to do with her needing a place to stay. Hopefully she isn't causing too much trouble. Let's go Lalatina. Yes master. Chapter 55, Chapter 15, Preparation. Felix. As Rimuru leads me to the Western Gate I consider what it is that Ramaris could be here for. I remember during the Valpurgis after-party she was nagging Rimuru about moving her labyrinth to Tempest, but Rimuru refused. He most likely didn't want to deal with her on a permanent basis, and I can't blame the guy. The pipsqueak can be annoying, she's like a buzzing fly, literally. But she grows on you, so I don't personally mind her in small to medium doses. Once we arrived I overheard one of Rimuru's subordinates arguing with Ramaris. I've already told you. We are taking over this place. Dude. Even Ramaris can't be that dumb, right? She knows this is the territory of another demon lord, doesn't she? When she goes around saying stuff like that, she can be easily misunderstood as claiming that she wants this territory for herself. Even if you say that, we have to report to Rimuru-sama first, so please stay here while we report to him. We abandoned our previous place just to stay here. We are poor and homeless now. Even if you say that, this land is under the rule of Demon Lord Rimuru-sama, you must get his permission first if you wish to reside here. Well said random subordinate. TSK, the pity card didn't work either, if that's the case we don't mind resorting to violence. I'll tell you now, my Beretta is the strongest. She can easily take care of all of you. She is just digging her hole deeper and deeper, I can tell Rimuru is getting upset by what she is saying too. Rimuru sneakily snuck behind Ramaris and picked her up with his hand. Keikaya. Ah, what's up Rimuru, how's it going? I hope you are doing alright. Smooth, real smooth. She definitely knew she fucked up with the way she was looking around for help, she spotted me and I saw a gleam of hope enter her eyes, only for it to leave when I turned towards the side. So that's the Demon Lord Ramaris. How disappointing, she is not worthy of being of the same stature as you my master. Do you want me to purge her? No, don't do that Lalatina, I appreciate the offer though. An odd gleam appeared in Lalatina's eyes when I said that, my master thanked me. At least she isn't rolling around the floor like a degenerate. It seems she kept my words in mind when I told her to only be like that in private. I look around the area, and notice a shack located just outside the gate. Did Ramaris build a shack to stay in? Seriously? Ramaris-sama. I have brought more wood. Ah, and there's Trainee, I was wondering where she was, she is usually stuck to Ramaris like glue. Trainee-san, what are you doing here? Oh, Rimuru looks upset, poor Trainee. Ah. Long time no see Rimuru-sama. She looked towards me and bowed, it is nice to see you as well Felix-sama. You as well Trainee. Beretta, come and explain everything to me. It seems Rimuru has had enough of Ramaris shit and is asking the only reasonable one in the group for an explanation. Beretta is wasted on Ramaris, but oh well, none of my business. Unique skill, Reverser has been analyzed. Oh, I forgot to check if Beretta has a unique skill, nice work Odin. I'm still not used to being able to directly access one's skills. What an interesting skill, it allows the user to create and fuse opposing natures in a new and contradictory form. I should be capable of theoretically fusing two things with completely opposite alignments together. Another nice skill to add to my portfolio. Ah, are you able to analyze Ramaris' skill now that you've been upgraded? Notice, Odin is incapable of fully analyzing the intrinsic skill, Small World, however Odin was able to gather some data that may be useful in the future. Man, you still can't analyze it. It must be some broken-ass skill then. Beretta. You traitor. Beretta said that Ramaris wanted to move to Tempest no matter what, I'm a bit insulted that she didn't even consider coming to Azeroth, but seeing as Tempest has far more attractions I guess it makes sense. Beretta tried to stop Ramaris, but since Trainee agreed, Beretta was outvoted and forced to come along. It seems trainee has been spoiling Ramaris far too much. Just as Ramaris-sama has said, the previous entrance to the labyrinth had been sealed so we can move here. Umo. That's right, Rimuru. If you chase me out I'll be homeless. No matter how you put it, Ramaris, you had it coming. Rimuru went ahead and thanked his subordinate for dealing with Ramaris, then proceeded to scold Ramaris. It seems that while they were building their shack, they were stopped by the guards, and things just escalated from there. Ah, I have an idea. I cut in before he could continue. Since it seems like you have everything sorted out, I'll return to Azeroth. I only came to introduce Lalatina, and tell you about that other thing we talked about. I'll come to pick up your list soon though. Ah. Okay, see you later, Felix. I waved Rimuru and Ramaris goodbye, and then teleported us back to Azeroth. Almost all my preparations for traveling worlds are done, just a few things to sort out now. Ah, is this Master's bedroom? Would you like me to pleasure you, Master? Is that why you brought us here? I would be more than willing if so. She quickly undressed herself and I couldn't even stop her, seeing as she used magic to get rid of her clothes, leaving her in only her lingerie. Purple lace, it quite suits her. Her bra is barely containing her sizable bust. She really did grow up from that childlike form, huh? God damn it, stop distracting me, Lalatina. You know what, fuck it. Yes, Lalatina, that is exactly why I brought you here. Hopefully this will get it out of her system. I'm definitely not doing this since she is hot as hell and I'm horny. No sir. I sit down on my bed, then look towards a panting Lalatina, kneel. She quickly does so. Now how does one properly dom a masochist? Lalatina. She quickly got down to her knees as her master had ordered her. To think she would get the chance to serve her master so soon. Arcuade and Megumin will be incredibly jealous. She may have been the last one of the three to join her master, but she would beat them in this race. She had been desperate for the chance to serve her master ever since he had awoken her hidden desires. She had thought the best feeling was when others grew through her abuse, but she was wrong, oh so wrong. The moment her master had caused her pain and pleasure on a soul-deep level, she was hooked. It was almost like a religious experience. And she loved her master for showing that to her. He was the perfect master that a woman like her could ask for. He was strong, handsome, dominant, and knew just how to treat a woman like her. She would do anything for him. He wanted someone dead. Done. He wanted her to be his pet. Done. He wanted her to degrade herself. She would love to. Truly, she was a lucky girl. She couldn't wait until her master gave in to his more baser desires, and it seems like she might be in luck. Ah, she wished her master had summoned her sooner, if only she encountered him back when he was still in the demon realm. She has a lot of lost time to make up for, and she won't tolerate disappointing her master. Felix. I look down towards Lalatina as she struggles to get my pants off. Okay, just gotta channel my inner sadist, or something. I look at her mockingly as I say, you can't even take my pants off properly, how useless, and you expect to serve me like that. Lalatina's legs shiver as she looks up to me with desire, and worship in her eyes. Ah. I apologize, master. Please let this useless slave worship you properly. I wouldn't say you are useless, you are quite useful when it comes to killing my enemies after all. But if that's how she wants to play it, I'm fine with it. At the very least I can try out the new sex magic, or as I like to call it lust magic I have been developing. It uses properties from Luminous' unique skill, lust, in that I can use it to cause pleasure or pain to someone's very soul. Along with it I made a few more standard sex magic spells, like increasing or decreasing pleasure, the ability to induce an orgasm, along with a spell that blocks the target's ability to orgasm, but it does not block the build-up. The last one can be considered quite the cruel spell, but once I got started making those spells, I couldn't stop. Magic is truly fun to mess around with. Lalatina finally got my pants off, leaving me in just my underwear and shirt. I lay down on my bed with my back against the headboard and look towards where she is kneeling. Now that you have finally gotten my pants off, use your massive tits to pleasure me. Of course, master. I quickly use the spell that blocks Lalatina's ability to orgasm, causing her to feel a constant build-up, until I allow her to orgasm. I'm curious when she will break and ask for release. Lalatina crawls towards me. It's a bit of an awkward position, but it isn't supposed to be easy for her. She takes off her bra, showcasing her tits for me to see. She manages to envelop my cock with them, but I feel like something is missing. That's right, there is no lubrication. Hey slave, lick it before you do that. She nods and starts to lick my dick all over. She starts moving her tits up and down, and gets her face closer to my tip and gives it a kiss. Ah, that's good, that's all you are good for, and my cock will be the only thing you are going to be kissing from now on. The words come out almost instinctively. Man, I haven't even kissed her yet and we're doing this. Yesh. Did I say you could speak? Get back to work. She really is corrupting me with her degeneracy. Oh well, I'm having a good time so it's fine. She quickly resumes with her tit job, but this time she attempts to take me whole into her mouth. I can tell she is getting off on this, it seems she is as subby as can be. She doesn't manage to take me all that deep, seeing as most of my length is trapped between her breasts. Gag. 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 She continued to fuck her face on my dick, it seems she won't go any further until I tell her to. Slobber, and drool started to drop down from her bottom lip into the valley of her breasts, further enhancing my pleasure. I noticed Lalatina's thighs rubbing together. She continued to take my member happily down her throat, I could feel her lashing her tongue against the underside of my shaft as her pouty lips remained suctioned onto my member even as I thrust it in and out of her mouth at high speeds. There was no question in my mind that Lalatina was loyal, it seems that the attack I hit her with on our first meeting really did mess her up pretty badly. I probably should have thought more about using something that can directly harm one's soul, but you live and you learn. And I would say it was a net positive in this scenario. I continued to thrust up into her face until I eventually came directly down her throat, groaning happily as I forced her to drink it all down. Her moans vibrated my dick, causing me even more pleasure, extending my climax. Once I was finished, I let go of her head, allowing her to release my dick from her lips. She hardly looked recognizable, looking more like the whore she was playing as rather than the fearsome primordial she was. For some reason that turned me on even more. Quickly clean me up, whore, then we can get to the next part. Yesh, master, she looked dazed as she licked me all over, licking up all the remains of my climax. She must be feeling the effects of my spell at this point, but she hasn't complained about it yet. Now that's a good look for you. She nods submissively as she looks at me with adoration. Yes, master. I consider what to do next, then tell my temporary or maybe not so temporary slave what to do next. Get on all fours, slave. I feel like taking her doggy style just fits for some reason. She blushes as she looks at me excitedly, on fours. Just like a pet. Sure, we'll go with that. Whores like you get taken from behind anyways. She quickly starts panting as she positions herself face down, ass up, giving me a perfect view of her panty-clad ass. I quickly took my shirt off and stepped up to grope her ass through her purple panties. I pushed down on her fine bubble butt. Lalatina was far more curvy than she was toned, though in this world, physical appearance didn't mean much when it came to strength. I slid my fingers past her damp panties and felt how sopping wet she was. A wide smile spread across my face as I began to finger my slutty subordinate. Ah yes. It feels so good. Thank you, master. I abruptly pull out of her and smack her across her beautiful fat ass. I tug her panties aside and line my cock up with her entrance. Lalatina had but a moment to glance back and whine in disappointment, before I suddenly thrust into her, causing her to immediately moan lewdly. Oh. Ah. Master, please more. Lust magic for the win, baby. I continue to thrust into Lalatina as she lightly moves her hips back. Looking at her from the back is amazing. I can see her massive tits jiggling to the sides. I immediately extend my hands and grope them aggressively. I quickly find her little nubs and pinch them. Ah. Yes, master. They are all yours. To think you are one of the most feared beings in the world, some primordial you are, if you ask me, you're only good to be used as a toy. Yes. I'm only here to be yours. I squeeze her tits as she continues her moaning, oh so good. I start pounding her even harder, the only noise in the room is the sound of my hips slapping against her, my grunts, and her moans. I start to experiment with her willing body, I spank her ass, causing her to moan even louder than before. Oh master. Do with my ass what you will. It's all yours. I lean forward and whisper in her ear, I don't need your permission to do whatever I want with you, do I? No. You don't need the permission of this lowly one. I apologize for being presumptuous. That's my girl. Whenever I call for you, I want you to come to me, ready to serve me as quickly as you can, got it? Ah. Twank you for the honor, master. Please let me swerve you more. She really is extremely masochistic and subby, huh? She gets off on serving me in whatever way I desire. I can't say that it isn't extremely hot. Siko is similar in that way, though not as masochistic as Lalatina is. Master, may I please come? It seems even in her adult state she was able to recognize that I placed a spell on her. Her orgasm has been building, and building all throughout our session. Only if you ask nicely. Please, master, let me come. I promise to be good for you. She needs to work on her begging, but that's for the future. Here it comes, Lalatina, be happy you finally got a chance to be useful. I release the spell, blocking her orgasm right as I release inside of her. Ah. I'm coming, master. MMFG, I'm coming for you. Good girl, see, you can be useful after all. I continue to grope her until I finish unloading inside of her. I can feel your warmth inside me. I love it, I love you, master. Ah, is she broken? How the fuck did she fall for me so quickly? Oh well, I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. I'm not satisfied yet, so brace yourself. Sorry Master P, please use me as you wish, and so I do, many more times. As I lay next to Lalatina, my hand groping her ass, I contemplate the wisdom I have gained through post-orgasm enlightenment. I have become a degenerate. I blame Lalatina. But still, I shall handle Lalatina properly, so no other has to. My noble intentions surprise even me. It seems I should have been born as an angel, not a demon. Master, please use me more. This girl is even dreaming about me, there is seriously something wrong with her. But what can I say, Yanderas are kinda hot, well so long as they are not the monogamous variety at least, worrying about whether I would be killed in my sleep would get annoying fast. Odin. You must protect me from all these dangerous threats, okay. I'll take that as a yes, thank you for always having my back, Odin. Mariable Rosso. She looked towards her grandfather as he considered her proposal that Slime, Rimuru Tempest, was holding a festival and invited rulers and nobles from all over to attend their founding festival. Her grandfather's proposal was far too soft for dealing with a demon lord that was reaching too far. He was considering sending a duke under their command to the festival and ordering them to find leverage over Rimuru Tempest. The duke would have eagerly accepted seeing as her grandfather offered him a seat among the 5 elders, the true rulers of the West. Her grandfather wanted to find leverage over the new demon lord, and then do him a favor in order to use that as an advantage when they invited him to join the council. He wanted to test their potential enemies' resolve and see how they would react. Their pawns have been greatly reduced, the Rosso had suffered great losses recently, the merchant cut contact with them, Hinata still lives, and her grandfather was discovered by Luminous and was forced to flee from his former position as a luminary. The Jura Tempest Federation's culture seemed familiar to her, the foods that she had heard about, along with their technology and ideas. It was all far too familiar to her. That was why she wanted to destroy them before the rest of the world found out about them. Once they do, Tempest would find themselves given immense political power, seeing as every nation will want a piece of the pie. And then there was the other new demon lord, Felix White, who also poses a significant threat. It is said that he wiped out Clayman and his army in one attack, without the former even knowing what was going on. She believed those rumors to be mere exaggerations, after all even she isn't capable of that in one attack. And she considers herself to be equal to those demon lords. Still, the threat of those 2 demon lords cannot be underestimated. Never before have 2 demon lords allied so closely with each other, to the point where going against one of them means going against the other. Milim Nava was also said to be quite close to Felix White. A truly troublesome matter. Have we come to this at last? Grandpa, you should let me go. Sigh, yes Mariable, it seems that I will have to send you in order to deal with this upstart demon lord. I didn't want to destroy this new kingdom after hearing the reports about it, but 2 demon lords working together is far too great of a threat to the Rosso. Duke Muse won't be capable of handling this matter on my behalf. Muse, so that was his name, she forgot. Her grandfather believed that as long as he had her, the Rosso were invincible, and he was correct, for she was Mariable of Greed, and the world will belong to her. But that very reason was why he was so hesitant to send her. He didn't want her in danger. You are right to be interested in their culture, grandfather. I've seen, heard, and experienced it all myself. It sounds just like I remember. But that is why we must get rid of them before the rest of the world finds out. I see. Be careful, my dear granddaughter, do not underestimate our opponents, they are still demon lords. Do not worry too much, for I am Mariable of Greed. I desire all, and I will take all. This world belongs to the Rosso. Very well, I grant you full authority on the matter. Go to the founding festival being held at Tempest, find some way to deal with one of the 2 demon lords, whether it is Rimuru Tempest or Felix White, it does not matter who, just get one of them off the board. Yes Grandpa, look forward to good news. She left the room swiftly and began plotting. She can attend with Guildmaster Yuki, he had mentioned to her that he was invited. He will provide valuable cover for her. Now which demon lord should she control first? Her greed was invincible, but she still decided to go for the demon lords one at a time. First she will get Felix White under control, seeing as according to her grandfather, he likely has not completely completed his awakening yet, so it should not be difficult to control him with greed. More proof that the rumors about him are grossly exaggerated. She can finally put Yuki fully under her control after the festival as well. She gained quite the useful asset when Yuki had discovered where the Chaos Dragon was sealed and left it under her control. She was easily able to dominate it with her greed, leaving it at her mercy. She considered bringing the Chaos Dragon to the festival but decided against it. The dragon might draw unwanted attention to her if it is detected, but she will have it stay just outside of the Jura forest just in case. Soon she will have a demon lord under her thrall, one step closer to completing her goals. Felix. I looked towards the dish that Raiden had prepared for me today. It's been a few days since I slept with Lalatina, and she has been constantly seeking my attention and praise. It seems sleeping with her broke some sort of barrier between us, and now she acts like a devoted bed slave, on top of being in charge of espionage. Though I can't say it's a bad thing, she still listens to my orders obediently, and has been doing her job to the best of her abilities. Though Siko and her have been having a rivalry of sorts, competing for who gets to serve me in bed. Which is kinda hot, seeing two beautiful women competing for who gets to sleep with me. It would be any man's dream come true. I suspect the Demonist trio's interest in me began due to my overwhelming power compared to their own level of strength. After all, in this world, power attracts, especially so for a race like demons. Those three were at the top of the food chain back in the demon realm, so there likely weren't many, if any, that caught their interest. Though my personality seemed to have won them completely over. Other than Lalatina, of course, she was just into me by default due to the way our first meeting turned out. Truly, my Ice Guy adventure is great. Arcuade, Megumin, and Raiden have been glaring at Lalatina whenever I see them together though. Ingvile just took one look at us the day after our night together and blushed. I even overheard a conversation between Megumin and Lalatina, where Megumin in a not-so-nice way called Lalatina a thieving bitch. It seems they are all waiting for their turns and Lalatina messed that up by cutting ahead. Kurumi didn't really care. In her own words she said she was my pet, not in the sexual sense but in the literal sense. I guess Majin like her see the world differently than other species, she is a fox after all. Boy am I a lucky guy, for women as beautiful as they are to want me. Even I am feeling a bit flattered. I took a sip of the black tea that Raiden served me and noticed it tasted a bit odd. Not a bad odd, just different from usual. She only introduced me to tea somewhat recently as it wasn't really my thing, but she learned how to make it from Shuna and I didn't want to outright say no when she learned from me. But I was pleasantly surprised. It isn't something I would have on the regular, but when I just want to relax it's the perfect drink. I noticed Siko giving me a look of trepidation as I continued to drink the tea. Ah, I see. Could this have been made by Siko? Yes, master, the drink has been tested for poison, so it is drinkable. Well, that's good. I didn't expect you to assist Siko. She requested my assistance in preparing something for you, and I did not want her to serve you undrinkable garbage, so I made sure to supervise her for your safety. I see, thank you, Raiden. I looked towards Siko as I continued to drink the tea she prepared. You too, Siko, good job. This is far better than what you used to prepare. It might not be food, but it is still far better than her earlier attempts at tea. Siko smiled giddily. Yes. Thank you for your praise, Felix-sama. Siko went ahead and poured me another cup. While it is quite bitter, I do still like it. If she can successfully make a cup of tea without it tasting absolutely horrendous, then maybe there is hope that she can cook a proper meal. I don't have much left to do before I travel worlds. I just need to pick up Rimura's list from Tempest, and figure out who I am going to take with me to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Oh. I forgot to even mention to everyone that I will be traveling worlds. I guess it slipped my mind. But who should I take? I don't want to take everyone, seeing as that would be overkill. Even one of my direct subordinates could fuck that entire world up, let alone bringing multiple. I do still want the world to be standing when I leave it after all. Maybe I should just bring one or two of my subordinates. Kurumi should be easy to handle. She can just shift into her tiny fox form and sit on my shoulder. Raiden is always obedient, so I don't need to worry about her. Siko is the one I'm worried about. That girl can go way over the top when it isn't necessary. The three primordials serving me are out since I don't want to pick and choose between the three of them. That will only worsen their rivalry. Maybe just Raiden then. I do want my maid around to take care of me. At this point I'm just as dependent on her as she is on me. One thing I am curious about when it comes to other worlds is summoning magic. Does it exist in other worlds? After all, the core of summoning magic is summoning another being from another plane of reality. Could there be demons who are summoned to other worlds? I assume that you would need to know the summoning magic from this world or something similar to do that though. So many interesting questions that need to be answered. I quickly finish up the tea that Siko served me. Alright, I have some errands to run, so I am going to head back to Tempest. When I do get back there is something I want to talk to you about though. I probably shouldn't delay telling them about my plans to go to another world. They might need some time to prepare after all. Yes, master, I will be waiting. Yes, Felix-sama. I nod at them and prepare to teleport to Tempest. Notice. Enough collective belief has been gathered to grant the master a second name. It is recommended you do so in a secluded space, as the master's magicules may go out of control for a moment. That was quicker than I thought, but I might as well take care of this before visiting Tempest. Will I fall unconscious? No, due to there being no further evolution for master, the master will stay as a devil lord, so the master will stay conscious. I see. It seems devil lord is the highest stage I can reach, huh? Vdora is at a higher stage of evolution than I am by default, since he's a true dragon. It would be nice if there was a similar evolution for demons to elevate myself to the same level of existence as the true dragons. Having a goal to work towards is always nice. Oh well, I am plenty powerful. I'd even say I am capable of beating Vdora in a fight without too much difficulty. Something extremely monstrous considering the fact that true dragons are considered walking catastrophes. It seems becoming a supreme demonic spirit will be out of my reach for the foreseeable future. True dragons are supreme chaos spirits, and us demons can be considered a type of demonic spirit. It should be theoretically possible to evolve further. After all, there are so many mysterious skills out there, who's to say it is impossible to elevate my existence to that of the true dragons? Definitely something to look into. It didn't take me long to get a sufficient distance away from Azeroth. What do I do now, Odin? The master just needs to simply give himself a second name. Odin will take care of the rest. I see, thanks Odin. Sounds easy enough. What am I supposed to say? Something like, I name myself Felix White. And just like that my power soared. I quickly lost control of my aura, but it only took me a moment to regain control thanks to Odin. Unfortunately, that moment where my aura was unleashed caused the land around me to become almost uninhabitable for miles all around. I'll have to send someone over to make sure to deal with this mess. I took a few minutes to get in control of myself. My magical capacity has increased a large amount, along with my physical strength. My skills weren't upgraded or anything, but that isn't surprising seeing as far as I know, my skills are already incredibly high tier. I can now confidently say that I am about even with Guy now, at least where pure magical capacity and magic power is concerned. That's something to be proud of. Guy Crimson is someone spoken of in legends, someone the entire world fears. To be able to match him, and possibly surpass him is no easy feat. Now if we fight, our skills, fighting abilities and experience will be the determining factor. Man, getting stronger sure is a rush. It's kind of sad that there aren't all that many ways for me to grow further. I better get used to my new level of power quickly. It's best if I get myself completely under control. At my level, accidentally using a little too much power can destroy a continent, though I doubt Odin would let that happen by mistake. Odin really is my cheat. Actually, I think she is the best cheat one can get. Look at Rimuru, he is also incredibly strong. I doubt he would be where he is without Raphael and its unique skill version. Now that I'm done with my naming, it's best if I get going to Tempest now. I wonder what the idea that Rimuru came up with was. I can think of a few fun ways to use Ramaris Labyrinth. I teleport into my home in Tempest, bypassing the barriers Rimuru put up. I have something similar in Azeroth. It's almost a necessity for any nation to have some sort of defense against teleportation, seeing as most sufficiently strong beings are capable of teleportation, if only with its most basic form. No nation wants some uber-powerful being to teleport into the center of their power and wreak havoc after all. I take a look around to make sure nothing is out of place, then head towards where I sense Rimuru is. As I am going to where I sensed Rimuru, I notice quite a few orcs going about their business. It seems that Rimuru is starting to build everything that is necessary for this festival he wants to host. Oh. Is that a coliseum? It seems that is where he is planning to host this tournament of his, though what is he doing underneath it? I easily figured out how to get down there thanks to universal sense. Felix. Are you here to pick up the list? That, and I was curious about what you plan to do with Ramaris. I'm going to make a dungeon. Like the kinds where adventurers go in to try and clear. Yup. I can have an entrance fee, along with there being a bunch of rewards for clearing each floor. I don't know the exact rules just yet, but I think this can help in getting more revenue and people to come to Tempest. I see, and I'm assuming you are going to make it with Ramaris Small World. Yup, that skill of hers is really broken. I can't even analyze it. I hear you, even I couldn't analyze it. How big do you plan to make it? Maybe around 100 or so floors. That many? How are you planning to populate the dungeon with monsters anyway? He might be able to use Vdora. He can have him at the lowest level, making the monsters that spawn from his magicule stronger and stronger the lower you go in the dungeon. Boom. I plan to use Vdora. I see, going to have him spawn monsters from his magicules then. That will also solve the issue of him holding his aura back for too long. Boom. This dungeon of yours sounds fun, maybe I can try and beat it. I jokingly say. Rimuru looks at me in alarm. Absolutely not. If you go in there, then there will be no dungeon for everyone else. Ah, you party pooper. Ugh, you're just like Vdora. Haha, well, Vdora likes to have fun, so he and I are similar when it comes to that. What's the point of living if you don't enjoy it after all? Just don't have your fun at other people's expense when you're in Tempest. No promises. Ugh, I can't win with you. Anyways, what are you going to do about the people that go into the dungeon dying? I don't think that many people will want to explore it if there is a high risk of death. I solved that issue too. Ramaris is able to make bracelets that revive the user at the entrance of the dungeon when they die. Dang, she has some pretty crazy abilities then, huh? Yup. I thought she was super weak, but then she ended up having that kind of ability. Well, don't let her hear you say that or she'll whine at you for hours. Gah. Don't remind me. We ended up hanging out for an hour before Rimuru had to go get some work done. Being an actual responsible ruler must suck, huh? He did end up giving me his list though, so now I am free to go. I ended up asking him about Hinata. Apparently Luminous ordered her with Rimura's permission to frequent Tempest, and possibly open a branch of the Holy Knights in Tempest in order to show that they were able to reach an accord. It seems Luminous is keeping her word then. Master, a maid claiming to be the servant of Demon Lord Guy Crimson has arrived and is requesting your presence. She says she has an invitation from her master. What do you wish for me to do? Ah, that's probably the invitation to visit him. Took him long enough. Have her wait in the conference room. I'll be there shortly. Thanks, Raiden. Of course, master. It seems Guy sent one of his primordials over. Hopefully my primordials and Guy's maid won't have any issues. Who knows what sort of old rivalries those guys could have. But I think it should be fine. They seem to get along fine at the Valpurgis after all. I quickly teleport to the conference room and am not surprised to find Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina chatting with the primordial of blue. I think her name was Rain. I overhear the last bits of their conversation before they notice me. Violet, I was not aware that you chose to serve someone. It seems that Guy will soon learn that I also have the primordial of Violet as my servant. Hopefully he doesn't take it too badly that I one-upped him on who has more primordial servants. They quickly spot me, causing them to pause their conversation as Rain looks over to me. She does a curtsy. Greetings, Demon Lord Felix White-sama. I am one of Guy Crimson-sama's maids. I have been ordered to invite you to the Ice Continent at any time of your choosing. My master also ordered me to give you this letter. I took the letter she handed to me. It was sealed with a familiar aura, Guy's aura. I opened the letter and read its contents. It said, Yo Felix. Feel free to come visit anytime you want, just don't take too long, I'm bored enough as is. Thanks, you're Rain, right? The primordial of blue. Indeed, Rain is the name my master awarded me with, and I am known to some as the primordial of blue. I see, well, invitation received. Feel free to stay for some food if you want. Thank you for the invitation, Felix-sama, but I must get back to my master's side. He must be waiting for my return. I see. She does another curtsy as she summons that edgy gate that Misery used to take us to the Valpurgis. I look towards the Demonist trio. Thanks for keeping an eye on her. I don't want a primordial wandering around unattended. Arcuade bows. It was no problem, my lord. Blue isn't likely to do anything anyways. She was always a lazy one. I see. Did you guys know her well back in the demon realm? This time Megumin cut in. As if. Her and Vert have been serving Rouge for who knows how long. After their failed attempt at overthrowing Rouge, they were killed and reborn as her servants. Seriously? How was Guy able to take on two fellow primordials at once? That Rouge has always been a monster among monsters. Only Noir was capable of matching her back then. Even Lalatina is wary of his strength. Wait, why are they using female pronouns for Guy? Wait, you're using female pronouns. Was Guy playing female back then? Yes, among us primordials, Noir was the only one that preferred the male sex from the start. Guy only started appearing as a male once she got a material body and learned that the male one is more combat efficient. She must have been a real piece of work then, huh? Anyways, let me gather the rest up, then I need to inform you of something. Take a seat while you wait. They nodded and took a seat at the conference table. I sent out a thought communication to Siko, Raiden, and Kurumi. Could you three come to the conference room? I have something to inform you girls about. Yes, Felix-sama. Of course, master. I was just getting some tea ready for you. Sure, Felix-sama, I'll come over now. Thanks, I'll be waiting. I didn't end up calling Ingvild since I don't want to tell Glenda about my ability to travel worlds. I may trust Ingvild due to knowing her character, and even then I had Odin make sure she was someone I could trust. Ingvild is the kind of girl that would hate to keep secrets from one of her only friends. It's best if I don't force her to when it isn't necessary. It didn't take them long to arrive. I took the tea Raiden hands to me. Thank you, Raiden. Now take a seat, you three. Now I brought you here to tell you about one of my skills. I'm not going to spit on your loyalty by asking you to keep it a secret, as I know none of you would do something that can potentially trouble me. These six have proven their loyalty multiple times. It would be foolish of me to doubt them now. But I imagine if word got out about my ability to travel worlds, I can imagine how big a pain in the ass the rest of the world would become if they found out I had unrestricted access to other worlders. Even Guy might be interested, seeing as there are all sorts of interesting things in other worlds. As a guy, who has been around for eons, I'm sure he would love something new. Siko looks at me proudly. Of course, Felix-sama. I am your most loyal subordinate. Raiden looks like she was insulted from that comment but ignored it for now. Indeed, I would never do something like that without your permission, my master. I am your pet master. A pet's job is to be loyal to their owner. Ah, there's Kurumi with her whole pet thing. I'm still unsure about how to feel about that, just a cultural difference, I guess. Indeed, as those three said, us demons are incredibly loyal once we find someone worthy to serve. What Blanc said. My name is Arcuade. How many times do I need to tell you this, John? You trying to pick a fight? And they are back at it again. Indeed, I am your loyal slave, my master. I may desire your punishment, but I will not resort to harming your interests. Lalatina is being her usual degenerate self, though I appreciate her loyalty. I see, thank you for your loyalty. Now as I was saying, I have a skill that allows me to visit other worlds. I plan to visit the world I used to live in before I was reincarnated as a demon to the Cardinal World. As expected of Felix-sama. Why are you agreeing with Sakio Raiden? Era, I have known of other worlds for a long time, but I have not heard of the ability to freely visit them, truly astounding my lord. I wonder if there are strong people to fight in those worlds. Megumin is being her usual self it seems. As expected of my master. And Lalatina just doesn't care. I was expecting different reactions to be honest. I see, I expected this to go differently, but your reactions makes this quite easy. I plan to go to my old world with just Raiden and Kurumi. I won't budge on this. It took me some time to figure out if I wanted to take more than just Raiden and Kurumi, but I eventually came to the decision that taking more people than necessary could cause more harm than good. Raiden and Kurumi look excited at the prospect of coming to another world with me, but the others not mentioned were a different case. But Felix-sama. Who will make your tea if I'm not there? Siko, I know that you want to come with me, but trust that there is a good reason for me not bringing you. I do care for you and would bring you if I thought it necessary. Kia. Felix-sama cares for me. And now she is in La La Land. I see my lord, it does disappoint me that I do not get to venture into another world with you, but you must have your reasons. Huh, what a mature way to see it, as expected of Arcuade. Huh. Why not, master? I wanna come. That was expected from Megumin. How will you slake your lusts without me, master? Am I being thrown away? And Lalatina is being Lalatina. The reason I'm not taking you guys is due to the fact that the world we are visiting has a low level of power compared to this one. I don't want us to cause unnecessary destruction, so I am limiting the amount of people I am bringing. Don't worry, I plan to visit other worlds as well and I promise to take you all with me next time. I see, that is understandable my lord, even the slight use of our power can cause mass destruction. Gah. I hate how you are making sense. Ah, I see. I was worried I was being thrown away after being used by my master. I'll just ignore that. Ah, he said he likes me. And Siko is still daydreaming. How long will you be gone from my lord? Ah, thanks for asking Arcuade, I forgot to explain, but thanks to my skill, for you guys it will seem like I never left. I will return the moment I leave so no time will have passed. I see, as expected. As expected. Whenever Arcuade gets like this, I found it's best to just pretend I didn't hear anything. Megumin, Lalatina, and Siko seem to all have been pacified for now as well. Well, if you guys don't have any more questions, then let's go. I look towards Raiden and Kurumi and have them stand in front of me. I am going to absorb you with my skill, I'll release you once we are somewhere safe in the other world. Once I hear her agreements I absorb her with Beelzebub, storing her in my stomach. Once that's done I look towards the 5 that are staying behind. Well, I'll see you when I see you. Goodbye Felix-sama. I will make sure to prepare an amazing meal for your return. Did Siko not hear that no time will pass for them? Good luck my lord. See you Felix-sama. Make sure to bring back some souvenirs. Ah, what will my master do without my body to slake his lusts on? I ignored what Lalatina said and made sure to use all my presence concealment abilities just in case I pop up somewhere bothersome. I then store my Demon Lord ring in my stomach as it can theoretically work in other worlds. I don't want one of the Demon Lords to figure out that I'm in another world somehow. That sounds like a pain in the ass to deal with. Now that I'm ready I might as well get this started. Ouroboros. And the next thing I know, I was in a different world. The first words I heard when I ventured to another world for the first time were, domain expansion. Huh. Chapter 56, Chapter 16, Vacation in Another World. Felix. Domain expansion, unlimited void. Malevolent shrine. Huh. I immediately activate thought acceleration causing the world to look like it has almost stopped in order to process what is happening and when I just showed up. What the fuck? Is that Sukuna in Megumi's body? Gojo is unsealed. Looks like a ton of stuff has happened since Gojo was sealed. Man, I really wish I could have finished Jujutsu Kaisen, maybe then I'd have an idea on what the fuck is going on. It seems like I showed up in the middle of a domain battle between Gojo and Sukuna, one that Gojo won since it looks like Malevolent Shrine is collapsing. Now why am I not being affected by Unlimited Void's sure hit attack? Answer. Domain expansion's sure hit attack only affects those with cursed energy, someone like Toji Zenin would not be affected by a sure hit attack, and since the master does not possess cursed energy, it does not affect you. I see, it's a good thing you have access to my memories or I'd be screwed. How does cursed energy work? It seems odd that the Cardinal World has one form of energy, and then all these other worlds have other forms of energy. Do you have any explanation for that, Odin? I might as well ask all my questions seeing as not even a millisecond has passed in the real world yet, I have all the time in the world. Upon entering this world, it was detected that a filter was placed over it by the voice of the world. This filter was likely placed due to the wishes of the true dragon Veldanava, in hopes that there would be more variety in the various worlds he had created. I see, so this filter is what allows all these different supernatural energies to exist. Correct, the filters convert magicules into different forms, so the roots of all these different energies can be traced back to magicules. I see, that's quite interesting. Since there aren't any actual magicules in the air, how will magicule breeder reactor function? Since cursed energy's origins can be traced back to magicules, Odin can convert magicules into cursed energy, and vice versa after analyzing the filter places over the world. Whoa. Now that's something. So can you change magicules into basically any energy as long as that energy comes from magicules in some way? Correct, as long as Odin can analyze the filter in question, it should be possible to convert magicules into the energy said filter is responsible for. Damn, that's badass. Nice work, Odin. Query, can Odin change some of the master's magicules into cursed energy in order to analyze the technique known as domain expansion, unlimited void? Will there be any side effects on me? I'm not sure if even I am capable of brushing its effects off. Answer, Odin will take care of all of it. I see, I trust you, Odin, so go for it. I feel some of my magicules turn into a different energy, though one not entirely dissimilar from magicules. I remember that cursed energy's foundation lies in negative emotions. Now that I know what to look for, I can feel the cursed energy all around me. And all of a sudden I was bombarded with what felt like infinite information. Notice. It has been detected that the master's mind has been overloaded with 7,884,000 seconds of information in 1/10 of a second. Odin will divert the information to 8 parallel operations, and then analyze the ability. I immediately reactivate thought acceleration in order to process what just happened. So that's how it feels to have a bunch of information just shoved into your head, not a fun feeling. It looks like Odin had to lower my thought acceleration for a moment, but I did give her permission to do whatever. So what did you figure out, Odin? Notice, those affected by unlimited void have all the actions one has taken throughout their life forced upon them over and over, causing the target to become immobilized as they are incapable of processing such a vast amount of information. I see, that matches what I remember hearing from my first life. An ability like that would prove troublesome even back in the Cardinal World, though that's only on the condition that it works on those without cursed energy. I expand my senses to figure out what is going on outside the domain expansion and am not surprised when I find numerous individuals in an observation room of some sort. A fight like this, one between the two strongest beings in this world, though they aren't the strongest anymore seeing as I'm here now, is bound to be observed by numerous third parties. Even further than the observation room, I can feel a barrier locking everyone into this area, with 9 others just like it all around Japan. They seem to be connected to each other through barriers that also act as a sort of boundary. I can feel tons of spirits made up of negative emotions all around everywhere too. Those must be cursed spirits. Part of me is curious and wants to kidnap one and take them to the Cardinal World. I wonder how they would evolve if I named them. But still, these Jujutsu sorcerers seriously let them get out of control. I can feel a ton of them all throughout Japan. That isn't all, Shibuya has basically been erased off the map. Seriously, what the fuck is going on? And then there is a barrier surrounding all of Japan. I can feel it drawing in the cursed energy from all around the planet and focusing it all into Japan. That must be the reason Jujutsu sorcerers are so uncommon abroad. Tingen made it that way. The barrier shouldn't be a problem for me to deal with. Along with that, while I don't sense any magicules, I can sense spirit rons, which isn't surprising. Spirit rons are the building blocks of spiritual matter like magicules, aura, holy power, and it seems cursed energy as well. Query, may Odin take control of one of the master's body doubles to conduct detailed analysis of the surroundings? Ah, you're talking about the skill body double, right? Correct. Will I still have access to you when you are in the body double? Yes, Odin is capable of utilizing a body double, and being available to the master if necessary. However, the further the body double goes from the master, the less abilities the body double will have access to. I see, so it's kind of like Wi-Fi. The further away you go from me, the less of your abilities you have access to. Alright, then go for it. I gained access to the body double skill through Moss. His unique skill has body double as a sub-skill. I watch as Odin creates a body double with 20% of my total magicule capacity. The magicules I'm spending on the body double can't be regenerated with magicule breeder reactor, as the magicules used in the creation of a body double is the amount of magicules the body double has access to. I'm basically splitting off a portion of my power and giving it to the body double to use. The resulting body double looks just like me except, with red eyes, and a far more expressionless face. Body doubles are capable of using all the arts I have access to, along with my lower level skills, and since Odin is the one piloting the body, she is capable of using all her abilities through the double if at a lesser extent than what she is normally capable of. Thought acceleration, and parallel operation for the win. Odin seemed excited, it seems even she wanted to see what was up with a new world. Once Odin leaves, I lower my thought acceleration as I'm flying high up into the sky in order to get a better view. I'm curious how a fight between Gojo and Sukuna will go. My presence is still completely concealed, so no one should be able to detect me unless I allow it. I even put up an illusion to hide my form just in case. I bet Gojo is likely to win, seeing as he is basically the protagonist of Jujutsu Kaisen. My man literally carries the entire series. Sukuna isn't a fool either though, he wouldn't be fighting head-on like this if he didn't have a plan. I wonder how he is going to get past Infinity. His domain expansion's sure hit effect will work, but that's only if Gojo lets Sukuna deploy his domain without any countermeasures. I watch as Gojo rushes at Sukuna while he is still being affected by Unlimited Void. Is this it? All of a sudden a Shikigami of some sort appears in front of Sukuna. It seems even Gojo is wary of this Shikigami. It's likely one of the Shikigami from Megumi's 10 Shadows. I wonder what that wheel on its back signifies. Oh. It seems Gojo is going to attempt to take it out in one shot. Curse technique reversal. Unfortunately, before Gojo can cast red, the Shikigami interrupts him. How odd, shouldn't it be affected by Unlimited Void? What? Even Gojo is surprised. Megumi's soul. Oh. It looks like you have something on your mind. They ended up trading jabs back and forth before getting to what I was really interested in. Unlimited Void, an ability that activates once inside your domain. Honestly, I figured it was going to be a real pain. This guy is acting rather smug for having to use external means to escape Unlimited Void. Though I guess that is a power on its own. He hijacked Megumi's body so he gets its abilities. I do wonder what is so special about the 10 Shadows for someone like Sukuna to desire it though. That's why my first move was taking it out of the deck. While unable to use amplification in the domain, I had Fushiguro Megumi adapt to Unlimited Void using his technique. You can adapt to a domain expansion. All he took was the process of adaptation, not the result of it, right? I'm completely lost. It is likely that the individual known as Sukuna pushed the strain of Unlimited Void onto the soul of the individual he is possessing, allowing him to use an ability of some sort to adapt to Unlimited Void. I see, now how the hell was he able to adapt to a domain expansion? If it can adapt to other things as well, then that just sounds absurd. If someone got a skill like that in the Cardinal World, they are basically guaranteed to become someone of renown as long as they don't fuck up and die before they adapt to basically everything. Now I'm really curious about this new ability of Sukuna's. Sukuna, you haven't actually adapted Megumi's soul to Unlimited Void. If I open my domain again, Mahoraga won't be able to bail you out. I'll destroy you in one attack. So the Shikigami's name is Mahoraga. Could that Shikigami be responsible for this whole adaptation thing Sukuna has going on? Kukuku. Ah. He has the Diablo laugh. You can no longer open your domain. Using reverse curse technique to heal your exhausted innate curse technique, you've been using cursed energy to damage your brain, and then refreshing your brain with reverse cursed technique. You've reached a limit different from the physical. If you expand your domain you will die the moment you do so, not to mention that it will be far too weak to affect me. I'll close my domain now and carve you to pieces. I'll even adapt to that infinity of yours. That's possible. Is that wheel on Sukuna's back responsible for his adaptation? Domain expansion. It seems like I'll have to step in. Oh. His domain isn't expanding. Notice. It is likely that the individual known as Sukuna took a blow from Unlimited Domain for a fraction of a millisecond, causing his brain to sustain enough damage to make domain expansion impossible. I see, thanks Odin. Without you I'd be completely lost here. It seems they are going to fight in pure hand-to-hand combat now that they both can't use their domains. I wish I had some popcorn, this is entertaining. They are both kinda sorta strong. For this world they are probably unbeatable. In the Cardinal World though, well, they are just slightly bigger bugs. Oh. The wheel on Sukuna's back is turning. You need 4 spins total, yeah. That leaves 3 more. So the wheel needs to spin 4 times in order to adapt to something then. 3 more spins of the wheel until Mahoraga adapts to my infinity. So the adaptation ability isn't Sukuna's, rather it is Mahoraga's. Theoretically Odin should be able to delay Mahoraga's adaptation if not completely negate it with the sub-skills she gained from Usurper. Hee, I got 3 more spins to beat you up then. Ah yes, the mutual shit-talking mid-fight is always great. It's no wonder Gojo Satoru is considered the fastest man on the planet. No amount of speed can beat rapid teleportation like what he and I can do with Blue. But speed alone isn't enough. Gashink, only 2 more spins until he adapts now. 1 more spin left. Not even Red was able to deal with Sukuna, though it seems like Gojo has a plan in mind seeing as the red he just fired hasn't detonated yet. It looks like Sukuna used domain amplification to minimize the damage Red initially dealt to him. Such sloppiness, lost your cool after your hand was revealed. Ah, I know that grin Gojo has, it's the grin I have when I fuck with someone. You know, that Red just now didn't explode. Ah, I see. That's a smart move, using the building layout to his advantage. Boom. Gojo had red hit Sukuna from behind after taking a full loop around the building, and it looks like his plan worked. Oh. And Gojo landed a black flash on Sukuna as well. That's gotta hurt. Black flash basically increases someone's control over cursed energy temporarily and multiplies the output of an attack, something that Odin is capable of doing quite easily with my skills and its own perfect control over Magicools. It's due to the increase in control over cursed energy that it is said that using Black Flash draws out 120% of your potential. It leads to a greatly increased performance in combat. It looks like Sukuna is going to need some more help to get out of this one. At least I will get to understand Mahoraga a bit more now since Sukuna just summoned him again. Phase, Paramitha, and Pillar of Light. Curse technique reversal. He's even using the chance now. Oh. Mahoraga is on the offense and isn't being affected by Infinity. It seems it was able to adapt to it. Is there a way for you to analyze that ability and give it to me, Odin? Notice. It is recommended that the master consumes the entity known as Mahoraga with Beelzebub. I see, having any level of adaptation will be useful, so I'll watch the fight for a little bit longer before consuming Mahoraga. This fight was getting boring to watch anyway. At this point I'm just curious about what other abilities these two are going to pull out. It looks like Fortunate One worked its magic by making me appear at this very moment, setting things up so I will have the opportunity to acquire that adaptation ability. While Mahoraga is on the offense, Sukuna is on protection duty, making sure Gojo doesn't permanently deal with Mahoraga. Did he just throw a fire extinguisher at Gojo? Well, he's gotta do what he's gotta do, I guess. Oh. Is he compressing water into an attack? Man, if that hits, it's gotta hurt. Notice, the fired water beam is capable of reaching the speed of sound due to being reinforced with cursed energy. The speed of sound. That's impressive. It isn't a threat to me seeing as I am capable of moving at close to light speed with perception that far surpasses that. Sound moves at about 340 meters per second, while light moves at 300 million meters per second. They aren't even comparable. But in a world like this, I bet it's damn near impossible to avoid by anyone other than those at the top of this verse. Gojo wasn't even able to avoid the attack either, since Mahoraga had erased Gojo's infinity, allowing Sukuna the perfect opportunity to land a hit. That Shikigami of Sukuna's is basically another opponent. Gojo is seriously getting ganged up on. Haha. Don't misunderstand, this isn't a 2-on-1, it's a 3-on-1. New. Totality. Gojo might be in serious trouble here, but I do want to see how this fight is going to go, just out of pure curiosity at this point. Raiden and Kurumi should be fine as they are inside of my stomach. I even set it up to where they can view a projection of the outside world through my eyes so they aren't bored. Gojo is doing quite well for taking on 3 opponents at once. Red. Oh. That was a direct hit, and yet Mahoraga seems to barely be affected by red. He only took 1 hit from red head-on earlier and has already adapted to this extent. That means that the adaptation is likely done gradually. If he wants to take Mahoraga out, he has to do it in 1 hit before Mahoraga starts to adapt. Hollow Purple should be able to deal with it, the only problem is actually landing the attack. Sukuna's newest summon, New I think is its name, has a few abilities. It can fly, which can be useful in this world since it isn't as easy to fly here as it is in the Cardinal World. An aerial advantage has the potential to be deadly depending on both parties' strengths. It's what Fry is known for after all. It also has purple-colored electricity that should be capable of stunning the opponent. Shikigamis might be the way to go in this world, there are so many of them, and they all have useful abilities. Though I guess that's only on the condition that the user has the 10 Shadows technique, or else I bet it would be a lot harder to get such useful Shikigami. Gashink. And that's an arm gone for Gojo. It seems Mahoraga has some slashing ability, similar to what Sukuna used to kill that special grade spirit that had one of his fingers early on in the series. I would step in now, after all I don't want Gojo dead, I like his character, of course he may be different in real life, but I have a positive impression of him at the very least. However, it seems like he has a plan of some sort and I want to see what he has in mind. Gojo turned towards New. You know, I've been thinking. You just don't fit in with this crowd. Maximum output blue. And there goes New. Gojo even managed to land another black flash. This fight might not be anywhere close to my level, but it is still kinda fun to watch, sorta like watching 2 children fight each other with sticks. Huh. Am I becoming arrogant? Nah, it must be my imagination. Did you say something, Odin? Negative. Weird. Phase. Paramitha. Pillar of Light. Curse technique reversal. Mahoraga. So that's his plan, to merge the red he just fired with the blue he fired earlier when he took out New, in order to create Hollow Purple. That's a good idea, it can definitely catch your opponent off guard. I'll have to remember that if I ever have to go to such lengths to win a battle, then it will definitely come in handy. Sukuna ordered Mahoraga to prevent the red and blue from colliding, but its adaptation will backfire on it if Gojo plays this right. It seems like Gojo is going to use the attractive force of blue to give a boost to his speed and get in between the blue and Mahoraga. Now with Mahoraga out of the way, it looks like Sukuna is getting slightly desperate. He's even recycling old moves by sending that water beam at red in the hopes it detonates early. Too slow. Yikes, Gojo just barely missed the opportunity to prevent Sukuna from firing his water beam. Phase. Twilight. The Eyes of Wisdom. It seems he will have blue activate to swallow the water beam. That's a good way of dealing with the attack. 9 ropes. Polarized light. Crow and declaration. The gap between within and without. Here it comes. I've done this so many times myself, but I always find myself excited when using this move. Even if mine is far superior to Gojo's due to the difference in power between us, this will still be enjoyable to watch. I could feel a grin on my face as I heard Gojo say, "Hollow technique, purple." I'm glad I didn't interrupt this fight. Watching these two fight for their very lives is amazing. I'd feel bad if I interrupted earlier. I'm sure these two are having one hell of a time. Notice. There is a high chance that the hollow purple that the individual known as Gojo Satoru fired will destroy the entity known as Mahoraga. It is recommended for the master to protect or consume Mahoraga now. Got it, might as well make one hell of an entrance then. I stop concealing my presence as I start to release my own aura slightly, not enough to spawn monsters, but enough to show that I mean business. I also get rid of the illusion covering my physical form. I quickly appear in front of Mahoraga at a speed most aren't capable of following. In this world I don't think there is anyone who can follow my movement. It seems like both Gojo and Sukuna are aware of my presence now as they are looking at me in shock. Unfortunately they are far too late to do anything about it. I grab Mahoraga by the neck and teleport out of the blast radius of the hollow purple Gojo just created. All of that took place within 0.5 seconds. Hollow purple is known for being able to hurt the caster in certain circumstances, as well as the surroundings, and the hollow purple that Gojo just fired was far stronger than his standard hollow purple. It's likely that even Gojo was hit by his own hollow purple as this was an omnidirectional blast rather than a directional one. Once the blast settled down I could see that Sukuna and Gojo were both heavily injured. I'm surprised that Sukuna was able to survive that hollow purple. Sukuna was leaning against a wall, while Gojo was barely able to stand upright, but both of them were staring at me. I decide to deal with Mahoraga first, seeing as I don't want to take any chances with it. Beelzebub. Beelzebub sounds far better than Beelzebuth. I might as well live out my chunny fantasies now that I have the opportunity to do so. I watch as Mahoraga is devoured in a purple whirlpool. Now Odin should be able to analyze Mahoraga's abilities. I don't think I will get any skills out of it until I return to the Cardinal World, seeing as skills are only rewarded in the Cardinal World. Maybe if Odin becomes capable of making skills on her own then I'll be able to gain skills in other worlds, but for now I have to hope that the voice of the world will reward me with an adaptation skill when I return. Theoretically it should give me a skill for adaptation, seeing as it can hand out skills based on how proficient you are in something, and since Odin has all the data on Mahoraga's adaptation, it should be enough for the voice of the world to recognize. Now that Mahoraga is dealt with, what should I do now? I'm leaning towards sticking around and fucking with these two since I've already derailed their fight. I start clapping as I descend towards them. Gahaha, what an interesting fight you two. Gojo Satoru. He was proud of himself for that hollow purple improvisation. He even regained his reverse curse technique from the black flashes he landed. He truly was the strongest. Sukuna is down a Mahoraga, has slowed healing, and can't do any damage to him without domain amplification. Things were really looking up for him before this guy showed up. He stared at the mysterious newcomer as he tried to think if he had heard of someone like him. Is he one of yours? Asked Sukuna. It wasn't that surprising that Sukuna was able to survive his hollow purple, but a man can hope. At least it looks like he's on his last legs. He was also able to get Mahoraga with that hollow purple, but this new guy might just be more troublesome than Mahoraga, or more fun than Mahoraga. No, never seen him before. Maybe he was sent by one of the surviving higher-ups. Could he be one of their hidden cards? No, with all the stunts he has pulled in the past they would have used the sorcerer to pressure him into compliance. Hell, they probably wouldn't all be dead if they had someone like this in their back pocket. So a completely new variable. Maybe one of the new Jujutsu sorcerers that Kenjaku created, or one of the ones from hundreds of years ago that incarnated in the modern era. Since he has an infinity of his own up, it's more than likely he's a Gojo from the past if that's the case. Though for him to be able to use it at all despite not appearing to have six eyes shows unfathomable levels of skill. His facial features increase the likelihood that he is from the Gojo clan, with his white hair and blue pupils, but he hasn't heard about anyone like him from the elders or the clan archives, and they aren't foolish enough to hide information on someone like this man from him, the clan head. And then there was his black Scara. That definitely isn't natural. Could he be a cursed spirit of some kind? Maybe a former Gojo clan member that died and became a cursed spirit. He might have intervened due to plain curiosity. After all, if he is a cursed spirit, then he should be more than capable of living for a long time. It would explain his mastery over Limitless as well. He's had countless years to master it after all. With the amount of power he is releasing, he isn't someone to underestimate. Pure power-wise, he was stronger than even Sukuna. Someone as powerful as this guy should be well known. The mysteries surrounding him keep increasing. The energy he is releasing is quite odd as well. It isn't quite cursed energy but feels slightly similar to cursed energy. His speed isn't to be underestimated either. He couldn't even see him when he appeared in front of Mahoraga. It seems he can't be called the fastest Jujutsu sorcerer anymore. Are either of you going to say anything? Because the way you are both staring at me so intensely is starting to make me feel self-conscious. The enormous grin on his face shows he is highly amused. Ah, he can tell he's going to like this one, unless he tries to kill him and everyone he holds dear. You never know with these powerful figures. But first things first. He nearly misses it, only seeing it due to his enhanced thought speed, but he grabs Sukuna by the forehead as he moves past, but instead of dragging him along, just yanks Sukuna out of Megumi. He did wonder how Sukuna's true form would look. Having an extra pair of arms and an extra mouth is extremely useful for a Jujutsu sorcerer. So that's what you look like, Sukuna the king of curses. Not gonna lie, I thought you would be taller. Raiden, make sure the child's body is fully healed. I should have completely healed him though. He appears to be processing a lot of information, which I have had it split into smaller chunks and then sped up, so he will likely wake up shortly instead of never. Also take him to his friends watching us through the crows, and just hang out with them until I'm done here. Wait, another one. Where the hell did she come from? And is she a maid? And did he say he healed Megumi? If he did, then he owes him one, especially since Megumi's injuries are likely to be life-threatening, seeing as he had to handle the load for Unlimited Void. Yes, master, she disappeared faster than even I could see, but there was a flicker of electricity, a lightning user perhaps. And she is already with Mei Mei and the others. These two monsters just came out of nowhere, and is that a fox on his shoulder? Why is there a fox on his shoulder? Is this how other people feel when he constantly does crazy shit? Wait. That fox has 9 tails. Could it be? How was Tamamono Mei reborn so soon? It seems to have a different form this time around as well. He noticed Felix had turned to look back at a still shocked Sukuna with a Cheshire grin, who he had dropped in front of him. Now do you want to dance? Sukuna quickly got off the ground. Well, being looked down on like this is a first, and I have to say, it pisses me off. Ha! Does it? What are you gonna do about it? Attack like a king or bitch out and pull your finger stunt again? That would be good too if you were responsible for doing that to yourself. I would thoroughly enjoy seeing how it's done. I even healed you up completely. It would be disappointing if I didn't get to witness how strong the so-called king of curses truly is. He had a feeling he was being sarcastic at the end there. Ah, he better get out of the way. He can use this time to heal up completely, and maybe team up with this newcomer to take on Sukuna. This wasn't a fair fight anymore anyways. You'll regret that. He teleported to the side with Blue just as Sukuna attacked the newcomer. The newcomer easily avoided Sukuna's punch, and even had the audacity to appear in front of Sukuna and flick him into a building. He turned to look at him. He made sure to be careful in case this guy decided to attack him, but his worries proved to be for nothing. Ah, by the way, my name's Felix. It would be impolite to not introduce myself after all this. He finally got a name for the face. He hasn't heard of a Jujutsu sorcerer or cursed spirit named Felix. Hell, he hasn't heard of anyone that looks similar to this guy, and is this strong. I'm Gojo Satoru, the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer in the world. He gave a wave as he introduced himself. Felix looked amused. I see, I'll call you Satoru then. But the strongest sorcerer, eh? I guess you can keep that title, seeing as I'm not a Jujutsu sorcerer. So a cursed spirit then? Well, at least this one seems much easier to get along with than the rest of his kin. I'm not a cursed spirit either. What? What does he mean, not a Jujutsu sorcerer or a cursed spirit? He is far too powerful for a need to lie, which means he believes himself to be something else entirely. Maybe it has to do with how his energy is similar but ultimately not cursed energy. Maybe he is a transcended cursed spirit. Something similar to what Tengen would become if he continued to evolve further. Oh. It seems Sukuna's domain just expanded. Wait, why did it halt just after capturing Felix? Sukuna would definitely try to catch everyone possible in it as well, and this is definitely not his max range. Yeah, your fight is with me, don't try to involve others. He appears to be holding it back from fully forming somehow. He even seems to be able to use reverse cursed energy as well, as he appears to be healing from all the wounds he should be sustaining so fast that he wasn't even able to see any wounds form on him. What an absurd level of healing. All while still having a grin on his face. Wait, the fox is still on his shoulder and is also healing. While not as quickly but still quick enough to not care. It also appears to have this alternative energy. In fact, all three of them have it. He doesn't even know what's going on anymore. Since there is such a large open area, I might as well have some more fun. Crimson Black Blaze, king of myriad worlds, though I promulgate the laws of nature, he strikes a pose as he starts chanting. I am the alias of destruction incarnate, in accordance with the principles of all creation. Let the hammer of eternity descend unto me. Why does this chant sound so familiar? Explosion. Boom. Wait, now he recognizes it. Did he just use a technique from fiction? He remembers watching an amusing anime that caught his interest that had something like that. He came to the realization that this is all just a joke to him. He had a feeling that even if he and Sukuna were at full power and worked together, he doubted they could take him. He sensed an incoming attack heading for Felix from that assistant of Sukuna's. But it seemed to just be bait, as that assistant of Sukuna's headed towards the explosion, likely to make sure Sukuna was okay. He wondered how Sukuna was able to inspire such loyalty. Felix waved his hand dismissively at where the assistant was. Interrupting my fun like that is no good. All of a sudden Sukuna's assistant falls flat to the ground. Have fun with all that increased gravity. He was even capable of manipulating gravity. What other abilities could he have? Sukuna was able to recover quickly from the explosion. Enough games. Dismantle. Felix looked surprised for a moment before a look of understanding appeared on his face. Oh. How interesting, your attack seems to be capable of breaching my infinity. This must have been your trump card against Satoru. What? He found a way to break through infinity without Mahoraga. All of a sudden Felix stops and turns towards the observation room with a raised brow. Ah, that girl, always taking things too far. Did something happen in the observation room? Felix must have noticed his concern. Don't worry, no one is fatally injured, my maid just sometimes gets upset on my behalf and takes things a bit too far. You guys are free to refer to me as Felix, no need for the honorifics. He gave a brief nod as Felix turned back towards Sukuna. Well, now let's get back to you. You must have learnt this from Mahoraga, right? It must keep on adapting after finding the initial solution, and it came upon a way of breaching infinity which you can replicate. Your attack works by targeting everything, space, the world, quite an interesting way to get past infinity, I must admit. Unfortunately your attack wasn't able to get past my multi-dimensional barrier, so tough luck. Still, that's quite impressive. When I came to this world I didn't expect for anyone to be capable of breaching my infinity, so that deserves praise. What does he mean, this world? Going by his words he believes he is from a different world, and he has no reason to be lying. So is it true? Are there other worlds out there? Words from his long-gone best friend were brought to the forefront of his mind. Are you the strongest because you are Gojo Satoru? Or are you Gojo Satoru because you are the strongest? If there are other worlds out there, then maybe he will have to find out. Hell, Felix, his subordinate and possibly even his pet fox are stronger than him. He's practically toying with Sukuna. Curse techniques can be quite simple, but they are capable of some interesting things when used to the extreme. Now how about I give this a try? Felix waves his hand in a cutting motion. Could it be Cleave? Oh, there goes your arm. Yuji Itadori. Is Fushiguro alright? That pretty purple-haired lady that was with the other new guy who also looks similar to Sensei, arrived from the battlefield holding him. This young man is fine, my master was gracious enough to heal him when he grabbed the one known as Sukuna out of his body. Whoa. She has nice long legs and a great ass. He saw everyone tense up. Yuta ended up taking the lead. Who are you? I am just a maid to my master ordered me to come here and stay with you, so that is what I will do. There is no need to worry, I am not here to harm you, it wouldn't matter anyway, after all, you're weak. Didn't Sensei say something similar to the Mount Fuji curse spirit? Hopefully it doesn't trigger everyone here like it did to the other guy. Great, another Satoru. He heard Shoko-san mumble. Satoru is the white-haired one we interrupted the fight of, yes. That's right. Yuta-san adds. Well, compared to this maid, he and Sukuna are also weak. So there is nothing for you to be ashamed about. If Sukuna is so weak to you, his maid, why is he taking so long to deal with him? Are you perhaps stronger than your master? Asks Kashimo-san. Guh. All of a sudden he and everyone else here barring Kashimo-san, who falls face first to the floor, fall to our knees as it feels like the world is falling down on us. I will give you this warning just once. Do not insult my master again. You will not enjoy the consequences. As if a maid like me is comparable to my master, I am but an ant compared to my master's magnificent power. He is likely just having too much fun and prolonging the fight. Great, he really is another sensei. She helped Fushiguro, so that's a plus in his book. Once she released the pressure on them, he quickly got up and asked, Maid-san, do you know when Fushiguro will wake up? Everyone else also got up, though Kashimo-san, and a few others had sweat running down their faces. She looked towards him. My master did not tell me when exactly, but I would say within the day. I see, thank you, Maid-san. The name my master gave me is Raiden. Her master gave her a name. Did he know her since she was a baby or something and named her? Man, he must be old if he knew her when she was a baby. He doesn't look old though. He looked towards the screen showcasing the fight. Did he just flick Sukuna into a building? Awesome. Everyone in the room looked surprised except Raiden-san. After all, Sukuna is the boogeyman. He seemed like a completely unstoppable force for anyone except Sensei, to see him being toyed with like that. And is that a fox with 9 tails on his shoulder? A Shikigami of some sort maybe? Was Tamamo reborn already? Mei asks. It's possible, but it seems to be far too short of a time period for a special grade cursed spirit to be reborn in. At least that would explain its change in form, said Shoko-san. So the fox is a special grade cursed spirit then? Who is this Tamamo you all speak of? The only people present over there are my master, Kurumi, Sukuna, and Satoru. The fox is named Kurumi. Kurumi? We haven't heard of any cursed spirits named Kurumi. The only similar 9-tailed fox cursed spirit is Tamamo no Me, but it was exorcised a few years ago. What is a cursed spirit? While I do not understand how you could be unaware, a cursed spirit is the formation of an entity from the leaked negative emotions of humanity, generally of something they fear, like the myth of the monstrous 9-tailed fox of our past, or fear of volcanoes. Choso-san explained, looking exasperated at her ignorance. Interesting, so the fear of the masses can cause the birth of that very fear. How intriguing. I'm sure my master will be interested. By the way, my name's Felix. It would be impolite to not introduce myself after all this. Felix, so that's his name. It's definitely a foreigner's name despite him looking similar to Sensei. Felix, that sounds Italian. Yuta-senpai is really knowledgeable. To see the fallen toyed with like that is quite amusing. At least Angel's goal of killing Sukuna appears to be getting closer if Felix-san ends up dealing with him. I'm Gojo Satoru, the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer in the world. It's just like Sensei to introduce himself like that. I see, I'll call you Satoru then. But the strongest sorcerer, I guess you can keep that title seeing as I'm not a Jujutsu sorcerer. Is he a cursed spirit then? I'm not a cursed spirit either. Are there other races out there then? Maybe he just hasn't learned about them yet. He hasn't had much time to focus on his schooling with everything that has been going on after all. Impossible. Going by Gakugani-san's reaction, maybe not. There are no other races. Even Kusakabe-san is agreeing, then why did he say he isn't a cursed spirit, or a Jujutsu sorcerer? Oh. Are you calling my master a liar? He could feel there was a dangerous hint to her words. He really didn't want to push his luck after she already warned them once, and it seems like everyone else was thinking something similar. No, Miss Raiden, I think the principal is just pointing out that we haven't heard of there being any other races. He meant no disrespect. Thankfully Yuta-san was able to calm her down. I see. It seems she isn't going to go into detail about what her master is then. Everyone continued to watch the fight through the screen. Eventually Sukuna got fed up and used his domain expansion. He didn't know why this Felix guy would heal Sukuna up, but as long as Sukuna was dealt with, he didn't care. Yeah, your fight is with me, don't try to involve others. How is he able to hold back the domain expansion? It looks like it's trying to form, but isn't able to reach its max range. This battle is constantly opening my eyes on how much we don't know about domain expansion. Stated Noritoshi-san. Salmon. No, I don't have any idea how he is doing that. Not even Maki-san knows, The other more experienced sorcerers don't seem to have a clue either. It could be a new anti-domain technique. He has already shown himself to be incredibly strong. He might have some hidden abilities he has developed. His apparent elder brother comments. You could be right, Choso-san. But while these two are fighting, I think we should continue with our plan to deal with Kenjaku. Sukuna should be occupied long enough so it is possible. Yuta-san is right. You're right, it's best if we get Kenjaku out of the picture as soon as possible. No one wants to see what sort of monstrosity will be born from Tengen-sama's merger with all of Japan. Seeing everyone's agreement, Yuta-san looks towards Takaba-san. You remember the plan? Yup. I'll weaken him up for you, and then you deal the finishing blow. Yuta-san nods and they quickly leave. Thankfully Raiden-san didn't say anything. It seems she was honest when she said that she would just wait here for her master to finish. Since there is such a large open area, I might as well have some more fun. Crimson Black Blaze, King of Myriad Worlds, though I promulgate the laws of nature, I am the alias of destruction incarnate, in accordance with the principles of all creation. Let the hammer of eternity descend unto me. Isn't that an explosion spell from Konosuba? Can you recreate that in real life? Boom. Holy crap. Is he insane? Causing that much unnecessary mass destruction. Don't worry about it, the fight between Gojo and Sukuna was bound to be messy, with this third party intervening. Let's just be grateful that it isn't aimed at us since he seems to be aware of where we are. Maki-san is right, plus saying anything more would likely piss Raiden-san off, and he did not want her to get angry. He had a feeling if she did it would not bode well for them. It seems one of you is aware of your place. He could tell some people were pissed off by her comment but didn't act out. Her show of power was still fresh in their minds after all. Oh, even that ice user was dealt with easily. Man, this guy is overpowered. Being able to manipulate gravity is scary. He's able to control gravity on top of his other abilities. Haha, I think it's best if we don't antagonize this guy. We don't stand a chance against him. Momo-san is the same as ever. Hey, speak for yourself, girlie. I'm interested in fighting Miss Maid over here. I could tell you used lightning when you appeared here. I wonder who's the better lightning wielder between the two of us. Ah, Kashimo-san was known for manipulating lightning, wasn't he? Raiden-san looked towards him with a raised brow. I refuse. I only fight when my master tells me to, or when he is disrespected. Besides, a fight against you would be boring. Ha. Enough games. Dismantle. They all focused back on the fight. Sukuna's dismantle wasn't able to do any harm though. Oh. How interesting, your attack seems to be capable of breaching my infinity. This must have been your trump card against Satoru. What? Hold on, this guy has his own infinity. Everyone in the room was surprised by what he said, a way to get past infinity. Even the principal was surprised. Something like that has never been heard of without a cursed tool or domain, said Mei-san. It's a good thing that this guy intervened then dash. This guy. How dare you? Holy shit, she just zapped Shoko-san. He wanted to punch her but the pressure returned leaving them all immobile. She still yet lives as I was not given permission to kill any of you. Whether she survives will be left up to my master. You are to refer to my master as Felix-sama from now on, or you will find yourselves in a similar predicament to the disrespectful woman. I am sorry. Shoko-san is okay. She must have used reverse curse technique. Ah, that girl, always taking things too far. He noticed. How good are his detection abilities? Don't worry, no one is fatally injured. My mate just sometimes gets upset on my behalf and takes things a bit too far. Doing that to Shoko-san is just taking things a bit too far. Since my master does not want me to punish you further, I will release you. He sighed in relief as the pressure was released. You guys are free to refer to me as Felix, no need for the honorifics. No thank you, he will refer to him as Felix-sama seeing as he values his health. No one wanted to antagonize her further, seeing as she was capable of easily immobilizing them all with what seemed like no effort. Seeing as Shoko-san didn't want to pursue the matter, no one else brought it back up. Still, to think it's possible for Sukuna to have learned how to breach infinity from Mahoraga. Fushiguro had a really strong Shikigami then, huh? They continued to listen to his explanation, but were caught completely off guard at the end. A different world. Correct, it seems my master has decided to reveal this fact, so I will explain. My master desired a vacation of sorts, so he came to this world to relax and have fun. If any of you get in the way of that, I will be very cross with you. Just keep that in mind. Ga. Raiden-san is being really intense. Hopefully no one does anything stupid to interrupt this guy's vacation. I see, thank you for the explanation, Raiden-san, said Choso. Being from a different world would explain all these unique abilities he has demonstrated. I haven't heard of any curse technique that has as much variety as the abilities he is showcasing. The closest would be Limitless. It would also explain his claim of being a different race. Though that he has Limitless and white hair raises odd questions, said Noritoshi-san. Now how about I give this a try? Cleave. Oh, there goes your arm. What? Felix. This cleave technique of Sukuna's is quite fun to use. I can already picture it. There is someone weak attacking me, and then in an instant they are missing their arms or legs with the bare minimum energy required to accomplish it. I could do something similar with Ouroboros by separating the space a limb occupies. What a convenient technique, I think I'll keep it. It only works on those with cursed energy. Thankfully I had Odin convert a minuscule portion of my Magicools into cursed energy as the fight began. I wasn't lying after all, I was curious about how strong the King of Curses was at his peak. Him not being able to target me with his domain or other abilities would make this fight even more boring. I was able to have Odin easily recreate Sukuna's cleave with a combination of battle will and arts. Now it isn't technically the same ability, just a recreation. I only called it cleave to mess with Sukuna, but maybe I'll gain a skill for it back in the Cardinal World. That would be fun. After all, skills can be rewarded if you have the prerequisite knowledge for something. Cleave is essentially just a slashing attack that adjusts itself depending on how tough the intended target is. The tougher the target, the more cursed energy that is used in order to make sure the target is cut down in one attack. In my case I have Odin determine how much Magicools I need to power it depending on my desired result. His other ability, Dismantle, basically targets everything else, like inanimate objects, but as seen earlier, it does have some high-level usage seeing as it is capable of cutting space, and the world itself. Dismantle should also work on sorcerers and cursed spirits, Sukuna just has to manually target them. Now I'm getting bored of this, now how should I deal with Sukuna? Maybe I can take him back to the Cardinal World, I'm curious how he would evolve after all. Sukuna isn't quite a human anymore, but neither is he a cursed spirit. When he was possessing Megumi he was similar to a demon as he was possessing Megumi's body. When I separated Sukuna from Megumi I forced him to revert to his original form, and since this world follows different rules from the Cardinal World, he was able to stay incarnated. If I do take him to the Cardinal World I do have to worry about his loyalty though. Do you have any solution to that, Odin? If the Master consumes the individual known as Sukuna with Beelzebub, Odin can modify his entire being as deemed necessary. It would be possible to make him absolutely loyal and obedient towards the Master. Do I really want to do that? Am I willing to cause the personality death of someone? He is my opponent so there isn't really a need to show him mercy. Pretty sure he has done some fucked up shit for shits and giggles too. Plus, I just can't find it in me to care all that much about the current Sukuna beyond his combat capabilities. Alright, go for it. Maybe he can be a butler. My very own Diablo. I looked towards a shocked Sukuna. It seems he was surprised by me copying his cleave. Thanks to thought acceleration my conversation with Odin was basically instantaneous so the shock hasn't worn off yet. Alright, time to finish this up. I appear behind him, Beelzebub. Yes. Let the chunny flourish. I turn towards Satoru with a grin on my face. Okay, now that that's done let me introduce myself. My name's Felix White, Demon Lord Extraordinaire from another world, and formerly from the Gojo clan. Hello cousin. Chapter 57, Chapter 17, Introductions. Felix. I thought my introduction was good, and going by the shocked look on Satoru's face, it did just what I wanted it to. After all, I'm here to mess around, so I might as well get started immediately. It looks like Satoru was able to heal himself with reverse curse technique while I was messing around with Sukuna. He's almost in peak condition. Satoru quickly composes himself, my cousin I didn't know I had a cousin as strong as you. Yup. I wasn't strong at all at first, but then shit happened and now here I am. That's as good a reason as any. I knew I would like this guy. So if you're a Gojo how did you find yourself in another world? Explaining shit multiple times is such a pain so let's go join all the voyeurs watching through the crows. I wonder if she has such a habit. Though with such a nice body I don't see why she would need to. Be careful with Mei Mei, she not only charges for everything but at outrageous prices. Everything. This will get an amusing reaction. I've never seen her do anything for free, so. Yes. So how much would she charge to let me bend her over a table? The looks upon their faces is priceless. I feel Kurumi nip my ear for some reason. How odd, she's usually extremely obedient. I turn to look at her, but she turns her head away. Oh well, maybe she's just feeling rebellious. Well you'll have to ask her yourself, I've never needed to pay for a service like that. Neither have I was just curious how far she was willing to go for money. Before I forget. I pull over the white-haired fellow who tried to help Sukuna. Here, consider this a gift from me. I almost forgot about that. Thanks, I'm sure this gift of yours will help calm some of those old fogies down. You can just set him on the ground and I'll have someone come pick him up. As I set him down I feel something in his sleeve. Oh, what is this? I pull out a weapon of some sort from his sleeve. Oh, a weapon. I think I'll keep this if you don't mind. I put the weapon in my stomach before Satoru responded. I'm interested in the so-called cursed tools. Go for it. Before we go, what year is it? It's 2018. I see, thanks. It's been a few years then. After that it didn't take us long to walk to the room where everyone was observing from. Once we got there I could feel everybody in the room except Raiden tense up. I however ignored everyone and approached a pouty Raiden. I patted her head. There, everything is fine. I don't care all that much about you going too far, just keep it in mind next time. Not everything needs to be solved with overwhelming power. It seems my head pats cheered her up. Yes master. I look at my hand with utmost seriousness. Truly it is a weapon that must not be underestimated. To think it was capable of cheering Raiden up in a moment, it truly is a forbidden move. I must only use the secret art of head pats in dire circumstances from now on. I'm astounded by my own power sometimes. I might be getting too overpowered for my own good. I turn to look towards the voyeur group, which Satoru joined. Most of them seem wary of me, but that's natural seeing as I just manhandled their greatest enemy. I'm surprised they aren't shit scared, but I guess they are used to dealing with some horrific stuff, and might be far more jaded when dealing with powerful beings. After all, even Megumi was able to keep his cool when Sukuna came after him at that prison. Though Satoru seems fine, in fact he seems to be the only one who looks completely chill with what just happened, maybe the panda as well, seeing as I can't read the expression of a panda. He probably sees life differently from everyone else anyway. Heh, well it seems we have much to talk about. Satoru took the lead, indeed, but before that let's get something to eat. Is everyone okay with ramen? Ramen, huh? I haven't had that in a while. Or maybe I can have Raiden make something for everyone. I do have some ingredients from the Cardinal World in my stomach, so might as well make use of them. How about my maid cooks? I have some ingredients I'm sure you've never heard of, so it'll be something new for you lot. Notice, it is highly likely anyone from outside the Cardinal World would survive consuming ingredients from the Cardinal World due to magicule poisoning. Ah shit, I didn't think of that. Any solutions, Odin? Odin can use data from the unique skill, cook, to get rid of the magiciles from the ingredients while keeping the taste and texture. Ah. For real. Could you do that then? Yes. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. Oh. Food from another world sounds fun. He turns to look at his companions. You guys fine with that? Seeing as no one disagreed, I looked towards Raiden, who understood what I was trying to tell her. Understood, master. All I need are the ingredients you have stored in a kitchen. If there is no kitchen, then I can likely make do with magic. I take out a bunch of ingredients from my stomach and hand them to her, after which she stores them in her own spatial storage. I notice the group looks surprised. After all, to them it must have looked like I took out some food out of nowhere. Satoru is the only one who might have a clue as to what just happened, seeing as he has the 6 eyes, and limitless, which allows him some degree of spatial manipulation. I nod, then turn towards Satoru. Do you guys have a kitchen for her to work her magic in? I think there should be a kitchen somewhere we can use. He turns to look at Yutaheim. I think her name is, Yutaheim. Do you know if there is a kitchen anywhere that wasn't destroyed? So I was right, her name is Yutaheim. I'm on a roll. Why do you think I would know Gojo? Isn't it your job to know all that stuff since you're weak? You need to have some use, right? Ouch, that one's gotta hurt. I think I do remember that Satoru bullied her a lot. Amusing. Yutaheim looked to be on the verge of tears. Shoko-san, help. Gojo is being Gojo. Sigh, now is not the time for your games, Satoru. I think she's the one who Raiden zapped. She seems fine to me, so no biggie. Either that or she has a mean poker face. As long as she doesn't make a big deal about what happened, I don't really care. Maybe I should give her something to bribe her just in case. She looked towards Raiden. There is a kitchen I know of. I can have someone show you where it is if you want. She's being polite for someone who was zapped with a fuck ton of volts. I don't think cursed energy helps ignore pain, and being zapped hurts a lot. Trust me, I would know. Maybe they are just used to dealing with pain, and over time grew to ignore it. These jujutsu sorcerers are used to putting their lives on the line, and it wouldn't be odd for any of them to die out of nowhere. Guess they just live in the moment, and tend to not want to cause problems if at all possible. How convenient. Raiden looked at me as if asking for permission, so I gave her a brief nod. Yes, I would appreciate that, Shoko-san. It seems they're getting along well enough. I see, I'll have someone show you where the kitchen is. It didn't take long for this guy with glasses to show up and take Raiden away. Once the two of them left, we all take a seat at the table, and Maki, or at least I think that's Maki, interjects. She looks quite different from what I remember. What with all those burns, she's even missing an eye. She probably got fucked up by that volcano cursed spirit. Are we sure leaving her alone is a good idea? I looked towards her. I did like her character in the anime. She was someone who was born with jack shit when compared to some other sorcerers. She was born with a heavenly restriction. She was born with no cursed energy, but a gifted physique instead, though not on the level of Toji Fushiguro. It seems that the heavenly restriction is somewhat biased. After all, the only reason I can think of as to why I was incapable of seeing cursed spirits and using my innate technique, limitless, originally, is due to having a heavenly restriction of my own. However, I didn't really get any benefits. My physique was stronger than natural, but nowhere near superhuman. I really got fucked over, But I was also lucky to be reincarnated twice, so I guess it evens out. I even prefer it this way. My current life is good. If I never had a heavenly restriction, I would probably be toiling away, trying to reach the same heights as Satoru, even though that would be basically impossible without the 6 eyes. After all, limitless is extremely hard to use, bordering on impossible without the 6 eyes, and as far as I know, I didn't have any sort of cheats until I was reincarnated in the Cardinal World. Still, for Maki to want to become strong and show up those shitty higher-ups deserves praise. No matter her reasons for it, she got a bad draw, but she's trying to make the most of it. In fact, now that I'm analyzing her, her physique isn't bad. She would probably be between the level of a high B rank adventurer to an A rank adventurer in the Cardinal World. Someone significant for the vast majority of the world. Not everyone is a complete monster after all. Raiden will be fine. I told her not to cause any more trouble, so she'll listen. As long as none of you instigate her, you'll be fine. In fact, why don't I give Maki a boon? I can also mess with everyone at the same time. I think a high potion should be able to heal all her burns. Odin, can you dilute one of my full potions 20 times, and put the resulting high potions into bottles that will dissolve into harmless dust on impact? It is done. Great, thanks. I would do it now, but Satoru looks like he is about to start speaking. Then that's fine then, while we wait for the food, how about I introduce everyone? He pointed to a small group of students. These are my students, that's Maki-san, Panda, Toj, and Yuji. You've already met Megumi, who is just having a little nap, and my other student Yuta is out finishing something up, so I'll introduce you to him later. Those two are Kinji-kun and his pal Kirara-kun. Over there are some of Yutaheim's students, Momo-chan, Noritoshi-kun, and Miwa-chan. Now say hello everyone. He didn't mention Nobara. Wonder what happened to her. It wouldn't surprise me if she died though. This world is not kind to jujutsu sorcerers. Nice to meet you, please take care of me, Felix-sama. Yuji said with a bow. No need for the honorifics, I don't care much for that kinda stuff when not in a formal setting. Sorry sir. But I'm terrified of your maid and don't want to upset her anymore, sir. Yeah, she can be a little intense sometimes. A little intense, he says. Maki mumbles to herself. My grin just widens in response. Nice to meet you. Momo mumbles. Hello, says Miwa. It's a pleasure, bows Noritoshi. I think he is part of the Kamo clan and he inherited the innate technique they're known for, blood manipulation. I can tell your fever burns hot. I'm pretty sure that's the Kinji that Satoru introduced. I have no clue what he's talking about, but sorcerers are a weird bunch. And I assume the one next to him is Kirara. I haven't seen a real-life femboy before, but this guy fits the description to a T. If it wasn't for Odin and my extraordinary sense, I bet I'd confuse him for a girl. Salmon. I would have no clue what he is saying if it wasn't for Odin being able to decipher what it is he is trying to say based on his expression, mood, etc. Salmon generally means something positive. His words can't have a precise meaning, seeing as if someone understands exactly what it is he is trying to say, it will set off his cursed speech. Yeah, nice to meet you or whatever. Maki says, not really putting much effort in. Now she deserves to be messed with. Odin popped the high potion into my hand. She is currently across the room, so I have to make sure I use enough strength so that they can see it approach but will be unable to stop the potion, but also not enough to instantly blow her face up. Gojo will be able to intercept, seeing as I won't be putting all that much strength into it, but I can just shut down his infinity as he uses it and lock him in place so he can't physically block it. I feel the potion appear in my hand and move into a baseball pitcher's swing, one of those really wasteful ones where they raise one foot into the air to show off. I can tell that they understand something is going to happen, but their brains aren't able to send the signals fast enough for them to react. Batter up. I say as I throw. Like I expected, Satoru extended his infinity right in front of Maki, which I easily override at the last possible moment to allow my potion through, where it impacts her chest, leaving her wet, but not in the good way. All of them are just shocked, including Satoru, unable to compute exactly what happened. Cheer up, Sourbutt, which is a very nice but by the way, this might even help you with that, ha 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 ha. Then before everyone's astonished eyes, her scars start healing. In just a few seconds she is fully healed. If I really wanted to inflict harm on one of you, do you seriously believe you would be able to see it? You guys need to relax. If I wanted to hurt you, I already would have. I watched as Maki touched her face all over. How? That was just a high potion. It can heal some minor injuries and I was curious if it would heal your burns. Safe to say my curiosity has been satisfied. Salmon. Whoa, Maki-san, your burns are gone. No shit, Yuji. Hee, wait until Yuta sees this. Shut up, Panda. And you call a missing eye a minor injury? It seems Maki hasn't come to terms with her burns and injuries being healed, huh? And what's this about Yuta? Do Maki and Yuta have a thing going on? That's kinda funny, the former shy nerd, and the muscular tomboy, who knew? I'm capable of regenerating my entire being even if my soul is destroyed, so a missing eye is quite tame in comparison to that. Satoru butts in, now that's some regeneration. Also thanks for healing my cute student. Yeah, no problem. Now let me introduce you to everyone else. These are the active jujutsu sorcerers, and assistant manager, Yutaheim, Atsuya, Ijichi is over there, and that's Mei, the one you wanted to know how much she would charge you to bend her over a table. A few of the kiddies blush. That's unfortunately not something up for sale. Unfortunately. Yes, because I would make an absolute fortune if it were, but as much as I love money, I'm not a whore. So she has standards. That's good. I'm not one to pay for sex, I prefer to work my charms. Satoru waits to ensure we're finished before continuing. Interesting woman, that one. She has a pretty odd hairstyle too. Her little brother, and then there is Shoko. So that's Mei's brother, no wonder he has been glaring at me this entire time. Nice to meet you, Felix-sama. I give her a brief nod. Yudaheim reminds me of a lesser Shuna, what with their whole priestess shtick, and by lesser I mean a far lesser. Honestly, now that I think about it, they aren't even comparable. Shuna would stomp this chick with 1% of her power, maybe less. I'm doing the same thing as Satoru, poor Yudaheim. Though I don't know who this Atsuya guy is, seeing as he is even in this room he must be at least a semi-first grade sorcerer, or hold a key position like that glasses guy from earlier. I'm pretty sure he was Satoru's assistant. Then that's the principal of Kyoto Jujutsu High, don't mind him, he's always like that. So that's the guitar guy then. He seems quite grumpy. If I remember right, he is someone who always follows traditions. It's part of why he and Satoru don't get along, seeing as Satoru does the opposite of that. Pretty sure he was also a dog of the higher-ups of Jujutsu Society. Hopefully they won't cause me any trouble. So you are Felix White then, That's my name, don't wear it out. I see, assuming you are truly from another world, may I ask what your intentions for coming to our world is? Didn't Raiden answer this already? I roll my eyes at him. Is your hearing walking out on you in your old age? I am pretty sure my maid has already answered this. I personally don't have any issue with him being here as long as he does not plan to threaten the humans. Seeing the fallen toyed with like that was oh so amusing. I look towards the voice and notice a blonde woman. That wasn't the part one was focused on though. She has a halo and angelic wings. I didn't know angels existed in this world. And it seems she is possessed in a manner similar to Yuji with Sukuna. After all, there is a mouth formed on the side of this woman's face, though the host herself doesn't seem to have any issues. Now that I take a closer look at everyone in the room, quite a few of the people here are possessed. Weird. But seriously, an angel. Those guys are bad news in the Cardinal World, what with their attacks every 1,000 or so years, though I don't think this woman is related to them. And she called Sukuna the Fallen. Could there be angels and devils in this world? I don't think there are, as Odin hasn't sensed anything like that, but who knows. This angel doesn't even seem to have any sort of holy power either, so maybe her abilities are just similar to that of an angel. There are all sorts of curse techniques after all. Indeed, he saved my beloved Megumi, so I do not care for why he is here, but I am grateful for his arrival. Man, even Megumi got a chick. Just what the hell has happened in this world? So you're really just here to have fun, Felix-sama? Also, what's up with the Kyubi Kitsune on your shoulder? I turn towards Yuji. Yup, I am just here to have fun. I have no reason to conquer the world or whatever image of me you have conjured up in your head. Oh, maybe I'll buy a few video game consoles to take back with me too. Also, this here is Kurumi. She insists on being called my pet, but she's more like my subordinate. I look towards her on my shoulder. Come out and say hi, Kurumi. To the astonishment of them all, Kurumi turns from a cute little kitsune into the voluptuous woman she is. Hello, I am Kurumi, named as such by my master. So you really aren't Tamamonome then, huh? Kurumi looks confused at this. No, my name is Kurumi. Ah yes, perfect answer. I see, sorry Miss Kurumi, you just seemed similar to a cursed spirit that we know of. One of Geto's former cursed spirits, right? I can see how you might mix the two of them up. Satoru looks surprised at what I said. Yeah. Tamamo was one of his strongest cursed spirits, but how did you know about her? I give him a wink. Secret. He makes a goofy face. Bleh. First that fearsome maid and now this woman. Are you naming and recruiting subordinates from the crib? Who are you? I have no clue who this guy is. He seems to be one of the guys in a possessed body. And his cursed energy is a bit interesting. It feels almost electric. It seems to be independent of a cursed technique as well. It seems I've forgotten my manners. My name is Hajime Kashimo, a sorcerer from a bygone era. So you're just someone who has outlived their expiry date, and yet continues to cling to life. Is this a Voldemort situation? He gives me a bloodthirsty grin. Haha, nothing like that. I just wish to fight stronger opponents. I originally wished to face Sukuna, but it seems that is off the table now. A battle maniac, I see. If it comforts you at all, Sukuna would stomp you in a one-on-one. He just looks amused at my comment. Even so, I would have wished to find out on my own. Still, even better than Sukuna is the one that toyed with him. I raise my brow. Is that your way of asking for a fight? Sorry, but I'm not interested. You're far too weak to even be a way to kill time. He really is related to Sensei. I hear Yuji mumble in the background. If you want to fight, then feel free to challenge Kurumi or Raiden. We're here to have fun after all. You could be a nice stress relief toy for the two of them. But don't blame me if you die. I feel Kurumi's tail start to swish back and forth. You truly give me such amazing presents, master. I have been wanting my summons to work on something, and this, men would make a perfect test subject. No problem. It isn't going to be as easy as you make it sound to beat me. I'm always up for a good fight. Especially against such powerful foes. It's good that he isn't offended by my shit talking, though I wouldn't have done it in the first place if I thought he was the kind of guy who got angry about that kind of stuff. May I switch back to my other form now, master? I find it far more comfortable to sit in your lap, or on your shoulder. Yeah sure, I just wanted to introduce you. Kurumi smiles happily as she switches back to her cute fox form and takes a seat in my lap. I start to casually pet her, causing her to yip cutely. I look towards Satoru, giving him the signal to move on, which he thankfully understands. Anyways, that angelic-looking girl is Hana, that over there is Choso, one of Yuji's siblings, and that is Hiromi-san, he's a lawyer. I didn't know Yuji had a sibling, though this guy seems to be part human, part cursed spirit. I didn't know that was possible. How fun. It is nice to meet you, Felix-sama, thank you for dealing with Sukuna. It's no problem, I was getting bored watching and was curious about how strong the King of Curses was. Still, thank you. What a polite guy. I look towards the last person Satoru introduced, the lawyer. He's got a nice suit at the very least, but he looks like he just went through a midlife crisis. He does the standard Japanese greeting with a bow. Hello Felix-sama, it is a pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you as well, lawyer guy. Great. Now that everyone is introduced, we can get into the fun stuff. At this, Satoru looked at me, if you're willing, at least Felix. I'll agree to that if you answer some of my questions afterwards, and I'll only tell you guys what I feel like, don't expect me to go into detail. The only reason I'm bothering with this is since I do like some of you guys, and it would be impolite to just crash your party and leave, but don't push too far. I could tell they understood what I was trying to say, which is good. I didn't want to come to this world only to have to deal with a bunch of bothersome things. I wasn't going to let my vacation be ruined by anyone. Hopefully it doesn't result in me having to purge some people, that would be unfortunate. I've been infected by Lalatina, what with me saying purge instead of kill. I should have expected her degeneracy to spread. Oh well, now how long should I even stay here? I don't want to be separated from everyone for too long. This trip was mostly to test out my ability to travel worlds and have a nice break for a short period of time. I guess I'll just go back to the Cardinal World after getting everything I need, and having some fun. I can always come back after all. I am kind of excited to see what Odin does with Sukuna. I wonder if he can become a divine cursed spirit of sorts. Experimenting with these kinds of things is always fun. Satoru gives me a grin. Alright, that's fine. I'll answer some of your questions. Just tell us whatever you want. I don't really care what you get up to as long as you aren't a menace to society, though I don't think I can stop you either way. For some reason Satoru seemed almost happy when he said the last part. I guess it was truly lonely at the top for him. But now he has discovered that there is more to the world than curses and sorcerers. I could feel that Kurumi was paying attention. I haven't told much of my backstory to my subordinates, so she's probably curious. Everyone else was also paying close attention. The principal was probably going to report whatever I say to those higher-ups, but oh well, if they cause trouble I can just get rid of them. I remember Satoru wanted to do something similar but didn't do to Yaga's suggestion, but I have no such thing stopping me. Well, back when I used to live in this world, I was pretty normal, went to school, studied, hung out with friends occasionally, the normal high school stuff. Hey. You're only in high school, Felix-sama. I look towards Yuji. Well, I've been alive now for just above 30 years, so do with that information what you will. Man, I'm getting old. I died at 16 in my first world, died at 14 in my second world, and I've been in the Cardinal World for 2 to 3 years. Anyways, I eventually died and got the standard Ice-Sky experience. I trained, got strong, and eventually became a demon lord with a territory of my own that I rule. That's about it. That's the most basic summary possible, but it's what they're gonna get. Sounds like you had quite the adventure then. Now what I'm curious about is why you weren't brought into the Gojo clan when it's clear that you inherited a curse technique. I bet we could have had so much fun together. I hate to burst your bubble, but if I never died, then I would not be anywhere near as powerful as I am now. I'm similar to Maki-chan over there. I had a heavenly restriction, so I had no cursed energy of my own, and I didn't have a very powerful physique either. I bet we still could have had some fun. I'm guessing that there was something in that other world of yours that allowed you to make use of your innate technique. Yeah, you could say that. No point in explaining skills and all that. Still, it's incredible that you were able to master Limitless to such a high level without the 6 eyes. It's generally impossible to use it as well as I've seen you use it. Well, the multiverse is vast. I haven't seen even 1% of it. I'm sure there's all sorts of interesting things out there. That sounds fun. An adventure throughout worlds. I'm hoping it'll be tons of fun. I wasn't going to offer to bring any of these guys to the Cardinal World. After all, I do have a general idea of most of these guys' characters, but I don't know nearly enough about them for me to feel comfortable offering something like that. The only real reason I can think of to bring anyone from another world to the Cardinal World is due to wanting to see how they develop. What sort of skills would they get? I'm curious what direction Satoru will develop. Our starting skill sets are extremely similar, though he doesn't have the cheat that is Curse Sage, and its evolution Odin. But that 6 eyes might become something similar. But I won't let my curiosity get the better of me. They are all unknown variables. It would be pretty dumb to allow them free rein in the Cardinal World. Who knows what unique skills they might get? They might get some absurdly broken skills comparable to my own. Maybe I'll bring those. I'm sure I will be able to control. I'm sure I could recruit some interesting beings from other worlds and have them serve me. I'll consider that another time. Am I a hoarder? I guess I am. I like to hoard power for myself and my friends. Oh well, the more you know. I could probably take them to worlds other than the Cardinal World though if I ever become friendly enough with any of them. Maybe I could build a gate of sorts that connects a bunch of worlds together. I can let people I like travel between worlds without being a taxi. That sounds like a fun project, even if it doesn't see much use. Maybe I can connect a few worlds to one house, or building. I'll have to think about it. And since my power will be maintaining the connection between worlds, I can lock people in other worlds. That would be an interesting way to deal with an opponent, just lock them in a dead world, or lock them in the void between worlds. Odin, could you work on seeing if the idea of a world bridge is possible? Answer, it is theoretically possible to create a portal to another world with Ouroboros, however the Master's Magiciles will constantly be drained in order to keep the portal open. I see, so it is possible then. I don't need to worry about the Magicile since Magicule Breeder Reactor will take care of that. Maybe I can do that in the future, once I've discovered more worlds. Though I don't see myself giving many people access to something like that, maybe only my direct subordinates, and friends like Rimuru, Vdora, and Malim as long as the last two are supervised. Those two can get out of control real quick. It just isn't in my nature to give a bunch of goodies out freely. I am quite greedy after all. I'm also lustful, and prideful. I guess I embody a few sins then, huh? Look at me, on a journey of self-discovery. I lower my thought acceleration. Now that I'm not lost in my thoughts, I tend to subconsciously activate thought acceleration whenever I'm in the middle of something and get distracted. It's a useful habit. It allows me to process all my thoughts as they come to me. Now I have a few questions of my own. What's up with those barriers all around Japan? I can also sense a bunch of cursed spirits throughout Japan. You definitely aren't going to be able to keep Jujutsu Society a secret, that's for sure. Hey, as the saying goes, shit happened. Most of the world is already aware of cursed energy, cursed spirits, and us Jujutsu sorcerers. Kenjaku made sure of that. Satoru actually looks excited at this. Maybe because it lines up with his goals. He wants Jujutsu Society to change after all, and what better way for it to change than having to adapt to everything that has been going on. Kenjaku is the guy that was puppeting Geto's body, right? You even know about that, huh? Yeah, that's Kenjaku. I see. I'm curious, have you guys figured out his goals? At this point I just want to know how this is all going to end. Yeah, we did. He believes that cursed energy has more potential to be unveiled, but he thinks that human beings can access the potential rather than cursed spirits and Jujutsu sorcerers. That's an interesting theory. How did he plan to test his theory? Cursed energy has some relation to Magiciles, so it wouldn't be a surprise if there was still more potential in it. He planned to force all the humans in Japan to evolve by merging them with Tengen. As Tengen's soul is at a higher state, he believes that merging the humans with Tengen will create beings superior to Jujutsu sorcerers. However, there will be no boundaries between individuals due to such a mass merging. The impurity of all of Japan's people will spread throughout the world, likely creating the strongest curse to ever exist. How interesting. Now I'm curious about what would happen if such a plan was successful. How strong would such a curse be? Stronger than Sukuna and Satoru? How exciting. Sadly, my theory won't ever get to be tested. I'm not the kind of person that would doom a world for curiosity. Tengen is an interesting figure, what with his immortality and so-called evolution. He was also said to be a master of using barriers. He was the sole person keeping Jujutsu Society hidden from the masses. I remember that Tengen was said to have been capable of evolving further, though it was also said that he would lose all sense of self and become a shell of his former self. It would be interesting if Tengen simply misunderstood his evolution. After all, something like that has never been seen before. Everything he knows is basically just a guess. Who knows, he might have been evolving into an enlightened or something similar. During such an evolution he would go unconscious for an unknown amount of time, since I doubt the voice of the world will help to push things along like it does in the Cardinal World. He might have misunderstood that as him losing all sense of self. Hell, maybe binding vows are deals that Jujutsu sorcerers make with the voice of the world. So much fun stuff to learn about. Kenjaku's plan theoretically would be successful too. Assuming Tengen is a pseudo-enlightened of sorts, then merging his soul with that of humanity's is bound to create something brand new. What a mad scientist. How does Kenjaku plan to force Tengen to merge with humanity? He already has Tengen under control. Tengen has evolved into a being more similar to a cursed spirit than a human, so Kenjaku was able to use cursed spirit manipulation to control Tengen. Then my guess of him evolving into an enlightened is most likely false, unless cursed spirit manipulation doesn't allow the manipulation of cursed spirits, but rather spiritual beings. If so, then that is a fearsome technique. That sounds interesting. I'm assuming that you have a plan for dealing with Kenjaku then. I'm pretty sure that no matter how interesting Kenjaku's theory is, it isn't in your best interest to let his plan be successful. That's probably where Yuta is. I didn't bother trying to look for him, but now I'm curious. So that's Kenjaku. It seems he and some other weirdo are doing some weird comedy shtick. It looks like Yuta is hiding while waiting for Kenjaku to be worn out. Hold on, what kind of technique is that? Notice, Odin has been monitoring the surroundings through the body double and has been observing the fight between the entities known as Kenjaku and Fumihiko Takaba. It has been detected that Takaba's technique allows him to change reality to a limited extent. When Takaba is certain that something is funny, it will become a reality. Excuse me. What the fuck is that? That sounds broken as hell, definitely not letting that guy go to the Cardinal World, fuck that. Such a technique would theoretically let this guy beat fucking Satoru or Sukuna, the two strongest people in this verse. Though it is limited by his own sense of humor. Hell, I can see such a technique beating me if I let this guy into the Cardinal World. With enough time he should be able to evolve it into a fearsome skill. It wouldn't affect me currently seeing as I am far more powerful than him, along with being a higher being. For it to even have a chance of affecting me he would need to use an absurd amount of cursed energy that he doesn't have, and he can't use his ability to give himself enough cursed energy as he doesn't have the cursed energy to do even that. But still it has the potential to reach that level. There are seriously some broken-ass techniques in this world. Odin, are you able to analyze that ability enough so that when I return to the Cardinal World, you can make a skill with it if I want? Answer, Odin has already done so, however it took some time due to the distance between the master and the body double Odin is piloting. The innate technique comedian has similarities with the unique skill, chef. Odin should theoretically be able to use the data from chef and a comedian to form a new skill for the master if you wish. Huh, that's right, those two abilities do share some similarities though. Chef seems more specialized, but comedian has a wider range of effects. Those two abilities would mesh well together. I was holding off on adding chef to my arsenal due to it not meshing well with my skill set, but now I can't help but wonder what sort of broken combination would form from chef and a comedian combining. Still, it's best I wait until Odin finds a way to evolve it into an ultimate skill. A unique skill isn't going to be much help at this point. Still, I'm excited. Hey, great work Odin, I'm glad I let you go out with a body double. Men who knew that I would actually get stronger from visiting this world. I guess that shows that no world should be underestimated. Don't interfere with the fight unless either Yuta or Takaba is going to die. Once the fight is over, heal anyone who has grave injuries and then disperse the body double. Affirmative. It would be a shame if Takaba dies. I might not want him in the Cardinal World as I'm a paranoid bastard, but he has an interesting ability. He must have one hell of a personality to have an innate technique like that. I'd also like to see how strong the so-called second coming of Satoru Gojo, Yuta really is. I lower my thought acceleration as I focus on what Satoru is saying. Hey, yeah, we have a plan to deal with Kenjaku. I grin as I say, it wouldn't happen to have anything to do with dear Yuta now would it? Satoru's eyes widened in surprise, so you were even able to figure that out. I roll my eyes, it wasn't hard to figure out, he's the only one who isn't present, and I can sense the comedian guy fighting Kenjaku in his own way with Yuta waiting for an opportunity. I see, so your senses expand that far huh? Something like that. Now what's up with those barriers all throughout Japan? Kenjaku created a game of sorts, he calls it the Culling Game. Those barriers are part of Kenjaku's plan to merge Tengen with the humans of Japan. There are 10 colonies that are separated by barriers that serve as the battleground for the ritual to merge humanity with Tengen. Kenjaku is basically forcing all the sorcerers inside the barriers to fight each other. The cursed energy that is emitted from each fight is what is used to power the ritual. The colonies are all connected to each other. The line where these colonies connect to each other form an even larger barrier that Kenjaku erected. The more cursed energy that is harvested, the larger the barrier will get until all of Japan is covered by the barrier, at which point Kenjaku will start the merger. I see, so it's basically an elaborate plot to use the cursed energy of the players and the barriers for a ritual that prepares the humans of Japan for the merger. Hey, that's one way to say it. Kenjaku really thought everything out huh? Ha. If he didn't we wouldn't be having so much trouble. Does the game end if Kenjaku is killed? Nope. That's the big problem, even if he dies, the game will continue on. Maybe as a final fuck you if we successfully deal with him. Wouldn't all the barriers Tengen is helping maintain also disappear? Yup. That's something to figure out after this entire mess though. Well, if you want I should be able to easily destroy all the barriers, though it'll come at a cost. Satoru raised his brow, oh. What sort of cost? Nothing too extravagant, I'd like a place to stay, big enough to host 3 people, I also want a few favors that I can call in, and some money. Money makes the world spin after all. I do need money in order to buy the things I want. It probably isn't the best idea to use the Dworgen gold coins I have in my stomach. And learning a few of the barrier techniques won't hurt, they seem quite interesting. I can already think of quite a few uses for a curtain. They are likely to accept any demand I make seeing how desperate they are. They have no real way to destroy the barrier slowly surrounding Japan as far as I know after all. Ha! That's easy, hell I could pay for all that from the Gojo clan funds. Great. I can't wait to play some Smash, it's been so long. You like Smash, Felix-sama? Heh, I used to be quite the expert at it, Yuji. Really? Amazing. Maybe we can play it later, we can have some others join us later as well. Yuji saluted as he said, yes. We continued to chat until I felt Raiden heading back over here. It seems the food is on its way, get ready to be amazed, my Raiden is the best cook I know. I have high expectations then. Satoru seems excited to try food from another world. The scary lady is a real maid then huh? Yuji is really into this. Salmon. And there she is. Right as I finished speaking the door to the room opened, and in came Raiden who had a few dishes in her hands. Whoa. It smells so good, said Yuji. She came to me first and set down a few plates in front of me, enough for 3 people as Kurumi and Raiden will be eating with me. Here you go Felix-sama, I decided to make roast earthen sleep dragon steak, white tiger stew, and some grilled salmon. Ah, that sounds delicious, I can eat this all on my own too. I see, thank you Raiden. She then turned towards everyone else who was eagerly waiting. I made the same for you all, I asked someone to help bring the food, but it seems they fell behind. Eh? From what I sense she basically came here at top speed, I think she just wanted to beat everyone else and show me the food first. It's cute how she can be so childish still. It didn't take long for a bunch of men in suits to come and serve everyone else their food. And soon the feast began. Chapter 58, Chapter 18, Details and Plans. Felix. Once all the food was served Raiden took the seat to my left, while Kurumi jumped out of my lap and transformed back into her humanoid form and took the seat on my right. It didn't take long for everyone to dig in, even that old principal seemed curious. Whoa. So good. I'm sure Raiden will be happy at your praise Yuji-kun. Salmon. Whoa. This is good. It's weird seeing a panda so expressive. I send Yuji a grin, of course it is. My Raiden made it after all. It's a shame Fushiguro won't get to try this. Your maid said this was dragon meat, asked Satoru. Yup, the steak is made from dragon meat, specifically the meat of a medium dragon. Medium dragon. Dragons have ranks, from lesser, to medium, and then to arch, and in the arch rank there are 2 more ranks. I see, just how strong are these dragons? I see, he is probably trying to figure out the general strength level of the Cardinal World, or I'm just overthinking and he's just curious, doesn't really matter either way. Well, lesser dragons are capable of wiping out multiple villages, medium dragons can threaten an entire town, and archdragons' strength varies quite a bit, they scale from anywhere between threatening a small nation, to being able to destroy an entire continent. Divine dragons are likely much stronger than even that, and I believe that Raiden has the potential to reach that level. An entire continent. Those medium dragons sound like a threat, let alone those archdragons. Satoru was rightfully surprised, no one in this world can stand up to the raw power an archdragon can bring to bear, though they might be able to come up with ways to defeat them depending on what skills the dragon has. Hey, yeah there are quite a lot of beings that can terrify the common people in that world. MMMPH. Your world sounds really scary Felix-sama. You have no idea Yuji. Maki smacked Yuji in the back of the head, stop talking with your mouth full. Yes Maki-senpai. These other dishes are quite delicious as well, I envy you for being able to have these made on demand. I shrugged my shoulders, skill issue. Huh. Nothing. It would be pretty interesting if I spread demon summoning magic throughout a bunch of worlds. I can already imagine the sort of chaos that could cause if people figure out how to summon demons. In a world like DXD that could be fun, I can imagine the old Satan faction getting their hands on it and summoning some sort of demon. Would probably even motivate Rizavim with all his insanity. I don't know all that much about him as all my knowledge on him comes from fanfiction and wiki diving, but he seems like the type. So many worlds that should theoretically be capable of sustaining demons, DXD, Fairy Tail, Black Clover, The Witcher would be a good one. Ciri has abilities similar to Planeswalker as well. Ah, those are bad thoughts, stupid intrusive thoughts. I saw Raiden was satisfied with her dishes as well, she can be quite hard on herself when she cooks for me. Kurumi also seems to be enjoying the food. All of a sudden I felt some of my strength return to me, it looks like Odin dispelled the body double. Notice, the individual known as Yuta has successfully killed the individual known as Kenjaku. So Yuta was the one to deal the finishing blow then huh? Any injuries? Odin healed Takaba while Yuta was distracted with attacking Kenjaku. I see, good work Odin. Make sure to deal with his body, make sure he is dead. Yuta has already fully killed him, his soul has passed on. Good work. Odin isn't able to consume his soul like a demon unfortunately. But it's no biggie, as long as Kenjaku is dead. Now that Kenjaku is dead I can feel all the barriers Tengen is helping to maintain vanish. The barriers around the school are gone, the barrier that focuses all the cursed energy from around the world into Japan is gone. That's definitely going to pose an issue for everyone, huh? Maybe I can offer to replace those barriers in return for being someone equivalent to Tengen. It shouldn't be too hard to create barriers similar to Tengen's barriers with Odin. Being able to command all the Jujutsu sorcerers could be useful, and if not useful then it would be at the very least fun. I'll basically be able to have access to all of this world's resources as well. I won't even have to do any work, I can do something similar to what the church does, I can create a bunch of crystals to give them enough power for a few decades, and then they can maintain the barrier. I would basically have complete control over the barrier, giving me even more power over Jujutsu Society. My evil plan is already setting itself up. Muhahaha. Notice, if the master plans to go through with that plan, then it is suggested that the master hides the crystals at the edge of the world so that when the master leaves, the crystals are not disturbed. The edge of the world. Using Planeswalker, the master, or Odin can place the crystals halfway inside this dimension, and halfway outside of it, making it so only other world travelers would be capable of reaching it. I can do that. If I can then that sounds perfect. By the way, it seems that Kenjaku has been dealt with, and by extension Tengen as well. All the barriers that he was maintaining have been dispelled, it's only a matter of time before the rest of the world finds out about Jujutsu Society. What really? Yuta was able to do it. Maki seems relieved. As expected of Yuta-senpai. Yuji is being Yuji. Salmon. Does this guy say anything else? Whoa, good job Yuta. I tuned out the rest of the choir as I focused on what Satoru was about to say. Haha, well that boat has already sailed. I put up a barrier to keep our conversation private, I don't want that old principal to do anything bothersome after all. Don't tell me. Yup. Kenjaku told multiple governments around the world about cursed energy, they've got it stuck in their heads that it's the key to unlimited energy or something. Ugh, that sounds like a pain to deal with. Haha, yeah I don't look forward to it, being one of Jujutsu Society's only deterrents can be a pain sometimes. I bet, good luck with that. I've already agreed to help you by destroying the Culling Game's barriers, but I'm also willing to replace Tengen's barriers after coming to an agreement with the higher-ups of Jujutsu Society. I do wonder why the Culling Game's barriers haven't been dispelled without Kenjaku to maintain them, maybe he is having someone else maintain them. Or he has it connected to another power source, who knows. Higher-ups. So it seems you don't know everything then, huh? Is there something I'm missing? Those guys have already been dealt with, Kenjaku killed most of them, and then they were finished off by someone else a little later on. What? Well that changes things quite a bit. I wonder how they were finished off, Satoru didn't kill them even though he has had plenty of chances, I wonder what changed. I see, that's interesting, do they have any replacements yet? Haha, not yet, we haven't had much time to reorganize everything with all that's been happening. And I doubt any have attempted to fill the power vacuum, after all no one wanted to be an enemy of Kenjaku. That's fair, what's keeping all of Jujutsu Society from falling into even more chaos then? I might not be the strongest anymore, but almost everyone doesn't want me to show up on their lawn and get rid of them. Ah, I see, so it wasn't the higher-ups holding everything together but you. Basically. About your deal, I would be willing to agree with it depending on your conditions. Alright, give me a minute to think. This was a spontaneous decision, wasn't it? Yup. My idea sounded fun so I wanted to see how it would go. Well, I can't blame you, a lot of my decisions are similar. Now what do I want in return for my help? Maybe I can ask for the Tengen treatment. Basically I can give orders to any Jujutsu sorcerer, have all my wants fulfilled, I'll basically become someone similar what Vdora is for Tempest, as in I am their protector of sorts, though I won't actually protect them, I'll just set up a barrier and watch how everything develops. There isn't all that much that this world can offer me other than allowing me to freely utilize their sorcerers, though I don't see myself doing even that. Maybe only if I hear about someone with an interesting innate technique. And if this world doesn't want my help then no biggie, they can figure out how to keep the world from going to shit on their own. I don't have many attachments here after all, I wasn't close to the matron who took care of me, I wasn't close to the other kids either. I don't care too much about gaining control over Jujutsu Society, it's more like a side quest to my vacation, something fun to do. I guess I really am a demon lord, huh? What with me thinking about taking over a secret society that basically rules all of Japan for fun. Am I letting the power get to my head? Nah. I'm just having fun messing around, I've still held to my core principles, I just do what I want to do now without considering what others think. I guess I could be considered a tyrant. But I have enough trust in myself, and in Odin that she won't let me stray from my core ideals. That was something I believed from the bottom of my heart. In that moment, I swear I felt Odin smile happily for a moment. Now that I have figured out what I want, it's time to see what Satoru thinks. There are a few things I want, but if you want me to summarize it, I want the Tengen treatment, I want the power to be able to order around all Jujutsu sorcerers, and I want anything I ask for when I ask for it. After all, I'm doing you guys a pretty big favor. Satoru looked confused. That's it. Well, I guess there isn't all that much that we can offer you, but I expected more. Now it was my turn to be confused. Did you think that once word spread that you are the one maintaining all the barriers that help secure Jujutsu Society you wouldn't be revered? Ah, that's true. I guess that's what I get for trying to half-ass this. Oh well, I don't care all that much. At that point, anything you want, someone will get for you, whether that is to get your favor or something else. But yes, I'll agree to those conditions. Feel free to add what you want to it later if you come up with some more things. It's no big deal. The only thing that this world can offer me at this point is interesting innate techniques. Well, in that case, I have a few people in mind. Oh. It must be quite the interesting innate technique if someone like Satoru says so. He is basically invincible in this world after all. There are few that are capable of harming him, and even less that are capable of killing him. I'll need some time to prepare everything though. It's fine, I wasn't expecting something like that to be immediate. Satoru nodded. Well, I probably could do it quickly, but I'd rather take time and make sure I do everything perfectly. I might have Odin customize the barrier to create even more interesting situations as well. Once our conversation finished, I dispelled the barrier, keeping our conversation private. It didn't take us long to finish eating, and seeing as everyone enjoyed the food, Raiden was happy. Kurumi turned back into her fox form and took her place on my shoulder as well. Satoru and I separated ourselves from the group in order to talk in private, though Raiden tagged along with Kurumi still on my shoulder. I looked at Satoru. If you want, I can destroy the barrier now. I'm sure you all have things that you need to do. I don't doubt that Satoru will hold his end of the bargain, even if some others don't agree. He's an honorable guy like that. Honorable guy, the honored one. That would be great. I'll call someone and get them to get you somewhere nice to stay in the meantime. Alright, thanks. Did you need anything from any of us to destroy the barrier? Nah, with a barrier this weak it should be no trouble. Weak? So that's what that feels like. We aren't even able to scratch that barrier and you're calling it weak. We just have different standards when it comes to strength. Obviously. Alright, I'll be back. Immediately after I said that, Kurumi hops off my shoulder, and I start to fly up into the sky. Now how should I do this? I want to get rid of all the barriers at once so I don't have to do this over and over again. I can easily erase the barrier with Ouroboros, but I should consider all the options I have available as well. I can consume the barrier with Beelzebub, hell I can use magic to destroy it as well, so many options. I don't need to worry about collateral damage seeing as Odin can assist me in perfectly controlling any magic I decide to use. I bet I could probably use an anti-magic area if I make it large enough to fit all of Japan in it. I wonder what would happen if I did that. Would all cursed spirits just die, and Jujutsu sorcerers become incapable of performing sorcery? Still, I think using Ouroboros is the best option. It might not be super flashy, but it will definitely be the most efficient. Spatial manipulation for the win. Once I'm at a sufficient height, I sense all the barriers surrounding the 10 colonies. There are Jujutsu sorcerers all around the outside of the barrier, probably waiting for an opportunity. I can also feel that the barriers around the Jujutsu schools, and the one focusing all the cursed energy from around the world in Japan are gone. R.I.P. Tengen, you will not be missed by me. Now that I know precisely where the barriers are, I snap my fingers, and poof, they're gone. Well, that was easy. As I am descending down, I decide to make an announcement declaring that the barriers are gone. No reason to keep it hidden since the regular humans already know about Jujutsu Society. I gotta introduce myself to the normies in style after all. I broadcast my voice throughout Japan with magic. Hello everyone. This is your resident demon lord from another world, Felix White. I am making an announcement in order to inform everyone that the barriers surrounding the 10 colonies have been dispelled. You are no longer trapped and forced to compete in this game. Now have fun. I may or may not have caused much more chaos in the long term, but oh well, not my problem. Have fun, unknown Jujutsu sorcerers. Once I get back to the ground, I'm met with a grinning Satoru, with Raiden, and Kurumi who are also waiting for me. Kurumi immediately hops back onto my shoulder and licks my cheek, while Raiden approaches me. Excellent work, master. Hey, it was light work, Raiden, you should know that. Indeed, my master is the greatest, but I still wish to congratulate you, such as a maid's duty. I see, well thank you, Raiden. It seems that everyone else from this world cleared out except for Satoru, and his assistant manager, Ijichi, who is waiting outside. They probably left to take care of the mess I caused, along with making sure that no one goes on a killing spree for whatever reason. All it took was a snap of your fingers, huh? Ah, he was probably able to see me with the 6 eyes. Like I said earlier, it wasn't going to be much effort. Yeah. I just wanted to see it with my own eyes. To think there would be someone more broken than me around. Get used to it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, it's quite refreshing actually, to no longer be the strongest. There are a lot of people throughout the multiverse that consider themselves the strongest, you know. Just because you're aware you're not the strongest doesn't make you useless. Look at you trying to comfort me. There's no need, if anything I'm excited. There is a new peak to work towards. Good luck ever approaching my level, I had a lot of luck and help to get to the point I'm at. And there are still people that are capable of matching, and even surpassing my power. I haven't met anyone stronger than I am in pure power, well there was Guy, but I caught up with him. Still I would be foolish to dismiss the fact that there could be beings out there more powerful than I am. The multiverse is vast after all. That other world of yours is one filled with monsters, huh? Ugh, tell me about it, I'm always trying to get stronger in case I come across someone more powerful than me, in that world the impossible is possible. I notice Satoru looking up with a smile, that sounds like a good world. Indeed, it has its own murky waters, but I do find myself calling that world home. Hey, isn't that all that matters? Indeed. Your message is bound to cause a lot of chaos, you know. It won't be my problem, I don't believe that a bunch of weaklings will be able to inconvenience me. We really are related. Right. See, he gets it. He might be far weaker than me, but to the people of this world, we are both unbeatable, bar a few in Satoru's case. Why care what a bunch of random people think, you might as well prioritize your own joy and fun over them. A truly selfish mindset, but what are people if not selfish? Life's no fun if it's only lived for the sake of others. Oh, I forgot to ask earlier since I got distracted, but what's with all these possessed sorcerers popping up? I forgot to explain that. Most of those guys are pretty weak so it slipped my mind completely. That's as good a reason as any. Well I guess I'll start with the incarnated sorcerers. As you heard from Hajime-san, there are a bunch of sorcerers that Kenjaku made pacts with in the past, all of them have been incarnated in the present age for various reasons. With Hajime-san, he just wanted a good fight, with the angel, she just wanted to kill Sukuna, each of them have their own reasons for wanting to be brought back in this era. Then there are the sorcerers that Kenjaku basically created, like Hiromi-san, and Takaba-san though I haven't introduced you to the latter yet. The comedian, right? I'm not even going to question how you know who he is, but that's right. Kenjaku created both of them, one group gained strength as vessels of the past era, the other group gained strength as sorcerers from the present era. He did all of that to create more fighting and discontent in the barrier, furthering his goal. I see, thanks for the explanation. No problem, just fulfilling my end of the bargain. Anyways, I've gotta go help everyone with the cleanup, there are cursed spirits rampaging around Japan and they need all the help they can get dealing with them all. I've already gotten you a place to stay, I'll have Ajichi-san show you where it is whenever you're ready. He's waiting for you just outside if you want to go now, or you can call him later. You can call him if you need anything else as well. I'll give you a phone with both his and my number as well, along with a credit card. He took something out of his pocket, here's the phone and credit card, there isn't a limit on the card, but don't go crazy please, that's out of my own pocket you know. And then I also got phones for your 2 subordinates in case they want to learn more about the modern world. That's a good idea, I didn't think of getting Raiden and Kurumi phones. Don't worry I won't, thanks though. I accepted phones and the credit card from him. I quickly go through the contact list on my new phone. I have the numbers of Satoru, Ijichi, Yuji, and he also added in the numbers of the 2 phones he got for Raiden and Kurumi. He probably gave me Yuji's number since he saw us get along. Once I do that I tuck the phones and credit card into my pocket. I'll give Raiden and Kurumi their phones later. Alright, I'll see you around, I won't say stay out of trouble seeing as we are pretty similar on that front, trouble will most likely end up finding you. Maybe. See ya. I feel as Satoru compressed the space between where we are and his location, and with that Satoru teleports away. Now what to do? Are you guys fine with heading to the place Satoru prepared for us? Raiden replies first, yes master, I would like to inspect the kitchen, and take a look at our temporary residence in more detail. Kurumi, who is still on my shoulder in her fox form just licks my cheek in response, I'll take that as a yes Kurumi. I can still sense Ijichi outside, Ijichi-san, we are ready to look at the place Satoru prepared for us. He quickly comes into the room, yes Felix-sama, right this way. Gojo Satoru. As Satoru was running through Tokyo, exorcising cursed spirits left and right, his thoughts wandered back to his new apparent cousin. It wasn't all that surprising that there were people out there who were not affiliated with his clan but had the blood of the Gojo clan. After all Yuta is in a similar situation, what with their shared ancestor. From what he learned from Felix, his father was most likely a member of the Gojo clan, a pump and dump situation as Felix called it. Satoru believed it. Felix looked remarkably similar to him. In fact, he wouldn't be surprised if Felix was one of his father's bastards. When Satoru brought up DNA testing, Felix denied him, saying he didn't really care for who his birth father was. Along with that, he said it would be impossible to get his DNA, for he did not have any. Felix said that if he wanted to, he could test the DNA of his birth body, as that should still be in this world, though he claimed he did not know what happened to it. But if Felix didn't care, then Satoru wouldn't bother. When he asked why Felix looked so much like a Gojo clan member, despite not having the genes of the Gojo clan anymore, Felix had said that his current appearance was entirely based on his own self-image. Felix claimed to be a spiritual being of some sort, someone who had surpassed the limitations of the flesh, someone capable of thinking with his soul, as he said it. Satoru thought he was just being chunny, but it turned out to be true. The world he came from sounds quite interesting. A world of evolution. Demon lords, heroes, adventurers, nobles, kingdoms, empires, all sorts of fantasy creatures like elves, oni, demons, angels, dragons, all of it sounded fascinating to him. While they were eating, Felix explained some of the details about the world he came from, or as he called it, the Cardinal World. A world where humans waged war against monsters, though not directly. In that world, humans were generally far weaker than monsters, though there were some who were capable of matching them. The human nations had banded together in order to face the threat of monsters, and not just monsters, but the threat of demon lords as well. Felix had said there was a council of demon lords. Each demon lord, except a few, had their own territory they ruled over, and each demon lord was capable of at least wiping a country off the map, except for an exception that Felix wouldn't go into detail about. Satoru thought it was a world of monsters, but it sounded like a fun world. However, Satoru didn't even ask if he could hitch a ride with Felix to that world. For one, he didn't think Felix would agree. He and Felix were similar in some aspects, but different in others. From what he was able to learn in a short period of time, from all of his stories, he was able to learn that Felix was the cautious sort. He isn't one to do something unless he is completely sure about it. The two of them might get along, but they didn't know each other nearly well enough for Felix to do him a favor like that. Though in time, maybe. The second reason is due to him having some unfinished business in this world. He isn't one to abandon the dream he set out for. He would reset all of Jujutsu Society if it's the last thing he does. Now is the perfect opportunity for such a thing. The entire world is in disarray, and the higher-ups are dead. Then there were all the funerals. He didn't have time to give his proper farewells due to everything that had been happening, but it was long overdue. Yaga-sensei, Nanami, maybe Nobara if they don't manage to find a way to heal her soul. Arita was thankfully able to prevent her wounds from fully taking her, but she was basically in a state between life and death right now. They would need a miracle to heal her at this point. The only method he could think of was those potions Felix talked about. Satoru planned to directly ask Felix to help heal Nobara once he helped take care of all the issues going on. Felix was similar to him in that respect. He preferred people being direct rather than trying to scheme their way to a specific result. It didn't take him long to clear out all the cursed spirits in Tokyo. He might not be the strongest anymore, but he was still strong. Even most special grades didn't stand a chance against him. Still, even for all his power, there wasn't much he could do about the chaos going on everywhere. Tengen is dead, meaning that the barrier focusing and harnessing all the cursed energy from around the world into Japan has vanished. Cursed spirits will be popping up more all around the world, without many Jujutsu sorcerers to help cull them. Hell, without Tengen's barriers, less and less Jujutsu sorcerers will be born. It's thanks to Tengen's barrier that the conditions were optimal enough for Jujutsu sorcerers to be born regularly in Japan. There was a reason it was incredibly rare for Jujutsu sorcerers to be born outside of Japan after all. If he were to try and explain it, he would say that the reason the barrier Tengen placed worked as it did was due to it being capable of sucking in cursed energy at a global level. Imagine cursed energy is water and spread over the world it is 3 inches deep. To create Jujutsu sorcerers at minimum it needs to be 1 inch deep, which creates them at a very minor, practically useless speed. To make them at an optimal speed it needs to be at least 10 inches deep, though cursed spirits had a far easier time being born, needing only 5 inches for optimal spawn speed, far outdoing sorcerers. Another reason why it's best to focus all the cursed energy into one area. If the cursed energy is more spread out, the sorcerers will eventually find themselves overwhelmed by the amount of curses being born. Tengen's barrier is what is sucking in most of the cursed energy from all over the world, creating the optimal conditions for the birth of Jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits in Japan by raising the water to above 10 inches in Japan, while lowering it to 1 inch everywhere else. The reason the barrier is focused on Japan is due to it being impossible for the Jujutsu sorcerers in Japan to respond to global threats in a smooth and quick fashion. It was better for most cursed spirits to be focused in one area, so that Jujutsu sorcerers didn't have a tough time tracking them all down. Felix had said that he could replace the barrier, but he did not say to what extent. If he could potentially modify the barrier, he wondered if it is possible for him to make it possible for Jujutsu sorcerers to be born at an optimal speed all over the world. He does have a bunch of mysterious abilities after all. The entire world will soon know about cursed energy. If Japan kept the monopoly on it, there would definitely be some issues. Making it so curses and Jujutsu sorcerers can be born worldwide is a decent solution to that problem, the coming of a new age, an age where the entire world is involved in Jujutsu Society. He couldn't imagine how the world would change from something like that. Maybe it would be something like some of those fantasy novels, with guilds, organizations, each competing against each other while also getting rid of cursed spirits. It would be a long-term solution either way. It will take some time for Jujutsu sorcerers to be born around the world and grow up. But there are also potential issues with such a plan. After all, some might get it in their head that now that they have power, they can do whatever they want. He could see some people trying to conquer nations if they get it into their heads that they are capable of such a thing. If the entire world gained access to cursed energy, he could see the world return to a state similar to the Heian period. Kenjaku's plan might just come true after all. Still, an era of change sounded incredibly exciting to Satoru. He can deal with all the sorcerers who get too large of an ego. Then there were the effects that Felix has had on the world. Mei's broadcast was only meant to be viewed by other Jujutsu sorcerers, but unfortunately now that the wider world knows about sorcerers, they were able to gain access to the broadcast and watch his fight with Sukuna. They were able to learn about Felix through the broadcast, and since his abilities weren't Jujutsu, everyone was able to see what he was doing, from that explosion spell, to his other abilities. The entire world wants to know more about everything. There have been fan clubs, but they are more like cults in his opinion that have popped up. Some worship Felix, others worship him, and some even worship Sukuna. The world is messed up. But still most governments are incredibly wary of Felix, and even him. Some nations want them out of the picture, while others want Felix to join their nations as a sort of protector. Some nations are even willing to serve him as long as they are guaranteed to survive this coming age. Felix is acting as a natural deterrent similar to Satoru himself. And those subordinates or whatever they are of his are quite strong as well, that Raiden was able to immobilize a room full of experienced Jujutsu sorcerers, not to mention she even immobilized Yuta, someone with the potential to match him. And he doubted that the fox, Kurumi, was weak either. At least the higher-ups are out of the picture now. They were always a pain in the ass to deal with. Serves them right for listening to Kenjaku's honeyed words. He truly didn't think they could be even more idiotic than they were, but he was proven wrong. The only one stopping him from killing them earlier was Yaga-sensei, but they got rid of him. But there are also slight downsides to the higher-ups dying. For one, he has a lot more work to do. After all, he is the only one preventing everything from turning from just chaos into complete anarchy. After all, a lot has happened. Kenjaku released a bunch of cursed spirits, Maki massacring the Zenin, the Kumo clan being under Kenjaku's command. At least there was one plus side. People are still afraid of his power. There's a reason that no other foreign countries have attempted anything major since he was unsealed. He is also the one keeping all the Jujutsu sorcerers in check. He imagines that if he wasn't around to keep them under control, then there would be far more curse users, and a lot more slacking off from the Jujutsu sorcerers. He already had a good idea of what he planned to do with the power vacuum. He would put people who shared a similar mindset to him in power. The old man Yoshinobu was a good choice. He wouldn't have even considered him if he hadn't changed, but ever since he decided to keep the secrets about his sensei's technique, his views on him shifted. Even Yoshinobu was able to recognize that everything had gone to shit, and that things needed to change if a semblance of peace was to return. Plus Yuta managed to kill Kenjaku with that comedian, Takaba's help. Sigh, he had his work cut out for him. Felix. As Ajichi was showing us around, I was considering how to go about recreating the barrier that Tengen had over Japan, and if I should change it at all. I should be able to customize the barrier however I want with Odin's help. She has access to numerous skills that can be incorporated into the barrier. Tengen's barrier at its core basically focuses all the world's cursed energy into Japan, which is what allows for so many Jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits to be born in Japan. It has some other effects, as well, but it shouldn't be a problem as I am capable of replicating the barrier as it is. But what I want to do is change the barrier a bit. If Japan kept the monopoly on cursed energy, even I can tell there would be some issues. So my solution is to find a way to replicate what Tengen's barrier did, but all over the world. Normally I wouldn't consider such a thing due to all the chaos and death that would cause. These other nations have some sorcerers, but not nearly enough to be able to handle the amount that Japan does. But in this case the ends justify the means. After all, now that all the world's governments know about cursed energy, there is going to be war, one way or another. Whether it is due to nations that want to use cursed energy as a weapon, or for unlimited energy, there are numerous reasons I can see a war being started for. No nation is going to like that Japan was monopolizing such a thing, and while Satoru is capable of preventing anything too bad from happening, what about when he is gone? He isn't immortal after all, he's going to die eventually. And there is a chance that a full-on war may start once he is gone. World War III if you will. While normal humans can't see Jujutsu, that doesn't mean they aren't capable of harming sorcerers. They don't have the issue that they would have with cursed spirits. After all, they can see sorcerers, they can monitor sorcerers. Technology advances incredibly quickly. Jujutsu sorcerers aren't bulletproof after all. Hell, a well-placed grenade might kill an experienced sorcerer if they are caught unprepared. It might be best if the entire world was able to access cursed energy at the same level as that of Japan. Sure, this will cause more Jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits to pop up all over the world, but it might be better in the long run. Plus that also benefits me, as I will get to learn about even more interesting innate techniques, and I'm also curious about how the world would react to such a thing. Would something similar to what happened in solo leveling happen? Would associations that manage the sorcerers of each country form? It all sounds super fun. I can be honest with myself, I'm simply trying to justify what I am planning to do to myself. After all, I know this can potentially cause a lot of bloodshed. Now that I have justified myself, it's time to get to work. And this is the living room. Feel free to choose whichever rooms you wish to stay in. Everything has already been prepared for you. The rooms all have beds, a bathroom, a bath, and a few other items. There is food in the fridge, and if that is not enough, I can also have someone pick up whatever you need. Man, Satoru is really spoiling us. Raiden was inspecting the ingredients that were in the kitchen. She really takes her maid duties way too seriously. Still, she might not know what a lot of the ingredients are. I might as well send her a bunch of information on the food of this world. Hey Raiden, do you want me to transfer a bunch of information on the food of this world to you? It's only polite to ask. Yes, master, that would be appreciated. Alright, here you go. It doesn't take her long to process all the information, seeing as she has thought acceleration. Ijichi-san, may I give you a list of the ingredients I would like? Certainly. This guy is really helpful, and I can tell he is incredibly loyal to Satoru. I wonder what Satoru did to make him so loyal to him. Kurumi hopped off my shoulder and transformed into her human form while Ijichi looked on in awe. I guess seeing something like that isn't something that you can get used to very quickly. Master, may I sleep in the same room as you? I will stay in my fox form so I do not discomfort you. Before I could respond, Raiden looked towards Kurumi with narrowed eyes. That would be improper, Kurumi. Besides, we have an agreement, do we not? An agreement? Fine, fine, you and Raiden. Now I'm confused. Here is the list, Ijichi-san. I see, I will have someone bring you everything you have asked for as soon as possible. I wonder what Raiden will be able to make with modern ingredients. I'll definitely make sure to store a bunch of ingredients in my stomach. Money isn't something I have to worry about after all. I added all the things to make soy sauce to the list because Rimuru couldn't seem to get his own version working as well as the original. Now that we are all set up, I can have some time to create this new and improved barrier of mine. Raiden, Kurumi, I'll be in my room working on something. Raiden bowed as she said, I see, enjoy yourself, master. Kurumi said, oh, can I go look around, master? I'm curious about this new world. What's the harm in that? Yeah, sure, don't do anything too crazy though, and take these as well. I toss her the credit card and phone Satoru gave me. I won't, master. She looked at the two items curiously. She'll be able to figure it out. The phone doesn't have a password either. I think she'll be fine, probably. Once I was in the room, I decided to claim. I took a look around. There was a nice king-sized bed, a bathroom with a bath, a desk with a chair, and a dresser with a mirror on it. Oh shit, there are even some clothes in here for me. Satoru really took this seriously. Dang, these are some nice suits. I'm definitely taking these with me. I can make something similar with material creation, but handmade suits are something else. Maybe I can have Shuna take a look at them. It might give her some more ideas. Now that I'm here, time for the barrier. Now how should I do this? Oh, I know. My trusty pal Odin will figure it out. She has a bunch of data after all. Hell, Shuna had a skill that straight up allows her to create new magic. Then there is the data she got from Uriel, a skill made up of all of Rimuru's subordinate skills. And that guy has a bunch of subordinates. Pretty please. Odin can do what the master wishes, using the data Odin has gathered on numerous skills, other abilities, and the data Odin has on the intrinsic skill, Small World. It is possible to place a barrier around the entire world that amplifies the cursed energy, replicating the conditions Japan was previously in, all over the world. Placing a barrier over an entire world is practically impossible for most to do, but I am broken, please don't nerf. It's also good that the data that was gathered on Small World was put to use. Nice, thanks Odin. You're the best. Hee, I don't have to do any work if Odin is here. And since I don't want to have to maintain the barrier, I can easily make a bunch of crystals to power and maintain the barrier. I don't even need to use Magi Steel for it, normal magic or should do fine. Since I'm already going this far, I might as well have more fun, right? Odin, can you integrate a way for the barrier to analyze every sorcerer's capabilities and display a leaderboard of sorts? If Odin can pull this off, that'll be amazing. After all, nothing motivates people more than being able to see their strength rankings go up on a global leaderboard. Though this also might promote more competition between sorcerers, but that might not be a bad thing. Odin is capable of integrating a way of measuring the cursed energy capacity of everyone in the world, along with the combat capabilities of all sorcerers due to the data from Small World. Maybe don't display the cursed energy capacity of those under 18, I can see a bunch of people killing a newborn baby because they were born with a bunch of cursed energy. Acknowledged. Muhahaha. I shall turn this world into solo leveling. Now where should I place the leaderboard? I want it somewhere visible all over the world for one. Hey Odin, is it possible to make it so anyone anywhere could view the leaderboard simply by thinking of doing so? Answer, it is not possible to do so with the current data Odin possesses. It may be possible if small world is fully analyzed. I see, though that's understandable. To do something like that I would basically need to have a backdoor into everyone's mind. I can probably manage by putting a leaderboard in every city or something. I should be able to do that with material creation. The only issue with my plan is that it will take decades for my idea to become a reality. As the world is now, there are mostly only sorcerers in Japan, and a few scattered across the world. It will take decades for Jujutsu sorcerers to pop up in other countries and grow into adults, so this is more of a long-term project. Satoru should be able to make sure that the boat isn't rocked too much before more sorcerers are born, so that's fine I guess. I'm going to be alive for a long time, so I need to get used to waiting decades for anything fun to happen. I'll just have to come visit this world again in a few decades. I wasn't planning to stick around here long anyway. Now my plan is starting to come together. Chapter 59, Chapter 19, Exploration. Interlude Kurumi side quest. Once she got her master's permission to explore, she quickly took to the streets, though some people were staring and pointing at her. Possibly due to the fact that she wasn't hiding her tails or ears. After all, why should she hide her glorious form? Whoa. Is that a nine-tailed fox? Is she cosplaying? People complimenting her appearance are indirectly praising her master. After all, when one compliments someone else's pet, they are basically complimenting the pet owner. Could she be one of those cursed spirits from Tokyo that people are talking about? Naman, they were said to be evil. If she was one of them, wouldn't she be causing trouble? Plus, no cursed spirit can be beautiful, right? Not to mention that we aren't even in Tokyo. Hey, who knows if what the government is telling us is the truth? They might have lied to us when they said they are only in Tokyo. She could see how some would confuse her with those cursed spirits, as most don't have much knowledge on cursed spirits. One boy was whispering something to one of his friends. Most wouldn't be able to hear what he was saying, but she was not most. Whoa. She's hotter than all the porn actresses I've seen. Porn actress? What's that? She will have to look it up on that device her master gave her sometime. She saw her master using it to look up information, so she should be able to use it for her own research. Quite the ingenious idea these humans came up with. According to her master, you can use the phone to look into an almost unlimited amount of information. Such a thing is truly amazing, being able to access anything you want from the comfort of your own home. The internet, he called it. These humans may be weak, but they do have some interesting inventions. She looked around the street. It looked like one filled with higher-end stores. Many well-dressed men and women were going about their business, though she also spotted some younger humans, teenagers she learned they were called. One of those very teenagers had brought up that porn thing as well. It must be something special to have caught the attention of the younger generation. Along with that, she could tell there was an underlying current of panic and fear in everyone. They tried to hide it, but she could see through them. Most weren't sure what was going to happen with their lives. According to her master, these people had no idea about Jujutsu sorcerers before it was revealed, and are still recovering from everything that has happened. He expected things to spiral even more out of control once people had some more time to think. He said he was surprised that stores and restaurants were even open during this time. Apparently, according to her master's friend, the only reason this country's economy hasn't completely collapsed is due to the government forcefully keeping a lid on things. They are spreading information that everything will be fine in the hopes that it can calm people down. But her master said that such a tactic won't work for long. He expected Japan to struggle immensely in the coming weeks. Still, she wanted to take advantage of the time she had in order to explore. Now what should she do? She wanted to learn more about the culture of her master's old world. He always said that the food was delicious, so maybe she will try that first. She ignored the look she was getting as she made her way to a cafe of sorts. On the way to a cafe she saw in the distance, she saw one of those cursed spirits on one of the humans' shoulders. How odd. Should she deal with it? She knew most cursed spirits were inherently malicious, and she was feeling generous, so she used one of her tailed beast's abilities, gravity manipulation. Thanks to her perfect control, she was able to focus the ability solely on the cursed spirit, compressing it and instantly killing it without anyone noticing. She soon arrived at the cafe she was eyeing. She looked around and noticed that they had maids working here. It must be a nice establishment in that case. Once she walked in, she was greeted by one of the maids. She seemed slightly scared but built up the courage to approach her. "Hello ma'am, how may I help you today?" She looked at the maid in confusion. Why else would she be here if it wasn't to eat? "I would like to eat here." The maid seemed relieved. Maybe she also thought she was a cursed spirit. "I see. Will it be a table for one?" "Yes, it is just me." "I see. Please follow me then." She was quickly guided to her seat and given a menu to look through. She didn't have much of an idea of what some of the items on the menu were, but thankfully they had images of each item on the menu. She ended up ordering a few things as she was curious about the taste of multiple items. She didn't have to worry about stomach space seeing as she was capable of eating however much food she wanted. As she was waiting for the maid to bring her food, she thought of what else she could do today. Maybe she could go to one of the clothing stores her master had mentioned in the past. If he likes what she wears, maybe he will dote on her more. She also wanted to fight one of those so-called cursed spirits, even though she knew that most were not capable of matching even a fraction of her strength, she was still curious about them. After all, that Sukuna was quite strong, she would have been able to beat him thanks to most of his abilities being ineffective against her, but he was still quite strong. Raw power-wise he seemed to be on the level of one of the stronger greater demons her master recruited, but she wouldn't be surprised if he was capable of beating an archdemon in the right conditions. Satoru Gojo, or as this country likes to call him, Gojo Satoru, is quite strong as well. She isn't really sure why the people of this country introduced themselves by saying their last name first, but she just ignored it. Though he would likely have a much harder time as he is in her home world. Still, he wields an impressive amount of strength for this world. Compared to those other people, he might as well be unbeatable. Here you go, miss, here is 1 omuris, 1 curry rice, 1 parfait, and 1 coffee. The food did look quite appetizing. The omuris sounded very good. She tried rice in Tempest, and then she had it in Azeroth and she loved it. It's a shame the rest of the world doesn't have access to it. And rice wrapped in egg has to be good. She has had curry before, so that wasn't completely unfamiliar, and coffee was one of the luxurious items available back home, and seeing as she was the direct subordinate of a demon lord, she could easily gain access to all sorts of luxuries most couldn't even dream of. She truly is lucky that her master spared her when he decimated Clayman's army. As she was about to begin eating, she sensed someone approaching her position. It seemed to be a young boy. Miss, may I get a picture with you? I've never seen such realistic cosplay before. Cosplay? What is this cosplay you speak of? Ah, you're really getting into the role of a mysterious kitsune, huh? Well, miss, cosplay is basically the practice of dressing up as someone from an anime, manga, movie, video game, or just fantasy creatures in general. How odd. But she wasn't one to judge another world's customs. She didn't see a reason to deny him, so she agreed. She stood next to the boy, who took out what her master called a phone. Thanks for the picture. She gave him a nod and went back to eating her food. The food was quite good, though not on the level of Raiden's cooking, but that was to be expected. The food Raiden made was made from the highest of quality ingredients. Once she was finished, the maid from earlier came up to her. I hope everything was good, Mississippi. Indeed, the food was adequate. Adequate was all she could give with her standards. She was far too used to the luxurious meals she would receive back in Azeroth. I see, was there anything you had an issue with? No, I am simply used to higher quality ingredients. You have done well with what you had to work with. I see, I'm sure the chefs will be happy to hear that. Now here is your bill, feel free to take as much time as you need. She gave the maid the card that her master gave to her before she left. Once everything was paid for, she left to continue on her adventure. She wanted to buy some new clothing to impress her master with. It didn't take her long to find a clothing store. She ended up asking someone for directions, so it didn't take very long. Hello, miss. Did you need help with anything today? She turned towards the voice. Yes, I would like to purchase clothing that will impress my master and make him dote on me. Your master? Yes, I am his pet. Is there a problem? She heard the woman whisper. It's one of those days, huh? Was today some sort of special day? Felix. As I'm working on my plan for this world, I consider if they have elemental alignments similar to how every living thing has an alignment in the Cardinal World. That could make everything a bit more interesting, especially if someone has an affinity for space or time. Would only those with cursed energy have an alignment? Notice. All humans in this world, with a few exceptions like Maki Zenin and Toji Fushiguro, have cursed energy. Most are just born unable to use it. Ah, that's right. I forgot about that, thanks Odin. Then maybe they don't even have any specific alignment, seeing as the elements aren't as big of a thing in this world. If they do have alignments, Satoru's would probably be space or light. Sukuna's would probably be fire, and maybe something else like wind or darkness. Kurumi's alignment is earth. Raiden's was wind originally but mutated into lightning. Seiko's is a bit of an odd one. She has an alignment for death, a completely unheard of alignment, so obviously there are exceptions, but that might be due to her revival. Adelman has an alignment for light, which is ironic seeing as he is undead. Alignments can also change as you evolve. Then beyond a simple alignment is an elemental soul. Elemental souls are a type of spiritual life form considered to be a superior version of normal elementals. I didn't know about such a thing at first. Ramaris talked about spirits and elementals when I first met her in her labyrinth, but she never talked about elemental souls. She just told me about the grades of elementals, and called it a day. Damn brat, probably forgot. Apparently there is said to be only 8 types of elemental souls, each matching to one of the 8 elements. Though I know that to be false, seeing as there was also said to only be 8 types of possible elemental alignments, which is obviously false since death is not one of those 8. None of my subordinates possess an elemental soul, though I believe if they evolve they will acquire one. Beings with elemental souls possess the ability to rewrite the laws of the world, in a way similar to law manipulation, but the degree they are capable of manipulating the laws varies from person to person. According to Odin, it is theoretically possible for someone to be able to rewrite the laws of the world on a level similar to that of ultimate skill wielders. Even normal elementals are considered to be degraded elemental souls, though there are elementals that far outstrip elemental souls, like the elemental lords. There aren't many that have a true elemental soul. I personally think that divinity is a requirement for having an elemental soul, as I have not met any beings without divinity that possess an elemental soul, but I may be wrong and you just need to evolve further to unlock such a thing. Maybe human saints possess them. Vdora has an elemental soul with 3 alignments: space, water, and wind. Fucking true dragons. While my own elemental soul is one that is a bit out of the box. It's infinity. My affinity for space evolved over time into an affinity for spacetime, which according to Odin, became an elemental soul of infinity after my harvest festival. It didn't grant me much seeing as I already have an ultimate skill based on it, but it was still something cool to discover. And similar to the rankings between elementals, an elemental soul can also be ranked: medium-grade elemental souls, greater-grade elemental souls, and supreme-grade elemental souls. I possess a greater-grade elemental soul, while Vdora has a supreme-grade one, seeing as he is a true dragon. True dragons are cheats, I tell you, literally born at the top of the world. I'm a bit of a completionist, so I want to find a way to evolve further, to basically max all my stats out, even if there isn't a need to. It's just something I want to do, an ambition of sorts, something even the legendary Guy Crimson has failed to accomplish. There must be a way to evolve into a supreme-grade elemental soul/spirit, after all with Odin, anything is possible. Now how's the design of the crystals going so far, Odin? Answer: it has already been completed. Great, now I just need to power these, and put them at the metaphysical edge of the world. But I can do that later. No need to rush after all. I hear Kurumi enter the house. It seems she is back from her adventure. It took her quite a long time. I wonder what she got up to. Raiden should be preparing dinner right about now, so she came back at the right time. I went out to greet Kurumi and was surprised when I found her in a completely new outfit. She was taking out a bunch of bags from her spatial storage when she turned to me. "Ah, master. How do I look?" She did a few poses as I continued to admire her. I give her a thumbs up. "You look great, Kurumi. Modern clothing suits you." She gives me a happy grin while blushing. "Thank you, master. I got even more stuff, come look." She then went on to show me some of the clothing she got. She seriously got a lot of clothes. I'm worried she is going to make Satoru go broke. She even got some rather risque lingerie. Apparently one of the employees at the store she was shopping at said it would blow the mind of any heterosexual male. And she is right. I give her a sagely nod. It seems you have discovered one of the many hobbies of women, shopping. Indeed. I had an enjoyable time, though people kept asking me for pictures and who I was cosplaying as. Ah, you Japanese people, never change. It doesn't surprise me that she was mistaken for a cosplayer, an especially good one at that due to how realistic she must have looked. Kurumi and I continued to chat while we waited for Raiden to finish making food. I wonder what she is going to cook up with modern ingredients. Apparently Kurumi went shopping at multiple stores. She likely spent a pretty penny for all the stuff she bought. "Master, Kurumi, the food is ready." Kurumi and I took our seats at the dining table as we waited eagerly for the food to be presented to us. We might not need food or sleep to function, but we sure as hell enjoy both of those. Especially food. Food is good. It's the small things that make an immortal life worth living. Once Raiden brought out the food and set it on the table, she said, "I heard you mention once in the past that you enjoy pizza, master, so I made 2 pizzas, along with buffalo wings." I stared at Raiden with stars in my eyes. "Yes. Haha, it's been so long since I've had wings and pizza." "Thanks, Raiden." She bowed as she said, "It was my pleasure, master. I am glad that you are happy with what I made." Kurumi looks interested. If my master enjoys this food so much, then it must be good. Once Raiden took her seat, we all began to dig in. Man, it's been so long since I've had pizza and wings. Truly, Raiden is a gift from the heavens. I think I'd cry if she didn't cook for me anymore. I notice both Raiden and Kurumi are eating their slices of pizza with a fork and knife. Kinda weird, not gonna lie, but they probably don't want to be messy. However, they both seem to be enjoying it. The flavor of buffalo wings is hard to replicate, so they haven't really had anything similar to it in the Cardinal World. It's a pretty simple recipe as well. You just need to marinate the chicken in some buttermilk, coat it in flour, then fry it. The buffalo sauce is even easier. You just need hot sauce and butter. A simple dish, but quite delicious. As we were eating, a question popped up in my mind. "By the way, Kurumi, how much money did you spend today?" She wiped her mouth with a napkin. I think somewhere around 1 million yen. I stare at her in shock. Just what the fuck did she buy? She bought a bunch of clothes, but even then I don't think it should cost that much, must be the fucking brand. That's around $7,000. That's an absurd amount of money to spend on a shopping trip. Kurumi looked worried upon seeing my expression. Was that too much, master? I can return the items if you want. I laughed as I said, nah, I'm rich as hell now. I was just surprised at how much you spent, but if it makes you happy then go for it. I may not have a bunch of money in this world, but I do still have a ton of gold in my stomach, though I'd rather not sell that for money that I'll only end up using in this world. Thankfully Satoru came to the rescue with his credit card. Kurumi ended up spending my sugar daddy Satoru's money, but he's a special grade jujutsu sorcerer, and a clan head, I'm sure he's loaded. Kurumi smiled at me happily. Thank you, master. Gojo Satoru. He stared at his phone screen, almost not believing what he was seeing in his bank account. He closed his phone as he looked up at the sky. Curse you, Felix. I told you not to spend all of my money. I'm a poor man, you know. Most of his assets were seized when the higher-ups announced him as a curse user. They did previously wield a significant amount of power in Japan, but they weren't able to do anything to the Gojo clan assets as the other clans wouldn't stand for it. But his personal accounts were different, and while he will get those back, it's a somewhat annoying process, so he hasn't started it yet. Along with that, the value of Japanese currency has gone down since Shibuya, just like Mei said it would. That greedy woman sold all her properties in Japan and exchanged all her yen into other currencies. He didn't think he had an urgent need for money, but apparently he was wrong. Oh well, he can just take some money from one of the Gojo clan accounts. Mama, what's that? Hush, remember, don't be like him in the future. Okay, Mama. This was all somehow Felix's fault, he just knew it. He had to get back to work now. Civilians are being evacuated so jujutsu sorcerers can deal with the cursed spirits that Kenjaku released more easily. Most were dealt with, but there were some stragglers. Felix. All of a sudden I sneezed. Someone must be talking about me. Are you okay, master? Yeah, I'm fine, Raiden, but thanks for asking. We went back to eating our food while talking about all sorts of things. Raiden wanted to go out sometime to try out the food of a bunch of restaurants. She said she might gain some inspiration for a new dish. I seriously need to find a way to go to the world of Food Wars or Toriko. Raiden would thrive in those worlds. Toriko would probably benefit more with all the unique ingredients. The amount of ingredients in that world is absurd, but Food Wars isn't bad either. I might be able to have fun in Toriko as well, since Toriko can scale pretty high, from beings that can wipe out countries, to beings like the gourmet gods that can theoretically eat an entire galaxy. I should still be able to deal with them relatively easily if I had to. I'm broken as hell now. Well, no reason to ponder about that. Odin needs to find the coordinates for that world first. Right now Odin is using my memories to scour the multiverse for worlds similar to my memories, so hopefully I'll end up having a large list of potential worlds to visit. If she can't find a fictional world by the time I want to hop worlds next, I'll just go to one of the worlds Odin has discovered that I don't recognize. Though I don't consider that likely, seeing as Odin should be able to find DXD fairly easily due to Ingvild. I honestly just prefer to visit what I previously considered to be fictional worlds first. It's safer that way. Caution is your friend when doing things like traveling worlds. I do want to eventually explore all of Veldanaba's creation, I just wish to do so cautiously. I don't want to just randomly hop worlds, who knows where the hell I'll show up. That's why I'm having Odin look for fictional worlds first, as I am able to determine the threat level much easier that way. Those worlds may deviate from what is considered canon, but I'll still have a far better idea of the threat level than some random unknown world. And while I am capable of almost instantly teleporting back to the Cardinal World if I have to, who knows if someone in another world has a way to stop that. The multiverse is massive. It would be foolish of me to not consider the possibility that when I randomly jump worlds, I may show up in a world with beings on my level, if not higher, and they might be able to sense my arrival and consider me a foreign invader and attempt to deal with me. They might even have a way to prevent me from jumping back to the Cardinal World, though I don't think that is very likely. But according to Odin, it is still theoretically possible if someone has the same or higher level authority over spacetime as I do thanks to Ouroboros. It's best to be safe with these kinds of things. I'm not in a hurry. I have a basically immortal life to explore other worlds, so I'll just have Odin search for worlds until I feel like I am capable of handling any sort of threat that appears. According to Odin, I am also capable of leaving this multiverse altogether with Ouroboros, though Odin highly suggested I do not do that, and I agree with her. Who the fuck knows what's out there? There might be other multiverses like Marvel and DC, but along with that there could also be a whole lot of nothingness. And seeing what Ouroboros is named after, I feel like there might be some tentacle monsters out there as well. Fuck that. But I do eventually want to leave this multiverse and see what's out there, though I'll only consider such a notion when I'm basically omnipotent, and who knows if that'll ever happen. Oh well, I'll just enjoy the journey. I also feel like I haven't been using Ouroboros to its full potential. I've been using the same old tricks, which is definitely unacceptable, but in my defense I haven't really needed to branch out, as no one I've met is really capable of pushing me beyond my limits at this point, except Guy and the true dragons. And I don't see myself fighting any of them for no reason. Still, I have so many fictional works that I can take inspiration from, so I definitely need to test some more stuff out at some point, if only for fun. What other types of food would you like me to make for you while we are here, master? I turn towards Raiden as I consider what to respond with. I don't really have much of a preference. Anything you make is great, so just make whatever you feel like. Raiden smiled as she said, I see, I will endeavor to not disappoint you, master. I gave her a thumbs up before I went back to eating my food. It didn't take me long to finish my portion of the food. All right, I'll be in my room if you two need anything. Before I could leave, Raiden said, would you like some company tonight, master? Huh? Is she asking what I think she's asking? Era, how bold, Raiden. Even Kurumi is surprised. It is a maid's duty to take care of all of her master's needs. Since the others are not here for that, it falls to me to accomplish such a duty. I'm not really interested if she's doing it just out of duty. You don't have to force yourself, Raiden. I can live without getting laid for a while. I don't want you to do such a thing out of duty for me. I see, if it was not solely out of duty but my selfish desire, then. In such a scenario, I'd say I'd be honored. Raiden blushed as she smiled. I see, thank you, master. She's saying thank you. Man, she's way into this maid thing. Aha, I'll be in my room. As I was leaving, I could hear Kurumi and Raiden talking in hushed whispers, but I didn't listen in. I knew Raiden was interested in me, but to think she would ask such a thing now. Oh well, I'm not complaining. She was direct about it, and she's an absolute bombshell. 10-10, actually all of my subordinates are 10s. I'm really living the ice guy dream. Once I got to my room, I changed into some sleepwear and then went on my phone. One thing I've missed is memes. Memes are truly one of the modern world's greatest creations. I kept giggling to myself as I waited for Raiden to show up. Along with looking at memes, social media is a good way to learn what's going on in the world. Sure, a lot of the stuff may be false, but it's a good way to figure out public opinion. For one, most people are shit scared. The fact that Shibuya is basically off the map is known all throughout the world. People are terrified that there are people out there that can do such a thing casually. It's a valid fear. Then there were others that just didn't seem to give a shit about anything. Mei Mei's broadcast was leaked out to foreign governments, and from there the common people were able to gain access to it. I found a site that was able to gain access to Mei Mei's stream with only a minute of delay, and it also had a chat, so I decided to see what people were saying at the time of the fight. Once people saw the fight between Satoru and Sukuna, well, let's just say that the reactions weren't exactly what I expected. Ayo, what the fuck, the world is doomed. Can we just nuke Japan? Is it me, or is Sukuna really hot? Ah yes, the internet and its priorities. Sukuna and Satoru both have a bunch of fans now. Humans will be humans, I guess. Still, worshipping Sukuna. The guy who would gladly kill you for shits and giggles. Come on, guys. It isn't even a minority that are fans of Sukuna. He has a not insignificant amount of supporters. Though I bet most of them are goth teens. Then once I showed up, things got even more interesting. Who the hell is this guy? Is it me, or does he look similar to Satoru-sama? What the fuck? How is he just toying with Sukuna like that? The guy who we learned destroyed a large chunk of Shibuya. Just what is wrong with this world? What the hell? Did he just recreate the explosion spell from Konosuba? Whoa. He even has a sexy maid. Badass. People just went on and on. These guys seriously have no sense of self-preservation. Still, it is quite entertaining reading people's reactions to everything going on around the world. A good way to pass the time if nothing else. Raiden. She continued to use this device, a phone. Kurumi called it, to research the best ways to please her master. When her master had left the table, Kurumi told her about this interesting thing she heard about. When Kurumi went out, she overheard someone mention something about her being more attractive than any porn actress. Kurumi got curious and ended up searching up what this porn was, and was extremely surprised when she found videos of humans engaging in procreation. She was rather amused that humans had such things freely available online. When she brought up wanting to bed her master earlier, Kurumi lent her the phone and showed her some websites that would prepare her. Kurumi called it research. She is happy she took Kurumi's advice. What Siko and Lalatina told her was not nearly enough to thoroughly satisfy her master, though they did help her with learning her master's preferences. Once she went to her room, she had done extensive research in order to make sure she thoroughly satisfied her master. She was his maid after all. She did not want to disappoint her master, as she was not experienced in the carnal acts. Thankfully, the internet, as Kurumi called it, helped her with her troubles. Thanks to her thought acceleration and increased comprehension ability, she was able to easily comprehend the information she was seeing. Now, she was ready to serve her master. Felix. Soon enough I heard a knock on my door. I was beginning to think she had changed her mind, and I didn't want to use my senses to figure out what she was doing either. I opened the door and was met with a blushing Raiden. "Come in." I gave her a smile as I said, "Yes, master." I took a good look at her. She was still wearing her maid outfit, no makeup, or anything like that either. "You look beautiful, Raiden. You always gotta set the mood before things like this." Somehow, her blush got even deeper. "Thank you, master." She looked nervous. It seems like she has no idea what to do from here on. She acted so confident when asking to sleep with me earlier too. I'm not going to bother asking if she still wants to do this. After all, she came all the way to my room. She should know if she backed down I wouldn't have minded. I slowly approached Raiden and took her chin in my hand. She closed her eyes and I took the chance to kiss her. We made out for a few minutes. Oxygen wasn't something I needed, and Raiden can hold her breath for a long, long time. Eventually we pulled back, causing a string of saliva to form between our two mouths. I took this chance to cast one of the new sex magics I created with Odin's help. Enhance pleasure and increase sensitivity both make for a deadly combo. Raiden was already starting to feel the effects. MMMPH, master, I want to serve you. She's keep her maid thing going even when having sex, huh? Though I can't deny that it's kinda hot. But, if that's what she wants to do, then I'm not going to stop her. I could feel a tent pitching in my pants after all. I gave her a nod as I took a seat on my bed. I also took this chance to place a barrier over the room. I doubt Kurumi wants to listen in after all. Or maybe she does. I don't know what sort of kinks she has. Raiden slid down to her knees in front of me, and slid off my pajamas together with my underwear, causing my now half-chub cock to spring free, causing Raiden's eyes to go wide. She lets out a hot pant as she says, "Wow. So much bigger than they said." Even being who I am, hearing a compliment about my dick size is extremely ego-boosting. And did she say bigger than they said? Why the fuck are they talking about my sex life? Actually, I should have expected that. After I learned about their cult-like activities, I should have expected such a thing. Ugh, that's still kind of embarrassing. I bet it was Seiko too. Lalatina wouldn't share such a thing without my permission. Lalatina's training has been going well. At this point she is basically my adoring, worshipful little love slave. And she loves it. Which is hot. Who knew that having a self-proclaimed masochistic slave is amazing? Now I'm kinda thankful that whatever went wrong with my attack happened. I don't think Lalatina would have turned out the way she is if it weren't for that, a self-proclaimed masochistic slave. Still, I shouldn't be thinking about another woman now. I notice Raiden staring at my dick. Her eyes have gone cross-eyed. I notice her hand slowly start to approach. Once she is close enough, she starts running her fingers along my cock. She sniffs my cock heavily as her nostrils flare. She slowly leaned towards the tip and gave it a kiss. I groan in appreciation. It's important to let your lovers know you enjoy what they are doing. Usually it only motivates them more. She started to lick around the tip as her adoring eyes stared at me. She increased the pace after seeing that I was enjoying what she was doing. Once she got the tip wet, she slowly dragged her tongue up and down my dick, covering it all over in her saliva. Once it was sufficiently lubed, she inhaled my dick, taking it to the halfway point before pulling back up. Raiden should be capable of suppressing her gag reflex fairly easily, but she wasn't for some reason. Maybe she learned from the others that I like the sensation of a woman gagging on my dick. Maybe I should thank them then. It seems they've given her other tips as well. She generally knows what to do without me having to guide her. I could feel her breath tickle me as she slowly pushed my dick further, and further down her throat. I could hear her slobbering noisily before her mouth eventually reached the base of my cock. She eventually pulled back up and leaned towards my balls, causing my cock to rest across her features. Not going to lie, seeing something like that was incredibly alluring. Her nostrils flared, tickling the underside of my cock as she started to lap at my balls. Her hand reached up towards the base of my cock as she began to give me a hand job as well. Raiden. She continued to please her master to the best of her abilities. She was rather surprised when she first saw her master's shaft. It was far bigger than the ones she saw in the videos, and articles as they were called, but she should have expected such a thing. Her master is the best after all. Hearing her master groan, she redoubled her efforts to please her master, as she ignored the pleasurable sensation coming from her nethers, along with the heat that was starting to build up. She must serve her master first and foremost after all, but if she archives a climax from serving her master, then that would just be a side effect of her pleasing her master. She licked up towards her master's tip as she felt his hand come to rest on her head. His fingers gently went through her hair, almost causing her to purr like Kurumi does. She could feel the pleasure coasting through her body from her master's fingers. She had heard from Seiko that her master had developed some sort of magic to increase his partner's pleasure, but she didn't think it would be this good. A gurgled moan escaped her lips as she quivers in pleasure. She could feel the pleasure travel down her spine and into every part of her body. Her core clenched as she felt the heat rise up from her sex. She could feel her skin flush as she gasped, releasing air from her suddenly dry lips. She instinctively leaned further into her master's touch. She could feel the heat become more and more intense as her master kept on touching her. She continued to serve her master as she did her best to ignore the rising pleasure. She kissed his slit as she tasted something absolutely divine on her tongue. On the internet it said that most women don't enjoy the taste of sperm, but it seems she was not one of those women. Her master's essence tasted amazing. Maybe it was due to some magic on her master's part, but she did not care. She continued to suck on her master's slit, craving for more. Eventually she felt the heat from her core reach a breaking point. Her body was getting hotter and hotter, and she could feel her sex get wetter and wetter. She tried to control herself, but she was not able to, and so with a squeal she came explosively, making a mess of her silk panties. She shuddered in pleasure as she tried to regain control of herself. The flood of sensations caused her to lose the tight grip of control she normally has over herself. She went back to running her tongue over her master's shaft, hoping that she was pleasuring him well. She opened her mouth wide and slowly took him deeper and deeper down her throat, ignoring her gurgles and chokes. All that currently mattered to her was bringing her master more pleasure. She flicked her tongue lovingly on the underside of her master's cock. From the groans her master was releasing, she was doing well. Felix. I groaned in pleasure as I watched Raiden take my dick deeper and deeper down her throat. The sensation of her throat closing in on my shaft was practically divine. Blowjobs are awesome. Raiden's eyelashes fluttered as she continued to gurgle on my cock. Once she reached the base I could tell that she had another orgasm due to her twitching in place. The gurgled moan around my cock felt amazing. I could see drool starting to leak down the side of her mouth and onto her breasts. I take this opportunity to bend forward slightly and grope Raiden's breasts, causing her to moan. This sex magic is seriously a lot of fun. I save its more extreme uses for Lalatina, as she is the only one who really enjoys denial play, and who I am comfortable giving mind-breaking orgasms. She's already fucked in the head so she can't get any worse. Raiden's tits feel amazing, soft and squishy, but also firm. She won't ever have to worry about sag due to her evolutions, so I get to enjoy these tits for a long time to come. Raiden's pace slowed down once she took me to the base, but she never stopped. I could see the outline of my cock going down her throat, which made for an alluring sight. Thankfully I have perfect memory recall, so I can revisit this moment anytime I want to. Raiden started to shift her hips slightly so she could grind her sex on my foot. I could feel how wet she was through her panties. She was sopping. I started to play with her sex with my toes, causing her to let out gurgles moans as she continued to choke herself on my cock. I slide her panties to the side and start to touch her directly with my toes. I have quite a lot of experience doing something similar to Lalatina. It seems these two share some characteristics, though Raiden isn't a super masochist like Lalatina. I pull my hand away from her breasts as Raiden slowly slides up my length, until she finally pops off my length making a wet noise. "Ah, thank you, master." She's thanking me. She really is super subby, huh? I should be thanking you, that felt amazing. But now that you've had your fun, it's my turn now. Do what you please with me, master. Lie down on the bed. I order. Raiden seems to be the type to get off on being told what to do when having sex. She slowly gets off the ground and lays down on my bed. I notice her looking up at me nervously. I give her a smile. "Now let me explore this beautiful body of yours." "Yes please, master." I quickly get on top of her as I get rid of her maid outfit and store it in my stomach, leaving her in just a black lace bra and a thong. She really wore some daring clothes tonight, huh? I noticed Raiden's cheeks reddening even more after I saw what she was wearing. Ah, a girl's first time is truly great. Siko was similar at first, now she is much more confident in bed. I head for Raiden's massive breasts first. I've been dying to get a good look at these. I unclip her bra and reveal her gorgeous round breasts to the open air. My hands go to her tits, groping and squeezing them while she moans out. Her nipples are rock hard, so I lean down and start to suck on one while slightly pinching the other. I feel Raiden grab the back of my head and push me further into her breasts as she continues to pant and moan out. I eventually release her nipple, causing Raiden to let go of her grip on my head. I take this chance to lean towards Raiden's head and start another makeout session. I continue to grope her breasts as I easily dominate Raiden's tongue. I swallow her moans as one of my hands starts to slowly reach down between her thighs. I feel her wet sex. I lightly flick her love nub as I slide one finger inside of her, which increased Raiden's moans. Raiden pulled back slightly as she said, "MMMPH master, it feels so good." Haha, I'm glad then. Raiden leans towards me as her tongue searches for my own. I oblige her and continue to kiss her. It seems Raiden really likes kisses. I eventually pull my finger out of Raiden's sex as I lean back. I give her a grin as I say, "Now, it's time for the even more fun part." Raiden looks nervous but also excited. "Yes, master." "Lean back, and spread your legs wide." She follows my instructions. I quickly line myself up with her dripping vagina as I look into Raiden's eyes. Seeing that she is ready, I shove myself in, not having to worry about any sort of pain or anything my entrance may cause. Sex magic for the win. Raiden is tight, extremely so. The moment I enter her, Raiden's eyes go wide as she moans out, "Master." I feel her come instantly as her sex leaks her juices all over my dick and thighs. Her eyes are rolled up but I still see her arms flailing around wildly trying to reach for me. I take this as the sign that she wants to hug me and so I oblige her. The moment I'm within range, Raiden's eyes gain some focus as she kisses me. I feel her tongue prodding my teeth as if asking for permission to enter. I quickly allow her tongue entry as I wrestle her tongue back into submission with my own. I swallow her moans as I continue to thrust into her. I thrust as deep as I can into her, to the point where I can feel a little bump at the end of each thrust, a sign that I had reached the door to her baby chamber. Even though I knew I couldn't get her pregnant, the thought of coming directly into her womb turned our lovemaking session far more animalistic. Eventually Raiden pulls back as she looks into my eyes lustfully, more please master. Seeing as I haven't fully sheathed myself inside of her, I grip her hips tightly and forcefully push the rest of my length inside of her. Oh. Yesh mashed her. It feels so good. I could see a bulge in her stomach, though Raiden doesn't seem to care about that at all. I slide my hands from her hips to her bubbleless cheeks. I easily lift her up by her butt and sit up, changing our position. I feel Raiden's tongue start to lick my face, then my neck. I take this opportunity to take one of her nipples in my mouth and start sucking. Master, I'm coming again. I feel her sex tighten up as her inner walls begin to flutter around my cock. Her entire body began to tremble as she reached another orgasm. MMMPH, I love this master, I love pleasing you like this. Raiden wailed. I could see her mouth open as her tongue lolled out, along with her beautiful purple eyes rolled up. Do you now? Then you won't mind if I do this to you whenever I want. Yesh, please do me whenever you want. I am your servant. Then I'll make sure to come to you whenever I feel horny. Yesh. I feel my own orgasm coming. I can easily hold it off but decide not to. Spiritual beings have full control over their bodies, so I have no refractory period after all. I might as well come buckets inside Raiden. Raiden, I'm going to come soon. I groan out. Inside me. Inside me, please. You don't even need to ask. I was planning on doing so anyway. I continue to thrust into Raiden, building up my orgasm more and more before I eventually release inside of her, causing her an orgasm of her own. Raiden gains a dopey grin on her face as she giggles. Thank you master, that was so good. Heh, we aren't done yet. Raiden giggles as she says, relieve yourself of your lusts on my body. Your maid is always available for you. Don't worry, I will, my dear maid. I flip Raiden over, causing our position to shift into doggy style. As I pull out of her, I feel her sex grip me tightly, almost refusing to let me out, but she isn't nearly strong enough to impede me. Once I am fully out of her, I thrust myself back into her sex, fully causing Raiden to squeal. Oh. So good master. I love you. Even though Raiden isn't capable of seeing me right now, I smile down at her as I continue to thrust into her, and I love you too, my precious maid. I ignore Raiden's giggles as I grope her ass cheeks while continuing to have my way with her. She's in for a long night. Chapter 60, Chapter 20, Barriers and Healing. Felix. I wake up with a groan as I feel someone sucking me off under the blanket. Last night Raiden and I went at it until morning. Sleep wasn't something we really had to worry about after all. Thankfully muscle soreness isn't something either of us have to worry about either, due to our regeneration and physiology. It seems Raiden wanted to give me a wake-up present. I feel her slowly pull up off my shaft. I see her head peek out from under the blanket. Good morning, master. She has a deep blush on her face with some drool leaking out from the side of her mouth. If this were a hentai, she would have hard eyes. I smile at her as I say, good morning to you too. Now are you going to finish your duty? Raiden really likes it when I reference anything sex-related as her duty or job. Her being a maid has been integrated into her kinks. Scary. But also hot. She sent me a seductive smile. Of course, master. She is really learning quickly. I soon felt her begin to suck on my balls, which she continued for a few seconds before licking and kissing her way back up to the tip. You taste so good, master. Sex magic for the win, baby. She begins to deep throat my cock, causing me to groan out my enjoyment. Raiden, can you use your tits? I've always wanted a boob job from her. We unfortunately didn't get much of a chance to do so last night, so might as well make up for that now. She slowly pulled up. Once she was at the tip, she gave it a quick kiss before I heard her say, of course, master. It would be my honor. Having a lewd maid is great. I reach down to pet her head as I imbue my hand with pleasure magic, causing each of my touches to feel extremely pleasurable for her. You really are the perfect maid, aren't you, Raiden? Yes. I am my master's perfect maid. It didn't take Raiden long to lean back under the blanket, though with the addition of my hand on her head. I groaned as I felt her massive mammary surround my dick. Such a sensation is absolutely exquisite. I could feel the drool Raiden is releasing as lube slide down my dick and into the valley between her breasts. Once her breasts were sufficiently lubed, she began to gently move them up and down as she sucked on the part of my dick that was peeking out through her tits as she continued to moan. I could feel my release begin to approach. I'm about to come, Raiden. I felt her redouble her efforts. She was clearly eager for my seed. What a lewd maid. I groaned as I came down her throat, causing Raiden to achieve an orgasm of her own. The combination of my basically addictive sperm and my pleasure magic was easily able to get her to reach her peak. I could feel some of my cum begin to leak out of her mouth and onto my dick, but I didn't worry about that. After all, I'm sure Raiden will have a fun time cleaning me up. Now clean me up, and then we can resume from where we were last night. Yes master. Now that Raiden and I are fully cleaned up, I decided to head out and see what Kurumi was doing. I could sense that she was still in the house, so it didn't take me long at all to find her. The moment I entered the room that Kurumi was in, Kurumi turned to me with a foxy smile. Era, did you have fun with Raiden master? Haha, you can say that. Anyways, what have you been up to? I shift the topic away from my night activities. I really don't want to talk about that with Kurumi. That seems like it would be super awkward no matter what. Oh, I have been sorting through all the things I had bought yesterday, along with browsing the internet. I cringed internally hearing the last part. I asked Raiden how she was able to get the hang of sex so quickly, and she said that she used the internet. God damn it, they haven't even been here for a week and they are already being corrupted. Is Raiden still asleep? Kurumi asked. Oh, as if she would take a break. No, she's making some food for us. I see. I wonder what she is going to make. The food of this world is quite unique and delicious. Yup, the food culture in this world is super developed. What did you try? Yesterday. I only went to one cafe, and then had some street food. I had omiris, curry rice, a parfait, and some coffee. I see, not bad choices. All three of us should go out later. There are a bunch of things you have to try. Kurumi gave me a nod as she said, it would be my honor to go out with you for food, master. As they say in this world, I will dress to impress. Ah, she is really being infected by the internet. Not that I can blame her, the internet is great. Still, I'm surprised that people weren't panicking from Kurumi's appearance. To the uneducated she must seem similar to a cursed spirit. I know that no Jujutsu sorcerer will dare to mess with her, seeing as basically all of them saw the stream of me beating Sukuna up, but I would have thought the normal people would try to do something to her out of fear. It seems my worries were for nothing though. According to Kurumi, she heard someone say a cursed spirit couldn't be as beautiful as her. These humans seriously have absolutely no sense of self-preservation. It will be interesting to see how they will adapt to everything that is happening. Japan is definitely going to have a hard time. The value of the Japanese yen has dropped considerably, people are wanting to leave, etc. Still, they aren't doing horrible. They do have their very own Satoru Gojo to make sure everything goes well. That guy might as well be an unbeatable god to the majority of this world, so he should be able to make sure nothing goes wrong until my plan bears fruit. In a few decades I'll definitely have to visit this world again to see what the world turned out like due to my tampering. I haven't even begun yet and I'm already starting to feel a bit excited. Kurumi and I continued to chat until Raiden informed us that the food was ready. Once Kurumi and I were at the table, I inspected the dishes she made. A good old cheeseburger with some fries, can't go wrong with that. Raiden wasn't letting last night's activities hinder her in her duties as my maid, truly a professional maid. While I was eating I went through the list of everything I wanted to get done today. I need to replace the barriers around the Jujutsu schools, go out for some food with Raiden and Kurumi, maybe do some shopping as well. I want to buy some gaming consoles to take back to the Cardinal World. Maybe I can find a way to make them work there. Playing video games with Malim and Vdora sounds fun. Then I gotta get the stuff on the list Ramaris sent me. I definitely want to buy a Nintendo Switch. And then there is one other thing I want to do that I forgot about in my excitement. It's something I'm somewhat ashamed of forgetting. I need to visit my mother's grave. It seems I got completely lost in the novelty of traveling worlds that I forgot about some of the more important things. I may not have loved her as a son would love a mother, but maybe more like an older sister or an aunt. She took good care of me, and even her cause of death could be related to me. Still, I'm not going to blame myself for such a thing. She was doing what she felt was right. I've had time to move on. Maybe I'll end up finding out what happened to my body as well. I'd like to take back some of the stuff I had, like some old pictures I've taken with my mother, but those are probably long gone. Sigh, well I've got my memories at least. And then, only after I get everything I want to do in this world done, will I make my announcement. I want to do that last as a lot of chaos will start to happen. Who knows if the shops I want to go to will even be open at that point. After that, I can just relax for a bit before going back to the Cardinal World. Sounds like a good plan to me. I continue to browse social media as I ate my breakfast. Apparently the Japanese government has made some announcements a few months ago, back during the Shibuya incident. They announced that cursed spirits exist, but that they are only born in Tokyo, and then along with that everyone in Tokyo was evacuated due to Kenjaku releasing so many cursed spirits. Tokyo is an absolute ghost town at this point. That's probably why Satoru didn't set me up there. The citizens were evacuated to other ghost towns as well as some islands. Probably a wise decision, but people are starting to find out the truth about everything. What with May's stream, my own announcement earlier, and the announcement that I'm going to make pretty soon is bound to mess some stuff up. I quickly sent a quick text to Satoru telling him that I can replace the barriers for the Jujutsu schools. He sent a thumbs up emoji, along with the location of both schools with Google Maps. Nice, I can use that to get the exact coordinates. I told him to meet me at the school in Tokyo shortly. I'll have to manually maintain the barriers until I place down the crystals, but that's not a big deal. I have an absurd Magicule capacity now, to the point that I likely won't ever run out of Magicules even without Magicule Breeder Reactor, maybe only in a fight against someone super strong like Malim, Guy, or the True Dragons would I have to worry about running out of Magicules. I quickly finished up my burger. Hey girls, I'm going to go replace some barriers for Satoru, any of you want to tag along? Raiden responded first, I would love to accompany you master, however the bed sheets need to be changed, along with some cleaning that needs to be done, and then I need to begin preparing your next meal. Yikes, that does sound like a lot to do. I'm also making her work more, as beings at my level don't really need to eat or drink to survive, I just do it since I enjoy it. Still, I know she enjoys serving me so I'll leave her to it. I see, well what about you Kurumi? Yes, I would love to come master. Alright, since I know you like to ride on my shoulders, why don't you shift into your fox form now? Yes master. Once Kurumi was on my shoulder I turned to look at Raiden, after I'm done helping Satoru want to go explore the city. Yes master. I will make sure all my tasks have been completed upon your return. I gave her a thumbs up and teleported to the coordinates Saitra sent me. Once I arrived I noticed a bunch of Jujutsu sorcerers' gazes jump to me, they were quickly able to recognize me though so they didn't do anything other than give me a bow. It seems that since Tingen's barrier which was hiding the schools is down, the Jujutsu sorcerers have to manually make sure that no one wanders into the campus, that must be a massive waste of manpower. I was completely concealing my aura, so Satoru wasn't able to sense me, though I'm sure these other Jujutsu sorcerers are probably letting Satoru know of my arrival, so I decided to just wait until he shows up. I wanted to explore the school a bit, and no one seemed to have the guts to attempt to stop me so I just went on my way. I flew up into the sky to get a good view of the surroundings. The Tokyo Jujutsu School was surrounded by a large mountainous range. I wonder how everyone will react if I destroy it. I bet Megumin would enjoy doing such a thing. That girl tried to blow up Demon Lord Leon's kingdom on the daily. Ah, stupid intrusive thoughts, let's not cause any more mass destruction. Maybe I should try and find a dead, or empty world to have fun on, one where me and my subordinates can go wild without having to worry about the consequences. Yes, that sounds like an excellent idea. Notice, Odin has already found multiple worlds that fit the master's requirements. Ah, really? Great, I'll have to pay one of those worlds a visit sometime then. Are you able to make it do that the times between said dead world and the Cardinal World sync up rather than what is happening now? Answer, yes, due to detailed analysis Odin is capable of transporting the master to other worlds without time speeding up in said world. Nice, I was just curious but that might come in handy someday. Maybe I can connect an empty world to a room in my castle, basically adding an entire planet to my territory. I don't really need to do that, but it sounds badass. I can tell people I have my own personal planet, I imagine not many can claim the same. Huh? You say something Odin. It was just the master's imagination. I don't think so but whatever. I felt Satoru flying up towards me. The view here is great isn't it? Though I don't know how many times I've had to stop myself from using Hollow Purple to just destroy everything. Also hello Kurumi. Kurumi waved back at him using her paw since she was still in her fox form, but we really are similar aren't we? Indeed, that sounds like a fun time though. I bet, still, now that you're here I'd like to ask you for a favor. Another favor huh? I wonder what went wrong this time. Depends on what it is. Of course, I'm not sure if you are familiar with my student, Nobara, but she's kinda in a coma right now. I was wondering what happened to her. Gij really wanted to kill everyone huh? That's something to think about. Did Gij creating Jujutsu Kaisen create this world? Or did he basically receive dreams of what would happen in this world and create a manga about it? Truly, life's greatest questions. If it's the former, then he might not know it, but he would basically have complete control over what happens in this world. Scary. She got a chunk of her face blown off by a cursed spirit's innate technique. You might know him, his name is Mahito. We were able to prevent her from completely passing on due to a curse technique, but the moment the technique is lifted, she will die. I see, so you want me to heal her then, That is exactly what I want. But the way Mahito's technique works is that it alters the very shape of her soul, and then her body adjusts to said change. We have no way to revert what happened to her soul, but I was hoping you did. I can take a look at her at the very least. There is a very real possibility that I can heal her. Now what should I ask for in return? There isn't really anything more I want from Satoru in exchange for my help. Hell, everything I've asked for from him I can get myself but was too lazy to do so. Still, I'm not an unreasonable dick to everyone, I can understand Satoru's plight. He has been treating me well, and I do like him, so I might as well help him. It's not like it will come at a big cost for me. I'm at a level of power where I can generally just do whatever the fuck I want and not have to worry about the consequences. Still, that doesn't mean I have to be an evil tyrant all the time. I can be a nice guy for once, plus I'm in a rather good mood after last night. I probably don't even need to use a potion. From what I'm hearing, she is still technically alive, which means her soul should still be around. I can just use the holy magic spell, Resurrection, that should easily be capable of bringing her back from her comatose state, and theoretically restoring her soul to its natural form. Miracle-level holy magic really can be quite broken. You can use it to bring back the dead, heal fatal injuries, seal awakened demon lord-level beings, and even destroy souls. Even ultimate skill wielders with their immunity to lesser forms of magic have to be careful when facing a master of this form of magic. And since rather than using holy power, it makes use of the god's power to directly manipulate spirit rons, even monsters, and demons, two very not holy beings can use it. Sure, I don't mind helping you with Nobara after I set up the barriers. Great. Here, I know you're interested in quite a few things, so I got you this. Ta-da, Sukuna's last finger. I thought he was at full power back when you two were fighting. Nope. He was at 19 fingers. I took the finger from Satoru's hand and stored it in my stomach. It seems to be quite similar to a Horcrux from Harry Potter, as in it has a piece of Sukuna's soul in it. I'll have to feed this to Sukuna whenever I return to the Cardinal World, then he can be at his highest level, and then I'll name him. I see, thanks. Now let me set up the barrier. Alright, do you need anything from me? Nah, it shouldn't take long. The barrier Tingen had changed the appearance of the layout of the buildings every day to hide the school's existence from the public. The barrier helps with hiding the school, but doesn't really prevent an infiltration. Now that Jujutsu Society has been exposed to the wider public, the abilities for the barrier have to be changed. For one, it has to focus on keeping people out, as well as hiding from the public. Not something hard for me to do. I clap my hands and create a simple barrier around the campus, and then use spatial magic to separate the inside of the barrier from the rest of the world. Similar to what Isolate does, I basically separated the space inside the barrier from the space outside the barrier. I did it this way due to Isolate being a skill. It will be far harder to maintain such a thing with mere crystals, spatial magic, and the barrier on the other hand isn't as high tier, though it should be more than enough for this world. The defenses I put up are rather simple, but it should get the job done. I could do the same, if not more with Ouroboros, as space is basically my personal bitch, but I felt like it would be a bit overkill. I don't want to use one of my most powerful skills for something basic in another world that won't have any direct impact on me. Alright, done. The barrier is designed to keep people who aren't supposed to be inside it out. There is only one way to get through the barrier, so make sure you have it being monitored, but other than that I don't think anyone in this world is capable of breaking through this barrier. I kept the entrance the same as what it was before. The entrance is in the foothills of the nearby mountain. You just have to follow the stairs that have already been built in, and then you'll eventually find yourself past the barrier. Really? How does it work then? Oh, it sort of separates the space from the inside of the barrier from the outside, basically making it impossible to damage whatever is inside of the barrier unless you break the entire barrier, or find a way to sneak in. I see, that sounds interesting. Maybe I can learn to do something similar with Limitless. I don't think it's impossible, but it would definitely need a lot of practice. In my other world, a bunch of people can do something similar, so it isn't super high tier. I'm sort of seeing how it works with my 6 eyes. It's a bit hard to read how exactly you do what you do since it seems you use a different type of energy. Your 6 eyes really is a cheat, you know. Odin is a better cheat though. And yet I still can't quite understand what it is you're doing. And to think this doesn't even qualify for high tier for you. Man, I know I've told you this, but your world is scary. We then went and did the same thing at the Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu school. Alright, now that I'm done with that, might as well go get Nobara all fixed up now. Great. We've got her staying back at the Tokyo school, so we have to go back there. I instantly teleport us back to the Tokyo school, and follow Satoru to wherever Nobara is being kept. Satoru also gave me a mini tour of the school. He knows the school pretty well as he teaches here. He showed me the classrooms, the isolation chamber where Yuji and Yuta were being held for execution. The dormitory is rather nice. Each student gets a fairly large room all to themselves. Then Satoru also has a hidden room that no one with authority knows about, somewhere for him to hide out basically. You could honestly call it a man cave. It's still a nice school, though that's to be expected. We eventually reach the infirmary. Hey, what's up Shoko? Ugh, what do you want Satoru? And hello Felix-sama, Kurumi-sama. Kurumi and I give her a wave. I'm pretty sure she's still traumatized by Raiden. If that's your reaction when seeing me, I'll be a bit hurt, you know. Ugh, I'm busy Satoru, what do you need? Fine, party pooper. My buddy Felix here says he should be able to heal Nobara, so could you bring her on out? She raised her brow. I see. I haven't been able to do anything for her as I'm not capable of healing souls, but it wouldn't be surprising if someone with different abilities like Felix-sama is able to heal her. My thoughts exactly. By the way, are you cool with Megumi and Yuji being here when you do your thing? Maybe it'll help cheer Megumi up. Is Megumi not feeling well or something? Well, I can't blame him. Dude was possessed by a mass murderer, and then also would have ended up in a lifelong coma if I didn't have Odin heal him. Most people wouldn't be doing too good if they were in his situation either. Yeah sure, I don't mind. Great. Let me call them real quick then. I took a seat on the table as I waited for Yuji and Megumi to show up. I let my thoughts wander. Maybe I should summon a demon to watch over this world for me. They can make sure that nothing goes horribly wrong as well as monitor a few things for me. It'll also help test my theory if summoning demons is even possible in another world. Theoretically it should be, but realistically who knows. I can't directly sense the demon realm like I used to be able to in the Cardinal World, but that might just be because the Cardinal World was more deeply connected to spiritual worlds like the Elemental Realm and the Demon Realm. I can pretty easily make a body for the demon to inhabit as well. I'll have to think about it. I might just have to use a far greater amount of Magicules to summon a demon, and if that doesn't work I can still breach the gap with Planeswalker. The Demon Realm is technically another world after all. In fact, Odin is capable of using Ouroboros to sense a practically endless amount of dimensions, each with their own spacetimes. I am capable of doing something similar myself, though I would need a lot of practice. After all, just having an ultimate skill doesn't mean you have complete mastery over it. Then there was the fact that according to Odin some dimensions times were completely out of sync with the Cardinal World, though that only makes sense. It seems the closer a dimension is to the Cardinal World, the more their times naturally align, though with my interference I changed that. When it was explained to me it sounded incredibly headache-inducing. Now that I think about it, I could probably use Ouroboros with Odin's help to mess with multiple dimensions at once, with Magicule Breeder Reactor, and Odin who knows what my limit is. I seriously lucked out with my skill set. Satoru took a seat on the table across from me, though he seemed to be ignoring the glare Shoko was sending his way. They should be here soon, they were just getting ready when I called them. It shouldn't be long at all then, most men don't take ages to get ready, and they also live on campus. So what's up with Megumi? You said he was having a case of depresso espresso. Ahaha, I wonder how he would react if he heard that, but yeah, ever since Sukuna killed his sister, with his body and curse technique he's been pretty depressed. Hell, the entire reason Sukuna probably did it was in order to break Megumi's will. Well, I didn't know that. Fucking Sukuna. Maybe I should just kill him. But that would be a waste of resources, plus he'd be basically a different person, I think. Sukuna, you're really making it hard to justify your continued existence. It should be fine, not like anyone will know. I think being basically mind-raped by Odin is enough punishment, or maybe not. Whatever. Well, that's something. Yup. The awkward silence was broken with the entrance of both Yuji and a depressed Megumi. Yuji gave me an excited wave. Hey Felix-sama. I heard you're able to heal Kujisaki. Is that true? Well, I'll at the very least try to. That's enough for me. Ah. I didn't see you there, Kurumi-sama. Hello. My man is way too excited, even Kurumi is looking at him oddly, and she has a fox face right now. Still she waved her paw at him. Ah, I forgot to introduce you, Felix-sama, this is Fushiguro. Fushiguro, this is Felix-sama. The guy who saved you and beat up Sukuna. And that is Kurumi-sama, his pet. I'm not sure what their relationship is, but she calls herself his pet. Megumi gave me a bow as he said, nice to meet you Felix-sama, Kurumi-sama. Thank you for your help with Sukuna and getting me my body back. Though I felt like his heart wasn't fully in it. He was grateful for sure, but that didn't change the fact that he felt upset, or sad about something. Most likely his sister's death. I remember it was said that he was really close to his sister. I'd offer to bring his sister back, but from what I heard she's dead, as in her soul has passed on, and her body was dealt with. Not much I can do about that. I do sense a spiritual realm of sorts, which is most likely the afterlife of this world. It isn't too surprising that such a thing exists, after all it was said that when Yuta released Rika from his curse that's where she went. But I don't really want to mess with that too much for obvious reasons. I wonder if my mother is up there. Hopefully she's doing good wherever she is. She was a good mom. I'll have to visit her grave. No problem, I was curious about the King of Curses, that's all. It doesn't hurt that he's a shithead either. Satoru giggled as he said, I wonder how he would react to being called that. That would be funny indeed. From what I got of his personality he'd probably praise someone for having the balls to insult him, but then behead them right after. That sounds about right. Are they always like this? Asked Megumi. Aha, yeah, I forgot to tell you that Gojo-sensei, and Felix-sama are related so they get along pretty well. Ah, is that so? He seemed familiar but it must be nothing. What a lackluster response. Dude is deep into his depression, maybe a prank will cheer him up. That or make him hate me. Oh well, it sounds like something fun to do later. Still, he said I looked familiar. Notice, it is likely that the individual known as Megumi is the one that the girl the master saved the day he died in this world was calling out. The girl looks similar to the sister of Megumi Fushiguro shown in your memories. Ah, what the fuck? What kind of coincidence is that? That must be like a less than 1% chance kind of thing. The master is correct, the possibility of such a thing is infinitesimally small. Man, so I saved his sister from taking a potentially life-threatening hit, but she ended up dying later on anyway. She must have some really horrible luck. I looked at Megumi as I said, you said I looked familiar. By any chance are you the Megumi that girl was calling out to when I got hit by that vehicle? Megumi's eyes widened as he said, no way. I'll take that as a yes then. Yuji looked clueless, but Satoru seemed to figure it out. He is Megumi's guardian last I remember, so it makes sense that he knows about that incident. Ha. Huh. When we did a DNA test on you since you looked so much like a Gojo we were so confused, to think that was you. So they did a DNA test on me, huh? That makes sense, Satoru would have probably gotten involved since the incident was related to one of his charges, and then on top of that I look like a Gojo. Man, what a coincidence. So you're the guy that saved Megumi's sister and died, Felix? It seems so, dang, the odds of that are super low. Megumi gave me a perfect 90 degrees bow and said, thank you for saving my sister. Haha, it's no problem, honestly I'm happy with the way things turned out, I'm not sure if Yuji told you, but it's thanks to that death that I've been having the time of my life. Who knows if I would have been reincarnated if my life reached its natural conclusion, and even if I did the time period may be off, I may be reborn long after Rimuru even founded Tempest. All the relationships I've built likely won't happen the same way, basically everything would be different. I probably wouldn't be absolutely overpowered either. That situation is definitely not something that I want. That's if my life even reached its natural conclusion. With all those cursed spirits that were running around I might have gotten killed by one of those. My interference in the fight between Satoru and Sukuna may have even saved Satoru's life, who knows if he was prepared for Sukuna to cut through infinity like he did. Still, thank you very much. It's thanks to you that I've got to spend many more years with her. Ah, now I'd feel bad if I pranked him too hard, dude is beyond grateful. Which I guess makes sense, but still. Since Megumi was involved, maybe he knows what happened with my body. Alright, your thanks is accepted, but do you know what happened to my old body? It's probably been decomposing, but maybe my bones are still around. I wonder what I could do with them. If this was a far more spiritual world I'm sure my old body could be used to curse me or something, but thankfully that isn't possible. Still, maybe I can put my old skeleton to use, maybe make an autonomous golem out of it. It just seems super badass, having my former skeleton guarding my bedroom or something back in the Cardinal World. Or maybe I'm slowly going insane. I wonder if a bone golem made from my bones would have magic circuits. They probably would, seeing as they won't be capable of channeling magic without them. Magic circuits are basically a pseudo-circulatory system found in basically all magian and spiritual life forms, including me. For normal humans, and demi-humans their magical power is stored and circulated through their blood, but us magical and spiritual beings are a bit different due to our abnormal physiques, we have magic circuits to circulate our magic power through our bodies. It's even theoretically possible to interfere with someone's circuits with curses and an advanced level of fighting spirit which basically stops them from using magicals in most cases. I don't need to worry about that though, harming my magic circuits is nigh impossible unless someone has the magic power to do so. I have an absurd amount of magic power constantly circulating throughout my body, in order to interfere with that someone has to be able to withstand, basically all my power. Now I'm curious, I should definitely look into that. Still, my earlier plan of using my old skeleton only works if I wasn't cremated, which is generally the standard for Japanese burials. I should definitely ask Megumi or Satoru what happened to my body. Satoru is the one who responds, We had your body cremated and buried next to your mother. Ah, well there goes that plan, my dreams of having a golem made out of my former body have been destroyed before they can even truly take off. Well at least my body was treated properly. Ah, I see, thanks. He waved me off, all good, it's the least I could have done. Now that that's over I clapped and said, now let's get this started, I don't need anything beyond myself to fix up Nobara so bring her on out. I'll go get her for you Felix-sama, could you help me Yuji-kun, said Shoko. Yuji gave a salute, yes ma'am. As I waited for them to bring her out I continued to chat with Satoru while ignoring the aura of gloom Megumi was giving out. Honestly a cursed spirit might be born from him at this point. I noticed Megumi was about to try and say something but it looked like he changed his mind, now that won't do. What were you trying to tell me Megumi? He looked surprised that I caught him, though he really shouldn't be so surprised. He shook his head. It's nothing. Now you've got me interested. What is it? I won't stop bugging you until you tell me. I heard him mumble something about me being like Satoru, but I ignored that. Fine, I wanted to know how you got so strong. I watched the video of your fight with Sukuna. If it could even be called a fight, it looked like you were practically toying with him. I tilted my head and considered his question. I guess it makes sense that he wants to know how to get stronger. He just got possessed by this world's boogeyman, said boogeyman, then killed his sister with his power with him helpless to stop him. It would make sense that Megumi is more focused on obtaining more power, though Megumi's greatest asset, Meihoraga, is gone permanently. If I remember correctly, when a Shikigami of the 10 Shadows technique dies, they cannot come back. Without Meihoraga, Megumi probably won't even be able to match Geto, though it might be possible if he trains his ass off. However, at this point Satoru is out of his league completely. He still might be capable of making it to special grade though, which I assume is the level of strength he wants to achieve. Well, just like everyone else, I trained and got some lucky opportunities. Now that I think about it, Fortunate One had a lot to do with how lucky I got, meeting Malim at that exact time and evolving. Then there was thankfully the barrier around Tempest that prevented the souls from leaving, allowing Rimuru and I to bring everyone back to life. And then I'm sure there were some more subtle things that Fortunate One has done that I have not noticed. Ah, that doesn't help me at all. Haha, well, what you want to know isn't an easy answer. Strength isn't easy to obtain for those not born with it. There are those who are born strong, like Satoru was, at least concerning this world. Then there are the primordial demons, born at the top of the demon hierarchy until I showed up, and I'm sure the primordial angels are similar. Hell, there is the fucking true dragons. They are by default at the top of the world basically. Their very existence allows them to compete against those with ultimate skills even if they themselves don't have one. Even I was born as an incredibly strong lesser demon with enough power to destroy multiple villages. And once I became a greater demon and copied the old man's skills, I would be basically invincible in this world. Spatial severing is basically the direct counter to infinity after all. But even though my ascension to my current level of power happened in a relatively quick period, it was by no means easy, even if Malim's naming and my harvest festival were key to my strength. I trained my ass off back in the demon realm, sparred with Malim all the time after I met her. I always tried to obtain new skills, and then I had to massacre thousands of people and use their souls as fuel to ascend myself. It might not be the most conventional method of getting stronger when compared to some of the methods in other worlds. As far as I know, there isn't any sort of evolutions or skills available in other worlds like there is in the Cardinal World. The only reason I was able to acquire skills and evolve in the demon realm was due to its metaphysical connection to the Cardinal World. I imagine it is the same for other worlds connected to the Cardinal World as well. However, there is still one thing I think is in common with every single person who manages to reach a level that can be called strong is willpower. You can evolve skills through pure willpower, beat someone mightier than you with willpower, and handle grueling training through willpower. In the end, willpower is key. It might sound corny, but one of the most essential things is willpower. With enough willpower, as long as you are smart, you can become incredibly strong. Now your options might be limited as you don't have access to your ace, Meihoraga anymore, but you have plenty of other Shikigami in your arsenal. I remember Sukuna was able to use the abilities of your Shikigami himself. For example, he made that beam of water. Start trying to learn that. Ah, that also doesn't help me at all except for the last part. Ah, maybe I'm not cut out for teaching then. I waved him off. Well, that's what you're going to get from me. Sigh, just like Gojo. Well, I am his cousin. I heard a door open, and out came Yuji and Shoko. They were rolling a bed of some sort. That must be Nobara. They covered her with a cloth from head to toe, which makes sense if there is a gaping hole in her head. They set her to the side as I approached her. Satoru, Yuji, Megumin, and Shoko were all paying attention to what I was doing. I analyzed her. It seems she was injured by Mojito. The very shape of her soul was changed, but I should be able to fix that up with miracle-level holy magic. I removed the cloth from her face. She was missing a decent chunk of the left side of her face, including her eye. That must have hurt without pain nullification. It seems she's completely nude under the cloth as well, though I'm not going to peek. I have standards after all. Now how should I do this? I could use a potion to heal her physical body, and then use the holy magic spell Resurrection to bring her back fully and heal her soul. Though it might be better to use the spell Regeneration rather than a potion. I may have a bunch of potions, but that doesn't mean I want to waste them. Notice, the holy magic spell Resurrection also fully heals the target as well as bringing them back from the dead if their soul is still present. The master only needs to use Resurrection to bring the individual known as Nobara back. Ah, I see, thanks Odin. I was never super big on holy magic. I gathered the holy power through my connection as God with my subordinates. Without such a thing it would be much harder for me to use holy power as I am a demonic being. I set my hand on her heart and manipulate the spirit runs around us, Resurrection. And then in front of our eyes Nobara regenerated the missing chunk of her face. Whoa. Yuji seemed surprised, but still happy. No way. while Megumi was just looking on in shock. "Ah, I knew you could do it, Felix. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Satoru. The regeneration itself looks similar to that of reverse curse technique. They all watched with bated breaths as Nobara slowly opened her eyes. Hey guys. Yuji tackled her with a hug. Kujisaki. Megumi looked extremely shocked, though he looked like he had some hope in his eyes, maybe in regards to his sister. I better get rid of that before it festers. It would be needlessly cruel to allow him to think I can bring her back at this point. I put my hand on his shoulder. This method only worked because she was still technically alive, her soul hadn't yet passed on, so drop whatever you're thinking. His head drooped down a bit. I see. I looked towards Satoru. Well, now that my job is done, I'm going to go have some fun. He gave me a thumbs up. Alright, please don't make me go broke. And thanks for healing Nobara up, I won't forget this favor. Haha, I'll try, and don't worry about it. Healing Nobara wasn't all that difficult. Now let's go pick up Raiden and go shopping. Hopefully she's done with whatever it is she's doing. Yeshoko is definitely traumatized if that very minute full body shiver when I mentioned Raiden is any indication. I gave Kurumi a pet as I was walking away. Kurumi gave my cheek a lick, which I assume is her way of saying yes. Chapter 61, Chapter 21, Summoning. Felix. As I teleport back to the place we are all staying, I consider who else is fucking dead. I didn't even know Nobara's status until Satoru brought it up, so now I'm wondering who else could be gone. It has become increasingly clear that this world isn't one that will end with the protagonist winning and then living out his dream life. Satoru would have died, or at the very least been fatally injured without my intervention. Who knows if he would have been able to heal himself with reverse curse technique. I haven't seen or heard anyone mention Nami, and he is a first-grade sorcerer, so he is most likely dead. I know Mekamaru got killed by Mahito back at the start of the Shibuya incident. Well, at least that blue-haired chick that he was trying to save is still alive. Would have been tragic if she still died. I haven't heard anyone mention Tadu, so he might be dead. Maybe I should ask Yuji. Yup, that sounds good. I sent him a quick text asking everyone of relevance who has died. As I was considering who else could be dead, the thought that maybe these guys could train to get stronger was stuck in my head. I ended up thinking back to Megumi's question. This world is pretty fucking tragic. There isn't a way to increase the innate cursed energy capacity you are born with. Even in the Cardinal World it's possible to increase your magicule capacity and magic power. Hell, people are restricted based on what innate technique they are born with. It can either be strong or weak. Megumi was said to have the potential to rival Satoru. Hell, a past 10 Shadows wielder killed a Limitless and 6 Eyes wielder, though that was likely only due to Mahoraga. Potential doesn't mean shit in the here and now. Still, maybe increasing the things that magic power relies on might have an effect on sorcerers. Magic power isn't a specific energy in of itself, but the combination of the material body's energy, the spiritual body's energy, and even the soul's innate energy. Increasing any one of those can increase the quality and power of your magic power. Magic power is similar to stamina in the sense that running low on it can cause physical exhaustion or mental lethargy. It can be recovered pretty easily. Sleeping and eating are the most common ways of doing so. Of course, for those like me and Rimuru, we can metabolize an excess amount of magicules into energy, which results in rapid restoration of magic power. The only condition is that you must have a sufficient tolerance towards magicules. Along with that, whenever someone is utilizing their magic power, it can leak out of your body and into the surroundings in the form of waves. This is a pretty common way to intimidate someone. Megumi doesn't utilize magic power though. After all, it's what is used when manipulating magicules to create magic, when manipulating holy power, when manipulating spirit runs, all of that uses magic power. But maybe it will still have an effect on cursed energy, though I feel like past Jujutsu sorcerers should have tried to improve their material body, so maybe I'll have to come up with something else. I'm curious about what direction a Jujutsu sorcerer will evolve with some of my guidance. I'm becoming kind of like a mad scientist with all the shit I want to do. Oh well. Jujutsu sorcerers likely don't have a method to improve their spiritual body though, so maybe I can come up with one and pass it on. After all, the stronger these guys get, the more fun I'll have when I eventually return. Hell, these guys might actively avoid improving their spiritual body if Tengen is anything to go by. Though I'll have to put some thought into it if I decide to do that. The soul in general is incredibly complicated. I had to have Odin dumb it down for me to understand what the fuck she was talking about. It's basically made up of a few layers. The innermost part of the soul is known as the ego, which acts as the source of one's intention and will. The ego is basically the essence of an individual. It establishes who you are through your memories and sense of self. Based on the ego, one can be awarded a unique skill, as they are basically born from their user, born from their memories, dreams, and will. That's why unique skills are sometimes described as the shape of the mind. Ultimate skills are also stored in the ego. That's why they generally can't be stolen in most cases. For Odin to steal an ultimate skill, she would have to fight tooth and nail for it, something that generally isn't worth it when it is far easier to just copy someone's ultimate skill. The ego is then surrounded by a supercluster of infants, the smallest particle, and are contained in all matter throughout all of existence. Even in skills. Their mass is as close to zero as possible. Odin wasn't able to tell me much more about them as she was still in the process of analyzing them herself, something only possible due to the environment of stomach. All she was able to tell me was that the ability to alter, combine, and abolish skills is due to Odin being able to manipulate infants at a super limited level. Odin isn't capable of directly interacting with them just yet, only sort of guiding them slightly. Anyways, the ego is surrounded by a supercluster of infants that basically serves as the core of any living being. This core serves as the container for the ego as well as the recording device for information. The core is then surrounded by a bunch of spiritrons which acts as the source of power. This is what I call the soul energy, though it's more of an energy crystal. These three aspects, the ego, the core, and the energy crystal, work together and form a cohesive mechanism similar to a living cell, which is then covered by the astral body. The astral body basically translates the intention of one's soul and relays it to the spiritual body, along with protecting the ego, core, and energy crystal. Of course, the astral body usually needs a medium to preserve it, or else the astral body will eventually dissolve and release one's soul to pass on. I'm not sure if there is a way to increase your soul energy other than evolution. Each living being is born with a base amount of soul energy, but based on strength and evolution, the quality and quantity of soul energy can dramatically increase. I have an absurd amount of soul energy as a being with divinity, along with my status as an awakened demon lord. My soul energy can probably only be matched by Guy and surpassed by the true dragons. Those guys are busted as fuck, and that's me saying it. In raw stats, I don't think anyone surpasses them. Soul energy is incredibly important. It's what is used to fuel the activation of skills after all. Soul energy and magicules are both utilized when using skills. Skills are formed out of magicules when one's power and desire come into alignment. Though there is a cost, one's magicule capacity is permanently lowered as fuel for said skill. Magicules aren't difficult for the current me to recover, and even if it was harder to recover, I don't need to worry about that. I have enough magicules to recreate all the ultimate skills I have analyzed multiple times over. But I don't really think that's a good idea. I don't want to strain my soul more than I need to. I'm not eager to relive what I felt when I first copied Satinel from Malim. Along with that, Odin is able to optimize basically all my energies, basically making it so I lose far less than normal. Even without Magicule Breeder Reactor, I would still basically never truly run out of any sort of energy I make use of, similar to how Satoru can't really run out of cursed energy due to his 6 eyes. Unfortunately, Odin isn't capable of increasing the quality of my magic power directly, only making sure that I don't ever run out of it. Still, thank you for teaching me all this, Odin-sensei. Odin is simply completing its duty. Always so humble. Now enough of that boring stuff. Where is my maid? Gojo Satoru. Satoru looked on as Yuji continued to hug his other student Nobara. He really took her loss hard, especially since it was right after Yuji watched Nami be killed. He shook his head to get rid of those thoughts. At the very least, Nobara survived. Satoru thought Nami would be happy with that. Megumi seemed a bit glum, but he was still incredibly shocked. After all, Felix did what should be impossible. He healed a soul that Mahito had transfigured. It wasn't lost on him what Felix said just before he healed Nobara. He said resurrection. Going by that, theoretically Felix should be capable of bringing back the dead. At least that's what he would have thought if he didn't hear what Felix said to Megumi. Such an ability is bound to have some restrictions, so he wasn't surprised by what Felix said. Still, Felix didn't look drained whatsoever after basically reviving Nobara from her near-death state. He reached out to pull Yuji back. He was practically suffocating Nobara at this point. Now Yuji, I know you're happy that Nobara is okay, but give the girl some room. She just woke up from a coma after all. Ah, right, sensei. He turned towards Shoko, who was already doing some checks on Nobara. Is anything wrong with her? As far as I can tell, her body is perfectly healed. Not a single bone is misaligned. Her body is quite literally perfectly healed, which is impossible. As we live, our bones shift slightly, whether that is due to our posture or something else. But as far as I can tell, she is perfect. Ah, I feel amazing too, like I'm full of energy. I feel like I'm on top of the world. Is she in a state similar to when he first learned reverse curse technique? He remembered that time vividly. It all felt like a fever dream. I see. Well, that's good then. You will probably have to get used to your new body condition though. Indeed she will. Man, it must be a blue moon for Shoko to agree with him on something. Now how should he repay Felix for this? He didn't think he could give Felix anything that he couldn't already acquire himself, so what's something that Felix might like? Aha. He can show him all the best sweet stores. Yup, he's sure Felix will like them. Sensei. What exactly happened? I remember I was fighting Mahito with Itadori, and then it all went blank. Now he has to explain everything that happened. Felix. I headed towards where I sensed Raiden. It seems she is in the kitchen, probably preparing for lunch or dinner. hopefully dinner since I plan to take everyone out to eat lunch. Raiden. Oh Raiden. She appeared in front of me with a trail of lightning being left behind her. Yes, master. Are you ready to go out? Yes, master. I have changed the bedsheets and prepared for your next meal. Nice, good job. You should work on training up some more maids so you have more free time. Or are you already doing that? Indeed you are correct, master. Some dark elves had offered some time back to be your maid. I had not informed you yet since they were not ready to serve you. I have been training them to the best of my ability. By the time they are ready they will be the perfect maids for you. And then they can take care of the more basic duties while I serve you directly. I give her a thumbs up. You do that. Kurumi took this chance to jump off my shoulder and change back into her humanoid form. Era, let me change my clothes before we leave, master. All right. Hopefully she doesn't take super long. I took a seat on the sofa. Would you like me to relieve you, master? Didn't she give me a blowjob just this morning? Have I awoken something in her? Still, I'm not going to say no. Yes, please. As she squatted down in front of me, I placed a barrier around us so no sound is leaked out, along with preventing anyone from sensing us. After all, it would be incredibly awkward if Kurumi sensed Raiden sucking me off. I could almost see the hearts in her eyes as she removed my pants, leaving me in my underwear. Raiden slowly moved closer to my crotch and took a deep breath, causing her to go cross-eyed. Holy shit, she is lewd as hell. What has the internet done to you? She moved her hand to slightly grip my bulge as she continued to breathe in, though I noticed another one of her hands trailing down and under her skirt. Now Raiden, aren't you supposed to be serving me? Her eyes regained focus. I'm sorry, master. You just smelled so good. Does she have a smell fetish or something? I'm not sure what the actual term for that is, but hot. She pulled down my underwear and was smacked right in the face by my half-chub. She gave the tip a quick kiss, and then immediately opened her mouth and took my cock deep into her throat while looking into my eyes. I could see her eyes start to glaze over, though she never stopped playing with herself. I could feel her throat muscles massage my shaft, causing me to groan, something that seemed to only motivate her further. She continued to force more and more down her throat until eventually her lips reached the base of my pelvis. I could feel her tongue lick the underside of my cock as she moved her head back and forth. Tears were starting to form in Raiden's eyes, along with her blush deepening, but I could tell Raiden was loving this. She's a super subby maid after all. She might not be a subby masochistic pain slut like Lalatina is, but she does enjoy it when I am more forceful. It's basically in the job description. Both Lalatina and Raiden have their own charm, but their devotion to me is almost unmatched, probably only matched by Seiko, Arcuade, Megumin, and Kurumi's devotion to me. But demons are like that in general, incredibly devoted once they find a master to serve, which is incredibly convenient. Though earning the allegiance of a powerful demon is a feat on its own. As Raiden continued to slurp on my cock as if it was the most delicious thing she's tasted, I placed my hand on her head and used my sex magic to increase the pleasure she was feeling from playing with herself, and the blowjob itself. This girl is really way too lewd. She was deriving pleasure from sucking me off. In fact, she could probably come just from giving me a blowjob, but it's also hot as hell, so I'm not complaining. Thanks to the sex magic, it didn't take long at all for her to come. She moaned even with my dick down her throat. MMMPHM. She slowly pulled back and said, Poi MMMPH. Would you like me to? I'll serve you with my breasts, master. You'll never hear me say no to such a question. Those fat tits of yours are amazing. Raiden managed to blush even harder than she was before. Feel free to make use of my breasts whenever you wish, master. Don't worry, I will. Raiden slowly stripped out of her maid attire, leaving herself in just her sexy lingerie. Maybe we can buy her some more later today. Then she unhooked her bra and revealed her beautiful tits to the open air. I could see her cute little nipples were hard as diamonds, along with a trail of liquid leaking down from her crotch, leaving her panties soaked. She kneeled down between my legs once again. I could feel her exhale onto my dick, and from the way her eyes crossed, I'm sure she could smell it. She didn't let the smell distract her for long though. She gave the tip another kiss before she used some of her drool to lubricate her breasts. Soon enough I felt the warmth of her tits envelop me. Such a feeling was practically divine, causing me to groan out. You smell so good, master. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say to that. I guess I'll just wing it. Only a lewd maid like you would like the smell of my dick. I bet if I used you only for your body, and didn't care for your pleasure, you would be happy, wouldn't you? MMMPH. Yes, master, please use my body as you wish. After saying that, she began to lick the top of my dick that was still peeking out through her breasts. MMM so tashty. Alright, let's hurry up. Kurumi won't take too much longer. Oh. Why, master? You lewd maid, you don't even care if your colleague and friend find you in this state. She's just jealous. She wants to serve you just like I do. Really? Even Kurumi? Has my non-existent harem plan succeeded? Well, I technically already have a harem. There is Seiko, Lalatina, and Raiden. Arcuade and Megumin have also shown interest. Go me. I could feel my orgasm approaching and made no effort to hold it back. It's coming, Raiden. Make sure to swallow it all. Yesh, master. Is all she got out before she completely swallowed the tip of my cock. I could see her gulp down more and more of my seed, but she didn't swallow it all. Once I was done coming, she slowly released my cock and opened her mouth to show me her mouth full of cum, and then she swallowed and opened her mouth again. What a slutty maid. Such a sight was enough to get me raring to go for more, but I knew we were short on time. Thank you for the meal, master. I rolled my eyes at her slutty maid antics. All right, clean yourself up, Kurumi should be ready soon. Yesh, master. I admired Raiden's practically fully nude form as she used magic to clean herself up, though she did still look a bit dazed. She ended up turning around and bending forward to pick up her maid outfit off the floor, and I couldn't help myself. I gave her thick as a slap. Oh, would you like to touch me more, master? She said in a seductive tone. Ah. She did that on purpose, didn't she? Damn her and her lewd maid antics. Maybe tonight, Raiden, even we have other things to do today. She calmed down a bit and looked at me apologetically. You are right, master, I apologize for distracting you. I let my desires get the better of me. I shall endeavor to become an even more perfect maid for you. It's fine, it's not your fault that your body is so lewd and hard to resist. She blushed and said, thank you for the compliment, master, feel free to make use of me whenever you wish. She says that same thing every time. Does she want me to bend her over when she is cleaning or something? Well, that's something for another time. I browsed through the shirts that were available in this store. This store was more for casual wear, so I'm not going to find anything super fancy here, but that's fine, I don't really need any more fancy clothing. I have the suits that Satoru left for me in the closet of my room, then I have the stuff that Shuna made for me, and her stuff was top tier. I have outfits made out of a rank monster skin, it doesn't get much more fancy than that. And if I ever want something I can just recreate it with material creation. This shirt looks fun, it's a super ugly buttoned Hawaiian shirt. It would be funny if I show up to a super important event with that on, unbuttoned, leaving my bare chest open. Now that's true style. I grab a few different ugly Hawaiian shirts, I need to have variety after all. Master, could you please tell me which of these looks best on me? Yeah, sure, Kurumi. Kurumi seems to have become addicted to shopping. She just bought thousands of dollars worth of stuff yesterday, and now she's buying more. Truly, a high-maintenance girl, though she's only doing this since we have the money for it. She wouldn't do such a thing back in the Cardinal World, as money can buy you far more important things than mere clothes in that world. Plus we have Shuna, who makes us whatever we want for free, and the stuff she makes is super high quality. But I think Kurumi is just enjoying the novelty of shopping. Kurumi was in the changing room, so I was waiting for her to come out and show me her fit, but I was surprised when she said, "Master, please come in, I don't wish to be seen by anybody else like this." I was somewhat confused but did what she asked anyway. Boy, was I surprised at what I saw when I entered the changing room, though I really shouldn't have been. Kurumi was left in only her underwear, and not even her own underwear, but she had a bunch laying around that she seemed to want to try on. Era, if you keep staring at me like that I will blush, master. Ugh, these teasing seductresses. Well, if she wants to tease me, then I can do it right back. You look amazing, Kurumi, I think the set of red panties and bra suits you, though black and white would also probably look good on you. She blushed as she said, thank you, master, that is all I wish to know. I took that as my K to leave. I wonder what Raiden is looking at. I already have the clothes that I want to buy, so I'm just waiting on those two now. It didn't take me long to find her, and for some reason I'm not surprised when I find her asking one of the employees for a maid outfit. A maid outfit? Like for cosplay? Unfortunately we don't sell anything like that, Mississippi. Cosplay? No, this is not cosplay, I am my master's maid. Ah. So you're a real-life maid then? There aren't many of those around anymore. Your master must be quite something if he's able to have such a beautiful woman as his maid. You're more beautiful than supermodels. Indeed, my master is the greatest. Alright, enough of that, I have a big enough ego as it is. Did you find anything you want, Raiden? Both the employee and my maid turned towards me. Yes, master, I found some lingerie I think you will enjoy, along with some leggings, pantyhose, and some other stuff I think you will like. I was hoping to see what sort of maid outfits they have, but unfortunately they don't sell any. Does this girl have no shame? So you must be this master she keeps talking about. The employee awkwardly said. She bowed. Hello, my name is Sayuri, thank you for shopping with us. I ended up chatting with the employee while we waited for Kurumi to finish, as Raiden was already done picking everything she wanted. Thanks to Sayuri I was able to learn a bit about how the common people are taking everything that's going on in Japan. She's apparently the daughter of the owner of this store and just works here part-time. I decided to get her opinion on everything that has been happening. She seems to just be a common girl, so maybe I can learn a little bit about what normal people are thinking. She said that at first her and her family didn't really believe the news when the Japanese government made an announcement to evacuate Tokyo, and revealed the news about cursed spirits. Of course the government didn't reveal everything, they just said that cursed spirits are only born in Tokyo so the entire country doesn't panic. Of course that plan failed the moment people discovered the colonies across Japan that Kenjaku made for the Culling Games, along with discovering that Shibuya was practically wiped off the map. There really isn't a way to explain that away. If the government said they were testing a weapon there would be an absurd amount of outrage. After all, a bunch of people died in Shibuya. After that people began to panic. I'm surprised it wasn't worse than what I heard. After all, Sukuna really fucked Shibuya up from what I've heard. And then came the live stream of Satoru vs Sukuna that was released. People began to fear for their lives at that point. After all, Sukuna and Satoru's fight must have looked absolutely absurd to the common person. She then began to talk about when I showed up. It seems she's a bit of a fangirl of mine, though I'm not particularly sure why. It seems good looks really do all the work. It's a good thing I used the transform skill I copied from Luminous, along with that I haven't taken the illusion on my Scara off at all since I've come to this world. Black Scara would probably look practically demonic to most people after all, though I could probably get rid of my Black Scara altogether if I wanted to. Raiden seemed to gain a positive impression of Sayuri the moment she began talking about me. Seriously, this girl. Anyways, Sayuri said that while most are scared, they've calmed down slightly now that it looks like the obvious bad guy, Sukuna, has been defeated. Most of them seem to trust their governments to handle everything. They are under the false impression that they are safe, and that their normal lives won't be disturbed. It is quite foolish to think that their mundane governments will retain power over everyone now that the supernatural has come to light. There will always be those that seek to disturb whatever system is in place. Either way, with or without my intervention the world would have changed without Tengen's barriers. I'm simply making it change faster, and in a much more controlled manner. The government pushed all the blame for Shibuya onto Sukuna, quite the different approach from the Jujutsu higher-ups. After all they blamed Satoru. Not a very smart move, but apparently some of them were in Kenjaku's pocket so not totally unexpected. The people are still buying the excuse of cursed spirits only being born in Tokyo as no one has said or proven contrary, so there isn't too much panic. Of course there are those that are calling out bullshit, but the majority of people have been going about their days relatively normally. Still there is an undercurrent of tension as everyone knows something is going to change soon. The Jujutsu sorcerers have been doing a good job of taking care of Kenjaku's cursed spirits so most don't truly know what's going on in the background. I assume most common citizens of other countries are in a similar situation of not knowing what the fuck is going on. Though that's going to change once I make my announcement. I plan to reveal the truth to the world for my game, I mean my experiment after all. We ended up leaving after paying for our stuff once Kurumi was finished. I settled down on the couch after our shopping trip. We ended up eating an early dinner as well since I wanted Raiden and Kurumi to try some of the local cuisine. I checked my phone to see if Yuji responded. Well damn. Nobara Kujisaki. She took a deep breath as she tried to calm herself down. Sensei, Fushiguro, and Itadori just finished giving her a recap on everything that happened since Mahito. They ended up leaving her alone to rest for a little bit after they saw that she needed some time to process everything. She couldn't believe it when she first found out that Sukuna basically erased Shibuya from the map. That kind of power was almost unimaginable to her, and to think there was someone who was capable of toying with him. She was thankful to her mysterious savior, but still, that amount of power was astonishing. Then there was everything else that happened. The Culling Games, all the cursed spirits that were released into Tokyo, all the new sorcerers that Kenjaku basically created and incarnated. She was gone for only a little while, but the world changed so much. Nanami-san was dead. To think someone as strong as Tadu was missing an arm, though he lost it against Mahito so it isn't too unexpected. Mekamaru is dead. She wasn't close to him, but still. Not to mention that Fushiguro turned into Sukuna's vessel and ended up facing Sensei in a 1 vs 1, at least before her savior intervened. Principal Yaga is gone. At least they got a new special grade available in Sensei's other student, Yuta Okatsu. Some people were just born with all the luck. Then Mahito is dead, same with that volcano head, and that tree-cursed spirit. Itadori got a new brother, and so much more. The world was changing, and if she wasn't able to adapt, she would be left behind by the world. Still, she would get up and keep fighting. She was a Jujutsu sorcerer after all. Felix. I yawned as I looked around the room. After we got back yesterday I tried what Raiden was trying to make all day. She made a strawberry tiramisu, and boy was it delicious. I'm glad that she is learning about some new dishes from this world. People are incredibly creative when it comes to food in this world. In the Cardinal World far less people focus on cooking, after all it's mostly about surviving for them. They have an enemy in monsters and demon lords that they have to constantly worry about so they have far less time to pursue more pleasurable things, like cooking delicious food. I looked to my side and wasn't surprised when I saw Raiden sleeping on my arm. She must be really tired after our late night activities if she isn't up yet. She's usually up early in the morning doing her maid duties. Oh well, she could use a break. She's far too hard working and doesn't take any days off. I didn't want to wake Raiden up so I let her rest on my arm. I don't have anything urgent I need to do anyway. All I need to do is further refine my plan for what I'm going to do later on. Changing the entire world like I'm planning to isn't something that's done overnight. I need to put some thought into it. It's the least I owe the people of this world. I can do that from bed, however. Maybe I can leave some weapons hidden somewhere. Make a treasure hunt out of it. They definitely won't be high-grade weapons, probably mostly special-grade weapons which usually just have one ability, usually some kind of magic ability like being able to send slashes of flames at an opponent. And then maybe I can leave a few rare-grade weapons lying around. Unique grade might be going a bit too far. But leaving a few unique grade weapons sounds fun, even if they will most likely mess up the power dynamic of this world. I'll create them with material creation so they won't be as good as a weapon forged by a blacksmith who is a master of their craft, but it'll be more than enough for this world. I haven't gotten to use my own katana much at all, unfortunately. It's super busted, as any god rank weapon is bound to be. But I just don't really need to use it as I'm capable of handling most threats on my own, and using it for something basic just feels like an insult. Hell, that weapon has gotten so infused with my aura since part of it is made from my previous vessel, along with it soaking up my magicules in my stomach. Now it is capable of cutting space apart without even trying just by moving it. No barrier is capable of defending against it. It's also got some more abilities I haven't gotten the chance to mess around with, still I have a feeling it will get its chance to shine at some point. Now where should I hide the weapons I plan to leave lying around? I could make a dungeon, and flare my magicules, and aura to the max which will cause monsters to spawn, but those guys will be far too strong for this world. I'm capable of birthing full-on disaster-class monsters if I allow my power to seep into the surroundings for long enough, something far beyond basically everyone in this world. A normal treasure hunt seems a bit boring, but I can do a few like that. I'll just have to leave a bunch of evil traps on the way. Holding a competition could be interesting, but I don't want to get too involved with the management of everything. That sounds like a lot of work, so maybe not. Maybe I can just toss all the work onto someone else, maybe Satoru. Well, that's a worst-case scenario. Hopefully I can figure something out before it gets to that. Master. I turned to my side and came face to face with a wide-awake Raiden. Good morning, Raiden. Did you sleep well? Thank you for allowing me to serve you last night. This girl. Haha, I should be saying the same to you. You have one rockin' bod. She blushed as she said, Thank you, master. Now I must fulfill my duties as your maid. I am already slightly behind due to sleeping for too long. I admired Raiden's form as she got up and put on her maid outfit. She was asleep in only one of my shirts after all, with nothing underneath which allowed me to see the imprint of her nipples. Unfortunately I didn't want to distract my maid too much, so I let her get ready. Once Raiden was out of the room I got up and stretched as well. Kurumi was still sleeping in her room. That girl likes to sleep in whenever she can. Must be a fox thing. Now I don't have all that much to do today. Maybe I can try out the demon summoning and see if it works in this world normally. If it doesn't, I can always use Ouroboros to reach into the demon realm and summon a demon. It could be fun to spread the method of summoning demons. I'm sure that will create a bunch of fun chaos. Demon summoning is mostly based on chance. Sure, the summoner's intent has a slight influence, but generally it is pretty random. I wonder how the old man is doing. He said he just wanted to find somewhere to relax and not have to constantly watch over his back. I'm not really sure how he's going to manage such a thing in the demon realm. That place can be as traitorous as it gets, especially now that there are no primordials residing there anymore. Guy has Vert and Blue, along with him being a primordial himself. I have Blanc, John, and Violet. And Rimuru has Noir. The demon realm is bound to be in chaos right now. I doubt any of the primordials' direct territory have been messed with. All demons know not to fuck with the primordials, but other than that they are probably free to do whatever they want now that the primordials aren't around to make sure no one oversteps. Still, maybe that's a good thing. Some more powerful demons might be born. I doubt any will reach the other named primordials levels, let alone my or Guy's level. After all, demons' growth is restricted at a certain point. They need to be named or incarnated in the world for that limiter to be broken. I personally never reached that point as I was summoned as a greater demon. But reaching the heights of an unnamed moss should be possible, after a lot of hard work of course. That guy was the strongest in the demon realm other than the primordials, and over 10,000 years old. He apparently has never lost in a fight before, though he hasn't ever faced a primordial either. Still, it's no wonder he was able to evolve into a demon duke after receiving a name and body. In gaming terms, he had maxed out one of his classes and just needed to fulfill a requirement to evolve the class. Still, it's probably best not to do the summoning in the house I'm staying in. I should be able to find somewhere open to do the summoning. Maybe I can do it in Tokyo. There are only cursed spirits, and Jujutsu sorcerers there right now. That sounds good. I should probably let Raiden know I'm going out. I send her a thought communication. Raiden, I'm going out. Okay, master, have fun. I'll try to. Now with that out of the way, let's go to Tokyo. It only took me a moment to arrive there. I used law domination to make it so there was no sonic boom. I was not surprised when I sensed practically no one inhabiting the city except for some jujutsu sorcerers and the stray cursed spirits. There were originally millions of cursed spirits according to Satoru, though most were incredibly weak, so it seems they were easily exorcised almost immediately. The sorcerers have done a good job of making sure no cursed spirits escape Tokyo by utilizing their barrier arts. There were originally a bunch of cursed spirits inside the wards that Kenjaku created, but the jujutsu sorcerers were able to get rid of them all since apparently Satoru and Sukuna arranged a ceasefire or something for a month. So they all used that opportunity to purge as many of the cursed spirits as possible, leaving only a few thousand left, an amount that wasn't that hard to deal with. Well, I'll leave them to it, they have their jobs to do, and I'm not going to do the work for them even if I could exorcise all the cursed spirits in a moment. I flew to the top of one of the skyscrapers and admired the view for a moment before I placed some barriers around this entire area of Tokyo in case this demon is less agreeable than I'm hoping for. Now it's time to begin the summoning. Activate demon summoning. As payment I will grant you a material body as long as you serve me loyally. Come demon, answer my call. I gotta use a chunny chant, it's almost a requirement at this point, makes it more fun. I kept supplying more and more magicules, but I could feel that the connection to the demon realm just wasn't being established. The summoning magic attempted to reach out but was unable to latch onto the demon realm. Demon summoning magic just wasn't meant to summon beings from a realm in a completely different spacetime, it was created for use in the Cardinal World, a world that has a direct connection to the demon realm. It seems that I'll have to use Ouroboros. Unfortunately, that ruins my plan of spreading demon summoning to other worlds, as most other individuals in other worlds don't have the ability to connect to another dimension like I can. Any suggestions, Odin? Answer: it is possible to use otherworlder summoning magic as a base, and modify it to connect to the demon realm rather than summon otherworlders. However, it will require far more power than normal to summon demons using this method. I see, that sounds like a good plan to me. There should be a good amount of beings out there that can fulfill the magic requirements to summon a demon using this method. Normally when a human nation back in the Cardinal World summons otherworlders, they need to use multiple people to supply enough magicules, around 30, and even then it sometimes fails. But those guys are weak, so it shouldn't be an issue. I can think of a few people that should be able to fulfill the requirements to summon demons using this new method. There is Irene Belzarian, Zerif Dragniel, Surzex Lucifer, and his buddy Adjuka Beelzebub. There are hundreds, if not thousands to millions of beings out there that can fulfill the requirements, seeing as the nature of the multiverse is to be basically infinite. So I don't need to worry about that if I do decide to spread this magic. How fun would it be if I spread a summoning magic that instead of summoning demons, summons me? That could be a fun way to discover new worlds. It wouldn't be hard to create such a method either. That's for future Felix to worry about. Now let's get this summoning magic working, Odin. Affirmative. And there we go, it only took Odin a nanosecond to come up with an alternate method for summoning demons. Now let's try this again. Activate demon summoning. Come demon, serve me loyally and I will incarnate you in the material world. This time I felt the connection with the demon realm form, so that's a good sign. What I wasn't expecting, however, was who I ended up summoning. Gah. Fucking demon summoning, hate getting forcefully summoned like this. I could feel my eyes widen as I took in the appearance of the demon I summoned. Old man. Kid. Well, at least I know the summoning magic worked. Chapter 62, Chapter 22, Reunion. Felix. I could feel my eyes widen as I took in the appearance of the demon I summoned. Old man. Kid. Well, at least I know the summoning magic worked. Still, I never imagined that I would summon the old man. I mean, what are the chances? Ahaha, hey, what's up? Bah, don't what's up me. He spread his arms, I accepted his unspoken invitation and went in for a hug. Once we broke apart he said, haha, it's been a while kid, how've you been? You're one to talk, who's the one who ditched me first? I joked. Bah. We all have to do our own thing sometimes. Yeah, you chose a real shitty way of leaving though. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Yeah, you're probably right about that, I never was good with goodbyes. Haha, don't sweat it, I'm just messing with you, I was summoned not long after you left anyways. As if he was just noticing where we were, he took a look around. I won't lie, seeing the shocked look on his face was funny. Is it me or has the world advanced a ton since I was last summoned? He's probably pretty confused, huh? The Cardinal World is quite different from modern Tokyo after all, even if the Cardinal World is advanced in its own way. Did you? Haha, I knew you could do it, kid. It seems he was able to figure it out pretty quickly, which makes sense seeing as he has magic sense. He should be able to sense that there are no magicules in the air around us, and seeing as he isn't being weakened by a holy barrier, it is pretty easy to come to the conclusion that he is somewhere where magicules aren't found commonly. Especially since I told the old man that I wanted to go to other worlds, then there is the fact that he can probably sense the cursed energy all around us. So this is another world, huh? My sensing range might not be incredibly vast, but I'm surprised that there aren't more people in what seems to be such a large city. Yeah, we got a lot to catch up on, old man, but welcome to Japan, specifically Tokyo. Japan, huh? I've never been, but I didn't quite imagine it would be like this. Ah, he probably can't sense very far, can he, since I still have my barriers up? I quickly dispel my barriers so he can get a better look at everything. Ah, now this seems far larger than what I was sensing earlier. Interesting, this energy in the air is new. What sort of world did you summon me to, brat? Shut up, old man, I'll explain it to you later. Let's go back to my place first. I'll introduce you to my subordinates too. Subordinates, huh? You someone special now? Haha, you could say that. I spread my arms out and said, you're looking at the Demon Lord Felix White, also known as the Usurper of Black. Huh. Ah, that stupefied look is priceless. I took this chance to teleport us back to my place. I can give him a tour of this world a little later. It seems Kurumi is awake now, and Raiden is in the kitchen. I swear that girl practically lives there at this point. I sense both of them approaching me, so I wait for them so I can introduce them to the old man. The old man recovered from his shock relatively quickly, so this is where you're staying, huh? It seems pretty fancy. Yup, this is my temporary home. One of the big shots of this world gave it to me. You're living the good life, huh, Mr. Demon Lord? Yup. With status and power comes luxury. Don't I know it? I visited one of those primordials places after you left, and boy was that shit fancy as hell. Haha, I imagine. Which primordials place did you visit? And were they present at the time? It was the primordial of White. Apparently she was summoned by some madman, so I decided to check out what was up with her territory. There wasn't as much chaos as I would have expected. Apparently one of her subordinates was keeping everything in check. Probably Moss. At least I'm able to get a timetable of when he visited Arcuade's territory. And madman, huh? I guess that's what you could call someone that summons a being that's been around since the dawn of time. Haha, so they're calling me a madman, huh? Well, they aren't wrong. The old man's head snapped to me. You seriously summoned Blanc? She goes by Arcuade now. I corrected. And even named her. What the fuck is wrong with you? How are you still alive? Naming her alone would require an absurd amount of power. I'm a pretty strong demon now, and I couldn't even imagine how much power is needed for that. Haha, ascending into a demon lord grants you a significant power boost. You probably can't even imagine how much stronger you can get by becoming a true demon lord. So it seems, you really became someone strong, huh, kid? I was practically forced into it, though I don't regret the choices I made. That's good. The old man wasn't naive enough to believe that one can become a demon lord without any bloodshed. Even Rimuru, a pacifist, slaughtered an army of 10,000 plus humans. You know. I heard that John and Violet had left their territories as well. Do you know anything about that? Haha, yup, I wanted some more overpowered subordinates, so I had Arcuade recruit them for me. I'm not even going to bother trying to comprehend what you just said. Still, it's good to see that you're doing good for yourself now. Haha, you worried about me, old man? As if. The typical tsundere behavior. I see you've evolved into an archdemon. What's up with that? Yup, the old man managed to evolve into an archdemon. I wonder what happened. To evolve into an archdemon without receiving a name is quite difficult. I had to fight a fucking dragon for it after all. From my analysis I can tell he didn't gain any unique skills from his evolution, but he was far more powerful than before. He is a bona fide archdemon after all. I sensed Raiden and Kurumi were about to meet us, so I said, hold that thought, I want to introduce you to my subordinates first. Raiden entered first. She gave me a curtsy. Welcome back, master. She then turned to the old man and said, welcome. You even got a maid, huh, kid? Really living the good life. Hello there, thanks for taking care of the kid. Hey, you're just jealous. It is my honor to be of use to my master, there is no need to thank me. Raiden responded. She's the devoted type, eh? Haha, yup, I don't know anyone more loyal than her. Though there are those that can tie with her in terms of loyalty. Era, did you perhaps forget about me, master? I turned to where the voice was coming from and wasn't surprised to find Kurumi standing at the doorway. Now, I'd never forget my beloved pet. I just said I didn't know anyone more loyal than Raiden. That doesn't mean there aren't those that tie with her. Kurumi came up to me with a pout, as if just noticing the old man. She turned to him and said, oh, and who might you be? My name is Kurumi, the pet of my master. Pet, you into that kinky stuff, huh, kid? He said with an infuriating smirk. Buzz off, you know she didn't mean it like that. Era, I would not mind such a scenario, master. I'm surrounded by lewd women. Truly my life is great. Haha, you really scored, huh, kid? Anyways, nice to meet ya. I don't got a name, but I used to go by Ronald, but you two can just call me Oldman like the kid does. Raiden shook her head, that would be rude to one of my master's guests. I will refer to you as Ronald-sama. Aha, you maid types take everything so seriously. It is my duty as my master's maid. Never said that it wasn't good. It's nice to see that the kid has such loyal subordinates. Kurumi interrupted Raiden before she could even get a word out. Well, speak for yourself, Raiden. I'll call him Ronald if he's fine with it. How did you meet our master, Ronald? And I interrupted before the old man could reply. Let's go sit somewhere before we continue this conversation. Sounds good to me. Lead the way, kid. Underscore 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 underscore. The old man took a sip of the tea Raiden made. This is some damn good tea. I haven't had anything like it in a long time. Even though he was from the United States, it seems the old man can appreciate tea, though I personally don't care for it much, but that doesn't mean I won't drink it. Thank you for the compliment. Gaha, you really lucked out, kid, getting a maid like that. Haha, yeah, I know. Raiden is blushing. How adorable, especially when she is so lewd in bed. Truly the gap mo is amazing. Kurumi was also here, sitting in my lap in her fox form. After giving the old man some tea, Raiden ended up standing behind me, leaving Raiden, Kurumi, and I all facing the old man. So how did you become an archdemon, old man? Last time I saw you, you were only a greater demon. Only Well, when I was visiting Blank's territory, I felt some demons keeping an eye on me. To this day I'm not particularly sure why. Maybe they were interested in his unique skills. A greater demon with a single unique skill is unheard of, let alone 2 unique skills. I'm the only one who could surpass that, and I had a cheat skill that let me copy skills. It wouldn't surprise me if some demons were able to find out about the old man's skills and were interested in how he acquired them. The demon realm is a place where strength rules after all. Thankfully there were no archdemons part of that group, or I would be done for, but they ended up attacking me as a group of greater demons. Unfortunately that wasn't nearly enough to get rid of me. After I had fended them all off, I ended up evolving into an archdemon. Those demons never showed up again. Haha, that's funny. I wonder how they feel knowing they helped another demon evolve into an archdemon. I said. Hee, yup. I bet they're cursing themselves to this day. Now enough about me, kid, what's up with you? How'd you end up becoming a demon lord? I sighed. Well, that's a long story. I've got time. I should have enough magicals to sustain myself for a few weeks, but weirdly I don't feel the world rejecting me. That's right, the old man incarnated himself using a magic body made out of magicals. Once his magicals run out, he won't be able to interact with the material world anymore. He shouldn't be booted back to the demon realm, seeing as this world isn't rejecting him like the Cardinal World rejects demons. I'll have to get him a body later. Well, it all started with a dragon. I placed a barrier around us, and then went on to tell the old man about everything that happened. From when I got summoned and fought a dragon, then evolving into an archdemon, then meeting Siko in the ogre village, to then meeting Malim and receiving a name causing me to evolve into a demon duke. Then meeting Rimuru on the way to Dworgen. I talked a bit about Tempest as well. Then the orc invasion and my gathering with Malim, Fry, Carrion, and Clayman. He stopped me to ask some questions in between, but he went silent once I started talking about my awakening. Then after my awakening I talked about the Valpurgis. The old man was quite interested in the Valpurgis, though that makes sense seeing as the demon lords are said to be at the top of the world. Kurumi and Raiden were paying close attention as well. It's not like I go into detail about what I was up to before I met them often. You've lived one hell of a life, huh, kid? Haha, yup, it's only been like 3 years since I've been summoned too. So you've got a kingdom of your own with plenty of subordinates now, huh? Yeah, though I don't really do much work for my territory, I mostly leave that to Arcuade. Using one of the primordials to do your job for you. The primordials are a pretty big deal to most, so using them as scapegoats to do your work for you must be surprising to him. Well, she's happy to do it. Those primordials are incredibly loyal. So there are no primordials left in the demon realm, huh? Yup, and it'll likely stay that way for a long time. Well, that's bound to make things interesting. At least now I know exactly what happened. The old man turned to look at Raiden. Miss Raiden, do you have more tea I can have? We do, and as my master's guest you may call me by my name. I am but a lowly maid after all. Lowly maid my ass. Us demons respect strength, and while I might not have always been a demon, I am one now, and I can tell that you could erase me with a wave of your hand. Yeah, there is that. The old man might be an archdemon, but at this point that level of strength is little league stuff for me and my direct subordinates. Raiden accepted his explanation and poured him another cup of tea before standing behind me again. Now that we've caught up, it's time I ask you, what did you summon me for, kid? I was mostly just testing out if I could summon a demon in another world. I ended up modifying the summoning ritual to get it to work, but other than that, I've got an experiment of sorts I'm running in this world, and I wanted someone to make sure that everything doesn't go to shit when I eventually leave this world. Staying in this world would suit the old man. Last I heard he just wanted to chill out and relax for a while, and this world is a great spot for that. He has enough strength to brush off basically everything in this world. His abilities are even direct counters to Satoru's, what with spatial severing being able to no-cell infinity. It wouldn't be much work either, but in the end it's his choice. I wouldn't have given any other demon I summoned a choice, but I owe the old man that at the very least. I won't force it though. If you'd rather go back to the demon realm and hang out there, or if you just want to hang out in this world with no strings attached, that's fine too. I owe you that much. Haha, you don't owe me anything, kid. You're a demon lord now, act like it. I rolled my eyes. Being a demon lord doesn't mean you need to be a dick to everyone. Hell, Clayman is the only blatant dick demon lord, and look what happened to him. Haha, yeah, I'm just messing with ya. Anyways, I accept. I'll monitor this experiment of yours. I could use the vacation. Hey, I'll even get to try all sorts of food. Plus it's been a long time since I got to mess with modern technology, and I'm sure it has only gotten more advanced over time. Nice. Now I won't have to summon another demon. Alright, let me make you a vessel. Theoretically you shouldn't be getting drained of your magicule since this world isn't rejecting you, but I'll make you a physical body so you can interact with the material world much more easily. Yeah, that'd be great. I don't feel a drain, but I'd prefer a physical body over this magic body. Now what should I make his vessel out of? I think magi steel should be fine. Then I'll also have to do what I did with the other demons, consume the old man with Beelzebub, then merge him with a pseudo-soul, and then implant that pseudo-soul into the magi steel body I make for him. Alright, I'm going to have to use one of my skills on you. Alright kid, I trust you. I gave him a nod. Alright, follow me. I don't want to do this in my living room. Kurumi ended up hopping onto my shoulder. I guess she wants to come with us. Before we left, Raiden interrupted us. Master, is it okay if I go back and resume my duties now that our guest has been taken care of? Ah yeah, make sure to prepare some extra food since the old man is gonna eat with us today. Yes master. She gave a bow, and then left. Alright, follow me old man. I took him outside to the yard and had him stand in front of me. Alright, now this might feel a bit weird but don't resist old man. Okay kid. I raised my palm in his direction, Beelzebub. Once he was stored inside my stomach I began creating the magi steel body. With that done I merged the old man's soul with one of the pseudo-souls I have stored in my stomach. Once that was done I merged the pseudo-soul with the magi steel body. How long will it take him to adapt to this Odin? Answer, the demon Ronald should adapt to his new body within 2 days. During this time he will be capable of shaping the body as he pleases in order to have better compatibility with the magi steel body. Alright, great. The old man can just chill inside my stomach while he adapts to his new body then. I'll have to wait until he's done to explain my plan then. Now what should I do while I wait? I do still need to get the stuff on Rimura's list. I can also create and hide those weapons I want to leave lying around in this world. Oh. I can probably hunt down some people with interesting innate techniques and have Odin analyze them. They might not find any use but I'd still like to have the data on them. I can probably ask Satoru to help me find people with such cursed techniques. He owes me for healing Nobara after all. I can also use one of the favors Satoru owed me for getting rid of all the barriers around Japan, but I doubt I will need to. That's what I'm going to do. I should also probably let Raiden know that she doesn't need to make extra food since the old man is indisposed. Raiden, you don't need to make extra food for the old man. He's currently getting used to his new body so he's indisposed at the moment. I see, then I will store the extra food for when Ronald-sama is ready for it then. Alright, thanks Raiden. Of course master. It is getting pretty late so I guess I can start my self-given quest tomorrow. It seems Raiden isn't quite done with making dinner so I guess I'll practice some new applications of spatial manipulation that I've come up with. I should have an hour or two before dinner is ready. I scratch Kurumi who is still sitting on my shoulder. Go on inside Kurumi, I want to test out some abilities of mine. She gave me a lick and then hopped off my shoulder and went back inside the house. Now that that's done, time for the fun part. I was able to draw inspiration from other fictional worlds I remember from my first life so I have a few different things to test out that shouldn't be too destructive as long as I don't wish it to be. I can also mess with some new applications of gravity magic, thanks to law domination, gravity, and a bunch of other aspects of reality are basically my bitch. Hell, space itself is my bitch. I don't even need to come up with new ways to use my current abilities since I'm already at the top of the pyramid when it comes to the elements I have mastery over, but if I have the time, then why not have fun with my abilities? Now it's testing time. Underscore 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 underscore. As I was waiting at the dining table with Kurumi, I went through a list of all the abilities I was able to recreate. There are quite a few interesting spatial magics in Black Clover, so I decided to start from there. The first spell I tried to recreate was Spatial Rupture. It basically creates flying slashes made up of spatial magic that can carve straight through space, erasing whatever they touch upon contact. It's basically a bootleg spatial severing. Not something I ever see myself using, but still something fun to recreate. Of course, in Black Clover this is accomplished by swinging a demon sword of some kind, but I can do this on my own. Since I had already made a Black Clover spell, I ended up recreating all of the spatial spells I could remember. There is Archangel Shootdown. Basically the user creates multiple spheres of pure compressed space and launches them at an opponent. The spheres will then erase anything and everything they touch. Of course, unlike Black Clover, this can be easily resisted as there are plenty of people capable of regenerating from the wounds such an attack would give. Let alone the fact that many have barriers that might be able to block this. I'm mostly just recreating these spells for fun. I don't see them having much use except for when I'm in other worlds and just want to mess around without being too serious. Next was Archangel Destruction, basically the same as Archangel Shootdown, except instead of multiple spheres of compressed space, I make one massive sphere of compressed space. Such a spell can easily erase a mountain. And even then it can get larger infinitely as long as I fuel it with more and more magicules. Of course, I'm also capable of creating portals that can transport objects or attacks back at my opponent, along with creating entire new dimensions if I wish to. I haven't experimented much with creating dimensions as I have not needed to, but according to Odin I am capable of creating dimensions similar to the Underworld and Heaven from DxD, but far better. Dimensions that even the gods would drool over. After all, Olympus, Yomi, Heaven, Asgard, Takamagara, and all those godly residences are theoretically just dimensions layered on top or under the earth. Those dimensions were larger than the earth, so of course creating a dimension of that size has an immense magicule cost, but I have that covered should I ever need to create such a large dimension. Of course, I am not yet capable of creating a dimension with its own laws and inhabitants. That's in the realm of its own. If I could do that, I would be a creator god in my own right. I'm capable of creating dimensions that are sort of connected to the reality that I inhabit. But Odin did say such a thing should theoretically be possible if I obtain a skill focused on creation. However, the dimensions I am capable of creating are still permanent and quite stable. Not many should be capable of destroying the dimension. To do so, one would need to release about 15% of my own power, which is quite a lot seeing as I am stronger than most awakened demon lords. Hell, Luminous isn't even capable of releasing that much power. Though maybe I can create a much smaller training dimension, one with a far higher gravity and extremely hazardous conditions. Raiden's dragon underlings would probably grow quite a bit in such an environment. Answer: it is easily doable. Nice. Then I'll have to set that up when I get back. There were also some other offensive and defensive spatial magic spells, but I wasn't particularly interested in those. Next up was Gravity Magic. Black Clover has some interesting applications of this attribute, from the basic stuff like decreasing gravity, basically making things float, to making fucking black holes. It's a damn good thing I used Isolate and increased the space inside the barrier before I started practicing these spells, or there may not have been a city for us to be in. Anyways, the people with the gravity attribute could manipulate it at will, though for the more advanced stuff they need a grimoire like everyone else. They are capable of all the basic gravity manipulation, increasing and decreasing gravity, compressing an object by pressuring them from all sides with increased gravity, and they could even boost their attacks by increasing the gravity on a weapon, making it do more damage due to the added weight. I was able to recall basically all the spells in the series due to Odin being able to pull such things from my memories. Though I only ever watched the anime, which ended off on season 4 when I was alive. There was Presence of the Demon King, an ability used by one of those guys possessed by devils which granted him the ability to use gravity magic. I think it was one of the big 3 of the devils that gave him such an ability, Lucifero. Anyways, Presence of the Demon King drastically increases the strength of the gravity in front of them. All objects in the area are slammed to the ground, and it's even capable of bending light. A pretty basic use of gravity manipulation, but impressive nonetheless. Still, Demon Lord's Haki is obviously better for intimidation purposes. That very same user was also able to increase the power of his punches by simultaneously increasing and decreasing the gravity of his fists, making it stronger and faster. There are some other uses, but the one I was most interested in was Gravity Singularity. Basically, the user creates a tiny black hole by increasing gravity to a point where nothing, no particles, or electromagnetic radiation like light can escape from it. The level of control and power needed for this is astronomical, to the point where I'm surprised a verse like Black Clover has such a thing. The attack sucks in and destroys everything around it. The user is also capable of controlling the black hole's movement. As the black hole moves away from the user, it grows bigger and bigger due to sucking in more things, and as a result the range of its destruction expands. This spell can casually mow through an entire mountain range in moments. And the spell only gets stronger and stronger. And due to the immense gravity, the black hole is capable of warping spacetime, allowing it to bend incoming attacks. Truly a fun spell. And all that is done by a mere contractor of Lucifero, the shit that Lucifero or someone that eats his heart is able to do must be even better. And Lucifero's peers must have a similar level of magic, Astaroth with his time magic, Beelzebub with his spatial magic, and possibly Magicula, Astaroth's replacement with her curse-warding magic. That world is definitely on the list of worlds to visit if it exists out there. Then there was time manipulation. It was a bit harder for me to recreate these spells since time is by default the highest tier element around, but I managed. Though I only managed to come up with some basic spells with the time I had. Like putting people into stasis by making them relive a moment in time over and over again, as well as accelerating my movement by accelerating my own time. I was hesitant to go any further, seeing as fucking with time can go wrong real quick. There is a reason it is considered the highest tier element back in the Cardinal World and barely anyone can manipulate it. I also practiced some other uses of spatial manipulation that I could come up with. I can erase or rupture space itself, causing whatever is occupying said space to be obliterated as well. Hell, I could tear off someone's limb by separating the space that said limb occupies. Then of course there is blue, which creates negative space, which pulls all the surrounding space into it to fill the void, basically creating a magnetic pull that sucks everything in, and the opposite red, which pushes space apart. Of course there is no way I wouldn't try and replicate Kamui, it's a classic. It basically works by hiding the physical properties of one's bodies inside another dimension, making it look like the user is visually present, but impervious to all attacks. Of course spiritual attacks will still be able to get past Kamui. This is more for basic attacks that aren't capable of harming my spiritual or astral body. And guess who has his own special dimension located in his own body? I was easily able to use stomach to recreate Kamui. And since all these spells I'm recreating are done using Ouroboros, they are all intrinsically superior to normal spatial magic, or gravity magic. In fact, these can be considered more like arts rather than spells, but semantics. Still, more than half these abilities will never see use, but oh well, it was fun recreating abilities from my childhood. I'm sure there are still many more abilities from fiction I can recreate, but that's what I got done during the time I had. I'm sure Odin can come up with a bunch of better ways to make use of Ouroboros, but this is for my own enjoyment, and relying on Odin for every little thing is a quick way to make everything boring. I came up with some new lightning abilities that I plan to share with Raiden as well, though some of these abilities I'm sure she is already capable of doing on the first try. Master, the food is ready. I looked towards where the voice came from and was met with my beautiful maid coming out with 2 covered dishes. One for me, and one for Kurumi. I assume Raiden will bring her own food out after. It seems she got a little fancy tonight. Rest in peace, old man, you won't be able to enjoy this with us. Raiden places the 2 dishes in front of us, and slowly removes the cover. It looks amazing, but I have no clue what this is. I wasn't a fancy person in any of my previous lives after all. Still, Raiden has been enjoying exploring this world's cuisine. This is beef bourguignon, a red wine-based beef stew. I also prepared some potatoes to go with it. I have no clue what the first item is, but it looks good. I turned to look at Kurumi, who seemed quite interested as well. Get your portion then, Raiden, we can all eat together. Yes, master. Once everyone was ready we dug in, and boy did it taste far better than it looked. This is really good, Raiden. Maybe I should get you some cookbooks from this world to take back with us. Raiden looked interested. Thank you, master. Yes, I would appreciate having these cookbooks as long as it helps me prepare better food for you. I'll pick some up then. I responded. Indeed, Raiden, this is quite delicious. I look forward to what else you make for our master. Kurumi complimented. Raiden gave Kurumi a brief nod before going back to eating. Once we finished eating, we all went and did our own things. I decided to hang out in my room and browse the internet. Raiden is doing maid things, and Kurumi is in her room doing who knows what. Oh, it seems Satoru sent me a text. Ha! He wants to show me some of his favorite sweet stores tomorrow. Why not? I got nothing else to do other than some errands which I can do anytime. I might as well ask him to show me some interesting innate techniques tomorrow as well. Good, he agreed. We plan to meet up around noon, so I will have to find a way to occupy myself until then. I'll probably just have Ajichi pick up all the things Rimura wanted me to bring. I'll also have him bring some other things as well. Like guns. I wonder if I can enchant those to create some interesting effects. Maybe a gun that shoots bullets that erase space. Glenda had a weapon that shot bullets made of magicules, so it is definitely possible to add magical effects to a gun. I may not be an expert blacksmith, but enchanting is a type of magic, and magic is my bitch as long as I have Odin. You can do all sorts of things with enchantments. You can enchant people or objects with spells that allow them to use magic without possessing the knowledge or skills for said magic. You can even use it to create autonomous magic devices. For example, Rimuru set up a self-sustaining barrier along the pathway connecting Tempest and Blumund. Irene Belzarian was capable of doing some pretty crazy things with enchantments as well. That will definitely be enjoyable to experiment with in the future. I send Ajichi a quick message telling him everything I want him to get. Guns. Which guns did you want? Just get me a bunch of different ones. Yes. Once I have a single gun I can easily recreate them, so all I need is variety. Ah, maybe I can ask Satoru to get me a minigun. I'm sure he has the connections for that. For some reason I feel like Megumin would love a minigun. I should also probably personally buy everyone a souvenir: Seiko, Arcuade, Megumin, Lalatina, Melim, Rimuru, Ingvild, Glenda, and Vdora. I don't think I'm all that close to anyone else, but man, is it going to be difficult finding suitable gifts for each of them. Though I do have a bit of an idea of what to get Lalatina. Truly her degeneracy has corrupted me for me to even consider what I am going to get her. I can probably buy Vdora some weeb shit. Maybe I can buy Arcuade a fancy dress of some kind. Fuck it, I'll get Megumin a minigun if possible. I'll get Melim some sweets and store it in stomach so they are as fresh as possible. For Seiko I can get her something more meaningful. She's my lover after all and would appreciate something like that. Maybe jewelry. And for Rimuru I can get porn. Yes, I will gift him some porn. Elf porn specifically. That dude has an intense elf fetish. Not that I can blame him, the dark elves I've seen around my territory are damn fine. Last I heard, Raiden has been training a group of dark elves to be my maids. There are some newer dark elves she recruited, along with some of the maids that already worked in my palace back when it was Clayman's. Though they weren't up to Raiden's standards, so she is retraining them. She said that she was training them so that they can take care of the more basic tasks like cleaning and such, while Raiden herself stays with me at all times. In total after Raiden's training I will have about 30 maids, and Raiden said she wanted at least 100 more. Talk about overkill, but they're maids. I'm not going to say no to more maids. I don't really mind either way, so I gave her the go-ahead to continue. While normal elves follow the human evolution path of enlightened, saint, and then divine. Dark elves are technically magians, as they were corrupted by the chaos dragons miasma when Melim went on a rampage, so I'm able to name them, though I've held off from doing so due to Raiden's suggestion to only name them once their maid training is complete. She said it would be a reward for getting through her harsh training, plus Raiden has been training them in combat as well. According to her, as my maids they must be able to deal with insignificant bugs who overstep. So holding off on the naming until they are stronger will give them a larger boost in power. I don't have an issue with that as I trust Raiden to make sure they are loyal and don't step out of line. In fact, I remembered that Arcuade has also been making use of the Dark Elves. She said that she has been training some to be her servants to take care of the simple tasks so she has more time to spend with me. There are a bunch of Dark Elves to choose from, and most don't really have anything to do, though they are all generally eager to work. And since they aren't making a fuss that I killed their previous ruler, I don't need to purge them. A win-win scenario for both parties. Heh, I bet Rimuru will be jealous once I show him all my Dark Elves. He knows of them, but hasn't quite gotten around to seeing them. Maybe I'll invite him and Melim to explore those underground ruins with me whenever I get around to it. I can get Ingvild something related to music. Maybe I can get her the sheets for a bunch of modern songs. She fell into the sleeping sickness way before the modern age, so she hasn't had an opportunity to listen to or sing modern music. Fuck it, I can also get Glenda a custom Desert Eagle and then enchant the shit out of it. She won't need to worry about the knockback as an enlightened. Still, coming up with gifts was easier than I thought it would be. I looked at my creations. These weapons should be good enough for my plans. I ended up browsing the internet for a few hours. I had a lot to catch up on after all. New shows, new anime, new memes. I only stopped around 12 AM before having a quickie with Raiden. Sex has been a staple in my life ever since I first slept with Seiko, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I ended up deciding to get some work done before I meet Satoru, so I decided to create the weapons I plan to hide in this world, and figure out how exactly I want to hide them. I created around 50 special grade weapons, each enchanted with a basic magic like Icicle Lance, Wind Cutter, Wind Blade, Lightning Lance, etc. Then there were 20 rare grades, each capable of channeling an element. For example, one could coat itself in lightning, and with enough mastery, one can use the lightning coating the weapon in all sorts of ways, like sending out a beam of pure lightning. Then I ended up creating 3 unique grade weapons rather than the one I originally planned to make. One is capable of manipulating gravity to an extremely limited extent, like using gravity to pressure someone or to increase the weight behind their attacks. And that too at the most basic level. Another is capable of weakening someone with each cut, even being able to knock someone unconscious after enough damage is dealt. This effect was created using curse magic. And the last one is able to manipulate both water and ice. Each of these can boost a sorcerer's strength significantly. I wanted to make one of the unique grade weapons have the ability to affect space to a limited extent, but decided against it since it could be used to harm Satoru, or the old man since he plans to stay here, not something I want to have a hand in, even if unintentionally. And all these weapons were created using material creation, so they are a tad bit inferior to same grade weapons made by a blacksmith. Of course I could create far better weapons by using stardust in their creation rather than magicals, but I'm definitely not going to do that for this world. Stardust can do some crazy shit, and I don't feel comfortable leaving anything it has influenced in this world unmonitored. That would just be irresponsible. I ended up deciding to hide the special grade weapons in a pretty classic way. I'll hide them all over the world and leave clues, and/or a treasure map that correlates to each weapon. These weapons are good, but not game changers since anyone experienced enough can deal with them, so I didn't put too much effort into hiding them. I'll probably end up distributing the clues and the maps before I make my announcement. I can have them sold for cheap at pawn shops and such. It really all depends on your luck if you can get one of those weapons. For the rare grade weapons I'll hide them underground, in a dungeon of sorts, with traps everywhere, and maybe some golems and other such enemies. I don't want it to be too easy to get these weapons after all. And then for the 3 unique grade weapons I plan to give the one with ice and water abilities to the old man for him to distribute to whomever he finds worthy, Mjolnir style. And for the other 2, I plan to hide them in extremely difficult to locate and navigate dungeons. I plan to make the most difficult one to acquire the gravity unique grade weapon, after all that one has the most potential. I sure as hell want it to be hard to get. I plan to hide it deep underground in a dungeon, and said dungeon will be filled with all sorts of enemies. I think special A rank enemies should be good. Special A rank enemies are generally capable of fucking up a smaller sized nation. Of course I don't plan to give it any sort of intelligence, as that will be far too difficult for the majority of this world to deal with. Possibly even Satoru would have trouble with a special A rank enemy with intelligence. Hell, Satoru himself would probably be ranked special A rank in the Cardinal World. Not an enemy that needs to be taken seriously by anyone who matters. Spatial abilities are quite common at the Demon Lord seed level and beyond after all. All someone needs to do to get past infinity is mess with space a bit. One of Carrion's subordinates, that Snake Girl, even has a unique skill that makes it impossible for anyone other than her to manipulate space, which is a game over for Satoru. Of course that's not counting on what unique skills he may acquire if he is in the Cardinal World. Anyways, I'll probably just end up making some golems to protect the weapon. I don't want to use any monsters born out of my magicals, as they will sort of be my children, which feels kinda weird. And I don't have a way to control how strong they will be born, or what skills they will be born with. Some of them might grow strong enough to have other monsters born of their own magicals. That sounds like a quick way to spread monsters all over this world. Which will kill the majority of humans, as magicals are toxic to them. I still have a little bit of time before meeting up with Satoru, so might as well hide the special grade weapons. I'll have Odin create some good riddles and maps to locate them. I quickly went all over the world and hid all 50 special grade weapons. It shouldn't be easy to find, the world is vast after all, and with only 50 to find, that's a lot of ground to cover. Now I need to create the dungeons for the rare grade and unique grade weapons, but I can do that later. I want to put some thought into the dungeon layout and stuff. Now it's about 11:30 AM. I guess I'll just wait at the location Satoru said to meet up at. Maybe I can visit some nearby stores as well. Oh. It seems Satoru got here early. I appeared right behind him while hiding my presence. Sup. I saw his shoulders stiffen slightly before I heard him sigh. Man, is that what it's like dealing with me? Now I get why everyone hates when I do that. He turned around with a grin on his face. You got here early. I could say the same to you. Ah. Well, I could never be late for our date. I stared at him, dead in the eye. I remember he pulled some of this weird shit on Megumi before too, what with his whole violin lesson thing. Ha ha ha, yeah sure, you can call this a date between friends. Nothing can get you to react, huh? Haha, well if you want me to react to something like that, you're going to need to try harder. After all, I was able to deal with the first Demon Lord's seduction attempts. Aha, yeah that seems like it'll be hard to match, huh? Alright, let's get started. I got a bunch of sweet store to show you, they're just the best. We can go check out those innate techniques afterwards. I gave him a thumbs up, sounds good to me. Chapter 63, Chapter 23, Shopping and Techniques. Felix. Satoru took me to a couple of sweet shops, each with their own specialty. Most of them were focused on candy, but some were focused on other things like cakes and other baked goods. My favorites were the dark chocolate truffle collection, along with Kruther handcrafted chocolate. And then there was the super fancy place Satoru took me to. He apparently had to order ahead of time. Normally they require at least a month in advance, but no one tells Gojo Satoru no when it comes to sweets. He got me the luxury bûche de Noël, a French dessert that is normally served during Christmas time. It looks like a cake shaped like a log, and is decorated with a bunch of exotic ingredients from all over the world. There were cocoa beans from Madagascar, nuts from Iran, and spices from India along with some other ingredients. It costs about 650 United States dollars. And it was money well spent. This was probably the singular most delicious sweet I have ever tasted, and that's saying something as Raiden makes some good sweets. I ended up getting another order to go for Raiden and Kurumi to try. Maybe Raiden will gain a burst of inspiration. Satoru had to help me with getting another serving seeing as the ingredients are all freshly sourced southwest the place we went to needed time to get said ingredients. Satoru was able to expedite the process with all his connections. I offered to get the ingredients myself, seeing as I knew I was being unreasonable, but he declined. Truly a gentleman. I was using the intrinsic skill, transform that I copied from Luminous to shift my facial features slightly so as to not get as much attention, probably another reason that none of the places were treating me as reverently and cautiously as they were Satoru. Of course I was still extremely attractive, I just wasn't recognizable as the guy who claimed to be a demon lord. Of course Satoru did not have the same luxury so he was stopped for pictures and autographs. Dude became famous as hell after that live stream of his fight against Sukuna. Even if the normal humans normally aren't able to directly see Jujutsu, they could see it during this fight due to the fact the crows that were broadcasting it could see. There were also those that were shit scared, which is a reasonable reaction, but it was still funny to see. I also got some sweets from the same store that served the luxury bouche de Noël for Malim, along with some other cheaper and standard sweets for her. Of course I kept them in stomach so they stay fresh. Now that was a fun trip Satoru asked as he turned to look at me. I nodded, yup, those sweets were heavenly, I'll definitely have to ask Raiden to figure out how to make them. They were expensive but good. Yup. Having a bunch of money is great, it lets you enjoy the finer things in life. Truly, sweets are God's gift to us mortals. All of a sudden an inquisitive look appeared on his face. Are there gods out there? I wouldn't have considered such a thing before meeting you, but from all the stuff you have told me, maybe it is possible. You have no idea, I myself could be considered a god of sorts since I have divinity, along with some others from the world I came from. But I know for a fact there is at least one other world with gods out there, and I assume there are far more. Thanks to Ingvild I was able to confirm some things about DXD, like the fact that the devil race is generally the same, gods exist, same with fallen angels, and angels. Ingvild didn't know all that much seeing as all she knew was from her mother, Ingrid Leviathan who didn't go into too much detail about the supernatural. Though Satoru is the type to be excited about such a thing. Gods Sounds fun. I shook my head, I knew you would say something like that. Well you already know me pretty well then. Now we still have some time left in the day so I'll introduce you to some people with some fun innate techniques. I gave him a nod, alright, let's go then. Are we getting a ride, or are we teleporting since I know you can do that with Blue? We'll get a ride, I already have a car coming to pick us up. Understandable, teleporting everywhere can get boring, sometimes you just want to see the land around you as you go to a destination. Alright then. It didn't take long for a limo to show up, I ignored the people staring at us and got in. Man is being famous a pain, I'm not even the one they are focusing on and it's annoying. I looked out the window and noticed people were still taking pictures. They are taking pictures of a limo, do these people not have better things to do? It's a damn good thing I shifted my facial features. I turned to look at Satoru who was sitting across from me. So who are we visiting, and what techniques do they have? The first person is Takako Yuro who has an innate technique that lets her manipulate the sky. She can use it for all sorts of purposes like flying, affecting space, along with using the sky to attack. Manipulating the sky sounds interesting. Wait, shouldn't I be able to create a vessel for these incarnations to inhabit? All I need to do is create a body since the souls are already present. They did basically just steal the lives of their vessels. I might be an indifferent person but if I can help someone at no cost and without having to try then why not? I brought up my idea to Satoru who seemed interested. Satoru brought up the idea to do it without warning as some of the incarnations may be more resistant to the idea due to there not being much trust established between both parties. It didn't take us long to arrive, it seems the sorcerer lives in an apartment. It's likely what she was given. Before we went into the apartment that Satoru brought us to, he stopped and said, "Don't take anything she says too personally, she has a serious temper, and doesn't like it when strong people try to tell her what to do. She sees it as them trying to stifle her potential." I gave him a nod, I sensed a possessed vessel similar to those guys I met when I first came to this world. It seems she is also an incarnation of someone from the past. What do you plan to do with those who have been incarnated in the current era? I asked. We haven't totally decided, there are those that wish to stick around, and trying to forcefully get rid of them isn't going to go well since they aren't going to go out without a fight. While I can beat them, they may cause some damage to the world around them, since they aren't going around killing people and making the world a worse place in general. I don't see a reason to forcefully get rid of them. Most of them are even cooperating with us current era sorcerers, they want to see how the world has changed, and how it will change with sorcery coming back into the open. That's fair. Satoru knocked on the door, it didn't take long for us to be greeted by a pink-haired woman. She even has pink eyes. Humph, took you long enough. So he did call ahead of time, that's good. Haha, sorry about that, Yuro-chan. Don't call me that. We'll do Yuro-chan. She sighed. There is no winning with you. She looked behind Satoru, where I am standing. And who might you be? Gojo said he was bringing a guest but never said who. I gave her a wave. I'm a friend of Satoru's. I heard about your innate technique and was interested in observing it. It'll be easier if she doesn't know who I am. Who knows how she may react? She may not care, or she may want to fight, or maybe something else. You never know with these jujutsu sorcerers. I see, my technique is pretty amazing, so your curiosity is understandable. She looked back at Satoru. At least someone can recognize that. Why does it matter how interesting your technique is when you're weak? I could see her grit her teeth, but she took a deep breath and seemed to have calmed down. You're lucky I've been trying to rein in my temper. Fitting in with modern society is more difficult than I thought. She may not realize it, but Satoru bringing me here is a compliment on its own. After all, he is only showing me innate techniques that he finds interesting. Though of course Satoru would never say that himself, he is too much of a troll for that. She stretched as she came outside. Alright, let's get this over with. I wonder how Satoru even got her to demonstrate her technique. She doesn't seem to be the type that would do such a thing for no reason. I found somewhere good for this demonstration. It's pretty out of the way as well. Lead the way then, said Satoru. It didn't take us long to get to a forest that was quite close to the apartment complex. Once we were far enough along, Yuro turned to look at us. Alright, one of you two put up a curtain, just in case. Satoru made the hand sign and lowered the curtain in moments. Alright, let me explain my technique first. Sky manipulation, as it sounds, basically grants me the ability to manipulate the sky by turning it into a surface I can touch. I can use it to fly, or I can bend the sky itself and attack others with it. I tend to usually turn the sky into a cloth-like structure due to the ease at which I can manipulate it. She turned around and showed us an example. She sort of grabbed the sky itself, and the sky followed her movements like a cloth would. I can use this to bend enemies' attacks away. This kind of ability has quite a bit of potential. She is probably only limited by the amount of cursed energy she possesses. I can even use sky manipulation to turn the sky into a glass-like substance, and then crack it, causing a massive shockwave, though I won't show it off here for obvious reasons. She stopped manipulating the sky and turned to look at Satoru. That's enough, right? Satoru turned to look at me. Was that enough, Odin? Answer. Yes, sufficient data was gathered. I gave him a thumbs up, causing Yuro to relax a bit. The agreement is fulfilled now, correct? You'll let me do what I wish as long as I don't harm Jujutsu Society's interests, and don't harm innocent people. Yup, as long as you follow the rules that were set, I won't come after you. Though there is a slight change. Yikes, so she was on Satoru's hit list, huh? That must not be a fun feeling, knowing that the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer is after you. She must have been one of the more wild participants of the Culling Games then. Yuro tensed up hearing the latter part of Satoru's statement. I of course took this as the cue to do my thing. I appeared behind Yuro and tore her soul out of the vessel body and consumed it with Beelzebub. Of course I don't plan on destroying the soul. I just inserted it into the physical body I made with material creation. Material creation might not be able to create life, but it can create anything with matter, which includes a physical body. Once Yuro's soul was no longer in the host's body, Satoru picked the host up and began carrying her towards the car. The host was unconscious, which is understandable. I followed Satoru to the vehicle. Once he was done, Satoru looked at me and nodded. I ejected Yuro out of my stomach. The moment I did, cursed energy began radiating off of her in waves. She looked different due to Odin scanning the information in her soul for her original appearance. Of course, the energy Yuro was releasing was nothing compared to the cursed energy Satoru released in turn. Now Yuro-chan, we just wanted to free your poor little host body. Don't overreact so much. Satoru chided. Yuro still looked furious. You couldn't have warned me in advance. Satoru shrugged uncaringly. Maybe we could have, but this is easier. I was wondering if they were going to come to blows before Yuro reined in her cursed energy, likely knowing without a doubt that she was outmatched by Satoru alone. Gah. I hate people like you, but there is nothing I can do about it now. Fine, but don't expect me to forget this. I rolled my eyes, as if her remembering this would mean anything. Yes, thank you for understanding, Yuro-chan. Satoru said. Yuro gave a short grunt before flying away. Guess she doesn't care much if anyone sees her anymore, huh? I looked at Satoru. Thanks for getting her to show her technique. He waved me off. No problem, you've done a lot for me, so I'm repaying that. Plus, didn't you want the Tengen treatment? This is what it looks like. Now let's head to the next destination. I nodded. The two of us got back into the limo. Do you mind if we drop the body off at Shoko's so she can take a look first? That's fine with me, but we are probably going to have the same situation happen multiple times today, so I can just store her somewhere where her condition will be stable and then at the end of the day you can drop her off. Satoru nodded. That's fine with me. I put my hand on the body and consumed her with Beelzebub, safely storing her in my stomach. Once that was done, Satoru said, next up is the angel. Her technique is the reason I was even able to get out of my seal. It's called technique extinguishment. As the name says, it basically negates all techniques, barriers, cursed objects, anything you can think of that uses cursed energy basically. That sounds kind of busted for this world, not going to lie. It sounds quite similar to an anti-magic area, something that would fuck a lot of people over in other worlds that don't have other methods of attack. Of course this technique is limited by the fact that it only works on things that use cursed energy. She agreed to demonstrate her technique at no cost since you dealt with Sukuna for her, along with saving the person her host cares most for. I'll look at that, good deeds are rewarded. Still, it seems she has a pretty good relationship with her host body. Is this a Kurama and Naruto situation? Except, the angel seems to be far weaker than Kurama, at least when it comes to raw power. But it's the same thing in spirit. Since she has a good relationship with her host, there probably isn't a reason to force her into a new body, but asking won't hurt anybody. It didn't take us long to arrive. Instead of an apartment we are now at a beautiful house. This chick must be doing pretty well for herself, huh? Though she might have gotten the money to buy this from killing curses, Jujutsu sorcerers do make a pretty penny after all, they just don't have the time to use said money. The angel, or as Satoru introduced earlier, Hana Kurusu, was waiting for us outside. We got out of the vehicle just as Kurusu greeted us. Welcome to my home, she said with a bow. Seriously, these Japanese customs can be super bothersome at times. Thanks for having us. There is no need to bow, Kurusu-chan. After all, if your plan succeeds I'll technically be your father-in-law, won't I? What plan? And Satoru is technically Megumi's adopted father, isn't he? And since this chick is after Megumi, if they end up together Satoru will be her father-in-law. Satoru sounds like a fun relative to have. Still, who knew there would be some drama in a world like this? Kurusu turned to look at Satoru. Indeed, you are correct, I will not be as formal then. She then turned to look at me and bowed. I know I have said it before, but thank you for freeing my beloved Megumi from Sukuna's clutches. Haha, no need to worry about that. Megumi is a good kid, and I got to have a little bit of fun during that fight as well. A weird mouth formed on the side of her cheek. That must be the angel. Indeed, thank you for dealing with the fallen for me. It would have been quite difficult if Gojo-san was defeated, but you solved that issue on your own. It's probably best that she doesn't learn that I plan to repurpose Sukuna. He will be my very own Diablo. A butler who does everything I ask, Umo. That sounds like a good punishment for him, though going by what Odin said it won't be a punishment for him. He will be just as loyal as Diablo, and even though he will keep his memories, and generally know his very being has been altered, he will not care due to his loyalty to me being so ingrained within his very soul. He might as well be a different person, just with the same looks and access to the previous Sukuna's memories. That won't change even if he evolves. Moving past that, you agreed to show me your technique, right? The angel responded. That is correct, that is the least I owe you. I nodded. So where do you want to do this? I assume we aren't going to do this on your lawn. Indeed, that would attract unneeded attention. Even if the normal humans cannot visually see sorcery, it is best to be on the safe side with everything that I have learned is going on in this era. You're probably right, besides we don't want to mess up your host's life if someone figures something out. That is correct. Well, I have a solution to that. Seeing as it seems like you don't have anywhere to conceal us, I can create a barrier around us that conceals everything, similar to a curtain, but better. If you believe it will be sufficient, then I have no issues with that. Once we were at a good spot, I snapped my fingers and used isolate around us, and then put an illusion on the outside that showed everything as normal. Alright, now that's done. That's the ability you used around the Jujutsu schools, right? I turned to Satoru and nodded. Quite an interesting barrier, said the angel with Kurusu nodding along. Kurusu took the lead and said, now in order to demonstrate my technique at its best I need something to negate, it doesn't matter what it is. I noticed Satoru take something out of his back pocket and unwrapped it. I see, he brought it for this meeting specifically. I thought Satoru started using a weapon recently and that's why he was carrying it. This is a sealed special grade cursed object that was being used to ward off other cursed spirits. Will this work? Yes, that will work fine. She then went ahead and touched it, and the next thing I knew there was an incredibly bright light shining. The light took the shape of a cross and rained down into the cursed object Satoru brought with him. Soon enough the light died down and I could no longer sense any sort of cursed energy from the object Satoru brought with him. You analyze that, Odin? Answer, yes. Sufficient data has been gathered. Great, nice work. I noticed both Satoru and Kurusu staring at me. That was enough, thank you for that, Kurusu. It was no problem, Felix-sama. Satoru was the one who brought up the whole new body thing, and Angel agreed. She said that if other incarnations would be allowed to roam in this era she would stay around to keep them in check. That would be easier with a body of her own, along with that having a body of her own will stop her from messing up Kurusu's personal life. Satoru said there was no need for that but she was adamant. Are you sure about this, Angel? Asked Kurusu. Indeed I am, child, it is best if I don't interfere with your life any more than I already have. Just being involved in this world is a curse for most. Kurusu seemed sad but she reluctantly went along. I placed my hand on Kurusu's back and yanked the angel out of her. Once she was in my stomach I repeated the earlier process and ejected her from my stomach. Astonishing, to have a body of my own after so long is an odd feeling. Said the angel. I'm sure it is. Said Satoru. Thank you for this, Lord Felix. Said the angel. It's no problem. I responded. I'll contact you later to get you an identity, for now you can just stick around here. I'll pick you up later. Said Satoru. Very well. Responded the angel. Since we were all done I dispelled the barrier and illusion around us. I looked towards Satoru. You have anything you want to do here? Nah, though I did want to say something to Kurusu-chan. Megumi is in a depression phase so this is the ideal time to make a positive impression. He said with a thumbs up. Yes. Well, at least Kurusu looks determined, good luck with that. Once we were back in the vehicle I decided to ask Satoru something that I've been meaning to. Hey Satoru. Could you get me a minigun and a custom Desert Eagle? The expression on Satoru's face was quite amusing. A minigun. I nodded. A minigun, but don't forget about the Desert Eagle. That's an odd request. Meant for something to catch Satoru off guard, I guess it is kind of weird. Not many people casually ask for a minigun after all. Asking for a Desert Eagle isn't standard either but the minigun was definitely what stood out the most. And why do you need a minigun? Oh, I want to gift it to one of my subordinates back home. That's an odd choice for a gift. It is, but I have a feeling she'll like it. He shook his head exasperatedly. You have some strange subordinates. But yes, I can get you a minigun and a fully customized Desert Eagle. Hell, you could probably get it yourself. Just go to any government official and ask. Once they realize your identity they would be more than willing. I didn't think of that, but that sounds like too much trouble. Well, you're right on that, they would probably try and keep you here, and or win a favor from you. I sighed. Yup, that's what I expected. You're a hot commodity, you know. Ever since other nations saw that live stream of Mei-Mei's they've been incredibly interested in you, Sukuna and I. The amount of destruction they saw Sukuna and I bring to bear is something that puts them on edge. I nodded. Yup, I expected no different. Man, Mei-Mei's live stream is causing some problems, huh? Well, at least it isn't my problem to deal with. If it was I would have had Mei-Mei purged for being a pain in the ass. I might as well bring up the old man, and his long-term stay in this world up now. Satoru might be able to help get everything set up, like getting the old man an identity, a place to live, hell maybe the old man will be willing to work for money. There is something else as well. He sat up. Oh. From the tone of your voice this seems important. Indeed, I brought someone from the Cardinal World over here, he can be considered a mentor of sorts of mine, and he is planning to stay here for the foreseeable future. I want to get him an identity, and everything he might need to live here for a while. I don't mention the main reason is that I want the old man to make sure that the changes I make don't fuck the world up beyond repair. I'll explain that part after I make my announcement, after all I want it to be a surprise for everyone, Satoru included. He may or may not be interested in killing curses, but for the most part he is looking to relax, but if something goes wrong he should be willing to help. So you can consider him a backup plan if you have to. I don't think the old man will mind that, but I'll double check with him when he's done adapting to the body I made him. A backup plan, huh? How strong is he? In this world's terms he would classify as special grade, that's for sure. In a fight between you and him, he would win almost every time. An excited grin appeared on Satoru's face. You said almost every time, right? That means it's possible for me to beat him then. Normally I would say no, but Satoru is a genius in his own right. He may learn an incredible amount from a spar with the old man, so theoretically it should be possible, but incredibly difficult. After all, the old man has no ultimate skills or anything that is considered equal to an ultimate skill, and he's only an archdemon, someone strong, but ultimately beatable by groups of humans back in the Cardinal World. It's possible, just incredibly difficult. Haha. And you said he plans to stay here, right? That's correct. Great. I can have a sparring partner to catch up to then. Man, he must really be looking for equals, or someone that can push him. Satoru has hit a wall that he can't get over until he has an obstacle that he has to work to beat. I won't work for that as he has no realistic way to defeat me. The old man, however. Well, let's just say I look forward to his growth. I can get him everything he needs to live in this world, be that an identity, work if he wants it, or a place to stay. It doesn't surprise me that Satoru is being so accommodating. The old man is a resource after all. Ah, I should probably tell him that the old man is a demon. I forgot to mention it, but the person who is going to be staying here is a demon, an archdemon specifically. An archdemon. Didn't you say those had enough raw power to destroy a country? Yup. It is said that special grade sorcerers are capable of taking over a country, and that may be true. But destroying a country, and taking it over are completely different things. Haha, I guess I got my work cut out for me, huh? Good luck, Satoru. At least I got that over with. Now for more cursed techniques. Underscore 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 underscore. I waved Satoru goodbye as I teleported back to the house we were all staying at. Satoru had a few more innate techniques to show me, all of which were interesting in their own ways. One of which was the comedian, Takaba himself, as Satoru didn't know that I had already analyzed his ability. One thing he did say though was not to mention Takaba's technique to him. The angel theorized that his technique best works when he doesn't know it's doing his thing, it works best when he naturally thinks he is funny, so Satoru had him do a sort of show for us where I got to see his abilities up close. They are as bullshit as they sound. He can straight up change reality as he pleases as long as he thinks the result is funny. Fucking hacks, though I'm one to talk. I also went and analyzed Toge Inamaki's technique. I doubt it'll see use, but it's still cool. Then there was Kinji Hikari. He had an odd technique, and an even more odd personality. He kept going on and on about my fever. I'm not exactly sure if he was sane in the head, but then again everyone who reaches the top is insane in their own way. His technique is primarily applied through domain expansion. It summons a gambling game of some kind. The primary goal is to line up 3 of the same numbers, a 1/239 possibility. If he does land the jackpot, then grants him unlimited cursed energy for 4 minutes and 11 seconds. The unlimited cursed energy allows him to use reverse cursed energy on instinct, basically making him unkillable in this world for those 4 minutes. An odd technique, but one that can allow him to fight at the higher end of this world should the conditions line up. Speaking about domain expansion, when I asked if Odin could use the data she had gathered on multiple domain expansions to bring out my own, she said she couldn't. According to Odin, a domain expansion is basically a mental landscape that embodies the mind of who they are born with, except it is expanded into reality. The mental landscape serves as the foundation for innate techniques. Unfortunately, I do not possess said mental landscape as I died, and reincarnated as a demon. I am no longer a being that can be considered born from this world. The laws of this world no longer bind me, and so I do not have a mental landscape. That is something intrinsic to people born in the world, whether they are sorcerers, normal humans of this world, or cursed spirits. I am neither of those, and my mental landscape did not transfer over to my new life. Sure, I may have had one before, but Odin has no way to figure that out. I was kind of bummed out after hearing that. After all, who doesn't want a domain expansion? Odin tried to cheer me up by offering to recreate the domains I had already analyzed as skills, but I refused, seeing as I don't really need them. I just thought it would be fun to see what my own domain would be. Truly an unfortunate day. And the second to last person Satoru planned to introduce me to was that lightning guy, Hajime Kashimo, but he ended up cancelling that as I agreed to invite Hajime to the place we are staying at since Kurumi agreed to spar with him. Something about testing some of her new techniques out. The last one was the lawyer guy, Hiromi Higurama. His technique was special in that it was primarily applied through domain expansion. Satoru had Higurama use his domain on some criminal while I observed. The domain is basically a small courtroom in which Higurama is the prosecutor and the criminal was the defendant. Instead of having a sure-hit attack, Higurama's domain forces a few rules onto everyone in the domain. The domain allows Higurama to persecute the defendant with a shikigami called judgment. No violence is allowed. The trial starts with the judgment announcing the charges the defendant is being labeled with. The judgment by default already knows everything about everyone inside the domain. Of course, this excluded me as I didn't have any cursed energy at the time. The verdict of the trial depends only on the arguments presented by both sides. After the accusation is reviewed, the defendant is given one chance to defend their case. They have 3 options: silence, confession, or denial. If the defendant chooses to deny the charges, they can lie in their statements. The defendant's goal is to dispel all doubt and win a pronouncement of innocence from judgment. Higurama only has one chance to make his statement. There was some more stuff, but basically once both parties have made their statements, the judgment will make a lawful verdict. If the defendant is found guilty, they are punished with one of what is implied to be several different sentences. Not even Higurama knows what options there are. One sentence the judgment will commonly give is confiscation, which prevents them from being able to use cursed techniques. After the verdict, the domain dispels and the punishment immediately affects the guilty party. This is honestly the perfect skill for a ruler. I might have Odin use the data from this along with some other skills to create a useful skill for me. I may be a mostly hands-off ruler, but it could still be useful. We also went ahead and met every still living incarnation except for Hajime so that I could give them all new bodies and free their hosts. I opened the door to my home. I sensed both Raiden and Kurumi were home, so I called out, "I'm home." Raiden appeared in front of me in a moment. "Welcome back, master." Kurumi wasn't much further behind. She appeared behind Raiden in her fox form and jumped towards me, causing me to catch her. I smiled at Raiden. "Thanks for the greetings, you too." Kurumi licked my face while Raiden said what I expected her to. "It is my duty, master." Yes, I know." As I was walking in, Raiden said, "I was not sure if you would arrive in time for dinner, so I prepared a relatively simple dish. I hope you are not upset by that, master." "Nah, everything you make is good, plus you don't have to make fancy food every meal. Sometimes people just want to eat some more homey and comforting food." "I see, I will keep that in mind, master." "Ah. I ordered some candy that I want you two to try. Ijichi will go to pick it up tomorrow." Raiden looked interested. "For it to have caught your attention, it must be something special." "Yup, it was delicious. Maybe you can gain some inspiration when you try it." "I will do my best, master." I raised my hand and gave her a head pat. "I know you will, my maid." I ignored the happily smiling Raiden and looked towards Kurumi, who was now on my shoulder. "So what have you been up to today?" Kurumi jumped off my shoulder and transformed into her humanoid form. "Ah, I did not do much, master, just browse the internet while waiting for you to come back." "I see, I'll try and find something for you to do if you're bored." She shook her head. "No, I enjoy this time. I can relax and watch amusing things on the internet, a perfect vacation." She is being infected by modern society more than I thought. Ha. Well, don't get too used to it. We don't have phones, or the internet back in the Cardinal World after all. "I know, master, that is why I am using it while I am able to." I nodded. "Oh master, the assistant, Ijichi dropped some stuff off for you earlier." I turned to where the voice came from. "Ah, that's great, thanks Raiden. I had the items placed in your room." I gave Raiden a nod. "I'm going to go check those out then." Raiden gave me a curtsy. "Yes, master. Food will be ready soon." "All right, call me when it's ready." "And I will be talking to Raiden about something," said Kurumi. Raiden looked at Kurumi questioningly, but accepted. So I left them to do their own things. They don't need me to monitor them after all. Now let's check out what goodies Ijichi got for me. I wasn't surprised that a section of my room was completely filled up. There was all the things Rimura wanted, like rice, soybeans and a sample of the sauce, and a bunch of other good stuff. There were multiples of each item too. And then there was the stuff I asked for. There were a bunch of gun cases, along with a bunch of alcohol that I asked for, varying from beer, wine, vodka, gin, brandy, whiskey, etc. Basically whatever Ijichi could get his hands on. I also had Ijichi get me a Nintendo Switch to play on while I'm here, one that comes with Smash. I'm sure I'll have fun playing this with Raiden and Kurumi. I should probably store everything except the guns in my stomach so nothing goes bad. Notice. It is recommended that the master stores the weapons in stomach as well so Odin can get a detailed analysis of the items in case the master wishes to recreate the weapons. Ah, you're right, good idea Odin. I stored everything in my stomach, and took some of the guns back out once Odin was finished with her analysis. I could feel a grin creeping up on my face as I considered all the possible enchantments I could put on these guns. Guns that can cut through space, guns that blow shit up, guns that freeze shit, so many fun possibilities. I don't plan to freely distribute these to my army or anything though, after all it would be inevitable that other countries will eventually get their hands on these guns, and recreate them. Which will lead to an entirely new type of warfare in the Cardinal World. There is a reason not many people have it back in the Cardinal World, it's kept restricted. Still it will be fun to mess around with these. I can already imagine Megumin would love a minigun with bullets that blow shit up. Glenda also seemed to love her gun quite a bit. It's probably best if I don't test out any of the enchantments I plan to put on these guns indoors, so I pick up a handgun and store the rest of the guns in my stomach. I'm not exactly sure which type, seeing as I wasn't a big gun guy. I can easily operate the gun since I have a detailed analysis of them so I don't need to worry about not knowing how to use it. I teleport to the backyard and place a barrier around me. For starters, why don't I enchant it to fire bullets that burn everything? First I need to make it so that this gun can fire Magicule bullets, which is easy enough since I already have the analysis of Glenda's gun which was able to do that, so all I need to do is copy that function onto this, and Odin does the rest. Now that that's done, let me enchant it, and there we go. I have perfect aim thanks to my own high perception and Odin's ability to calculate all the air pressure, wind, gravity, etc. 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 On top of it, so I don't need to worry about missing. I use material creation to create a wooden target and fire one bullet which hits the bullseye. I watch as the target is immediately engulfed in flames, nice, so that works quite well. It isn't really capable of harming anyone strong since I didn't put a very high level enchantment on it, but it is still fun to play around with. Now that I know my enchantments work on these guns, I can store them and work on them back in the Cardinal World. Maybe I'll give some to Kurobe. That dude is a prodigy at blacksmithing, I'm sure he can create something nice. Rimuru said that Kurobe was on the verge of creating a legend-grade weapon from scratch, something almost unheard of. Naturally made weapons are superior to weapons created with material creation, so that is extremely impressive. My own weapon was able to reach the legend grade only due to being formed from my previous vessel, making it an extremely tough and high-tier material. And it reached God grade through Stardust, and Stardust is bullshit. Master, dinner is ready. I see, I'll be there soon. It seems I have to wrap this up. Underscore 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 underscore. Gaha. Get fucked, Yuji. Game. Gah. Why don't you play a different character for once? Never. Donkey Kong is supreme. Yuji sighed. Whatever you say, Felix-sama. I've given up on getting him to call me without any honorifics. It seems Raiden has traumatized basically everyone that was in that room when we first showed up in this world. I don't really get why either. Sure, she's strong, but she's also a lovable maid. I shook my head. Oh well, they're the ones missing out. It's been a day since my adventure with Satoru. After dinner last night I ended up playing around with the guns for a little while before going to bed. I invited Yuji over to play Smash like we agreed to earlier the next day, and we've been at it since he came over. Alright, that's enough of Smash, we've been playing for an hour and a half now. So you wanted me to heal to do some, right? He mentioned that when he first came here, apparently Satoru told him to be direct with me, and not beat around the bush. Good advice, I don't like dealing with all that bothersome stuff. Yes. He was hit by Mahito's idol transfiguration, but thankfully he only lost his arm. But since it was his soul that was modified, the reverse curse technique can't help him, or I would have tried my best to heal him myself. I see. Wait, hold on. You said you would attempt to heal him. Do you know reverse curse technique? Oh yeah, I learned it during the 1-month ceasefire that Sensei had with Sukuna. What the fuck? Yuji looked nervous. Now I do want to help him, but I don't want to do it for free. We might get along, but I don't really see him as a friend. Along with that, no one appreciates what is given to them at no cost to themselves. It will eventually get into their head that they can keep coming to me for help if I keep doing them favors for free. Even the help Satoru has given me has been exchanged for. I replaced the barriers keeping the school safe. I am going to make it so the birth rates of Jujutsu sorcerers go back to normal. At least they will be normal in a way, seeing as more sorcerers will be born worldwide. Hell, they even gained a backup plan in the old man due to me. Then I healed his student, Nobara, so as far as I'm concerned we're even. But I don't think there is much Yuji can offer me. Aha. I'm not sure what exact role the old man plans to take up in this world, whether he wants to be a public figure, a hidden figure, or whatever, but either way what I'm about to ask Yuji should prove useful to the old man. On one condition. Yuji looked determined. I will do whatever it takes, Felix-sama. It's nothing that serious. You see, I have a friend that is planning on staying in this world, and he might need help with a few things, whether that is killing cursed spirits, finding information, moving into a house, basically anything. I want you to help him with whatever he needs for 10 years as long as it doesn't interfere with your duties as a Jujutsu sorcerer. I can promise you he won't ask you to do anything that goes against your moral code. I remember Yuji had a rather strict moral code. He wanted to save everyone he could. You'll basically be his subordinate in all but name for a decade. After that time period it is up to you two to continue your contract or not. 10 years should be enough for the old man to gain contacts of his own that he can utilize for whatever he needs. He is strong for this world after all, and people flock to the strong for protection or other needs. I can do that. At least Yuji was happy with the deal. There might even be a chance that the old man doesn't even need to make use of Yuji. I just thought having Yuji to rely on might be helpful. There are likely a ton of things he doesn't understand about modern society, seeing as he died only when technology was starting to become a big thing. And he doesn't have a supercomputer in his head like Cursed Sage to help him figure things out. Alright, let's go get him fixed up, I want to get this done with. Yes. Let me text him and ask him where he is. I nodded. If I remember correctly, Aoi to do is a first-grade sorcerer, even though he is still only a student at Kyoto Jujutsu High School. He is a third-year student, but still quite incredible. He was apparently trained by another special-grade sorcerer who is dead now, Yuki Tsukumo. From what Satoru told me, her technique is one I would have loved to analyze and gather data on. It's a shame she's dead now, and I can't bring her back as her soul has already passed on. Her technique allows her to grant virtual mass to herself and her Shikigami. That basically means she can assign a certain amount of mass to herself or her Shikigami, and her attacks will be bolstered by that amount of mass. The added mass doesn't weigh her down either. Oh well, it is what it is. Aoi Todo's technique isn't as grand as Yuki Tsukumo's, but it is quite practical. It allows him to switch the places of anything with cursed energy as long as it is within range. There is another requirement though, he must activate this ability with a clap. He said he is at the Kyoto school. Felix-sama. The Kyoto school, huh? Alright, I can teleport us there. Grab my shoulder. Once Yuji grabbed me, I teleported us to the Kyoto school, completely bypassing the barriers. Yuji seemed to be a bit disoriented, but teleporting can do that to someone if they aren't used to it. He wobbled for a moment before quickly recovering. He is at the training ground. Follow me. I could sense to do training, but I let Yuji have his moment. So losing an arm permanently didn't stop this guy from wanting to get stronger, huh? These jujutsu sorcerers can be an insane group of people. As we were heading to the training ground, I noticed a group of sorcerers spotted us, and quickly paled before running away. Probably to inform the headmaster. Once we arrived at the training ground, I wasn't surprised to see a shirtless Todo practicing his martial arts, likely adjusting it for one-handed combat. He's going to have a tough time regaining his former strength with his technique being far more restricted, where before he could clap his own hands together, now he needs to clap hand with someone else in order to activate his technique. Todo noticed us almost immediately. I noticed his expression shift slightly upon seeing me, but he ignored me to focus on Yuji. My brother. Todo. Todo started to approach us. What are you doing here, brother? Ah. I found a fix for your arm, Todo. This here is Felix-sama. I'm sure you've heard of him by now. Ah. The so-called strongest man, huh? The strongest man? I don't remember being called that, though it is true, at least in this world. I don't remember receiving such a title, but it isn't wrong. He stopped right in front of me. Hey, Felix, was it? What kind of woman is your type? Ah. I remember he asked Megumi the same thing. I think he gets people's personalities based on their response. I'm not really sure. Might as well answer honestly though, I lose nothing. What kind of woman is my type, huh? I would say I like a woman with a nice curvy ass and big tits. I'm fine with short stacks, or tall types, to be honest. I think that is a pretty honest answer. Ha ha ha, excellent answer. My type is a tall woman with a big ass. He then pointed directly at me. We can't be best friends, but you are now my friend. Huh? Alright then. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to say to that. I won't take it seriously anyway. Yuji chose this moment to interrupt. It's good that you two are getting along, but I brought Felix-sama here because he said he can heal your arm. He already healed Kujisaki, who Mahito injured far worse than you to do. Healing my arm, huh? Well, alright then. I trust you, my brother. Yuji then turned to look at me, so I took that as the signal to work my magic. His injury is the same as Nobara's, if to a lesser extent than hers was. But his soul has still been molded. In order to fix that, I need to cast Resurrection. Thankfully the target doesn't need to be in a near-death state to cast this. Alright, stand still, Todo. Yes, my friend. I raised my palm in his direction, Resurrection. And then right in front of our eyes his lost arm was restored, and his soul returned back to its natural state. Todo's eyebrows raised in surprise. I did not doubt you too, but to see it in front of my very eyes is astonishing. Haha. Thanks, Felix-sama. I'll hold to my end of the deal. You don't need to worry about your friend since Yuji Itadori is on his case. Maha. I shall help you in whatever bargain you struck with my newest friend Yuji. It is only natural as brothers. Todo. Brother. Okay, that's enough of that for me. I don't want to see anything disturbing. Worst case scenario, they may pull off a Rock Lee and Madogai sunset effect, and that would be horrifying. I teleport back to the living room and am shocked to see both Raiden and Kurumi playing Smash. They truly have become cultured. Raiden is playing Pikachu, and Kurumi is Greninja the little troll. Ah. Master, I'm sorry. The game just looked incredibly interesting and then Kurumi challenged me. Ha. Lighten up, Raiden. Master doesn't mind, does he? Haha, no, it's fine. Enjoy yourselves, you two, and once you're good enough I will show you your place with the glorious Donkey Kong. It is improper for a maid master. I shook my head. Then consider this your day off, have fun, enjoy your life. Your entire life shouldn't be about serving me, you gotta enjoy life a bit too. Raiden sighed, if that is your order then I shall fulfill it, master. Consider it one then. That girl seriously needs to take a break sometimes. Chapter 64, Chapter 24, Agreement. Felix. It's been a day since I returned from healing to do, only to discover Raiden and Kurumi playing Smash. Right now I'm working on creating dungeons all throughout the world, each of varying difficulties based on what reward lies inside. I just finished up with the rare dungeons, of which there are 20 around the world, each housing a rare grade weapon. The dungeons are inhabited with all sorts of enemies and traps. I made some golems out of some trash tier or from the Cardinal World and am having them defend the dungeon. Death is a very real possibility in these dungeons as I don't have Ramaris' cheat skill, Small World, which basically grants her complete control over anything in her domain. Basically she can make respawn points if she so wished. I can't, the data Odin has gathered on Small World is nowhere near enough for that. So if you die in the dungeon, you're gone for good. Not to mention that the dungeons are quite difficult to find. I left some maps lying in some pawn shops, and for the others I had Odin come up with riddles and poems that could lead to the location of the dungeons. Now for the unique grade weapons, I want the dungeons to be super difficult, but not impossible. They do get unique grade weapons at the end of it after all. I can probably use more magic traps in these dungeons. For the rare grade dungeons I only had relatively common traps like poison darts, flaming hallways, pitfall traps, basically the super common stuff. But for the unique grade dungeon maybe I could use some magic, like maybe increase the gravity little by little as the challengers get closer to the weapon. I can also make the dungeon have different environments, one where it is freezing cold, and another where it is burning hot. I can place some illusions to confuse people as well. Maybe I can create illusions of some monsters from the Cardinal World to scare off the weaker challengers. I can keep all of the magics I leave around powered with an energy crystal, similar to what I am going to use to maintain the barriers I leave in this world. I think that is sufficiently challenging. I only need to make 2 dungeons as I am going to leave the Frost unique grade weapon with the old man to pass on to someone. So I only need to seal the gravity, and curse unique grade weapons. Maybe I can have the increased gravity dungeon be where the gravity unique grade is sealed, and I can even have the weapon be what is maintaining the increased gravity so that whenever it finds a wielder the gravity will go back to normal. Then for the curse unique grade I can have the dungeon give you a ton of debuffs upon entering the dungeon, like exhaustion, more sweating, minor headaches, sore body, loss of strength over time. These dungeons are going to be downright diabolical. Now where should I construct these 2 dungeons? Maybe I can have one located in Japan, in Shibuya specifically as it is basically dead land at this point. The amount of cursed energy that is perfuming the air of Shibuya isn't safe for any work to be done in, so it is just being left to rot, and I don't blame the government. I can place the cursed dungeon in Shibuya, it just suits it. For the gravity dungeon maybe I can place it in a separate dimension and have specific stones that can be used as keys to teleport into the dungeon. I can have the stones locked into the spatial coordinates of the dimension so it will basically teleport whoever says a key phrase or something into the dungeon. And there will be a limited amount of stones so if they are all used up, then the gravity unique weapon is gone for good. I do need to find somewhere to connect the dimension to this world though. I mean I could manually connect the dimension to this world but that's extra work. Maybe I can connect it to the house I'm staying at. But who knows what will happen once I leave this world. Someone might just stumble upon the entrance to another dimension and get one shot by the enemy's places there. I guess I'll have to connect it to this world manually. Thankfully the only magicule cost will be the initial cost of creating the dimension. After that it doesn't need a continuous stream of magicules to maintain itself. Odin, when I create the dimension can you fill it with everything necessary? Answer. Yes. Great thanks. Well might as well get this over with. Ouroboros. And with that I find myself in an entirely new dimension, one filled with oxygen, and everything that is necessary to be able to sustain a human temporarily. The dimension is the dungeon itself so there is nothing on the outside of the dungeon. Odin already set basically everything up, she made the dimension livable, along with placing various traps she was able to pick out from my memories. Now all that I have to do is place the weapon at the end of the dungeon, and weave some magic together to finish everything up. Truly, my work never ends. Underscore 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 underscore. Home sweet home. I've been out almost all day today. I hid all the weapons, made some dungeons, created an entirely new dimension, and then I went and bought all the gifts for everyone back in the Cardinal World. I got Vdora some Dragon Ball Z figurines, those cost a pretty penny. I bought Arcuate a super fancy dress. I'm not exactly sure about the specifics seeing as I don't know all that much about women's clothing, but it's a ruby plissé one-shoulder midi dress. Hopefully Arcuate likes it. I plan to give Megumin an enchanted minigun. I already have the sweets for Malim, and then I got a bunch of dujins for Rimuru. I think he will appreciate it. Quite a few of them are focused on elves. Lalatina along with Siko's present still needs some time to get ready, so I'm still waiting on that. I still can't believe I actually went through with Lalatina's gift. Oh well, I think she'll be happy, and I do care for Lalatina, so it's not that big of a deal. Any normal male will begin to care for whoever they're sleeping with, and Lalatina is an eager little thing, always willing to do whatever I tell her, no matter how degrading or disrespectful it is to her as a primordial. In fact, she gets overjoyed when I tell her to do those kinds of things. Any male with a sex drive would eventually grow to care for their self-proclaimed masochistic love slave. Omo, I am speaking pure facts. I went to a music store and bought every piece of sheet music they had as well as the lyrics of every song they sold. It's safe to say I got a massive collection for Ingvild. I have all the gifts safely stored in stomach, so I don't need to worry about those. After getting everyone's gifts, I went to my mother's grave. It wasn't difficult to find as her grave obviously wouldn't be moved. It wasn't located in Shibuya either, so it wasn't destroyed by Sukuna. I ended up staying there for a little bit, just telling her about what I've been up to. Of course I placed a barrier around us before that, you never know who could be listening in after all. Neither Odin or I sensed any sort of listening devices, but I decided to err on the side of caution. Before I left, I placed some flowers and some spells that would keep the grave in peak condition, along with preventing any sort of vandalizing. It was also pretty weird seeing my own grave. As I was approaching the living room, Raiden appeared in front of me. "Welcome back, Master." I gave her a smile. "Thanks, Raiden." I sniffed slightly and smelt an appetizing aroma. "What are you making?" "It smells super good." She smiled at my praise. I wanted to try a more Western dish, but with the best ingredients, so I ordered an A5 Wagyu steak for all three of us to try. According to the research I have done, it has amazing marbling, and the dish itself has no need for side dishes. What you are smelling is my test run. I wish to experience cooking the meat ahead of time so that I was prepared for when you wish to eat it, Master. My eyebrows raised in surprise. After all, who hasn't heard of A5 Wagyu steak? It's one of the best possible meats you can try after all. They are all also notoriously expensive. A lot of meats in the Cardinal World are to die for, but I'm curious about how A5 Wagyu tastes like. I've never had the opportunity to try it after all. I see. I've always wanted to try that. Well, it smells amazing so far, so keep it up," I said, giving her a thumbs up. "Yes, Master. Did you want any snacks before we eat dinner?" No, I think I'm good, thanks though. It is my duty, Master, and one I do with joy." She curtsied. "I know it is, Raiden. I truly lucked out finding you on that mountain that day." "No, it is I who lucked out." "Haha, well, we're both fortunate, I guess." "Maybe fortunate one guided me to her." I wonder how large of an influence this skill has had on my life. It may be a mere extra skill, but it is one that increases my fortuitous encounters along with my charisma and general luck. Welcome back, Master." I turned to where the voice came from and wasn't surprised to see Kurumi standing in the hallway. "Hey Kurumi, I'm happy to be back. I missed you both." I noticed Raiden blushing in the corner of my vision, but I was surprised to see Kurumi gain a blush as well. I always thought she was the mature one, but it seems my good looks are truly too much. "Era, I missed you as well, my master." "Haha, glad to hear it. So what have you been up to?" "I have been playing the game known as Smash." Has Kurumi become a gamer?" "No, it takes far more than mere days to earn that status. It must be earned through blood, sweat, and tears." "Well, at least you're having fun." "Umo." Kurumi nodded. I looked towards Raiden. "How long until the food is ready?" I did call her ahead of time, letting her know when I'd be back so that she could prepare everything ahead of time. "It is ready whenever you wish to eat, Master." "Oh. Well then, are you both fine with eating now?" "I've always wanted to try a Wagyu steak, and it smells amazing. It's hard to resist." "I am fine with whenever you wish to eat, Master," said Kurumi. "Then I shall begin cooking the food." I nodded. Kurumi and I took our seats at the dining table and chatted about what we were doing all day while we waited for Raiden to finish cooking the steak. It didn't take long for the aroma to intensify, causing both Kurumi and I to salivate. I could already tell that this meal was going to be great. Soon enough, Raiden brought out 2 plates, each had a beautiful piece of meat on them. "That looks great, Raiden," exclaimed Kurumi. Raiden set down a plate in front of me. "Indeed, it does look amazing." "Thank you, Master." She went back to the kitchen to get her plate, and then we finally began to dig in. And boy was it delicious. The meat practically melted in my mouth. It was so fatty and juicy. It was seasoned with pretty simple spices as well: salt, pepper, and garlic powder. Truly this meal was worth every penny. We all finished our food in less than 10 minutes. Ah, that was super good, Raiden. It's similar to some of the better meats from back in the Cardinal World. Indeed, I'm surprised that it was able to compare to the meat from our world. Nice job, Raiden. This Wagyu meat was only matched by the meat of a rank monsters. It costs far less than a rank monster meat too. Though I usually have someone hunt the monsters rather than paying someone for the meat. Thank you, Master. Ah, and you too, Kurumi. Hey, why am I just mentioned offhandedly? Raiden ignored Kurumi and took all of our dishes to the kitchen. Hey Raiden. I'm talking to you. Unfortunately Kurumi was still ignored. I gave her a head pat. There Kurumi, I'm sure Raiden appreciates your compliment, you're a friend after all. She's probably just pulling your leg. I noticed her 9 tails starting to wag slightly, isn't that a dog thing? Humph, she could at least seem more appreciative. Haha, well you know how she is. Indeed, anything not involving you she doesn't care much for. Ah, she does fulfill the cold maid trope, not caring for anything but their master. Anyways, have you been working on training your summons? We do have that training dimension I made the other day. Indeed I have been making use of the dimension you created. I improved our overall coordination which was lacking due to us not having fought together much in recent times. And I also experimented with my newer summons abilities. Nice. Kurumi has 8 summons, or rather tailed beasts as they each inhabit one of her tails. Each has a unique ability that Kurumi can make use of when they inhabit her tails, but when she summons them she loses a tail, along with some of her overall magic power. The white ape has wind and sound manipulation, the moon rabbit has gravity manipulation at a level far surpassing the unique grade weapon I made that specializes in gravity. Her black rats can spread a disease that causes a high fever, and black spots to appear on the infected person's skin. The disease is extremely deadly and can only be cured by the black rats themselves or high-level holy magic. The lightning tiger has lightning and thunder manipulation, but of course it can't hold a candle to Raiden. The winged serpent has atmospheric molecular control so it can lower oxygen levels along with some other things. The just sheep is capable of manipulating the mind as well as illusion manipulation. The fire flamingos have fire manipulation, and the mirror hound has mirror manipulation, which makes it capable of reflecting attacks back on the attacker, even skills. Of course I have named each of them further boosting their power along with Kurumi's as their power is added to hers when they are inhabiting her tails. When all of her tailed beasts are in her tails Kurumi is a fearsome foe with a variety of abilities thanks to her summons, and a ton of magic power. Ah. I should probably tell her about Hajime coming over tomorrow. Ah, by the way Kurumi, I agreed for you to spar with that lightning guy from the day we first came to this world. I remember you agreed back then, so Hajime will be showing up tomorrow to spar with you. Apparently he has an interesting technique that might help Raiden out, I hope you don't mind that. Kurumi shook her head, no, it is a pet's duty to obey her master. Well alright then. Notice. The individual known as Ronald has adapted and molded to his new body. The master can release him whenever he wishes. Ah. Alright, thanks Odin. Ah, something just came up, it seems that the old man has finished adapting to his new body so I'm going to go to the yard and release him. Tell Raiden the same if she asks where I am. Kurumi nodded, yes master. The old man really took his time, he missed the time to eat the steak we just had as well. Poor old man. I teleported into the center of the dimension connected to the house we're staying at. I created this dimension when I was coming up with new magic spells the other day and didn't see a reason to get rid of the dimension just yet. We can use this dimension as a sort of training area after all. Neither Raiden nor Kurumi are capable of breaking this dimension with the power they possess so they can go all out in here. Plus I can spar with the old man here, I'm sure he's going to want to get used to his new body. He molded it to perfectly fit him, but that doesn't automatically make him perfectly used to his new body. That'll come with time. I raised my hand. Beelzebub. A swirl of darkness appeared in front of my palm, and from inside it the old man was let out. I watched him do some stretches. Ah, it's nice to be out in the real world. I rolled my eyes, it's only been like a day and a half. Well, it didn't feel like that. Wanna have a short spar to help you get used to your new body? I'll restrict my strength to that of an archdemon's for the duration of the spar, I don't want to beat you too quickly after all. I taunt. Ha. Gettin' cocky now, eh? The old man responded. I'm strong enough to be as cocky as I want. Aye, you're right about that. Alright, let's get this spar started. I waited for the old man to create a weapon using material creation before I attack, after all spatial severing is best used with a weapon. Spatial severing is a scary powerful skill, it basically damages the target via the severing of space. I may not use it much since I haven't needed to, but if used properly it can even harm a true dragon like Vdora since it can damage both physical and magical phenomena. Since I've restricted my strength to that of an archdemon, it's probably best to come up with a strategy. My durability is still as absurd as ever, and I don't really have a way to control that, so it would be a bit unfair if I blocked one of his attacks with my bare arm, as that would shatter the sword he just made instantly. Swordsmanship it is. You ready, old man? I say as I create a sword for me to use for the duration of this fight. It's been a while since I've wielded any weapon in a fight. Usually my martial arts, skills, and magic is more than enough to best any foe. At least I don't have to worry about my skill with the sword degrading. Ready when you are, kid. I give him a nod and then appear in front of the old man with my sword slashing towards him. He blocks it relatively easily and counterattacks with a jab of his own. We continued with this routine for half an hour. The old man was slowly getting more and more worn out as I've been enhancing the force of my attacks using gravity manipulation. We separated for a moment. The old man took the opportunity to say, "Ha. You've improved a lot, kid. I can barely match you, and that's when you're still restricting yourself. Of course I'm not going to let myself stagnate. I've been improving little by little. Even though I don't use weapons much, I do still occasionally spar with Rimuru using pure swordsmanship, and to be able to match that guy, you need to be good." Rimuru has been growing his swordsmanship at an astonishing pace, but I'm not complaining. After all, Odin has been copying every single move he uses and adapting it to my own style. So when he grows, I grow. Now how about I have a bit of fun? I may only have the strength of an archdemon, but that should be more than enough for what I'm about to do. This is a move that I saw Azeroth perform in a spar of his against Megumin. Of course she stumped him, but the attack itself was quite beautiful. The old man tenses up slightly, likely sensing what I'm about to do, but it's far too late. 100 Petals Rush. I charge at the old man, and slash at him in 100 different ways, each slash unseeable to even the best swordmasters. The old man managed to block a few of my strikes, but he couldn't block them all. He just wasn't capable of it. 100 Petals Rush works by delivering 100 devastating strikes in a flash, quite simple but unblockable to most. I stood across from the old man as he stood there, seemingly shocked by what he just witnessed. I made sure to control my strength so all of my attacks that did land on him were only cuts at worst. That was amazing, kid. I lost. I've only seen one man do something similar, and even his didn't look as masterful as yours. I should probably tell him about Azeroth serving me, huh? Well, I can do that later. Haha, well, you didn't do too bad yourself. And that wasn't just empty praise. The old man was a master at the sword, someone I'm sure Hakuru would love to challenge. This spar has given me some new ideas that I'd like to try. What if instead of just 100 strikes, I do 1,000 or more? That would be extremely hard to manage in a short period of time, but I do like a challenge. And then what if I incorporate some other elements into it, like maybe coating my sword in Vdora's storm attribute, or what about stardust? Such an attack would be absolutely monstrous. I smirked as I thought of creating such an attack. Indeed, this spar was quite enjoyable. I may have only used an infinitesimal fraction of my true power, but that doesn't mean I didn't have fun. Now I only wish that I had someone that I could fight equally with just magic. A fight where we only utilize our magical knowledge, no skills, only pure magic. It would be fun to test my new magic against someone like that. Maybe in my next somewhat serious fight I should only utilize magic. That sounds fun. I'll have to think about it. I'd only feel comfortable doing such a thing where I'm certain that I won't lose. I shake my head. Oh well, those are thoughts for another time. I dissolve the sword I created into magicules and the old man does the same. Man, that was a fun spar. I got a few new things I discovered that I can work on. Fighting a superior opponent always helps one grow. He's not wrong about that. The old man's injuries were just about done healing, so he should be ready to go in now. Alright, you ready to go inside? I can explain exactly what I want you to watch over in this world. Yeah, let's go. He nodded. I grabbed his shoulder and teleported us back into the living room. Kurumi wasn't here anymore. It seems she's in her room playing more Smash. I should introduce her to some more games. Playing just Smash is bound to get boring at some point. It would be funny seeing her deal with Call of Duty lobbies. Welcome back, Master. And welcome back to you as well, Lord Ronald. I turned towards Raiden, who was in the hallway. She seemingly just finished cleaning up my room, seeing as she is right in front of it. Good to be back, lass. Looks like you just finished some of your work, eh? Yes, I was cleaning my master's room just before I sensed you two teleporting in. Hardworking, huh? I decided to interrupt here. She's always like that. She doesn't even take any vacation if I don't order it. It is my duty and honor to serve as your full-time maid for as long as you wish. I would not be a good maid if I was not with my master at all times. Yeah, I know you've told me. I appreciate always having you around, so thanks. I noticed the slightest hint of red appear on Raiden's cheeks. It seems she is becoming resistant to my compliments. Thank you, Master. Ronald sent me a shit-eating grin, but I just rolled my eyes at him. I packed and sealed a meal for when you returned, Ronald-sama. Would you like it now? Ah, what a thoughtful girl. I would love to, thanks for that. It is no problem. Raiden then left to prepare the food she had stored safely, giving me time to explain some of the situation to the old man. Maybe he has some ideas that I haven't thought of. We both took seats across from each other. The old man looked eager to hear what I had planned, so I saw no reason to delay further. Alright, so let me give you a bit of background on this world first. He nodded. Indeed, that would be helpful. I snapped my fingers and created a barrier around us. I'll start with the basics. I'm sure you've sensed the energy around us by now, and I'm sure you've noticed that it isn't Magicules. Indeed, it seems to be some sort of negative inclined energy. You're right, it's called cursed energy, and it is basically emitted from all humans when they feel any sort of negative emotion. I then went on to explain everything about this world: cursed energy, cursed spirits born from cursed energy, Jujutsu sorcerers, innate techniques, domains, cursed tools, the politics involved in Jujutsu Society, and so on. Raiden stepped in during my explanation and gave the old man his food. It was no Wagyu steak, but it looked good. Raiden ended up sitting next to me and listening to my explanation, seeing as she doesn't know nearly as much about this world as I do, and Kurumi soon shifted into her fox form and took a seat in my lap. Those are some incredibly interesting abilities, especially those domain expansions you mentioned. The old man commented. Indeed, master, such an ability could prove troublesome to even one such as I, depending on the sure hit attack's effects. Raiden seemed to be interested in domain expansions. There is a reason it is so rare for anyone to be capable of using it. Now that you know the basics about this world, let's talk about the people of importance. There is Gojo Satoru, the strongest sorcerer in the world, along with being my cousin. The old man's eyes widened in shock. Your cousin? Ah, I might have skipped past that. Ah, yeah, I forgot to mention that this is the world I was in before reincarnating as a demon. Though I was a relatively normal human, I wasn't a Jujutsu sorcerer. I wasn't even capable of seeing cursed spirits. The old man sighed. You gotta mention these things right off the bat, kid. Haha, yeah, my bad. I then went on to explain all the recent events I could recall, from the events of Season 1 of the anime, to where I left off on Satoru's ceiling. The old man didn't question why I knew what I did, probably assuming I learned in this world. Either that or he's just minding his own business, you never know with him. So this Yuji kid is the one that's going to be helping me for 10 years, huh? He asked. Well, he seems like a good kid, not many that are willing to help others to the extent that he has shown to be willing to do. Indeed, he's a bit too nice, but he's a good kid at heart. So what happened next? I'm not exactly sure what happened after Satoru's ceiling, but I do know a little bit. A bunch of sorcerers were killed, including Nami. Mahito was killed, and Kenjaku, the person possessing Geto, used his cursed spirit manipulation to extract Mahito's technique, which fulfilled the requirements to begin the Culling Games. How come Kenjaku didn't absorb Mahito a long time ago? Ah, that's a good question. Basically, when a cursed spirit is absorbed by cursed manipulation, the spirit and their technique is no longer capable of growth, and until that point Mahito was not at the stage where Kenjaku needed him to be, so he left him temporarily. During Mahito's fight with Yuji and Tadu, he had grown a significant amount. From what I heard, he sort of transcended being a mere cursed spirit. His understanding of his technique also increased significantly. I see, so after all that, Mahito was finally at the stage where Kenjaku needed him to be, huh? Basically a lamb raised for the slaughter, said the old man. Yup, shithead deserved it though. Anyway, Sukuna also ended up fighting the volcano special grade cursed spirit, Jogo. He ended up killing him in that fight. This Sukuna seems to be quite impressive. His technique allows him 2 useful abilities, Cleave and Dismantle, let alone his domain expansion. He commented. Indeed, he is considered the strongest on par with Satoru for a valid reason. Anyways, after Kenjaku began the Culling Games using Mahito's technique is when my knowledge becomes a bit more iffy. Learning every single thing that happened during the Culling Games is nigh impossible at this point since I wasn't there. But I believe that I know the key points. I retold all the events as I understood them. Most of this information was gained from talking to Yuji and Satoru, so it should be mostly correct. I told him about the general goal of the Culling Game, the important members like Kurusu, Higuruma the lawyer, Takaba the comedian. Boy, was the old man surprised when I told him about Takaba's technique. I told him about Maki's massacre of the Zenin clan, Yuji and Megumi meeting up and their first encounter with Kurusu, Sukuna possessing Megumi, and Maharaga's abilities. Sukuna killing Megumi's sister, and everything in between. When we got to the 1-month ceasefire that Satoru and Sukuna agreed to, the old man said, "You said you show up during that fight." Yup, I'll create an illusion of my point of view while I was watching that fight. That way you can see everything firsthand. The old man smirked. Heh, this is bound to be entertaining. Raiden nodded. Indeed, it was interesting watching a man with similar abilities to my master, though he was far lesser than master. Kurumi snorted, as if anyone could compare to the abilities of our master. Indeed, Kurumi. Raiden looked pleased. This is getting really embarrassing. They just had to do this in front of the old man. The old man was smirking my way, but I just created the illusion so that he doesn't get the time for his teasing. He focused on the fight, but I could tell he would mess with me about what just happened later. We all watched what I saw from the moment I entered this world. That adaptation ability is powerful. It's a good thing you were able to get your hands on it, huh? Indeed, it will only make me stronger. Being able to adapt to anything at all will be a godsend. It will be similar to my resist skills that make me basically immune to a bunch of things like elemental damage, physical attacks, poison, and a bunch of other stuff, and resist skills are incredibly broken. Well, maybe not in the Cardinal World, seeing as there are a ton of busted skills, but in other worlds they would be incredible. Once we got to my entrance, the old man looked at me and said, "What a way to make an entrance, you show off." I tilted my head up at him. "I'm a demon lord, I have to make a memorable entrance, it's only proper." Raiden and Kurumi nodded along as if what I was saying was natural, and it totally, completely was. I definitely didn't just want to live out my chunny fantasies, no, that would be improper. The old man didn't look like he bought what I said for some inexplicable reason. He closed his eyes and shook his head. "Sure kid, sure." We got to the part where I basically manhandled Sukuna with explosion magic from Konosuba, and then replicated his cleave with battle will and aura alone. The illusion ended once I consumed Sukuna with Beelzebub. Well, that was an interesting introduction to this world. Now that I have the general gist of what's going on, what is it you plan to do with all this chaos? You said it would be interesting, so I'm listening. I smirked. He was going to like this. Raiden and Kurumi also looked extremely interested, which is only natural as I haven't shared my complete plan with them, only bits and pieces. Basically all the world's governments know about cursed energy. They are quite upset at Japan for hogging such an energy source, probably due to their delusions of cursed energy being the key to infinite energy. Morons. The only thing stopping an all-out war is Satoru, and probably me. Foreign governments are terrified of our prowess, so they are controlling themselves. Obviously I am eventually going to leave this world, and Satoru will eventually die. Oh. Do you want me to be what is stopping an all-out war? That sounds interesting, but not quite what you were hinting at. Ha. Nothing like that. So you know that the reason for the birth of Jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits is so high in Japan, right? Yeah, that barrier or whatever that Gaitingen placed, right? Yup. So I plan to recreate those conditions all over the world. I already have all the magic figured out. Basically those kinds of conditions will cause the birth of sorcerers and cursed spirits all over the world at a rate far greater than before. If everyone has access to cursed energy just as freely as Japan, then they won't be able to worry about Japan anymore, as everyone has access to cursed energy. Countries are going to be panicking trying to retain their power on the global stage. They won't have the capability to blame Japan for something they had no real part in. They'll be too busy worrying about themselves. On top of that, I plan to release dungeons with rewards people will be craving for to keep them occupied for a long, long time. It will be the coming of a new age. I stood up and spread my arms wide. Raiden and Kurumi began clapping, so I bowed. Thank you, thank you. The old man just looked shocked. He sighed. You know you're batshit crazy, kid. Haha, being sane is for the weak and boring. Ugh, you really let the strength get to your head. Get to my head? Me. No, never. Well, I can't deny that it sounds fun, so what exactly do you want me to do? Nothing too hard, it's up to you how you go about this, but I want you to make sure nothing goes super out of control. There is bound to be chaos, but I don't want the world to end or anything. Wars might happen, it's a natural part of human nature after all. You're free to interfere whenever you feel it is necessary, and you can take whatever position you want. You can be a hidden mastermind or a global leader, whatever floats your boat. There shouldn't be anyone in this world capable of truly harming you except Satoru Gojo, and even then he would need to become quite a bit stronger than he currently is to even have a chance at that. I extended my hand. So what do you say? You in? The old man smirked as he grabbed my hand. Hell yeah, I am, kid. I've been sitting around too long anyways. I guess it's about time that I had a bit of fun. I explained some of the more minor details of my plan to him before I had Raiden show the old man to a room to hang out in, and went to my room to prepare for bed. After some time I heard a knock on my door. Already knowing who it was, I opened it and smirked. I was met face to face with a blushing Raiden, so I did what any man would in my position. I grabbed her and pulled her in, which began our steamy session for tonight. Underscore 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 underscore. I watched on as Kurumi's summons continued to push Hajime Kashimo on the defensive. I already replaced Hajime's vessel and called Ajichi to pick up the unconscious host. Apparently Kurumi wanted to improve their coordination with each other, which is the entire reason she agreed to this spar. We are all currently in the training dimension I made, well except the old man, he is wandering around and exploring. There is no risk of destroying things that I don't want to be destroyed since we're in this dimension, so that's good. Might as well use this dimension for what it was created for after all. Kurumi is only using 2 of her summons for this spar, and Kurumi herself is staying out of it. Any more than 2 and Hajime would be absolutely demolished, even 2 seems to be quite tough for him, and that's when the summons aren't focusing on the offensive, they are more trying combo attacks and experimenting with new strategies. It's like I told Hajime when I first met him, if he chose to fight either Raiden or Kurumi he would basically be their chew toy, and that's what's happening here. Currently the summons that are fighting Hajime are the Mirror Hound and Just Sheep. A pretty decent combo, as the Just Sheep can use an illusion to hide whatever attack the Mirror Hound sends back. Currently Hajime is in a sort of transformed state thanks to his technique. His technique is quite interesting, in fact I think I will have Odin edit Raiden's unique skill to include this function when we get back to the Cardinal World. Basically it allows him to reconstruct his flesh in order to manifest any phenomena that can be created by electricity. This has a cost, however. Hajime's physique can't handle such a thing for long, so he is limited by time, and if there is no healer around, he could even die. Of course Raiden won't have such a restriction if Odin is able to edit her skill to include these effects. She is a dragon after all, she can handle such a thing. Unfortunately that ability isn't enough to beat Kurumi's summons, as they can just avoid his attacks at speeds Hajime can't follow. The summons might be considered quite weak for any of my direct subordinates, but they are bona fide calamity class monsters, not something that Hajime can take on should they get serious. I noticed Hajime gathering some energy in his hands, a good plan, but unless it's at an extremely fast speed then the summons will just avoid it, or reflect it. I watch as he fires a beam of pure electricity. Mirror Hound jumps in front of the attack and absorbs it, but before it can fire it back Hajime collapses. Ah, that's it for me. Man, I thought I'd at least be able to leave a dent with that attack. Just how much power can that hound hold? Ah, maybe he was hoping that Mirror Hound had a limit as to how much it could reflect, so he put everything he had into that last attack. Unfortunately for Hajime, he could never reach such a limit on his own. I approached the lying down Hajime. Happy now. Haha, that was great. Haven't had a fight where I've been put on the defensive for the entire match in so long. Good, then you can leave after I heal you. I aimed my palm in his direction and used holy magic to heal his body, no need to waste a potion after all. Haha, alright, I won't overstay my welcome. He stretched a bit and then looked at Kurumi. Thanks for bringing those guys out for me to have fun with. Indeed, my summons were able to learn a fair bit from this spar. At least Kurumi was able to achieve what she wanted to. Thanks for that, Kurumi. I got to analyze his technique. It should help me improve Raiden's skill a bit. Raiden can already turn into lightning using her unique skill, but the data from Hajime's technique might be able to improve that ability, as she can only turn into lightning, whereas Hajime's technique allows him to manifest any phenomena that can be created using electricity. Something that Raiden should be capable of with some training, but I might as well make it easier for her. After all, if you aren't cheating the system, then you aren't trying. Indeed, his use of his technique was quite similar to my own skill. If focused on a different aspect, I can do something similar on my own with some practice, but still thank you, Kurumi. Said Raiden. Humph, no problem, I was just doing what Master told me to do after all. Raiden nodded. Indeed, as you should. For some reason Kurumi pouted after hearing that. Was she being at Sundara with Raiden? I clapped my hands. Alright, let's head inside. They both nodded. Once we were inside I noticed that the old man was back. Wasn't he friends with Ajira? I should probably tell him that Ajira is serving me now, he might want to see him after all. I teleported to where I knew the old man was. Walking is for plebs after all. The old man looked up from the book he was reading. Ah, hey kid. I waved. Sup, you just get back. Indeed, so much has changed. While I never saw Japan in person in my old life, I did know bits and pieces about it. All the modern technology, these phones have advanced an incredible amount. Everything is different. Yup, a bunch of new fun things. He nodded. So what did you need me for? I assume you didn't come talk to me just for that. Nah, you know that old friend of yours that you said taught you some swordsmanship, well he was one of the lieutenants of the Primordial of Yellow, so he's also serving me now if you want to see him. I named him Ajira. Gaha, so that guy is serving you now, huh? I guess it makes sense, he was always incredibly loyal to John, so he would follow her to serve her master. Nah, I'm good, I don't need to see him, we'll see each other whenever we see each other. I'm sure he feels the same way. I shook my head, old people are weird. Alright then, have fun with your book. I've already given the old man the Frost unique blade so he could give it to whoever he wishes to, he's keeping it in his spatial storage. Seems like I'm almost done with everything I want to do in this world, huh? I'll have to set everything up for my game then. Chapter 65, Chapter 25, Return. Felix. I walked into the extremely high-end jewelry store. I got a call telling me my order was ready earlier today and decided to come pick it up as soon as possible so I can finish everything up in this world. I used transform to shift my facial features slightly when I first ordered what I wanted, so I shifted back into that form while using some intention-based magic to make it so that no one noticed my transformation. I walked past the security guard and was met by the clerk. Hello, sir. It's nice to see you again. Follow me right this way, I will get your orders for you. I nodded and followed him to the back of the store. There weren't all that many people in the store, and each person who was had someone helping them. This was one of the higher-end jewelry stores in Japan. They had jewelry that could go for hundreds of thousands of US dollars. And this was also where I had my custom-made gift for Lalatina made. It didn't take long for the clerk to come out with two fancy-looking jewelry boxes in his hands. He placed them on the table in front of me and slowly opened the one on the left to reveal a beautiful choker necklace that could also serve as a collar. It was made primarily from platinum, but it also had bits of gold and some diamonds on it. But what stood out front and center was the name tag, which read, Lalatina. Property of Felix White. Yup, it's a collar that could also serve as a choker for Lalatina. I thought you would like something like this, what with her degenerate desires, though I guess I have turned into a degenerate for fulfilling and taking part in those desires. Oh well, if you can't beat them, join them. I will accept my degeneratehood. I'll enchant it with some magic to add some other effects onto it later on. But overall I was satisfied with it. The clerk then closed the box and slowly opened the one on the right to reveal a necklace with a diamond pendant attached to it. The chain itself was made of platinum, while the diamond was the highest quality the store had to offer and was 1 carat in weight. Some fancy-ass shit, but oh well, Seiko deserves it. I nodded at him, causing a smile to grow on his face. He went to go and properly package both the items while I went to look around the store. Maybe I should get something for Raiden. I safely stored all the jewelry in my stomach and teleported back home. I ended up getting a brooch for Raiden as well. While I got Kurumi a bracelet, they might be sad that I got stuff for everyone back home, but nothing for them even though they are here with me. Women are hard to understand, so it's always best to play it safe. I also picked up those fancy chocolates for Raiden to try later. I ended up spending a fuck ton of money on all the jewelry I got. Truly Sugar Daddy Satoru has my back. Maybe I'll give him something when I leave as thanks for making everything easy for me in this world. Once I was back home, in my room specifically, I could sense Satoru in the living room. It seemed he stopped by for something, and I think I know why. As I was walking to the living room, I was able to hear Satoru chatting with the old man. It seems like they get along. I turned the corner and saw both Satoru and the old man sitting across from each other. They both noticed me almost immediately, though I'm sure the old man sensed me long before, seeing as I wasn't concealing my presence completely. I was just preventing any of my magicules from leaking out of my body. It seems Raiden served them some tea and snacks. Raiden noticed my arrival immediately and approached me. Welcome back, master. I gave her a nod. Thanks, Raiden. Kurumi also showed up and jumped on my shoulder. I gave her a pet as Satoru stood up. Ah, hey Felix. Sup, you come here for something? I asked. He turned around and picked up a large case that he was keeping next to him. Yep. Here's what you asked for, a minigun. You wouldn't believe the look that the Prime Minister had when I told him that you wanted a minigun. Here is the customized Desert Eagle. It was comparatively easier to get than the minigun. I smirked and took the case from his hand. I bet, it's a pretty odd request after all. I forgot to mention, but are you trying to make me go broke? Do you know how much money you spent at that jewelry store? Nope, I just know it was a bunch. He sighed. I can't win with you. Hey, now you know what it's like for others when they are with you. It's just your karmic justice. I stored the case with the minigun inside of it in my stomach. I can enchant it to fire bullets made of magicules, and make it so each bullet blows up later. That ability of yours sure is convenient. Being able to store anything sounds helpful. I nodded. Indeed, I always have everything I need right here with me. The old man decided to interrupt. You finish what you need to, kid? I nodded. Yup, I picked up everything I need, just that one last thing to do before I leave. I do want to head back to the Cardinal World sometime soon. I'm beginning to miss Malim's shenanigans, Rimura's easy-to-mess-with personality, Veldora's chaotic personality, and of course Seiko and her seekiness. Then there is Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina, and of course Ingvild. I haven't spent much time with her, something I should definitely correct upon returning. Satoru had an odd expression on his face. So you're leaving already? I knew you would leave eventually, but it hasn't been all that long since you've been here. I nodded. Yup. I had a good time here, but I've got a ton of ideas for things I want to do back in the Cardinal World. This world was a vacation for me to relax in, and I was able to relax plenty. Besides, I can always come back if I want to. Heh, well come see me before you leave then. I want to say don't do anything too crazy with this plan of yours, but I'm looking forward to what you do. This world could use some change. I assume this plan involves replacing Tengen's barrier that draws cursed energy into Japan. I nodded. Yep. Look forward to it. Heh, I will. Satoru then looked at the old man. I'll be seeing you around. The old man nodded. I had Raiden escort Satoru out while I sat down and chatted with the old man. It seems you got along with Satoru quite well. Heh, he's a fun one. Quite arrogant too. Well, he is the honored one, haha. If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know, then nothing else will. Ha, he's just like you described him. So that's who I'll be working with for the foreseeable future, huh? Yup, just you two making sure the world doesn't go to shit. Well, at least it won't be boring with him around. It definitely won't be boring, even if it might take a few years for the true changes to become apparent. The old man nodded. Indeed, going by what you plan to do, it will take at least 15 to 20 years for the new Jujutsu sorcerers that will be born all over the world to become old enough to make any differences. Yeah, that's why if I do return to this world it'll be after a few decades. Though I may pop in for a little bit in between. Heh, this time it'll be you leaving rather than me. I rolled my eyes. Don't be a baby, I'll pop in to take you to the Cardinal World sometime if you want. Maybe, I'll have to see how things go here first. I nodded as I got up. Alright, I'll be making my announcement explaining all the changes to the world soon. Got it, kid. Raiden had left to go prepare dinner while Kurumi is still on my shoulder. I better make sure I have everything that I wanted to do in this world done. I don't want to miss anything after all. Once I was in my room I went through my memories, making sure I did everything necessary for my cough-cough experiment in this world. I already have the crystals that will maintain the barrier I need to put around the world made and safely stored in my stomach. I already have the magic for everything figured out, I made the dungeons and hid the weapons. I do still have to put leaderboards in every major city, and then configure them so they can use data from the barrier to display the strongest people in this world. But I'm pretty sure I've got basically everything set up, I should be able to do it whenever I feel like. Maybe I should go around the world and show Raiden and Kurumi a bit more about this world. We've only stuck to Japan so far, so I might as well show them everything. That's what I'll do for the next few days, and then announcement time. Underscore 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 underscore. It's been a few days since we left for our little sightseeing trip, and we're finally about to head back now. We ended up visiting mostly famous attractions. We obviously couldn't see all of Earth in a mere few days. We saw the Statue of Liberty, we went to Paris and saw the Eiffel Tower. Of course we ate some fancy-ass food in Paris, it's a mandatory part of the experience. We went and saw some pyramids in Egypt, along with the Himalayas. We went to the tallest building in the world, the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. We went to a bunch of places, and travel was incredibly easy since I could just teleport us around the world. No nation was going to bother us about teleporting into their nations either. Power makes everything a lot easier. I looked to my right, you two ready to go back? Yes, master. Raiden said. While Kurumi just gave a nod, so I snapped my fingers, teleporting all of us back to the place we are staying at in Japan. The old man chose not to come. He said he had time to explore everything on his own, and he didn't want to interrupt anything. I just rolled my eyes and left. That was an amazing trip, master. These humans can build some beautiful things even without magic. Kurumi said. Indeed, the mastery some of those chefs had over their food is also impressive. Of course Raiden focuses on the cooking. Girl is far too dedicated as my maid, she wants to make me the best food she literally can. Oh well, if it's what she enjoys then who am I to stop her? Though in my opinion her food is far better, that might just be because of personal bias though. We also ended up doing some shopping. Raiden went to some fancy store in Paris, I'm not sure which one, I just gave her the credit card to do whatever with. But she returned with a few new made outfits she wanted to try out, they each have a bit of a different style. For example, one of them was super seductive. She also bought some other more modern clothes which looked absolutely ravishing on her. Alright you two, start packing up whatever it is you want to take with you back to the Cardinal World and I'll store it safely so it doesn't get damaged during the trip back. The two of them nodded and then went to pack up everything they wanted. I wasn't surprised when Raiden went to the kitchen, she probably wants to take some tools back with her. While they did that I decided to fly past the upper atmosphere and further into the void of space. Everything looked so small from up here. Thankfully I didn't need anything to sustain myself as a spiritual life form that included oxygen. The Earth truly looks incredibly small from up here. It's astonishing to believe that over 8 billion people live on that tiny rock. It's even crazier to think I could probably destroy said tiny rock with a punch. Correct, the Master is capable of destroying the planet Earth with a punch. That's actually fucking absurd, especially when physical strength isn't my main focus. Though Satinel makes up for that, Melim and her busted-ass skill. Still, without said busted skill I would likely be weaker than I am now, seeing as I have Satinel passively running at 40% since it doesn't take much wrath at all to use it at that level, and due to my mastery over it thanks to Odin. I noticed some satellites orbiting around the Earth. It looks like a bunch of nations are going to know I was up here. Oh well, they can't do shit about it. Hey Odin, could you analyze some of these satellites? Who knows if this information will prove useful in the future. Notice. Odin has already done so the moment that the Master left Earth. Ah, as expected of you, Odin. I turned to look at planet Earth's source of life, the sun. It would be funny if I blotted out the sun for a day. Ah. No I won't, that would probably fuck the Earth up a bunch. Correct. If the star known as the sun was blotted out for a day, after 8 minutes the last light from the sun would reach the Earth, plunging the entire planet into darkness. The temperature would drop, especially on the side of the planet facing away from the sun. Depending on how long the sun is blotted out for, photosynthesis may stop, which will affect the oxygen supply and food production for almost all life forms. And dash. Okay, that's enough Odin, I think I got the picture now. No blotting out the sun if I wish for life on Earth to remain the same-ish. Stupid intrusive thoughts. I turned back towards Earth and began doing what I came up here to do. I snapped my fingers, which didn't create any sound due to being in the void of space. Still, an invisible barrier was erected around the entire planet. I'm sure this would drain most beings completely dry of their magicules. Now for the crystals. I take all of the crystals I created and bind them to the barrier I just placed over Earth. Now it's time to place this halfway inside this dimension, and halfway outside. I focus on my power as this is something I haven't done before. I don't want to mess it up. Sure, Odin could do this herself, but I do want to know how my main skill works without her doing everything. She can tap in if it looks like I'm going to mess up. Skills are instinctual abilities. You don't need any training to use the skill itself, but if you want to master your skill you need to be comfortable with it. That means lots and lots of practicing. Ouroboros. Alright. Now that those are working properly I don't need to worry about maintaining the barrier. All that I have to do now is inform all the Earthlings of all the changes I made and create the leaderboards, which I'll do after I do that. I start heading back down towards Earth. Once I was within Earth's gravitational pull I stopped all of my flight abilities and just let myself fall. It was quite an interesting experience, just letting go and letting nature do its thing. Sometime later I deployed my wings so that I wouldn't crash into the ocean. I wasn't interested in swimming with the fishes today. I took my time flying back to Japan. As I was flying back I noticed a plane above me, so I flew up to say hi. I noticed a kid at the window seat who was staring at me, so I gave him a wave. The kid gave a slow wave back. He turned to his side, probably to tell his guardian about me, but unfortunately for him, by the time they looked I would be gone. It didn't take me long to get back to Japan. I still need to create the dungeon in Shibuya for the unique grade curse weapon I plan to have sealed there. I made myself invisible to the point where no one could detect me in this world except probably Satoru due to his 6 eyes. I don't want anyone to see where the dungeon is just yet after all. I look down at Shibuya. The place is a wreck, buildings are torn asunder, windows broken, vehicles laying around. This place looks like it went through an apocalypse, and it wouldn't be incorrect to say it did. Well, I might as well get started then. I mumbled. I touched down on the ground and used a combination of my abilities to dig out a massive underground complex. I made sure to fortify everything so that it wouldn't collapse in on itself. The dungeon was located about a mile underground, though I did create a pathway connecting to the dungeon. One just needed to find the pathway. Once the layout was finished I really got to work. I smirked as I looked around my newly made dungeon, complete with traps, illusions, golems, and of course a ton of curses will be laid on whosoever enters this dungeon. Maybe I'll call it the Cursed Dungeon. I hid the cursed unique grade weapon at the end of the dungeon, so whoever wants it needs to get through the entire dungeon, even with all the curses placed on them. I don't think many in this world are capable of that. Now that that's done I guess it's time to head back. By the time I was back it was night time. I guess I'll do my thing tomorrow, then we can leave this world. I woke up with a yawn. I turned to my side and noticed Raiden wasn't here with me. It seems she got up early, probably to wrap up some things seeing as we are leaving soon. After I came back yesterday I stored whatever it was that Raiden and Kurumi wanted to take back. I myself made sure to bring the Nintendo Switch and the TV back with us along with a few spare controllers so I could play with Rimuru, Melim, and Vdora. I made sure to pick up some games other than Smash as well, like Mario Kart. I'm sure we can find a way to charge it once we're back in the Cardinal World. I'm sure that scientist of Rimura's Vesta can figure something out. I also analyzed some solar panels so that will be enough to power the TV and the Switch at the very least. That dude is a genius, he can pull off some crazy-ass things. Surprisingly, Gabiru has been helping him with his research. Who knew that the Raiden simp would grow up? While we were on our little world tour, I had Odin analyze a bunch of the technology in this world, like the electrical towers, solar panels, windmills, and a bunch of other stuff. Suffice to say, I have everything needed to modernize the Cardinal World, though I'll probably hold off on doing so. I'll leave the revolutionizing to Rimuru. That seems like a lot of work after all. I'm fine with keeping the modern comforts to myself. I am a selfish guy after all. I got up out of bed and began getting ready for the day. I plan to do my announcement today, so I should dress stylishly. A demon lord has to look nice in public after all. I plan to project the announcement all over the world, kind of like a video. They'll be able to see me and hear me talking. I think I should go for the classic demon lord look, a coat made with the skin of an archdragon, a black shirt underneath, and then some black pants. The all-black look fits me well after all. My coat became god grade over time as well. It has been sitting in my stomach soaking up my magicules, and I also upgraded it a bit with stardust. This thing could tank a nuke and be perfectly okay, perfect for a demon lord. Once I was finished getting ready, I heard a knock on my door. Already knowing who it was, I said, "Come in, Raiden." The door opened to reveal my beautiful dragon maid. She took a look at me and nodded. "You look amazing, master, as befitting of a demon lord." "You think so?" "That's the look I was going for." She nodded. "Indeed, to the normal people I'm sure you will give quite the intimidating image." "Well, that wasn't really the goal, but I am a demon lord, of course I'm going to be intimidating to the normies." "That's fine then." I left the room with Raiden in tow. "Did you make anything for breakfast?" "Yes, master. I decided to make something more simple since you said you would like a more homey dish once in a while. So I made a grilled cheese sandwich. I haven't had one of those in a long while." "I see, I look forward to trying it." The old man and Kurumi were already in the living room eating. "So I was the last one up then, huh?" I quickly finished up the grilled cheese Raiden made. "All right, I'm going to finish some last-minute things and then announce everything to the world." "Yes, master." "Already time, huh, kid?" "Yup, I'll see you guys in a little bit." Once I left the house, I flew directly up. It would be pretty cool to project an image of me in space when I'm doing my announcement. I can easily deal with there being no way to really talk in the void of space since there is no medium for sound to travel through. I do have law domination and am an ultimate skill wielder after all. The laws of the world are mere suggestions at this point. I made sure there was a backdrop of the sun, just for style points. Once I was all ready, I began. I knew that public speaking class would come in handy someday. Gojo Satoru. Satoru stared at the image of Felix that popped up in the middle of the Tokyo Jujutsu School. Is he in space? Of course he can casually visit space. And is that the sun in the background? Hello Earthlings, it is I, your overlord, Demon Lord Felix White. Now you might be wondering why I am doing this. Well, it's safe to say there are going to be some changes in this world of yours, and I am gracious enough to explain them. Is he going to? Well, that's one way to bring change. So far the world hasn't completely bought into Jujutsu sorcerers being real. Some still doubt that fact. Of course most world governments know it to be true, but the common people are different. After all, they want to believe that everything is fine, that there aren't beings that are capable of extinguishing their lives with ease. It's a normal human reaction. As I'm sure most of you have realized, the world is changing. There are people with true power out there, not just political and financial, but real power. The power to destroy cities and even countries. There are some of you that doubt this, of course, but that's up to you. If you continue to doubt this after my announcement, then you will be left behind in this coming age. After all, I'm not going to put effort into convincing a bunch of randoms what's true and what's not. I'm just here to tell you what's going to be happening now. He felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He checked who it was and wasn't surprised that it was Yoshinobu. He accepted the call. Satoru. What the hell is your friend doing? Hey, well, he's creating a new age, it seems. Ugh, this isn't the way to do it. The world should be brought into the fold slowly, naturally. Not all at once. All that will cause is chaos. Did you know he was going to do this? Nope. Well, that was a bit of a white lie. He knew Felix would do something, just not what. I think chaos is what he is after. Yoshinobu sighed. Well, there isn't anything we can do about this now, is there? Nope. Where is this being played? So far we were able to figure out it is being played in Kyoto, Tokyo, even though it is still uninhabited. The island where all the citizens of Tokyo were evacuated to, it's playing all over Japan. Maybe even all over the world. I see, I'll talk to you later then. He then cut the call and focused back onto what Felix was saying. It seems he is explaining cursed energy and cursed spirits. Well, this is bound to be interesting. After Felix explained everything about their hidden world and his plans, he had to hide his shock. After all, what Felix claimed to have done was enormous. It would quite literally change the world, though that's probably what he was after. Felix claimed to have made it so that the optimal conditions for the birth of sorcerers was present all over the world. That meant Japan would no longer keep the monopoly on jujutsu sorcerers as well as cursed spirits. They would be born all over the world now, with no real way to monitor and control all these sorcerers. There is going to be trouble. Thankfully, they have a couple of years before these changes start showing their effects. Long enough for him to establish some sort of organization that can monitor these sorcerers and send them to deal with cursed spirits. He was already working on something similar for Japan, as he wanted to change the system. He just needed to change his plans a bit to make it work for the entire planet rather than just Japan. And from his chat with Ronald, he knew he could count on his help in case things start to get a bit out of hand. Strong people are needed to maintain some form of order now that people have learned that it is possible to gain true tangible strength. And then there were those hidden weapons Felix talked about. Even the lowest ranking weapons, the special grade weapons as Felix called them, were incredibly useful. The ability to freely be able to use one elemental ability could come in handy in a pinch. The weapons kept getting more and more powerful as they ranked up. Apparently Felix placed 2 unique grade weapons in 2 different dungeons hidden throughout the world. Now where would he be placed on this leaderboard of Felix's? Felix. I think that turned out pretty good. I explained everything about this world that may have been kept hidden from the common people. Cursed energy, innate techniques, cursed spirits, sorcerers, the sorcerer families, everything. Once that was done, I explained the changes I made, from it being possible for sorcerers to be born all over the world, to cursed energy being far more present in other countries than it previously was, as it isn't all being sucked into Japan anymore. I also explained the new dungeons that I created along with the weapons I hid. Now I only need to create the leaderboards, which shouldn't be difficult. I plan to put a couple in each country. I'm sure people will find a way to spread out the information on them, whether that's by having a 24/7 live stream on it or something else. Well, I might as well get that done now. Underscore 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 underscore. I turned towards one of the sorcerers that were present at the Tokyo campus. Hey, do you know where Satoru is? He's in the classroom down the hall and to the right. Thanks. I'm here to say goodbye to Satoru since I plan to leave this world after this. Satoru said he would be here, so here I am. I walked into the classroom that the sorcerer told me to and was met with a bunch of shocked students, as well as a grinning Satoru. Look who it is, the man of the hour. Or is it decade at this point? I gave him a nod. Satoru. I took a look at the students. There was Yuji, Megumi, Nobara, Maki, Toge, and Panda. I wonder why they're all here. I'm pretty sure they are in different years. Alright, give me a couple of minutes, my students. I have something to do. They didn't respond as they were still staring at me, but Satoru didn't care either way. Let's go to the roof. I nodded. Alright. I gave Yuji a wave as I was leaving, one that he returned. Isn't it a common trope to confess on the roof? If you plan to confess to me, I'm sorry to say that I'm not into other dudes. Satoru seemed confused for a moment before he broke down and fell to the floor in front of me. He began to bang his fists into the floor. Oh no. My plans have failed before they could even start. I snorted. Alright, let's get moving, Satoru. I want to head back soon. He sighed. Couldn't let me have my fun, could you? He said as he got up off the floor. It seemed like it would take you a while. He pouted. It would have been good. I'm sure it would have. We continued talking like that until we got to the roof. Satoru unlocked the door for us and led me through. So how come all of your years are grouped together? I thought they each had different classes. I thought it was a good idea, seeing as the world is getting more chaotic, can get them more used to working with each other, and they are all around the same level, seeing as they all grew a lot recently. I see. I assume Yuta is out doing special grade things. Yep. He's out on a mission right now. Got it. That's one hell of a thing you did. It's actually pretty funny. Most of the world is calling you a madman, which might be true. But they don't see the consequences of you not doing what you did. Either way, the world is going to change. Yup, that was my goal. I wonder where this change will take this world. I wonder too, will we thrive or fall? I patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I think everything will work out. Haha, you think I'm worrying? I'm excited. Who knows what sort of interesting people will be born all over the world. Maybe I'll meet someone similar to me. Someone who is born with the stars aligned in their favor. Maybe you will. You really were born a cheat, weren't you? You had Limitless, and the 6 eyes, the perfect combination. Satoru smirked. Haha, that's why I'm the honored one. I rolled my eyes. Humble too. So you're leaving soon, huh? Yup, I've done everything I wanted to here, had a nice little vacation, but it's time to head back for me. I'll inevitably visit some other worlds, but I don't want to spend super long on each world. I don't want to become too involved with their affairs unless necessary. It's best to just let things happen naturally. Me visiting a world may doom it or save it. There is no way to predict what will happen once an outside influence like me interferes. That's not something I worry about though. Whatever happens, happens. He leaned off the edge of the roof as he said, this world being called a vacation really puts things into perspective. I wasn't really sure how to respond to that, so I just shrugged my shoulders. He turned around. Welp, enough of that. He offered his hand and I took it. It was nice meeting you, Felix. Make sure to stop by sometime. I smirked. Of course I will. Hopefully when I return you won't be as weak as you are now. Haha, you can count on that. By the way, tell Megumi that while his sister may be gone from his life, it doesn't necessarily mean she is gone. After all, I died and look what happened to me. If the kid could get a better outlook on life, I'm sure he'll go far. I'll do that then. Thanks for caring about him. Good, by the way, I made you these. I let go of his hand and chucked a box at him, a box that contains some brass knuckles that utilizes curse magic. Every hit that lands with those will cause his opponent to lose more and more energy. Figure out the effects on your own. I walked backwards, falling off the edge of the building. I gotta leave a stylish last impression after all. Gojo Satoru. Satoru didn't even bother checking if Felix was okay after walking off the building. He pocketed the box Felix gave him. He'll check it out later after his students are gone. It didn't take him long to see Felix fly back up and past the roof and into the sky. He shook his head. Show off. But he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Now he needed to finish setting up the agency, an agency that would monitor all sorcerers in the country and hold them all accountable for their actions. Without something like that, this world will turn into a lawless land in the blink of an eye. Felix. Now with most of the goodbyes out of the way, I guess it's time to head back to the Cardinal World. Raiden, Kurumi. Are you two ready? I called out from the front of the house. Raiden showed up in front of me with a trail of lightning following behind her. Hopefully that didn't cause a ton of damage. Kurumi wasn't far behind her. I turned towards Raiden. We are both ready, master. I saw Kurumi was nodding, so that's that. Alright, let me go see the old man and then we can leave. You two can wait outside, it shouldn't take too long. I ended up finding the old man in the living room reading a book. He was an avid reader back when he was alive, so he's been catching up on some literature. I told him to read some light novels at some point. I wish I was here to see his reaction to some of the more interesting ones. The old man looked up from his book. So you leaving now? Yup, just stopping by to say goodbye. Alright kid, don't worry about your little project here, I'll take care of it. Being back in the modern world is a plus too, so many things I missed. Haha, well you're welcome for summoning you then. He rolled his eyes. Yeah, get outta here. You know you'll miss me. And remember to rely on Yuji. I yelled out as I was leaving. I made sure to destroy the training dimension I created. I don't want whoever lives here next to come across that. Raiden and Kurumi were waiting where I told them to. Anywhere you guys want to stop by before we leave? Raiden shook her head. No master, I packed everything I need. Kurumi jumped in. I did as well. This world is fun, there are so many cool things here. I nodded. Indeed, modern technology has advanced an incredible amount without any angels attacking any nation that makes any sort of advancement. Seriously, those angels are the only reason the Cardinal World isn't nearly as modernized as it could be. They attack any and all sufficiently advanced kingdoms every 500 years. Shitty pigeons. Alright, let's get going. I raised my hand in their direction. Beelzebub. Now that they are safely stored in my stomach, we can leave. I took one last look at the place we stayed at. It was a fun vacation, at least I got to learn a bit more about this world and how it works. I may or may not have started the end of the world, but it'll be fine, it would have happened with or without me anyway. At least we had fun. I'm definitely going to have to take Seiko, Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina with me next time. Hopefully to a world that can at least withstand a fraction of their power. Welp, time to go. Ouroboros. I appeared in the conference room at the very moment I left. Ah. Felix-sama, you have already returned it seems. I turned towards the voice and was met with my beautiful purple-haired Oni. I gave her a smile. Yup, I'm back Seiko. Welcome back my lord. I turned towards Arcuade who was bowing. Haha, it feels kinda weird knowing it hasn't even been a moment for you, whereas for me it's been far longer than that. Ha. Did you encounter any cool abilities? I turned towards the explosion maniac in our group. I didn't, but I did get you something that I think you'll like, I'll give it to you later. I haven't enchanted the minigun yet after all. Master, I am pleased that you have returned. Wasn't Lalatina in La La Land when I left? How did she recover already? Hey, it's nice to see you too, Lalatina. Ah, Master. Okay, I'm going to tune her out, this is not the time for horny. All of a sudden a voice resounded in my head. Extra skill, Cleave gained. Extra skill, Dismantle gained. Extra skill. Intrinsic skill, Adapter gained. Muhahaha unlimited power. Query. Would the Master like for Odin to create a skill utilizing the data from Hirumi Higurama's technique? Ah, that ability. Maybe hold off on it for now until we gather more data, Odin. I don't particularly need this urgently after all. I prefer if my ruler skill is top of the line when I get it. Acknowledged. Are you okay, Felix-sama? Ah, I probably had a weird expression on my face. Yup, perfectly good, Seiko, in fact better than good. Ah. I see, that's good. Did you have fun on your trip, Felix-sama? Yup, I met a few interesting people, and was even able to grow a little stronger from this trip. More than a little stronger actually, Adapter is certifiably broken. Oh. Arcuade seemed to be interested now. For there to be things in this world which could boost your already unmatched strength is quite incredible, my lord. I nodded. I didn't expect it either, of course there was no one there able to match me, but some of the abilities there are incredible, I was able to analyze them and bring them to this world for me to utilize. I see, still quite impressive. I nodded, I didn't expect there to be an ability like adaptation there either. Let me release Raiden and Kurumi, then I'm going to head to the training ground to test out some of these new skills. I raised my hand and released those two from my stomach. Kurumi was the first to say something. Ah, it's nice being back. Raiden nodded, indeed. Hey, well you guys can talk amongst yourself, I want to test these skills out. I haven't gotten any truly new skills in a long time, at least skills that I feel comfortable using, as I don't want to recreate a bunch of ultimate skills. I have a feeling my soul won't be able to handle all that strain. Once I heard their agreement I teleported to the training ground. I got a bunch of new skills, though most I don't see myself using, ever. Would the Master like for Odin to convert the unneeded skills into energy to utilize in the future? Yeah, do that, you already know which skills I want to keep. Correct. It is done. Nice, now it's time to test out the goodies. Cleave remains the same, it's basically a slashing attack that adjusts itself depending on the target's toughness and the amount of Magicules they possess. Of course the tougher and stronger the target, the more Magicules the attack will cost me. It has the same restriction of needing to touch the target as well. I can generally use this to one-shot any opponent below the awakened Demon Lord level. It is even capable of cutting through spiritual matter, so being a spiritual being will not save you from this. If one isn't capable of healing their spiritual body, then they are basically doomed, since Cleave will dice that right up. Dismantle is a ranged slashing attack that is primarily used to target inanimate objects, but I am also capable of adjusting it to attack living beings as well. And just like Sukuna, I am capable of targeting the world with it, basically severing space. This skill has the potential to grow into a far stronger skill, one that could theoretically cut connections between beings, like a soul corridor, or the soul itself. I plan to use Cleave and Dismantle for more casual fights where I am far above my opponent, one where I can mess around in. Cleave and Dismantle are fun abilities after all. I gained some other skills, but those were turned into energy, seeing as I don't plan to use them. I decided to not create a new unique skill with the data from Cook and the Comedian, as in the end it will just be a unique skill. I'd rather wait until I can create such a skill at the ultimate level. Then there is Adapter. Now boy is this busted. Rather than having the wheel that Mahoraga had, my skill works based on analysis. The more understanding of an ability I have, the more I adapt to it. This is a skill that works perfectly with Odin, seeing as she can analyze almost anything. In some cases it can even transform me slightly if that is the best way to adapt to something. Though Adapter is not capable of adapting to any ultimate skill, sadly, that would be far too broken to start out with. Maybe I can upgrade it over time. Is that possible, Odin? Answer. Inconclusive, it is theoretically possible to continue to enhance intrinsic skill, Adapter, but it would require an immense amount of energy. The only scenario in which the Master successfully enhances Adapter is likely one in which the Master himself undergoes an evolution. So it all routes back to evolution, huh? I need to evolve past a Devil Lord to get Adapter to the stage I want it to be. Once I am capable of adapting to even ultimate skills, I think it will be safe to say that I am basically unbeatable in this world. Well, that's only more motivation then. Now is Sukuna ready? Yes. Heh, well it seems like I'll be getting a new butler soon. Chapter 66, Chapter 26, Butler. Felix. Alright, everything ready, Odin. Yes, the individual known as Sukuna has been completely converted into a loyal subordinate. Ah, that sounds kinda like he was converted from one church to another. Well, I did technically brainwash him. Now let's meet my new butler. I released Sukuna from my stomach and was met with a pink-haired man. He looks pretty much exactly like he did after I separated him from Megumi, minus the extra arms and mouth though. Maybe he can freely make those disappear. That or Odin had something to do with it. He looked surprised for a moment before he caught sight of me, and boy was the look of absolute worship that appeared on his face off-putting. But I guess this is what I asked for, it will just take some getting used to. Ah. My lord, it is an honor to be in your presence once again. He said with a bow. Alright, it's probably best to think of this Sukuna as a different person, or I'm just going to keep weirding myself out. Ah, it's nice to see you too. Yes, it's nice to see you as well. He was still bowing. You can stop bowing now. Ah, you are truly magnanimous, my lord. He said as he straightened up. Eh? Yeah, let's go with that. I don't think it's necessary to ask him about what he thinks about me basically mind-raping him, I'm sure Odin was thorough. So how do you feel? Stronger than before? Weaker? He looked thoughtful for a moment before saying, my body has been reconstructed to be far more durable and powerful than it previously was. My soul is also as complete as it's ever been due to the extra finger that was fed to me, but other than that my abilities remain the same. However, due to my new and improved body I can easily deal with any threats to you, my lord. Eh? Did you reconstruct his body and feed him that finger, Odin? Answer. In order to make the individual known as Sukuna as useful as possible for the master, Odin reconstructed his body using a combination of stardust, orichalcum, and the dispersed fragments of Mahoraga. Due to the fragments of Mahoraga use, Sukuna has a minor level of adaptation available to him. Along with that, imbuing his new body with the finger increased his overall affinity with the body and increased his own strength. Holy shit. That has to be that most busted shit I've ever heard, well maybe not the most busted, but still pretty high up there. Sukuna was straight up power leveled. It seems Sukuna's skeleton is made of orichalcum which was saturated in stardust in my stomach, and then his muscles, organs, and skin tissue is created entirely out of magicules. So his body itself is quite similar to that of Megumin, and Lalatina's though his is likely a fair bit stronger due to the stardust involved in its creation. Maybe around Arcuade's own Deathman body. I should get those two some upgrades. Maybe I can saturate Megumin, and Lalatina's orichalcum skeleton in stardust. Normally such a thing would be basically impossible as it may injure them, but with the perfect control of Odin it might be possible. What do you think, Odin? Answer. It is doable. Great. I can do that for them the next time I meet them. Well, that's good then. Now how about I give you a name? Ah. I would be most honored, my lord. He was known as Ryaman Sukuna, right? I name you Sukuna Ryaman. I felt a chunk of my magicules being drained before instantly filling up. That was more magicules than I thought it would take, almost as much as it took for me to name Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina in fact. That shows how much potential this guy has. I guess the stardust body counts for something. I watched as a cocoon of magicules surrounded the newly named Sukuna. I could feel his power growing to levels that can only be surpassed by my direct subordinates, and even some of them would be a bit challenged. Unique skill, Cursed One has been analyzed. Ah, it seems like Sukuna got a unique skill. A powerful one too. The sub-skills include Cleave, Dismantle, though they seem to be upgraded compared to my own extra skill versions. Along with that he has fire and heat manipulation as well as some new ones as well like Thought Acceleration, All of Creation, and Chant Annulment. Odin has modified the unique skill, Cursed One, to include more sub-skills than it originally would have due to the individual Sukuna being compatible with them. Ah, I see. That explains why a combat-oriented unique skill has so many sub-skills focused on analysis. The most interesting skill by far though is of a type I have never heard of, a world system skill. It seems these types of skills are similar to domain expansion, just far superior as these create basically miniature worlds that are imbued with certain skills. For example, Sukuna's world system skill, Malevolent Shrine, instantly cuts everything apart within its range as long as Sukuna wills it. It gets through all barriers and defenses. The only way to resist it is to have divinity, an ultimate skill, be a spiritual life form, or something on that level. It can theoretically even be used to cut more esoteric things like souls, memories, desires, possibly even skills. And this will only get more and more busted once it evolves into an ultimate skill. I don't doubt that Sukuna is capable of reaching that level. As expected of my new butler. Still, I never even knew about world system skills before this. I wonder what other ones are out there. Does anyone have one as part of an ultimate skill? Is Ramaris Small World considered a world system skill? Answer. It is very likely that Small World is a world system skill. Damn, no wonder it's so overpowered. Seeing as she is the original fairy queen, I'm sure hers is a top tier one. The cocoon of magicules around Sukuna slowly dispersed, only to reveal him in a black suit and tie, almost like a butler outfit. Maybe my subconscious desires had an influence on that. His outfit looks quite similar to Diablo's in fact. From the aura Sukuna is giving off, I would put him right up there with my strongest subordinates. He was a little weaker, but he was fairly close. Though I did give him two names since I gave him a last name, so it makes sense that he can approach the power of my stronger subordinates. Heh, I bet Rimuru will be jealous. He descended down to the ground and gave me a bow. Thank you for your blessing, my lord. No problem, just make sure to work hard. From now on you will be my butler. I would be honored, my lord. He looked like he meant it too. I see, well then you can talk to Raiden about what exactly your duties will be. I'm sure they will overlap a fair bit with hers. She's the purple-haired dragon, I'm sure you will be able to tell her apart from her aura. I will do so right away, my lord. Are there any other duties you expect of me? At the moment no, just make sure to protect me and my interests. That basically means protect everything that I value, broad enough that Sukuna can just erase anyone who is hostile to me or anyone related to me. He gave me another bow. It will be done, my lord. I nodded and watched him head off in the direction of the palace. Well, that was productive. What race did he become, Odin? His aura feels familiar to that of a demon's. Answer. The individual Sukuna has become a subspecies of demon, a cursed demon. A cursed demon is equal to a demon duke in the evolution tree. So kind of like Beretta then. Correct. Quite interesting. I reached into my stomach and took out that weapon that was meant for Sukuna to wield. It's a rather small weapon, it kind of resembles a single-bladed Vdora. It seems to discharge electricity as well. Maybe I can have this upgraded a bit by Q-Robe and then give it to Sukuna. Now I have 3 things to ask him, 1 to upgrade Siko's weapon, 2 to forge a katana for Raiden, and 3 to upgrade this weapon for Sukuna. Notice. The sub-skill Stomach of Ultimate Skill, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony, has been upgraded into Infinity Space. Did you manage to incorporate that imaginary concept from Infinity Prison into Stomach? Correct, using the excess energy from the skills the master did not wish to keep, Odin was able to upgrade Stomach into Infinity Space. Well damn. Infinity Space is a chaos world, it is the ultra-evolved version of Stomach and Isolation with infinite size. It can be used as a prison to lock people up, or for general storage purposes along with a multitude of other uses. A chaos world. I know about demi-material and material worlds, but what's a chaos world? Answer. A chaos world is a world with generally unknown characteristics. The only other chaos world the master has been in is the Cardinal World itself. Well, the more you know. I am able to recreate any sort of scene inside Infinity Space. It's basically a world on its own, one where I am the complete ruler of it. I could theoretically recreate an entire world inside of my Infinity Space, though a world with no true living things. Man, this trip to the Jujutsu Kaisen world is really paying off. I should probably put my Demon Lord ring back on. I stored it in Stomach before I left just in case any of the other Demon Lords are able to learn that I was in another world through it. I took the ring out and put it back on. There, crisis averted. I played with my new skills for a little bit before deciding to check if everyone was still in the conference room. It seems they've all gone their separate ways from the conference room. Megumin is in the common training ground, the one where any member of the military can use. Lalatina seems to be with her, probably to bother her. Those 3 primordials love to annoy each other. Arcuate is still in the conference room, though it looks like she is in a meeting with some other people in important positions. She put some of the demons from her lineage in charge of some things since she could trust them to run everything to her standards. You can't run a country on your own after all. Siko is beating up those 3 giant brothers. Raiden is teaching some of the other maids. I haven't had a chance to officially meet the maids that Raiden is training. They are all dark elves and in total there are 28 of them with more on the way according to Raiden. 28 is just the amount that she has trained to a level where they can actually work in the palace at a level Raiden deemed sufficient. Sukuna is with Raiden right now in fact. Ingvild is hanging out with the Dragon Corps and singing for them. Due to her Dragon Tamer ability she can naturally relax them, so she enjoys singing for them. Glenda is having fun on her day off, which means she is going around eating everything in sight. Maybe I should check in on that meeting Arcuate is having. I do want to know how my country is being run after all, even if I myself am not running it. A classic Rimuru move, throwing all the work at my subordinates. I teleported just outside the conference room and knocked on the door. It would be impolite to just teleport into the meeting after all. I could hear Arcuate saying something from the other side, something about being respectful or else she would purge them. The door opened to reveal my beautiful white-haired demoness. Welcome my lord. Come in, we were just discussing what methods to use to increase application rates for the military. Ah, that sounds bothersome, but I'll at the very least try and make their jobs easier. I nodded and took a seat at the table. There were 4 other demons in the room other than Arcuade. 3 archdemons and 1 demon duke. Moss kneeled down in front of me. Welcome, my lord. Ah, no need for the kneeling right now, you guys are busy with some work, so let's focus on that. Moss nodded as he rose from his position and took a seat. I turned towards the other archdemons who all bowed in front of me, though from the glare Arcuade was sending them she was not happy with that. Maybe she wanted them to kneel anyway. The one in the middle, Mazda, I think his name is, said, "It is an honor to be in your presence once again, my lord." The one on the right nodded. Indeed. I did not expect to be in your presence after you granted us our names, your majesty. Haha, no need for all the formalities, you 3, I'm just here to see if I can help you guys out with your problem. Ah, your generosity knows no bounds, my lord. I turned towards the voice and was not surprised to see it was Arcuade who said that. Alright, enough with that. So you guys are having issues with recruiting more people to the military, right? Arcuade nodded. Indeed, while the majority of magians are weak, numbers can be useful in some cases. At the very least their lives can be used for your sake, my lord. If it weren't for your orders telling me not to use force, I'm sure some of them will understand their duties. Ah, well, I don't really feel comfortable forcing people to join my military and possibly dying if they aren't willing to. I shook my head. Everyone has a role to play, Arcuade. If someone doesn't help bolster our combat forces, that doesn't mean they are useless. We have craftsmen that are building homes for my people, blacksmiths that are creating weapons, farmers that are growing food, and much more. Arcuade nodded. Indeed, I understood that much after I looked into what the people who chose not to join the military were doing. The majority of them are providing for your nation in their own way, so I let them be. The ones who weren't, however. I think it's best that I don't know. Ignorance is bliss after all. What benefits are you offering the soldiers? Arcuade looked at Moss, it seems he knows the details. Moss took the lead and said, we are currently providing them a salary, free food and housing, along with training to get them up to par. Those are quite good benefits, but how about this? Those are good, but how about we add some sort of reward system? The higher in rank a soldier gets, the more magic they gain access to, and of course their pay increases with it. We can also start teaching them some trades on the side and guarantee them jobs after they leave the military using the trades we have taught them. This way they can secure a future income for themselves along with gaining strength. Learning magic on its own will be quite tempting, after all power matters most in this world. If you can't gain skills, then magic is the next best thing. Maybe we can do something similar to those Xianxia novels where they have a place where they store a bunch of different abilities that a disciple can choose from based on their merits. Of course in this case it will be magic instead of cultivation techniques or abilities. Maybe we can include weapons as something that can be earned as well. We can rank the magic based on usefulness and destructive power. The more points someone has, the higher level magic they can learn, or weapons they can get. I explained my idea to Arcuade and the other demons. They all looked thoughtful before Arcuade broke the silence. That may work, but it is hard to predict what goes through these people's heads. If I were them, I would join the military immediately in the hopes of gaining your recognition. I think that's a demon thing, since Moss and the other 3 demons are nodding along. Sure, other Magian may want the protection of someone strong like me, but to the masses demon lords are beings that cannot be defied. They are all powerful overlords, so maybe they just don't want to get involved with one in the hopes that their lives remain as they are. After all, directly serving some demon lords is like making a deal with the devil. Well, let me know how that goes then. If it doesn't work, I'll try and come up with something else. I will, my lord. I do need to upgrade Megumin's and Lalatina's bodies with Stardust, but I wonder if it is possible to upgrade Arcuade's Deathman body with it as well. Do you know if it is possible, Odin? Answer. It is theoretically possible to improve the demon Arcuade's body by exposing her to Stardust in extremely minuscule amounts so that her body can over time strengthen itself after the constant exposure. So sort of like working out, in order to build muscle you need to tear it, but it will heal to a stronger state than it was before. Correct. That will only improve her physical body's strength, but it's still something. It should put her on a level equal to Megumin and Lalatina after I've upgraded their bodies. Also let me know whenever you're alone. I have something I want to do to you. All of a sudden Arcuade gained a blush. If you wish to make use of my body for such purposes, I would be honored, my lord. In fact, I have been dreaming of such a day where you would allow me to serve you in the best way possible. I just wanted to upgrade her body with Stardust though. Well, is this a task failed successfully situation? My genius truly astounds me. Everything is going according to plan. Moss and the other demons were looking at Arcuade as if this was the first time they met her. Something that Arcuade noticed as she glared towards the 4, cowing them into submission. I just nodded and teleported out. I wasn't really sure what else to say in that situation. That was a productive use of my time. Rimuru can't say I don't ever do anything now. Maybe now I should finish up with all of the presents I plan to give. I need to enchant the minigun and enchant them so they aren't as easy to destroy as they would normally be, and then I should be all ready. Arcuade. Arcuade's pale cheeks blushed as she recalled what her lord asked of her earlier. She was tempted to taunt the other two with it but decided not to. After all, they may attempt to inconvenience her, though she doubted Lalatina would do much. She worshipped and adored their master as if he was her one true god. She would probably only sing his praises for managing to seduce another one of her kin. Not that she could blame her. I truly enjoy my current life, as opposed to constantly playing the same game of corrupting nation after nation, or fighting for supremacy with you guys. Serving our lord is far better. Yes. Serving my master was my calling in life. Lalatina voiced her support. It is far more enjoyable than torturing those naive demons. She rolled her eyes. She truly is incredibly sadistic to those that aren't her master. Indeed. Megumin agreed with them both. I still remember the day clearly, the day when you first introduced me to Lord Felix Arcuade. My aura didn't seem to affect him at all. It made me feel a little excited, serving a lord like that. And then there was his magic. It is truly sublime. The moment he gave me my name, I knew I would serve him loyally for eternity. She affirmed, giving off a bright smile. Haha, to think you used to be such a rebel before Megumin, the old you would never obey someone else. Lalatina voiced out. Arcuade found herself agreeing. Indeed, I expected you to fight me the moment I brought my proposal up. In such a fight she wasn't sure who would win. She may have been a demon duke at the time, but Megumin was a primordial herself. Raw power just isn't always enough to beat someone like that. Oftentimes fights between demons were all about knowledge and techniques. In response, Megumin voiced her own question. Before we met our master, did any of you think there would be a demon stronger than a 7? She shook her head. No. Such a thought was completely alien to her before she met her lord. It just wasn't something that could be done normally. Only the truly extraordinary could be capable of such a feat, and even then she would still be doubtful. Nope. Even Lalatina couldn't believe such a thing before. Megumin gave a self-satisfied smirk. Exactly. That's why I became interested in your precious master Arcuade. You hadn't been serving him for long at that point, but he charmed you, one of my kin, to such an extent that you were willing to use your favor for him. A favor where you could ask me practically anything besides serving you. Haha, yup. Our master is special, isn't he? You know, before I met him I thought that if he didn't impress me enough I would to kill him. Said Lalatina. She didn't blame her. No one could know the majesty of her lord unless they met him in person. And Lalatina soon learned the error of her ways. Unfortunately, the other trash she brought along probably won't be of much use to her lord. At least they were good enough to be fodder. You know, I can slowly feel my body evolving, almost as if the ore that makes up our skeleton our master crafted us with is evolving into a higher state. It won't be long before it matches your Deathman body, and even surpasses it, Arcuade. Lalatina said with a smirk. Mine seems to be evolving as well. Megumin agreed. What an interesting phenomena. Maybe their skeletons were turning into that legendary metal. Arcuade remembered hearing tales of it, the high Irocane, a metal that is said to be at the top of the legend grade at bare minimum. In most cases it reaches the god grade. How interesting. She will need to train if she doesn't want to be surpassed by those two. Such a thing had never happened before, but circumstances are different now. She refused to let those two gain more attention from their lord than her. She was far too prideful to allow such a thing to occur, and besides she wanted their master's attention as well. Hey, we're going to surpass you soon, Arcuade. Megumin taunted. She could feel the tick mark on her forehead. Oh really? Did you want to test that out then, John? Hey, I bet it'll be an easy victory for me, but fine, Blanc. She controlled her anger. She would soon get a chance to relieve it. Are you two forgetting about me? Did you want to receive a thrashing as well, Violet? She taunted. Maybe she would get the chance to finally let her anger out at Lalatina stealing the march on their master. Haha, you wish. Come on, let's go settle this in the training dimension our master made. I don't wish to displease him by causing damage to what he values. She nodded. Lalatina truly has changed to value their master's words so highly, though she couldn't say she was different. Velgrind. Velgrind contemplated on everything she learned from this meeting with her sister. The two of them occasionally meet up every few centuries. The relationship between them has become slightly frostier ever since she decided to join Rudra's side, and Velzard Guy's side. Though she claimed not to be interested in the game between Rudra and Guy, that still did not change the fact that she was a potential enemy. That was something to worry about, especially since she herself has never managed to defeat her sister in a sealed state, let alone her full-powered state. But she trusted her beloved Rudra to plan for that. The important thing was the information her sister provided her. She wasn't sure what this demon did to annoy her sister, but she wasn't complaining. After all, this information will help further Rudra's goals. To think there would be another demon that has the potential to approach the cusps of Guy's own power. She did not think he was there yet, as such a level of strength was not easily obtained, but the fact that Guy said that he was not sure who would win in a fight between them spoke volumes of his opinion on this new demon. Though that in part was likely due to the unknown nature of his skill. This was a demon that was capable of fighting at the level of the true dragons if what her sister said is accurate. And one that would most definitely oppose the Eastern Empire due to his friendship with the new federation run by that slime. Still, she should be capable of defeating him should the worst happen. After all, even her sister Velzer did not quite think he was capable enough to match Guy yet, maybe on Veldora's level, which was only boosted by his extremely powerful ultimate skill that could rival her Rudra's Michael. Now that was a surprise to learn. She didn't think there would be another wielder of such a skill. Even Rudra had trouble wielding his own Michael. Still, this Felix White would not delay their invasion. He would simply be planned around and defeated, likely by her, seeing as no one in the Empire is capable of fighting at such a high level except her and Rudra. The only ones who come close are Kondo and Damrata, and they each have their own roles to fulfill. The invasion will happen as planned. Within 2 years Jura will be Rudra's. Felix. Notice, the unique skill, Thunder, had been successfully modified. Nice. There, it's done. Raiden looked shocked. Indeed, I can feel the changes that have been made. To think you are even capable of modifying skills, as expected of you, Master. That wasn't really me but rather Odin, but sure, I'll take the praise. I had Odin modify Raiden's skill to allow her to far more easily replicate phenomena related to electricity. She could do so before, it just required more effort and magicula to do so. Along with that I added the extra skill, Lightning Breath, as a sub-skill. Raiden could already do such a thing, but as a skill Lightning Breath was far more powerful. It might not increase Raiden's strength by a bunch, but it could prove useful in a pinch. Master, if you are not busy, would you like to meet the new maids I have trained for you? So far 28 have already begun serving you. I've seen some of them around, each going about their duties, so I probably should at least talk to them. Sure. Maybe I can name them. Who doesn't want to have a bunch of battle maids after all? It didn't take us long to find one of the dark elf maids in the hallway. The elf noticed us almost immediately and bowed. Ah. Greetings, Lord Felix, Lady Raiden. Raiden gave her a nod. It seems you are hard at work. Good. Raiden is a real slave driver, isn't she? I have come to formally introduce you to our great master demon, Lord Felix Sama. Ah. She bowed again. Thank you for coming to see me, Master. It is an honor to serve as one of your maids. What did Raiden do to these people? They seem to be professional maids. Haha, don't worry about it. It's my job as your boss to meet you and make sure all your needs are fulfilled. I'll ask Raiden if she's fine with me giving her a name. I know she was saving it as a reward for these maids. Raiden, is it fine if I name her, or do you still want me to save that for a later reward? No, it is fine, Master. This will be her reward for completing my training successfully. Now she is ready and willing to serve you completely. Then do you want me to name all of the maids that you've trained? They can all be your subordinates. You can make a combat maid unit of sorts. I was already planning to train them to deal with threats that you should not need to deal with on your own, Master. So naming them would help in such an endeavor. Alright, I'll name them all then. I cut off the thought communication. Do you have a name? The maid looked confused before a look of realization appeared on her face. She shook her head. No, I do not have a name, Felix-sama. I see. She looked eager. It seems she worked out that I was going to name her. Dark elves are similar to magians, as they were corrupted by the miasma of the Chaos Dragon, so it is possible to name them. What are some fictional elves that I can name her after? Aha, she may not be a dark elf, but an elf is an elf. I name you Fiel Nervalin. A good choice if I do say so myself. No Game No Life was an amazing series as well. I would love to visit that world, but I don't want to get deleted by Tet. It was never really specified how strong he was, but he was definitely strong, maybe stronger than I am. Maybe I can challenge him to a game. A game that if I win I can freely mess around in his world. Though I'm not delusional enough to believe I can beat him in a game, it would probably need to be entirely based on luck, that or I could do a Yu-Gi-Oh match against him or something. Well, I'll think about it if that time ever comes. I focused back on Fiel. It didn't take her long to finish the process of naming her. The moment she was able, she kneeled down in front of me and said, "Thank you, my master. I swear to serve you to the best of my ability for the rest of my life." Damn, these guys really take names super seriously. I guess that's just the culture in this world though. I nodded. Good, now rise. You will be under Raiden's direct command, so listen to her. Fiel eagerly nodded. Yes, master. Fiel herself was quite powerful now. Since I technically gave her two names, a first name and a last name, she got quite the power boost. Let alone the fact that she got her name from someone as strong as me. As she is now, she could stomp Clayman with a wave of her hand, though she was far from the level of my direct subordinates. Those guys have had time to grow under me, they have trained and mastered their abilities, let alone the fact that they received gifts from my harvest festival which boosted their strength considerably. Still, that's another disaster class being under my command. Hopefully the other maids can reach a similar level. I turned to look at Raiden. You ready to meet the rest? She nodded. Yes, master. I will call them all together so that we do not have to visit them individually, it will be quicker that way. All right, do whatever you think is best. Raiden turned towards Fiel. You can come with us. Yes. We headed towards where all of the maids were gathering. We had time, so I decided to get to know my newest maid a little bit better. So Fiel. Yes, master. She looked at me questioningly. Why did you decide to serve me? Ah, that's simple. Because it is all I've ever wanted to be. Ever since I was raised as a child, I used to see Clayman's personal maid going about her duties. She just looked so well put together, and I thought that I wanted to be like her. So when I noticed an opportunity, one took it. Eva. I heard about her from some of Clayman's former subordinates, but apparently she disappeared shortly after Clayman and his army left to attack Carrion's territory. Interesting. I see. Well, I'm glad you decided to take that opportunity then. I continued to inquire about her life until we got to where the other maids were gathered up. The maids were all gathered up in a straight line, they were well disciplined. Raiden took the lead. You have all been chosen to be our master's maids, that is a role you should take pride in. Now since you have all passed my training, our master has seen fit to reward all of you with a name. All of their eyes widened in shock. There wasn't any whispering or anything though, it seems Raiden trained them too well for even their shock to break their maidly composure. Indeed, you should all be honored. They all bowed towards me in sync. Seriously, what the fuck did Raiden do to these elves? I decided to speak up. Alright, enough with the formalities. Raiden nodded. Yes, master. I decided to just follow the line. I went to the head of the line and named the first elf. You will be Shara Greenwood. I could feel Shara's strength rise up to Fiel's own level. Another disaster class. It didn't take me long to name them all, though I only gave Fiel and Shara last names as Raiden told me through thought communication that those two would be her second in command. If they are going to be her second, then they need to be stronger than the rest. Now the other maids might not have a second name, but they are still strong enough that they could beat Clayman if they group up. Clayman really is just the easiest method to measure strength, huh? I turned towards Raiden. You said you are working on training at least 100 more, right? Indeed, master. Alright, good luck with that then. Maybe you can mention a name is waiting for them at the end of their training. Nothing motivates magents more than getting stronger. Raiden looked considerate for a moment before nodding. I'll leave you to it then. As I was walking away, I could hear Raiden giving all the maids orders. A position of power suits her. I've already enchanted all the gifts I planned to give. I didn't give Raiden hers since she was in front of her subordinates. I'm sure she has an image that she wants to maintain. I'll just give them out as I meet everyone alone. Glenda's Desert Eagle is quite something at this point. Originally the frame was made out of aluminum, but I changed that to Magi Steel. Along with that, the slide is made out of Magi Steel as well. I basically recreated the entire gun so that it is made out of Magi Steel, the barrel, the hardware, the sights, everything. The gun itself shoots bullets made out of Magi Queules. It's capable of slaying a Calamity class being with ease as long as it is used right, and potentially even a Disaster class being. I'm sure Glenda will be happy with it. I looked out the window. It was only midday, so I was able to see my citizens going about their days past the walls surrounding my palace. All of a sudden I could sense 3 massive auras colliding against each other in the training dimension I recently created. I immediately created a barrier around the auras so that it wouldn't bother anyone. It seems those 3 are at it again. Their auras are so massive that they can be felt outside the dimension. Broken as primordial demons. I snapped my fingers and created a few more layers on the outside of the dimension so that what happens on the inside couldn't be felt on the outside. I'm sure that the aura that was momentarily felt by everyone made most of the country shit themselves. It might have even knocked a few unconscious, even though I made sure to cover the auras up almost immediately. Everyone in the palace was fine, seeing as no one here is weak enough to fall unconscious from feeling the extremely suppressed aura of those 3. Full power is a different story though. Still, I would have thought the defenses I integrated into the dimension would be enough, but it appears I was wrong. Goes to show, never underestimate a primordial. I looked down the hall and was surprised to see Sukuna following Siko around. That's a weird combination. Both of them spotted me and appeared in front of me. Ah. Felix-sama. I was showing the second secretary around and making sure he knew the pecking order. The pecking order? I looked questioningly at Sukuna, who seemed to understand what I was asking. When I was talking to your maid, Raiden, she mentioned that I may have shared duties with Siko, so I introduced myself to her. Ever since then she has been helping me adjust. He said with a smile that didn't really look like a smile. Siko nodded as if nothing was wrong. Indeed, it is good you came to me, Second Secretary Cohen. Not even using his name. And since when was he my secretary? I wanted him to be my butler, though I guess those are basically the same thing. I see, well I'm glad you are getting along. Sukuna nodded. Indeed, Siko has shown me everything I need to do as your butler. In fact, I am easily capable of taking care of your duties as well, Siko, so you are no longer needed. Ha. I am Felix-sama's first secretary, you are the second. As if you could replace me, humph. Ah, Siko has matured. Before she would have immediately asked for a fight. But if you still have that delusional thought in your head, we can fight it out and I can beat that thought out of your head. Ah, I spoke too soon. Alright, enough of that, there will be no fighting for supremacy here. Ah. My apologies, Felix-sama. Sukuna bowed, forgive me for my sins. Sins? Don't worry about it, a healthy rivalry might even help you too. Siko looked as if she ate a lemon. Rival. As if this weakling can be my rival. Ah, she probably doesn't know how strong he is. Don't judge Sukuna by his magic power alone, he has some unique abilities that I think even you may have trouble with. There is a reason I appointed him as my left hand while you are my right hand. Ah. You honor me, Felix-sama. Exclaimed Sukuna. Is it just me or did you download the Diablo template onto Sukuna Odin? Answer. The master is imagining things. Sure I am, buddy. Humph, we'll have to see about that. At least Siko seems more accepting of Sukuna now. I might as well give Siko her gift now. Sukuna, could you leave us alone for a little bit? Of course, my lord. Once he was gone, I teleported us to her room. The moment we got there, Siko immediately started stripping. I ogled her for a few seconds. She was wearing a set of black lingerie. But I called her for something else, maybe we can have fun after. I used my supreme control over my own body to lower my erection, though from the sneaky smile Siko sent me I think she noticed. Siko, just because I asked to meet you alone does not mean I want to have sex. Siko looked heartbroken. Ah. Have you grown tired of me, Felix-sama? Ugh, no Siko, I have not, besides you mean far too much to me by this point for that. You should know by now that you aren't leaving my side even if you want to. A scarlet blush appeared on her face. Felix-sama. I shook my head. I took out the box containing the necklace that I got for her. Anyways, I got you a present from another world. It's enchanted so it won't break easily, along with that I enchanted it to take one fatal attack for you. It will automatically activate when it senses a fatal attack incoming and block it, but it's only a one-time use so don't rely on it. Siko looked ready to burst into tears. Thank you, Felix-sama. Haha, it's no problem, you deserve this much at this point. Somehow her blush deepened even more. She turned around and shifted her hair to the side, baring her neck to me. Understanding what she was asking for, I took the necklace out of the box and put it on her. She turned around with a beautiful smile on her face. How do I look? Beautiful. And seeing as she was still in her lingerie, my compliment had a double meaning. Hee, why don't I take care of you now, Felix-sama? She said with a seductive tone. I raised my brow and sat down on Siko's bed. Then get to work. Siko immediately kneeled in front of me and lowered my pants. This time I didn't try to prevent my erection from forming. She immediately leaned against my still-covered cock, inhaling the scent it was giving off. Ah, Felix-sama. She slowly lowered my underwear, revealing my manhood to the open air. It didn't take long for Siko to get to work. She started by wrapping her lips around the tip and then swirling her tongue around it. She was swirling her tongue around the tip wildly, desperately. Eventually she pulled back slightly and began to slowly lick me down to the base, leaving light kisses as she did so. She was damn near worshipping it. Once I was sufficiently lubed, she opened her mouth wide and began to slowly push my cock deeper and deeper down her throat. She gave the root of my shaft a thorough cleaning with her tongue, making sure to leave no part of me untouched. Siko was eager like that. I could see Siko's ass swaying left and right, tempting me, so I swapped our positions into a 69 using my mastery over space. Siko was surprised for a moment before she got back to work. I always have preferred breasts over thighs or ass. I still like them as any heterosexual man should, but tits always won out for me. But man, did Siko have a nice ass. I raised my hand and squeezed her ample rear, causing Siko to moan into my cock. I continued to grope her for a few minutes before my fingers began to slide underneath her underwear and directly touch her sopping core. I continued to poke and prod at Siko's tight lower lips, but never entering. Siko slowly pulled up and looked towards me with watering eyes. Please, Felix-sama. Ah, well, I can't say no to that face. I pushed 2 fingers as far as I could into her tightening folds, causing Siko to moan out. More, Felix-sama. Siko mewed out. She quickly began licking my cock all over as I fingered her to completion, Siko's back arching in response. Her ass was shaking, giving me quite the alluring view. I could feel my orgasm coming and made no attempts to hold it back. after all this would only be my first orgasm of the day. I groaned out as I felt my cum release itself down Siko's throat, her mouth acting as a lid, or else I don't doubt that my cum would go spraying out. Siko's eyes widened considerably, but she made sure to drink it all down, something she was not capable of when we first started sleeping together. "Heh, I hope you don't think we're done now, Siko. I whispered into her ear. I felt a full-on shudder travel through Siko's body. "Ah. Please help yourself to my body, Felix-sama. Don't mind if I do." I sat up and spun Siko around so she was facing me and quickly impaled myself into her, causing a full-on ahigo to appear on her face. I'm going to have one hell of a time with Siko, then maybe I'll visit Rimuru after. Chapter 67, Chapter 27, The Dungeon. Felix. I cleaned both Siko and I up with magic before tucking Siko into bed. She was quite worn out after our session after all. I snapped my fingers, causing some clothes to appear on me, specifically a black shirt with a tan overcoat on it, and some black pants. I might as well make use of the clothes I bought after all. I asked for Siko's weapon so I can get it upgraded in Tempest as well, so I can get that done. I was originally planning to do so during the festival, but if I can help make Siko stronger sooner rather than later, then why wouldn't I? Now I'm ready to visit Tempest. It was only a little bit after midday. I only spent about 2 hours fucking Siko, so I have plenty of time. Maybe I should pick up Malim as well. I haven't seen her in a little while, at least a little while for me after all. I snapped my fingers and appeared in Malim's office. Of course, snapping my fingers wasn't necessary to teleport or anything, I just thought it was cool. A perfectly reasonable explanation if you ask me. I felt someone latch onto me. Felix. Save me, quickly, let's get out of here before the evil demon finds out. Obviously the only person who would do something like this is Malim, so I listened to her and snapped my fingers once again, causing the scenery around me to change as I found myself in Tempest, more specifically in the residence I have in Tempest. Malim finally let go of me. Thanks for that, bestie. Fry was making me do so much work. The image of Malim doing work was quite funny, after all it's Malim. I turned to look at her. It's nice to see you, Malim. She looked at me questioningly. We just saw each other though. Well, it's nice to see you too, Felix. Ah, that's right, I never told Malim about my ability to travel worlds. I trust her more than enough for that, so I said, I should probably tell you about an ability of mine. Oh, is it a cool ability? Maybe one that creates infinite honey? I signed. No, Malim, I don't have the ability to create infinite honey. Oh, then what is it? Basically, I have the ability to travel to other worlds, and when I do so the time in that world speeds up so that when I return back here it's like I never left. Malim might act clueless at times, but she's smart, so she was quickly able to figure out what I was getting at. Oh. How long have you been gone then? Not that long, a couple weeks. That's not long, but it's okay, I understand that you missed your bestie, hee. Whatever you say, you brat. She pouted at me. I'm not a brat. I'm older than you. I took out her gift from my infinity space and handed it to her. Yes, anyways, I got you a gift, don't try it now, try it when you get back to your territory. She ran up to me and gave me a hug. Ah. Is that chocolate I smell? Of course she can smell it, stupid overpowered dragonoid senses. It is, but don't eat it now. I warned. She pouted, but she listened and put it in her spatial storage. Now let's go see what they are up to, but first. I waved my hand and cleaned off all the dust that was gathering with wind magic, and then we headed towards where I sensed Rimuru. It seems he was working on the dungeon that he was making. Vdora and Ramaris were with him. Still, that's incredibly large. I wonder how he plans to make use of all that space. And Ramaris was able to create something like that, huh? I think it's safe to say that world system skills are broken. Ah shoot, I sorta forgot to get something for Ramaris, huh? Well, I can just give her one of the sweet boxes I have sitting in my infinity space. Lord Felix. Lady Malim. We both turned to where we heard the voice come from and were met with a panicked Gobda running in our direction. Please save me. Master is gonna kill me. So Hakuru is disciplining him or something, huh? I led Gobda into an alleyway with Malim following behind curiosity and turned to look at him. What did you do this time? Master caught me slacking off on guard duty. I rolled my eyes. So what you're telling me is that you slacked off on your duty and are running away from your deserved punishment. Gobda became nervous all of a sudden as he began looking for an opening to escape. Unfortunately, the only way out of this alleyway was through me. Yes. I sighed and called out, you can have him, Hakuru. All of a sudden Gobda's face paled as Hakuru walked past me and grabbed Gobda. Hakuru was just waiting to see what Gobda was planning to do. I'm surprised Gobda wasn't able to sense Hakuru hiding at the entrance to this alleyway. He really has been slacking off on his training, huh? Hakuru gave me a bow as he said, thank you for acquiring my unruly disciple Lord Felix, Lady Malim. No worries Hakuru, make sure to train him extra hard, it seems he's been slacking off. I said with an evil grin, a grin that Hakuru matched. Haha, maybe he won't be so weak after some training. Malim just added more oil into the flames. Gobta looked at us with betrayal in his eyes, Lord Felix. I waved him off, good luck. We both returned the greetings that we received from the people of Tempest. One goblin girl even gave us some sandwiches. Man, these guys are too nice. Oh. This sandwich is quite good, it has some ham in it along with some sauces. Just because monsters exist doesn't mean cows and pigs aren't around either. Ah. This is good, Felix. I nodded at Malim's exclamation. I finished up my sandwich as we were walking to where I sensed Rimuru. No reason to fly or anything after all, I'd like to enjoy the scenery. It didn't take me long to spot Rimuru, Vdora, and Ramaris standing in front of the dungeon. Ah. Felix, you're already back, huh? Well, of course you are. And you brought Malim. I understand you, Rimuru, time shit is confusing. I gave him a wave. Sup, Rimuru. Whoa. This is cool. Commented Malim. Huh. Did you go somewhere, Felix? Asked the annoying fly that is Ramaris. I just visited my old home. It's probably best not to tell Ramaris I can travel worlds, she can't keep a secret for anything. Suspicious. Ah. Could she have caught on? To think even Ramaris can see through me. Hello my friends. Vdora interrupted at the perfect time. Hey Vdora. I don't really mind Vdora learning about my abilities, I trust him enough to keep them secret, so I'll tell him when I give him his present. Besides, I'll have to tell him eventually if I want to go to another world to have fun with him and Rimuru. Gaha, Malim. Did you want to fight again? I have some new moves to test out. Rimuru smacked Vdora in the back of the head before Malim even had the chance to respond. No more fighting, Vdora. At least wait until we finish with your floor. Gaha, fine Rimuru. Seeing they were done, I spoke up. So what are you guys working on? Gaha. We are working on my lair. I am to be the big boss of this dungeon, so my lair must be equally intimidating. Vdora. That's not a bad idea, to be honest. His magicules will spawn the monsters for the dungeon, and he is also basically unbeatable by most beings in this world. The beings that are capable of beating him likely won't challenge the dungeon either. Are you going full MMORPG with this? Like there are going to be bosses on every few floors, floor loot, chests. Rimuru gave me a cheeky grin. Haha, yup. This dungeon will be my masterpiece. Ha. Your masterpiece, Rimuru. It's my skill that built all this humph. Aha, well it'll be our masterpiece then. Ramaris gave a nod. That's better. Can you give us a tour of this dungeon? I am quite curious about it now. Chapter 68, Chapter 27, Part 2. Can you give us a tour of this dungeon? I am quite curious about it now. Yeah. I want to see what super secret project you're working on. Even Malim was interested. Of course, my friends. Surprisingly, Vdora took the lead, he was surprisingly passionate about this project. The dungeon isn't fully complete though, there are still some floors that we aren't sure about which monsters to have on them. Said Rimuru. I see, well maybe Malim or I can give some ideas. Boom. Count on me. We followed him as he led us to the first floor. This is the first floor, it is basically the Adventurers Guild of the dungeon. Adventurers can register here, sell the items they got in the dungeon, as well as pay to utilize the gym and training areas. Damn, I was impressed, they really went all out and have everything that's really needed to run a business like this. How much does it cost to enter the dungeon? Rimuru is the one who answered this time, 3 silver coins. It's not a whole lot, but it will add up over time. Besides, it has to be affordable for adventurers, most aren't super rich after all. 1 silver coin is equal to $10 US, so $30 total to enter the dungeon. We then continued on, floors 2 to 4 contain super small fry-like F-rank monsters. Only the treasure rooms are guarded by a D-rank monster. Monsters had already begun being spawned as Vdora was using the very bottom floor as his living quarters. Treasure rooms. What do they have? I assume chests, but you never know. They have the low-tier chests that give low-tier rewards like low potions. Rimuru answered. Not crazy good but super useful so that adventurers don't need to pay for their own potions as long as they are smart. This is only the beginning after all, so of course there aren't going to be super good items. There were some traps along the way, like moving tiles, rotating tiles which will mess with one's sense of direction, low ceilings but no instant death traps on this floor. This is floor 5, it's also filled with small fry. I'm pretty sure basically everyone is small fry when compared to you, Vdora. I responded. Gaha, that's true my friend. I felt Rimuru elbow me, don't boost his ego more than it already is. Don't worry, Vdora knows not to go too far right. Vdora gave a nervous laugh in response. Well, that answers that question. I expanded my senses a bit to see what sort of monsters were on this floor. Mostly D-rank monsters, so Vdora was right, small fry. Then there are treasure chests on this floor that start to contain equipment, though only the worst equipment. I nodded. Floors 6 to 9 were pretty similar, though C-rank monsters started to appear. Once we got to floor 10 I could tell it was a bit different. This is the first boss room. It was quite large and it was a single room, no maze to get through, no traps, nothing except for the monster in front of us. Said monster immediately cowered upon our entry to this floor, it knew we were not to be fucked with. It was a B-rank black spider. Is there any other reward for clearing this floor? I asked. Ramaris is the one who answered this time. Of course there is, after all, the great Ramaris designed this. After they clear this floor they can teleport back here without having to clear the previous floors. That's good, having to redo everything every time you leave and come back would be a pain in the ass. It's kind of like a save point. And then the first 3 parties to clear this floor in a given month will receive 3 gold coins. My eyes widened in surprise once I heard that. 3 gold coins is no small sum to the average person after all. A single gold coin is about equal to $1,000 US dollars, so 3 of them is 3 grand. Hell, you can get quite a bit with less than 5 silver. A standard low potion costs 4 silver. I remember the average daily income in Ingracia is 7 silver coins. Is 3 gold coins a lot? I remember I gave Felix a bunch of those. She's right. I decided to educate her a bit. If she was going to take running a territory seriously, then she should know the struggles of the common man. Don't compare the amount of money you've acquired over thousands of years to those regular humans have. You're a demon lord too, so money is easy to get for you, Malim. For most 3 gold coins is more than a month's worth of salary. I see. I was glad she was at least trying to understand what I was saying. Ruling a territory can be tough, especially so for Malim since she can't hand the work off to someone else like I can. Though I'm sure Ark is helping her quite a bit. We quickly moved on past floor 10. Floors 11 to 19 were quite similar to 6 to 9, just with slightly stronger monsters. This is the second boss room, exclaimed Vdora. It's slightly stronger than the last one. It's an evil centipede, a B+ ranked monster, a little bit weaker than the mutated evil centipede I fought back in my first night at the ogre village. That mutated evil centipede was probably ranked at A-. This is floor 25, starting from here there is a very low chance to find special grade equipment, that chance will only increase as they go further and further down the dungeon. That makes sense, some of the mid-tier weapons can be considered to be priceless, let alone the top-tier ones. It's rare for even an A-rank adventurer to have a full set of rare grade equipment. I'm sure once word gets out that you can find high-tier equipment in the dungeon, then people will begin to swarm in. We skipped past floors 26 to 29 seeing as there was nothing worth noting on those floors. I also noticed Ramaris taking a seat on my head but just decided to ignore that. Floor 30 has another boss, but this one is harder since he also has minions of his own. Said Rimuru as we entered the boss room. Gaha, that's right, but he's still small fry. Man, Vdora is his own height, man. Rimuru sighed. We get it, Vdora, everyone is small fry for you. I knew you would understand, Rimuru. Vdora spread his arms wide and boasted. The Ogre Lord and his minions immediately bowed upon seeing us. The Ogre Lord on his own was rank B+, but he had 5 minions as well, each ranked at B, so this boss fight will be a significant challenge. Those minions can be quite annoying after all, taking pot shots at the worst moments when everyone is fighting the boss. For this floor the first 5 parties that clear it in a given month will be given 10 gold coins. Damn, that's 10 grand. When do we get to see some strong monsters? Ahaha, I don't think any of the monsters in here can be considered strong to you except Vdora, Malim. I said. Malim crossed her arms and pouted. That's boring. She is right though, none of us could really enjoy this dungeon. Is it possible to create avatars that we can inhabit that restrict our strength? Answer. It is possible by utilizing the pseudo-souls, since pseudo-souls are emulations of the soul containers. Since they are empty they can be used as a medium to contain a soul. I shared Odin's idea with everyone. That sounds super fun, Felix. Maybe we can finally do that jumping thing you talked about. Indeed, we could do that, Malim. Gaha, as the king of the dungeon it is my duty to inspect my servants. Indeed I approve, Felix. King of the dungeon. Oh well, I guess the dude is living out his chunny fantasies. Ramaris was eagerly nodding alongside Vdora. That could work. It seems Rimuru is communicating with Raphael. I have another idea that we can use to add onto it. A black core appeared in Rimuru's palm. This was made using the core of Charybdis. It's basically an empty shell now, so it can be used to contain the pseudo-souls. In fact, we can use this to create monsters that we can inhabit. Ah, I did let Rimuru consume Charybdis back then, huh? He needed a bit of a boost in power back then. Still, our plan is coming together. But let's wait until the dungeon is open so we can prank some adventurers. We all agreed. We moved on to floor 40. This is where the true dungeon starts. There are instant death traps along with much stronger monsters. Death isn't something that needs to be worried about in the dungeon, as using Ramaris' small world they can be revived at the entrance of the dungeon. Even the pain that comes with experiencing death is negated. That skill is busted. The boss on this floor is special too. It's a Tempest serpent, a monster that can only be born directly from my Magicules. And Vdora isn't wrong, as a monster born from Vdora's Magicules it is stronger than most monsters at the A rank. What's the reward for clearing this floor? I asked out of curiosity. 20 gold coins. Damn. Floors 41 to 49 were far harder than the previous floors, as this is where things started to get serious. Only the truly strong could get past floor 40, and they were continuously tested as they went further into the dungeon. Some of the traps included poison arrows, poison swamps, airtight rooms which drain all the oxygen in the room, a cutting thread that instantly cuts one's head off if they run into it, a pitfall trap that doesn't kill you but instantly takes you to a higher-up boss room, most likely resulting in death. Some of these traps are quite creative. And that isn't the only thing. As monsters get stronger they gain more intelligence, so the deeper you go in the dungeon, the smarter your enemies become. This is floor 49, my baby. Exclaimed Rimuru, and I understood why he said that, as this floor was filled with slimes. These slimes can merge together to create obstacles, and they close in on people once they have them surrounded. They are even immune to physical attacks. Truly, slimes are the greatest monsters out there, Umo. Rimuru was really enthusiastic about these guys, though he is a slime so it makes sense. Dude is probably trying to hype himself up. There were corridors that were made entirely from slimes. Slimes were literally raining down from the sky. Hell, there were even golems made of slimes, and each of these slimes was extremely corrosive. Meant Rimuru went all out on this floor. Now from here on there aren't many bosses, as we aren't sure which bosses to use. They need to be pretty strong after all. For floor 50 maybe we can use Gozel or Mezel, said Rimuru. That's the ox and horse guys, right? I asked. Umo. Vdora took the lead. Floors 51 to 60 haven't been completed yet. There are some golems along with guns that fire poison gas but nothing else. We were thinking of making it once with more modern things, like laser beams and sonic cannons. But we have time to think about it. It's going to be a long while until anyone gets to this floor, going by the average strength of an adventurer party. The only humans that I think can make it to this floor are Hinata and her 10 great saints. Most trained otherworlders probably can as well. I mention. They are born stronger physiques due to their bodies being remade out of Magicules during their journey to the Cardinal World, along with most of them possessing unique skills. Yup, but I don't think many of them will come here, well, at least not immediately. He was right, it might suck, but most otherworlders were either enslaved to other kingdoms or with the Eastern Empire. And then floors 61 to 90 don't have any bosses yet, said a pouting Ramaris. But maybe a rare unique monster will be born and can take up that role. Well, you could always have some floors filled with dragons or demons. In fact, you could probably make one of the bosses one of those demons you summoned, Rimuru. Rimuru looked thoughtful for a moment before saying, that's a good idea. Umo. The great Malim Nava can get you some dragons too. I already feel bad for the dragons on the Kanat Mountains. Really? Thanks a lot, Malim, said Rimuru. The dragons will probably eventually evolve into dragon lords like Raiden at some point as well. They will be constantly bathed in Vdora's Magicules after all. So you should probably have them near the end of the dungeon. I mention. Maybe we can have them right above Vdora's floor, that way they can get the most out of his Magicules, added Rimuru. After floor 50 even the regular monsters were at least B rank, most were at B+ and higher. Some monsters like the Death Wolves would form packs. A single Death Wolf is B+ rank, a pack of B+ rank monsters will be a challenge to deal with for most humans. A Death Wolf is an interesting monster, since they are technically dead spirits. Physical attacks will not harm them unless they were from either a holy weapon or magic weapon. And they are just a single type of monster that is possible to encounter past floor 50. Rimuru really isn't making this easy. I shrugged. It's up to you. Since you don't have any more bosses to show me, how about you tell me what's after floor 90? Floor 91 is where we store magic ore so that it can evolve into Magi Steel. Floor 92 is where all the evolved Magi Steel is stored. Floor 93 is where we cultivate Hippocute herbs, and floor 94 is the garden, said Rimuru. It seems we had a similar idea, where I am using the Magicules released by an entire country to evolve my magic ore. He only needs to rely on Vdora. Fucking true dragons. Chapter 69, Chapter 27 Part 3. Floor 95 is where all the dryads, Trents, and some elves we rescued are staying. Hold up. Elves you rescued? He nodded. Some people were enslaving a bunch of magen from this forest, so as the demon lord in charge of it I had to make sure such a thing won't happen again. I assume there are no survivors. Rimuru takes things seriously when it comes to his people, not to mention he has an elf fetish. I'm sure you're loving having a bunch of elves on demand. Rimuru blushed. Gah. Ramaris flew off my head. Ah, he even set up an elf cabaret on floor 95. Rimuru looked at Ramaris with betrayal. Ramaris. Hee, that's what you get meanie. Eh. Where did Malim go? Exclaimed Rimuru. Now that I think about it she would have usually said something by now. Oh, she went to the garden, she said something about honey and then left. Said Vdora. Of course. Rimuru sighed in relief. Ah, if it's just that everything should be fine. I think. Don't taunt Murphy like that. While Rimuru was panicking I asked Vdora, do you have a floor all to yourself? He looked up from his manga. Yes. Me and Ramaris share floor 100 as the entrance to the dwelling of the spirits is also located there. Do you mind taking me there? Yes, my friend. I will show you my collection of sacred texts. Oh, take me too. Said Ramaris. And so Vdora teleported the three of us to floor 100, leaving Rimuru to panic alone. We appeared in a large room. Welcome to my room. I took a look around, it was fully furnished with a bed, a couch, some tables, I even saw a shelf full of manga. This is a damn nice room. Ah, I got something for you when I went on my trip, Vdora. I took out the figure I got for him. I got some from a few franchises. For the Dragon Ball ones there was a Goku figure, a Vegeta figure, a Broly figure, and a Majin Buu figure. Then there was a Charizard from Pokemon, and then a Chun-Li from Street Fighter. I set all of them on a nearby table. Vdora immediately started drooling over them. Is this a limited edition Broly from Dragon Ball Arise? Ah, maybe. It was kind of expensive, so probably. Vdora looked at me with stars in his eyes. You are officially my second brother, Felix. If anyone is mean to you let me know and I'll take care of it. Okay. Thanks, I guess. I noticed Ramaris looking at me from the corner of my eye with a pout on her face. I took out the chocolates I planned to give her. Here, Pipsqueak. Ah. Thanks, Felix. I knew you wouldn't forget about me. I nervously looked to the side and began whistling. Thankfully Ramaris didn't notice anything suspicious as she was focused on the chocolate. While they were examining their presents I looked around the floor. Once I left Vdora's room I was able to truly see the size of this floor. It was 100 meters wide on each side. It seems to be somewhere Vdora can make a grandstanding and fight challengers off. There were 2 other rooms on the side which I ignored. It would be rude to go through others' personal rooms without permission after all. I noticed Rimuru teleport in with Malim in tow. How could you guys leave me like that? You looked like you needed some alone time. Complete bullshit, and Rimuru could tell. Time to bribe him. I took out the dujins I got for him, the ones filled with elves. Hey, I got a present for you from the Earth I visited. I think it's something you'll like a lot. I made sure to cover the front so Malim didn't see anything. From the way Rimuru's eyes zeroed in on the dujins, I think he knew what it was. I handed them all to him, and he immediately stored them in his stomach. He giggled perversely. Cough cough ah, thank you Felix, I knew you understood me. Rimuru and his elf fetish, yeesh. I can only imagine how he would react to the Sorcerer's Dynasty, a nation filled with elves, and from what I've heard their monarch is incredibly attractive. Speaking of the elves. Did you invite Sarian to your festival? Rimuru stopped drooling over the dujins. I invited Irald and his daughter. I assume they are going to be Sarian's representatives. I see. Man, this festival of his is really turning out to be a big thing, huh? I guess people want to understand the so-called friendly demon lord. You invited Hinata, right? Yeah, why are you asking? I was about to respond but a look of realization appeared on Rimuru's face. Ah. I see. I didn't know you liked girls like that, Felix. You have good taste. I rolled my eyes. She may be attractive but with her personality I don't think anyone could have a relationship with her. I was just wondering if she was coming, since if Hinata is coming Luminous might also show up since she probably wants to get a good look at Tempest. More chances to mess with Luminous are always good. Guy Crimson. Guy contemplated the news that his useless maid, Rain had delivered to him after he sent her to Felix's domain. To think even Violet would decide to serve him, 3 primordials all serving one man, not just that, 3 named and incarnated primordials. Each of them had definitely evolved into demon dukes, with their mastery over magic and their combat proficiency Guy could see them being a match for a demon lord like Luminous. When Felix visits him he will have to figure out his real intentions. No man recruits such a force without a goal of some sort in mind. From what he knew of Felix, he wasn't the type to go on a rampage, so he didn't need to worry too much about humanity. As long as the humans weren't disturbed too much, and the balance was kept, he didn't particularly care what Felix got up to. It would be best to keep Felix as an ally since his game with Rudra was soon coming to an end. Someone as powerful as Felix will be helpful to have on his side. Felix. I knocked on the door to where Kurobe has all his blacksmithing stuff set up. I could hear a bunch of banging from well outside the door. I ended up hanging out with everyone for a few hours before telling Rimuru I was going to head back after visiting Kurobe. Milim already went back to her domain as she didn't want Fry to be madder than she likely already was. Come in. Once I opened the door, I could feel the temperature increase drastically. I took a look around to see what had changed. It seems Kurobe took in some apprentices. Ah. Lord Felix, welcome. I turned towards the voice and was met with a smiling Kaijin. He and Kurobe have been working together for a while now, seeing as they are both passionate about blacksmithing. Hey Kaijin. What did you need, if you don't mind me asking, Lord Felix? Or are you just here to look around? I wanted to have a new weapon made, and then I also wanted to have 2 weapons upgraded a bit. Kaijin had a thoughtful look on his face. That should be doable. Hell, we could probably make it even better than it would normally be if you supply us with that mysterious energy of yours. Stardust, huh? Well, I'm fine with that. Sure, if it makes the weapon stronger, then why not? Haha, great. Working with that energy is great, so many new and interesting ways to incorporate it into a weapon. Well, I'm glad you're excited then. Let me call Kurobe over, he's helping one of the apprentices in another room. Chapter 70, Chapter 27 Part 4. Once Kaijin left, I decided to take a look around. Most of the apprentices were focused on their craft, but some were paying attention to me. I took a look at the weapons on the walls. Most of these were relatively low grade, unique grade at the highest, and even those seemed quite mediocre for Kurobe's work. I assume Kurobe and Kaijin keep the truly good stuff somewhere else. But even the best of their works likely couldn't quite yet compare to a weapon I create with material creation using Stardust. Last I heard from Rimuru, the highest grade Kurobe could make so far was top of the line unique grade, along with bottom of the barrel legend grade. And even then he needed superb materials for them. Of course that changed when Stardust is involved. The reason I'm having him forge a weapon for Raiden, and upgrading Siko and Sukuna's weapons rather than just making them new ones, is due to the bond they will create with their weapons. If they work their asses off evolving it themselves, there is a sort of connection that forms with the weapon and the wielder, something that allows them to use the weapon to its full potential. I have such a connection with my weapon. The Demonist trio does not, however, since I just created god-grade weapons for them. Though it's not a big deal for them, their greatest strength is in their magic. Though there is another reason that I don't want to straight up give Siko and Raiden god-grade weapons, they aren't ready for them. God-grade weapons can allow someone who does not possess an ultimate skill to fight against someone who does without instantly losing. That kind of power needs to be built up towards, or else someone may not know how to wield that much power. Let alone the fact that neither Raiden nor Siko have enough magicals or magic power to properly wield such a weapon. But I'm sure they'll reach that level in time. I turned towards the door. I sensed Kurobe and Kaijin about to come through. Kurobe bowed. Welcome to my workshop, Lord Felix. I gave him a nod. Thanks for having me and making time for me. It is no problem for one of Rimuru-sama's friends and a demon lord. Understandably, the culture in this world is a bit different, so most magen go out of their way to please those with power. It's basically self-preservation. So which weapon would you like crafted? We will do the modifications first, as that will take far less time, but I would still like a general idea of what you want made. I nodded. I was taking inspiration from Raiden Shogun for Raiden's weapon. I want a tachi, one that is extremely adept at enhancing and manipulating lightning. A tachi is a Japanese sword that was used by samurai, though it had a slightly longer hilt and blade compared to the far more famous katana. I also didn't need to specify the length or anything, as once equipment reaches a certain grade the user is easily able to make subtle adjustments to make the weapon more personalized. Seeing as this weapon is going to be created partially using Stardust, it will definitely reach such a level. Once Kurobe was finished writing everything down on a notepad, he led me into another room, his personal workshop. Kaijin at some point along the way went off to do his own thing. While Kaijin was a good blacksmith, he wasn't nearly as prodigious and skillful as Kurobe. Hell, I could see Kurobe one day making legend-grade equipment with just normal magi steel. Dude is a beast. Give me one moment while I gather everything I need, Lord Felix. For the brand new weapon, what did you want the main material to be? Maybe one suited to dragons, since Raiden is one herself. Do you have any materials that go well with dragons? Kurobe's eyes brightened up considerably. Yes. I have wanted to work with this material for some time, but did not wish to create a purposeless weapon out of it. Raiden-san's weapon will be perfect for it. That's great and all, but what material is it? I asked. Kurobe can get rather excited when it comes to blacksmithing. It's something he is passionate about after all. It is Dragotite. Something that can only be created when adamantite is bathed in the aura of a true dragon. A never-before-seen material. Damn, that's impressive. Who knows what the aura of a true dragon can add to this weapon, now even I'm a little bit excited. We're still doing the upgrades first though, right? Some of the excitement in Kurobe's eyes faded, but he did still seem passionate about the weapons. Indeed. I took the weapons out of my infinity space. Kurobe seemed quite interested in Sukuna's weapon, likely due to how unique it is in this world. We shall start with Siko's blade since I am most familiar with it. Has she given it a name yet? I smirked. Yes, she has, Hercules' Edge. At some point I told Siko about some mythological heroes and such from my old world. It seemed she took some inspiration from those. Kurobe nodded firmly. A good name for a good blade. I nodded and handed it to him while setting Sukuna's weapon on the side. Siko's blade is currently a unique grade weapon, with the potential to reach legend grade with some time and use. Hopefully after the upgrade it will be a whole new beast entirely. Lord Felix, can you supply and control your power in very small bursts so I can imbue it properly into the weapon? I nodded and began to supply him with extremely minuscule amounts of stardust. I made sure to control it as even the slightest mishap could destroy Siko's weapon and kill Kurobe. Stardust is not to be fucked around with. Kurobe soon began hammering away, making the blade sharper, stronger, and more durable. His unique skill, Divine Craftsman, really helped him figure out how to best use the stardust. I of course took the chance to analyze his unique skill. I might as well be called a skill slut at this point. I needed to help him for about 3 hours total to finish upgrading Hercules' Edge and Sukuna's weapon, not long at all compared to how long it takes to forge a weapon. Kurobe looked at the two weapons prodigally. These two are truly some of my finest works, even if I didn't craft it from scratch. And he's right to be proud, both of them are now bona fide legend-grade weapons. Sukuna's weapon had the ability to manipulate electricity to create discharges originally, now it can do far more than that. He can use it to help enhance his cleave and dismantle by imbuing his skill in his weapon and using that to attack his opponents. Along with that, the electricity manipulation is far more powerful now. Siko's new weapon is also a beast. I shared my idea of allowing her weapon to directly attack one's spiritual body. Kurobe seemed intrigued by my idea, so I transferred all the knowledge necessary to include such a function into the weapon. Now Siko's Odachi is capable of attacking the spiritual body directly, completely bypassing one's physical body and a good chunk of their defenses. I'm sure she will be happy with this. Though I'll need to upgrade her scabbard, and I'll just make her a new one. Maybe one that is bigger on the inside than the outside so that it isn't so bulky to carry around. I turned towards Kurobe and gave him a respectful bow. Thanks for your help, Kurobe. I'm sure Siko and my other subordinate will like them a lot. I could visibly see the panic appear on Kurobe's face. Ah. It was my honor, Felix-sama. Please don't bow to a blacksmith like me. Haha, one's profession doesn't matter when thanking someone for doing a favor, it's basic manners. Or at least it should be. Anyways, how long do you think it will take to forge Raiden's weapon? Kurobe looked thoughtful for a moment before saying, it will most likely take between 1 to 2 weeks. I nodded. Then I'll come pick it up in 2 weeks. Kurobe nodded. I shall have it ready by then for you. Great, thanks. Anyways, I'll take my leave now. Thanks for the help, Kurobe, and give Kaijin my thanks as well. Have a safe trip, Lord Felix. I should probably pay Rimuru a visit before I leave. Chapter 71, Chapter 27 Part 5. I teleport into his office where he is doing some work. Ah. Felix, you gotta stop doing that. I smirk at the slime sitting behind the desk. Never. If I can teleport wherever I want, then I will do so. He sighed. Whatever, I know I can't stop you. Anyways, what did you need? Nothing in particular, was just letting you know I'm heading back. Ah. You didn't want to stay at your place? Nah, Siko is probably waiting for me after our fun time. I could see the realization come onto Rimuru's slime face. You bastard. You got to bag a girl as hot as Siko. Wait till he realizes I'm sleeping with Lalatina and Raiden as well. Is that why you came here, huh? So you could brag to someone who isn't capable of enjoying those kinds of things anymore. I rolled my eyes. As if the topic just came up. I don't need to show off my accomplishments to you to feel good about myself. Gah. You lucky bastard. You already said that, buddy. Maybe I should give Shuna a hint. She does have a bit of a crush on Rimuru, but of course the dense fuck won't realize. Of course there is the issue that Rimuru doesn't have any sort of genitals due to limitations he put on himself. I'll help a brother out. Rimuru, you know you can easily give yourself a dick, right? The entire reason you don't have one is due to your own self-image influencing your physical appearance. Maybe you can't see there being a penis since the original owner of that body was a female, but you can easily solve that issue by talking to Raphael. I'm sure it can help you out on that front. I'm not sure why he hasn't asked his skill himself, to be honest. Rimuru froze for a moment before he leaped into the air. Yipey. Once he calmed down, he looked at me with tears in his little slime eyes. Thank you, Felix. I knew I could count on you. You are officially my brother in all but blood. I waved him off. Yeah, have fun with your new dick. Hey. Now where is Shuna? She is needed to make my plan complete. She usually hangs around here since she serves as Rimuru's secretary/assistant. He does need someone competent with him after all. Ah. There she is. I walked towards where I sensed her. She seemed to be in the kitchen, probably preparing some food for Rimuru. I knocked on the door and entered once I heard a response. Shuna paused her chopping to turn towards me. Ah. Felix-sama, welcome. Did you require some food? If so, please be patient. I am already working on preparing a meal for both you and Rimuru-sama. Ah, maybe I'll stay for that then. But no getting off track. Great. But that isn't quite why I'm here. You see, I heard from a little bird that you're interested in my buddy Rimuru. Almost. Instantly a blush appeared on Shuna's face. Ah. And no. It would be improper for a servant like me to care for my lord in that way. Not really. I'm sure there are a bunch of people in relationships with their servants, though they might not all be consensual. That's not a fun thought to dwell on. I pretended to look thoughtful. Well, I must be mistaken then. But if you find someone who fits that description, be sure to tell them that Rimuru is shy so he won't ever make the first move. It's part of his culture from his past life. Stupid Japanese customs. If someone as beautiful, and kind, and thoughtful as you were to approach Rimuru with such intentions, I'm sure you would be overjoyed. Really? I nodded firmly. How about you be honest now? Shuna looked down meekly and whispered something. I didn't quite hear that, could you repeat it? Of course I heard her, but I might as well mess with her a bit. She took a deep breath. I like Lord Rimuru. Maybe not that loud, he might have heard that. He didn't, seeing as I placed a barrier, but teasing Shuna is fun. Yeah. I'm just teasing, don't worry. Anyways, I've said what needs to be said, what you do now is up to you. Yes, Felix-sama. I will not disappoint you. Thank you for your help. Haha, sure. I'll be waiting with Rimuru for that food. Yes. I walked back into Rimuru's office. I thought you were leaving, Felix. Rimuru was in his human form now, likely inspecting his new goods. I was, but then I heard that Shuna was making something and decided to stay to try it. I see, that's understandable, she makes the best food. As if. My Raiden makes the best food. I scoffed. What do you mean? Raiden learned from Shuna, so isn't it obvious who's better? The student always surpasses the master. Rimuru and I continued to argue until Shuna came in with the food. I noticed she still had a bit of a blush. Rimuru better thank me later. We quickly finished up our food, but as I was leaving I said, enjoy your night today, Rimuru. What's with that tone, Felix? Nothing. I ignored his questions and just teleported back to Azeroth. I appeared right where I left, though Siko was no longer here in her bedroom. She probably went out to do something. It is getting quite dark now, so I guess I'll give her the weapon later. Oh. A thought communication from Arcuade. Oh master, I am ready for you now. Oh shit. I forgot about that misunderstanding. So by ready does she mean? Hell yeah. Little Felix is going to be having the time of his life. Coming Arcuade. Please do hurry, my lord, I am quite eager for our time together tonight. If that didn't get me hard, then I'm sure what I'll see inside her room will. Rimuru Tempest. Rimuru made sure he finished up all the work he was supposed to do today. He didn't want Shuna to be upset at him tomorrow after all. Once he confirmed that everything was done, he teleported to his little home. It wasn't large, seeing as he spent most of his time as a slime. It was big enough for a normal human to live in, but nowhere near as large as that of a ruler should be. But he did have a nice pond in the yard. As Rimuru was preparing to rest, he heard a knock on the door. He did not need rest, but he did enjoy sleeping to just relax his mind. Oh. What did Shuna need? Yes, Shuna. May I come in, Lord Rimuru? Did something happen? Of course, Shuna. He heard the door to his home open and turned to greet Shuna, but paused the moment he got a look at her. Shuna was dressed in nothing but a kimono with nothing underneath. He could even see the imprint of her nipples. Gah. How sexy. Did you need something, Shuna? He ignored the stutter in his voice. Yes, Rimuru-sama. Please accept me, she said with a massive blush on her face. She quickly took off the kimono she was wearing, not that it was covering much in the first place. He took a good look at her entire naked body. Damn, she was hot. All of a sudden his mind flashed back to the words Felix said as he was leaving. That damn lovable bastard. Well, such an opportunity likely won't appear often, and if Shuna is clearly willing, then maybe he can finally get rid of his virginity. From how Shuna was looking, did she maybe like him? Did a girl as beautiful as Shuna actually like him? Woohoo. Chapter 72, Chapter 28, The Coupling. Felix. It didn't take me long to approach Arcuade's room. I knocked on the door to let her know I was there and then opened it. It's game time, baby. I looked towards Arcuade and stilled. She was sitting on the love seat she had in her room, and she was dressed in a set of red lingerie with a glass of wine in her hand. She looked incredible. These damn primordials. Arcuade smiled at me seductively, though I did notice that she did have a blush. Hey, so she isn't as confident as she is appearing to be, huh? I can work with that. Era, welcome to my quarters, my lord. I took a look around, nodded and said, I should have paid a visit sooner. I would not have minded if you had. I smirked, oh well, might as well begin making up for lost time now, no. Arcuade's blush became more pronounced. Indeed, such would be a wise course of action. I approached her and took a seat next to her. It was slightly cramped since we were only sharing a single love seat, but I didn't mind, and from what I saw, neither did Arcuade. Did you want some wine, my lord? I would if you wouldn't mind. Of course, I will serve it right away. Arcuade grabbed a glass from the table and filled it up until about halfway. Here you are, my lord. Thank you, Arcuade. I took a sip and was pleasantly surprised. It's the same wine I drank at the Walpurgis. I didn't know we had this one. I looked at Arcuade questioningly. She took that as the K to answer my unasked question. When Rain came to visit, I had asked her what wine it was that was served at the Walpurgis that day, since it appeared that you enjoyed it. I only received it today. Huh, well, no one ever said these primordials aren't hard-working. Shit, didn't Rain only visit earlier today technically? Damn, she works fast. I see, thank you for that, Arcuade. It is my duty, my lord. Haha, you primordials are all like that, huh? I can't say summoning you wasn't one of the better things that happened to me. Arcuade took a sip of her wine and said, Era, well, being summoned by you has been the best thing to happen in my long, long life. So many interesting things, even my game with Violet and John was finished due to you. You may not know it, but life for us primordials is quite dull. Nor got bored of achieving more strength, so he stagnated intentionally. Us three were only kept entertained by causing chaos in the Cardinal World and by our games with each other. I tried to look at what life must have been like from her perspective, and I could sort of understand her. She's been around since the dawn of time. That's an amount of time that I can't even comprehend. I sure as hell know I would get bored doing the same shit over and over. Arcuade was stuck in the demon realm with only a few she could call her equals. Thankfully, I won't have to deal with something like that. No matter how long I live, there will always be new worlds to discover. I'm sure I can keep myself entertained. Heh, maybe I can even play ROB sometime. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying being in my service then. Now how about we move past those heavy topics? I smirked. Time to get laid. Don't you think it's getting a bit tight here? Oh. Is that so? I can get you another seat then, my lord. Heh, there's no need for that. I have one here you can sit on. I said as I patted my lap. Arcuade's eyes widened very slightly, but her blush was back. Era, I didn't know that you would prefer that, my lord. All you had to do was say such a thing earlier and I would have moved to my proper seat. She said as she got up. She turned around slightly, giving me a perfect view of her beautiful heart-shaped ass. Truly, her proportions were perfect. We both knew exactly where this was going, so I didn't bother with subtly anymore and blatantly groped her ass. Being shameless is something I have been cultivating within myself. Arcuade turned her head to look at me, her red blush still smoldering on her pale skin as she seductively said, feel free to squeeze all you like, my lord. Haha, don't worry, I will. I could already feel myself beginning to harden up. I let go of her ass so she could take her seat on my lap, which she quickly did so. I quickly grabbed her waist and just held her close to me. She began to grind her ass against my growing erection. Heh, two can play at that game. Since she was only in her lingerie, I had easy access to her entire body, something I took advantage of. I slowly slid my hands up from her waist to her breasts. And damn, were her tits big. I gave them a slight grope. They were far too large to hold entirely, but even squeezing them was a luxury most men would die for. Ah, please touch me more, she moaned out breathily. Hey, pleasure magic really is cheating. I was enhancing any and all pleasure she would gain from this encounter by multiple times. Hell, I'm sure I'm capable of mind-breaking someone hentai style with this magic, though only those who aren't spiritual beings. If you say so. I whisper into her ear. I could feel her shiver slightly as I said those words. I slowly slid one of my hands under her bra and began directly groping her tits. I could feel her nipples harden up against my palm. My other hand slid from her breasts up to her chin. I tilted her head slightly to the left and claimed her soft wine-flavored lips, causing her to release a hot sigh. She lightly moaned into my mouth as I used my free hand to continue its molestation of her tits. I prodded her mouth with my tongue, causing her to slowly spread her lips wide enough for my tongue to begin its attack. My tongue explored every inch of her mouth unimpeded, from her teeth to her gums, all were made available to me. We stayed in the kiss for a few minutes before I slowly pulled back. Due to our natures, we basically did not need any oxygen, we could quite literally continue making out forever. Arcuade's blood-red eyes stared into me. It didn't take long at all for her to lose control of herself as she lunged in for another kiss. A complete 180 change in personality when compared to her usual royal personality. MMPH, I can see why Violet is always desperate for your attention, my lord. Arcuade moaned out in between the kiss. I slid one of my fingers around one of her areolas before I took hold of her nipple and lightly pinched it between my fingers. More master, she mewed out. I continued to prod at her breasts and nipples as pulled back from the kiss and said, Lalatina is a fun one, always so submissive, always so desperate. I could already feel the heat radiating from her core along with a bit of dampness on my pants. She was already leaking. This was going to be fun. Are you just as desperate? I whispered out huskily. How I am the far superior choice when compared to her. I will take care of all of your needs so you will no longer need to be bothered with her, Arcuade moaned out as she increased the pace of her rhythmic grinding. Using her rivalry against Lalatina is going to be fun. I moved my hand away from Arcuade's appetizing breasts and grabbed her waist. Is that so? Then why don't I toy with your body as I please then? Not giving her any time to react, I spun her around so she was facing me and then immediately attacked her lips. I shifted my hands down from her waist onto her panty-clad ass, something which Arcuade was far from bothered about. She just continued moaning into my mouth, asking for more. Arcuade began to grind her hot core into the tent I pitched. Her panties were far from enough to hide how hot and wet she was. I continued to molest her ass as I pleased, even sliding one of my hands under her panties and groping her directly, sinking my fingers into the sinfully soft flesh of her ass. I could feel her growing wetter and wetter by the second as she continued to grind her needy, covered slit against my hard-on, almost squelching each time as it kissed my cock through the fabric. I can feel you. You're so hard. She whispered hotly in between kisses. Guess whose fault that is? I growled at her. I shifted our position slightly and moved one of my hands to the front of her panties, and quickly invaded them. I moved my hand down to her quivering slit and began to tease it. Please help yourself, I took that as all the permission I needed and put one of my fingers into Arcuade's tight little pussy. Yes. Touch me more. Arcuade never stopped her frantic kisses, even as I fingered her. I slowly increased the number of fingers inside of her until I got to 3, at which point she came explosively all over me. Ahan. Her wordless scream reverberated throughout the room, even as her tight inner walls squeezed down on my fingers. My pants were all wet due to her release, but I didn't mind. Now why don't you show me your devotion, my beloved demon? Her eyes regained some of their focus as she said, yes, I will prove that I am the better choice. I pinched her clit roughly at the end, which caused her to moan out loud enough that I'm sure she could have been heard all around the castle. It's a good thing I put a barrier up. Then why don't you get to it? Maybe if you do a good enough job I'll toy with you a bit more. I could tell that the last line got Arcuade far more turned on than anything else I said. Fucking demons with their fucked up kinks. But I'm a demon, so I guess I'm included. Arcuade slowly got up off my lap, allowing me a chance to appreciate all of her gorgeous curves. She kneeled down in front of me, giving me a perfect view of her cleavage. She was able to use this time to regain some control over herself. Now allow me to properly serve you, my lord, she said hotly. Such words are enough to get any man diamond hard, so I got rid of everything that was between my dick and Arcuade's face. The moment my rock-hard cock was revealed to Arcuade, her eyes zeroed in on it. I could see an almost reverent light in her eyes as she stared at my manhood. She slowly leaned forward and placed a chaste kiss at the tip before she spread her mouth wide and took the tip inside. I groaned as she swirled her tongue around the tip of my cock with the skill of an expert courtesan. These damn demons are great for sex, it's like they have an inherent instinct as to how to best please their partner. Arcuade used her left hand to hold me steady at the base as her pouty cherry-colored lips went to town on the rest of my dick. I put one of my hands on top of her head, causing her to freeze for a moment before she restarted her oral service with renewed vigor. Here she was, a proud primordial, kneeling before me in submission whilst pleasing me in the most intimate of ways. Each time my grip on her white locks tightened, she sucked harder in lustful gratitude as her slightly watery blood-red eyes looked up at me, silently begging me to continue. I, of course, being the generous master that I am, obliged her, causing her to shiver in pleasure from the rough treatment she oh so craved. I continued to use her like that for what must have been 20 minutes, of course I could have finished far sooner, but I wanted to enjoy the power I held over her. Giving in to my more sadistic urges once in a while is always a ton of fun. Usually I only act this way with Lalatina seeing as she enjoys it, but Arcuade seems to enjoy submitting to some degree as well. Though not to the level of Raiden let alone Lalatina. It seems Arcuade was a switch, she could be dominant but also submissive. How fun. I decided to finally get to the fun part of tonight. I'm going to be coming right into your mouth, make sure none of it leaks out, and don't swallow it, okay? Arcuade eagerly nodded, or as well as she could nod with me face fucking her. It didn't take long for me to reach my peak without me actively holding myself back. I pushed Arcuade down as far as she could go, causing her to moan out uncontrollably, and so I busted right into her mouth. Once I was done, I slowly loosed the grip I had on her head, allowing her to slowly dislodge herself from my crotch. Arcuade's cheeks were bulging out. You can swallow some of it now, but not all. She nodded, her gulps were audible, and so was the sounds her throbbing slit was making as she played with it. Arcuade slowly opened her mouth to show me what a good job she did. I could see the cum that filled her mouth and submerged her tongue in white. Swallow it all. Arcuade nodded as she closed her mouth and eyes. She obediently swallowed thickly, until with a breathless pant she opened her mouth once again to show me her spotless tongue. I smiled down at her, good girl. Seeing as Arcuade was still recovering, what with her audible pants and continued masturbation, I decided to get her attention the only way I knew how. I lightly smacked her on the forehead with my cock before resting it on her face for her to lewdly stare at. Her eyes regained some of their usual focus as she panted out, "WH what now, my lord? Now, you can please me by using your lower hole." Arcuade got the idea of what I was asking almost immediately. She stopped playing with herself as an eager look appeared on her face as she purred, "Era, please lay down on my bed then, my lord. I shall please you far better than Violet will ever be capable of." It seems my earlier words snapped her out of her previous delirious state. And she said that so confidently, well, it's time if she can back up her talk. Heh, we'll see about that. I got up and walked towards her bed, which was an inviting sight on its own, with the luxurious red sheets made out of silk from an A-ranked monster. I laid myself down, my back laying against the headboard. I turned towards Arcuade and was met with a maddening sight. Arcuade was standing naked, giving me a seductive pose, as if showing me what awaits. Her lingerie littered all over the floor. Looking over her body, I nod to myself in approval, causing Arcuade to beam in my direction, happy that I enjoy her body. Her breasts are larger than I thought. It seems she usually wears some rather tight clothing, and she has the cutest little nipples topping each of her breasts, along with curvy child-bearing hips. Beautiful, my dear, now why don't you get that body of yours over here? I order, watching her seductively prowl towards me. Once she is within range, I reach forwards and grope her bare breasts, causing her to moan out as I'm squeezing and molesting her milky white tits for my own pleasure and amusement. I eventually pull back. Now why don't you begin your true service, Arcuade? At once, my lord. Arcuade slowly began to crawl towards me until she was right on top of me. I could see her blood-red eyes shine with adoration in them. Adoration for me. It was kind of heavy, but I'll make sure I'm worthy of her adoration. She steadied my cock with one hand. She seductively licked her lips as she aligned my spit-covered cock with her dripping wet pussy, to the point where I was able to feel her slightly grind against my manhood, all while her eyes didn't move from my own. The heat radiating from her pristine pussy lips was scorching. From the very day I accepted to serve you, I was yours, my lord. This will only make it official. She purred as she dropped herself down to the hilt. The ensuing slickness that welcomed me inside was almost unbearable. My cock was throbbing against her quivering folds. I made sure to use my pleasure magic to the max. After all, you aren't really trying if you aren't cheating. Anne. Her moan echoed throughout the room as I felt her instantly come upon my entrance. The sheer sensation of her hot insides welcoming me was unreal. The sultry wet heat, the dripping wetness, the snug, tight fit of her feminine folds, along with the added bonus of her inner walls sending squeezing pulses begging for more, made it hard not to instantly come. Only my self-control saved me from instantly letting loose inside of her, no matter how much Arcuade wants me to. There was no way I was going to be holding back. She may be riding me cowgirl style, but I can be a power bottom just as well as I can be a dominant top. I grabbed her hips and began thrusting inside of her at speeds that would break most women, but not Arcuade, even as she was moaning, begging for more. I shifted my right hand onto her generous bust, even as it was shaking up and down, and pinched her nipple. Her eyes glazed in pleasure even as she continued to time her thrusts with my own. Shuguwood. She was frantically fucking her soaked cunt up and down on my shaft, even as she was moaning and mewling her praises, her love, her devotion. I continued to thrust into her like a man possessed, even as her voice fluttered out again, "And more, please. You feel so good in me, master. Ask and you shall receive." I groaned out. I could see a visible indent appear on her midsection. I continued to batter against the bump I could feel at the end of her tunnel, the only proof that was needed to show that I was as deep inside her as I could be. But every plunge I took into Arcuade eager, welcoming depths brought me closer and closer to the edge, and I did not feel like withholding Arcuade's reward from her. I could feel squirts of liquid hitting my pelvis, wetting me with her juices. The look on her face was tantalizing, the parted lips, pleasure-drunk eyes, the flush on her cheeks, the constant coaxing of her inner walls. She gained some sense in the middle of her wild moaning. Give it to me. Give it to me, my lord, my love. I need to feel you spill your essence inside of me. Her folds began taking on a far desperate action as they begged for my release. It didn't take long for me to feel my release approaching. I tightened the grip I had on her hips and began thrusting with renewed ferocity. I made sure I was as deep as I possibly could be as I finally came inside of her. Oyesss. This orgasm was far more intense than the previous. I shot rope after rope of my cum into her not-so-fertile womb, filling her up. Eventually, once my release finished, she seemed to have lost all energy in her body as she collapsed on top of me, something that shouldn't have normally been possible, but pleasure magic is a cheat. Throughout this session I have been slowly increasing the amount of pleasure she receives from my touch, to the point where I made her slightly addicted to my touch, to my affection. It was soul deep. It may be wrong, but who gives a fuck? I'm a demon lord and a demon. I'm far from the worst out there, especially when considering Arcuade would love it if I did even more than I already have. I could feel Arcuade's nipples grind against my chest as she recovered from her own explosive orgasms. Throughout our entire session she had orgasmed multiple times. Pleasure magic is far too strong not to cause an orgasm. Arcuade slowly raised her face and kissed me, right on the lips. It was a chaste kiss, far from any of the debauchery that took place tonight, one that she poured her feelings into. When she broke it off, no words needed to be said. I slid my hand from her waist down to her heart-shaped ass and squeezed, my fingers sinking into her fat cheeks. You didn't think we were done now, did you? I'm far from tired. I could feel a smile form on her face as she laid on my chest. Of course not, my lord, please use your demon to your heart's content. Don't mind if I do then. I flipped us around so that I was on top of her. She was surprised for a moment before she spread her arms out and latched onto me. I ran my hands across her naked body. It was far easier to appreciate it in this position than the previous one. Her ample firm breasts swayed slightly. Large round peaks of vanilla, each topped with a cherry red nipple. It's quite the feast for the eyes, and Arcuade's eager look only added to it. My cock was resting on her midsection. I slowly slid it down towards her fluttering, swollen pussy lips. The head of my member nudged her entrance, the heat radiating from it only motivating me further. I thrust it in with no warning, causing Arcuade to moan out with abandon, not caring for the consequences of someone overhearing. That or she knew I put a barrier up, most likely the latter. No matter how many times I did this, the slickness, the wetness that always welcomed me was almost unbearable, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I immediately started thrusting into her with abandon. Her folds eagerly started milking me. Desperate for my next release, Arcuade pulled me closer to her, until I could feel her nipples scrape against my pectorals. I felt one of her hands that were gripping my back shift slightly upwards as she pulled me in for a kiss. She pulled back from the kiss and looked at me with teary eyes. Faster. You feel so good in me. I smirked. I had the perfect position. Seeing as her legs weren't currently wrapped around me, I pulled back slightly, much to Arcuade's sadness, and reached down to lift her long legs up, folding Arcuade over until her knees were at the side of her swaying breasts, her slick needy holes presented for my use. A mating press. Her blood-red eyes widened slightly. Oh. This position. It seems Arcuade knows the purpose of this position. Hey, well, I'll let her have that little fantasy, no matter how impossible it is for the current me. Arcuade locked her legs, tight behind me, as if wanting me to never leave her inner depths. I started to thrust into her with renewed vigor, each of my strokes striking the deepest ends of her pretty pink pussy as she moaned, sending her juices splattering all over. Please. Don't ever stop. Her words only served to motivate me further. I could feel myself growing closer and closer to the edge. Again. Inside me again. Heeding her words, I erupted inside of her, the delicious squeeze of her inner walls, her swaying breasts, her begging pleas. It was all too much for me to stop myself unless I forcefully did so. Ah. Yes. She yowled as she came explosively on my cock, shooting her juices straight at my pelvis. Eventually, once my release was finished and Arcuade's legs released me, I pulled back completely. The sheets were completely ruined, stains of our lovemaking all over. I rested my cock on her midsection as Arcuade said, "Shall we continue, my lord?" I knew I would have fun tonight. Chapter 73, Chapter 28 Part 2. It's been a few days since I've been back, so I'll be paying a visit to Guy in a few days. I said to everyone. We were all gathered in the conference room currently. It's probably best not to keep him waiting for too long. I don't want him coming over here if possible. Who knows what shenanigans he'll get up to. I see, you will need a bodyguard in order to show his subordinates their place, then Felix-sama. I nominate myself. Oh. But Miss First Secretary, don't you have other duties to take care of? It's best if I accompany our lord while you stay here. Voiced out Sukuna. Sigh, these two have been competing for who can stay with me. It's honestly kind of weird hearing those kinds of things from Sukuna, but I guess I can only blame myself for his personality. Before they could continue, I decided to intervene. No, no one will be accompanying me. I have no clue what is going to happen at the ice continent with Guy. It may result in a fight, and at this point you two will only hold me back. I will be constantly splitting my focus in order to make sure you guys are all okay, and in a fight that can be deadly. You may be able to handle Guy's subordinates, but in the crossfire between Guy and I, you two will be demolished. It may have been cruel, but they needed to know the truth. I didn't want them disobeying orders and coming with me anyway, not that there was a very high chance of that, probably a less than 1% chance, and even then they would only disobey my direct orders if they felt they had to. It pains me to agree, but our lord is correct. We would only hold him back if there were a confrontation with Rouge. Arcuade said. Aha, that Rouge was always a monster. Not even Vert and Blue together could take him down. It's best not to hold our master back. Even Lalatina was being supportive. I'll have to reward her later. Heh, as much as I'd love to fight with Vert and Blue, I'd rather we not burden our master, so stop being so clingy, Siko. Siko pouted at Megumin's words but seemed to be convinced. I looked down in my lap to see what Kurumi had to say, but she just licked my hand. I wasn't surprised, she has always been obedient. I will follow your orders, master. I already knew Raiden would listen. Please come back, say Felix-sama. I looked to the one who usually kept quiet. Don't worry about being viled, I'm strong, so I'll be alright. She nodded, though I could still see some worry in her eyes. If you say so, then. How about this? When I get back, why don't we play some music together? I may not look it, but I do have some experience with music. Ingvild looked surprised, though everyone else seemed to not particularly care. Indeed, it is only expected of our lord to be skilled at a multitude of things. Arcuade said, with Megumin and Lalatina nodding along with her. Bomo. Felix-sama and I have played music together on occasion. He is truly superb. Bragged Siko. Of course she would try and brag about something like that. Ah. I see then, I would love to play with you, Felix-sama. I smirked. It's a date then. All of a sudden a blush formed on Ingvild's face. Wah. You I would low dash. Before she could finish what she was saying, I interrupted. Haha, don't worry, I'm just teasing you, Ingvild. Ah, I see. Eh? Is it me, or does she look a bit downcast all of a sudden? Weird, I don't think we have interacted enough for her to be sad about something like that. Let me look at things from her perspective. She was summoned here right after she fell into a coma. She's in a brand new world with no allies. She was immediately enslaved and forced to carry out orders she did not agree with, and then on top of that she has no idea about the fate of her loved ones back in her original world. Eventually she gained a friend in Glenda, but that is still only one person. Then all of a sudden she is ordered to attack a demon lord. Someone said to be an enemy of humanity, someone so evil that they earned the title of demon lord. But to her surprise, it's a friendly demon lord who frees her and her friend from enslavement, and then offers her a place to live, along with the possibility of going back to her original world. Alright, I can see how a crush might form from that. I doubt Ingvild has much experience with romance, so she doesn't really know how to navigate these waters. She's basically just walking blind. Hell, her inexperience is likely one of the reasons she fell for a guy like me, even though I don't interact with her much. Well, I can fix that at the very least. I don't feel comfortable starting a relationship with her just yet. It feels like I'm taking advantage of a clueless kid, but maybe after we get to know each other better and she learns of my true nature, then maybe something like that can happen. Be ready for our dating, Ingvild, okay? Ah, the blush is back. Good, a frown doesn't suit her face. Yes. Ah, it seems Megumin is a bit jealous. I'll have to make some time for her soon. Maybe we can go to a dead world and mess around a bit. Alright, that's all I wanted to talk about. You all can go back to what you were doing. Arcuade was the first to leave, as she was in the middle of applying the ideas I gave her for increasing military recruitment. My relationship with Arcuade hasn't changed much since we slept together. She is still loyal and devoted, if not more so. The only thing that has changed is that she is much more open about giving me her affection, along with much more open about her desires. A win-win in my book. Lalatina and Megumin soon followed along with Ingvild, leaving me with Siko, Raiden, Kurumi, and Sukuna. Did you two like the upgrades I made to your weapons? I haven't got the chance to actually see Siko and Sukuna use their new legend grade weapons, but they were both quite happy when I gave them their new weapons. Yes, Felix-sama. It is far stronger than it was previously, and I can channel my power through it more easily as well. And then I can even directly attack one's spirit. Hey, good, I'm glad you like it. Did you change the name? Yes, it is now True Hercules Edge. Real creative, but it fits Siko. I see. And what about you, Sukuna? It is far superior to the weapons I previously wielded during the Heian era. In fact, if I had such a weapon, I would have been able to single-handedly rule the entire world. Proclaimed Sukuna. That's a scary thought, but not unfounded. Legend-grade equipment is just that busted. I see. I'm happy you are satisfied with it then. A thought communication from Adelman, that's rare. I've been mostly leaving him to his own devices. I can sense him and his undead army hanging around in the marshlands, acting as the first line of defense. I wonder what happened. My lord. Hey, what's up, Adelman? Did something happen? I couldn't sense anything unusual, though it seems his undead army has grown in strength. He has a death dragon and a powerful death knight from what I'm sensing. Ah, nothing bad, my lord. I simply wanted to introduce you to one of my subordinates who may prove useful to you, so you have a better idea of our overall strength level. Ah, that's a good idea. Maybe I can name some of his undead too. Give his army a nice little power boost. I see, I'll be there soon then. Yes, my lord. We will be eagerly awaiting your arrival. And with that the thought communication was cut off. Alright girls, I gotta go meet Adelman or something. You guys don't need to come, seeing as I'm just meeting some of his subordinates. Seeing as they all nodded, I teleported to the marshlands. Ah, my lord. To be in your presence once again is truly an honor. I looked to where the voice came from and was met with a kneeling Adelman, along with two of his subordinates who were also kneeling. One was the Death Dragon, and then a Death Knight. You and your subordinates don't need to kneel, Adelman. He nodded and got up. Yes, my lord. His subordinates also stopped kneeling. Adelman hasn't been slacking. He's about as strong as an unarmed Arcuade. That's a level of power that can cause a significant amount of damage. The Lakeshore Dyed Scarlet incident can attest to that. According to Arcuade, long ago she had formed a pact with a certain royal family. She would safeguard the country that those royals ruled over, and in return, once a suitable vessel was born to that family, she would possess them. Arcuade, Lalatina, and Megumin were playing their games even back then. One day Arcuade finally found an ideal vessel, so she approached the princess and said she would grant the princess's wish in return for a body. But astonishingly, all that princess wanted was a friend, and so that princess became Arcuade's first friend. After all, Lalatina and Megumin could be considered more her rivals rather than her friends. Arcuade took the role of a guide and mentor for the princess. Their relationship grew over several years. Unfortunately, good things don't always last. The Eastern Empire invaded the princess's country since her nation was only a vassal to the empire and their king chose to rebel. Safe to say the kingdom stood no chance. Arcuade wasn't able to properly control the princess's body, so the princess forcefully terminated their contract, allowing Arcuade to take full control of her body, and for the first time Arcuade knew grief. Arcuade released a spell that killed everyone, no matter if they were guilty or innocent. She used Death Streak, a magic that destroyed the very souls of whomever they came into contact with. After getting her revenge, Arcuade faked her death. In honor of her friend, Arcuade cut ties with the material world with that body and placed a seal on that body so it would remain untouched. That body is still located under the land of that kingdom. The reason it was called the Lakeshore Dyed Scarlet incident was due to one thing. There was a formerly beautiful lake that was dyed scarlet, filled with the blood of the inhabitants of that kingdom. Chapter 74, Chapter 28, Part 3. The history of this world is really something great. Well, I better not keep them waiting. I turned towards the Death Knight. So you must be this subordinate that Adelman mentioned, huh? He nodded. Indeed, Lord Felix, it is an honor to meet you. He said with a bow. He is fairly strong. I would place him around Glenda's level, if not a little bit higher. It seems he was human once upon a time. Did you used to be a human? Indeed, I used to serve with Adelman together as part of the Holy Church. When we fell, I was resurrected as an undead under him. It was only recently that I was able to form a physical body using the vast amount of magicules littering the air. So he used the magicules that we've all been leaking, huh? Smart. I turned towards the Death Dragon, who was quite strong on its own. It could rival a normal archdragon after all. Clayman was seriously wasting such good resources. Adelman has been working basically non-stop. I'm sure Clayman didn't really reward him, so maybe I should give him a little something. Any ideas, Odin? It is possible to create and transfer a skill to the White King known as Adelman. By using the data from Unique Skill, Reverser, along with data gathered on Luminous Valentine, the extra skill, Holy Demonic Reversal, was created. Holy shit, these overachieving skills. I just asked for an idea and you went above and beyond. As expected, Odin is the best. Ah, you don't need to be shy. I know you're happy at my praise, Odin. Nothing to say. What a tsundere skill I have. The extra skill, Holy Demonic Reversal, is quite good. It will allow Adelman to swap between the alignments of Holy and Demonic, basically giving him the benefits of both and demerits of neither, as they can cover the weaknesses of each other. It all depends on how well he uses this skill. Adelman can even use this skill on his undead army. Alright, use Beelzebub to transfer the skill to him. Affirmative. My lord. To think your abilities stretch this far. Truly thank you. I will use this new skill you have bestowed upon me to protect the land you call home. Alright, thank you, Adelman. Think of that skill as a little reward. Feel free to take a few days off if you want. I can have someone else cover your duties. It is my duty to serve as your shield, my lord. I would never slack on my duties. Alright, suit yourself then. I turned to look at Adelman's two strongest subordinates. Hey, what was your name when you were human? The Death Knight looked confused but answered nonetheless. It was Albert, my lord. I see, I name you Albert. I felt a minuscule amount of my magicules be drained. It didn't take long for the naming to be complete. In front of me stood a far more powerful undead. A death paladin, someone on par with a stronger archdemon. Thank you, my lord. You're welcome. Make sure to cover Adelman's back. I would have done so no matter what. But I will make sure no harm comes to this land. I gave him a nod and turned to the death dragon. Now what should I name it? How about Hades? Nah, how about Hel? Yes, Hel sounds good. The daughter of Loki in Norse mythology. I name you Hel. Notice. The death dragon known as Hel is evolving into a subspecies known as Gehenna dragon. A Gehenna dragon is a subspecies of a dragon lord. Damn, a full-on dragon lord, huh? Just like Raiden, though Raiden possessed far more magicules and is also just far stronger in general. But that didn't mean she was weak. She was stronger than even Adelman was now, at least in pure magicule capacity. Hel leaned her head back and roared with all her might. Once she was finished, I approached her. I'm glad you like your name, I said as I began stroking her scales. What I didn't expect was for her to get smaller and assume a human form though. She had white hair, red eyes along with two dragon horns protruding from her head. Meant she would do good in the Dragon Corps, but oh well. She bowed. Thank you for gracing me with an identity, my lord. It's no problem. Just make sure to do your duty well. I will fulfill your orders. I gave her a pleased nod. Now that that's done, I'm going to head back. Make sure the three of you master your new abilities. Yes. Good. I nodded. With some training they would go far. Now what should I do? I haven't given everyone their presents yet, so I guess I can do that. I still need to give Lalatina and Megumin their presents. I gave Raiden hers when she came to clean up Arcuade's room the next morning after our little romp. I gave Kurumi hers when I found her training alone 2 days ago, and I gave Arcuade hers the day after we first slept together. I gave Ingvild and Glenda their presents when I came across them on one of their off days. Glenda was very happy with her present, while Ingvild was also happy but far more reserved with showing it. I expanded my senses to figure out where Megumin is. It's probably best to give Megumin hers first since I'm pretty sure Lalatina will be horny after I give her the collar. I teleported to one of the sealed-off training grounds where I sensed Megumin along with Adra. I hid my presence and watched from the side as the two sparred with their swords. Adra was clearly superior to Megumin when it came to technique, but Megumin was able to bridge the gap by utilizing her strength. I'm sure Megumin could wipe the floor with Adra if they went all out, but it seems Megumin is trying to improve with the sword. Not unwise seeing as there are some bullshit sword techniques out there. I continued to observe while copying Adra's techniques. He was the one who taught the old man after all. I'm sure his swordsmanship is leagues ahead of the old man's and probably mine. Their fight lasted for a few hours, during which I made sure to analyze and copy all their movements, though I did get bored in the middle, so I began reading some manga that Vdora recommended to me. Who knew the anime from Rimuru and I's worlds would be different? How fun. Of course I still had Odin monitor their fight and copy everything. I'm a cheater like that. They both immediately noticed me once I stopped concealing my presence. My lord. What's up you two? Now that you are done, let me borrow Megumin for a bit. Megumin turned to look at Adra, who seemed to understand some hidden message she sent him. How weird, she didn't send a thought communication. Notice. The demon Megumin just glared at the demon Adra. Ah, so he is just scared of his boss, understandable. What did you need from me, my lord? Megumin asked eagerly. I got you a present from the world I visited. I took out the gun case the minigun was in. It was almost like her eyes started to shine. Really? I sighed fondly. Yes, really. The moment I opened the case, Megumin was all over it. Is this a gun like Glenda's? Yes, it's a bit of a different type though. Heh, how about I show you what this baby can do? Yes. Man, she's just like a child when it comes to anything related to combat. Odin, do you have the coordinates for that dead world ready? Answer. Yes. Nice. Let everyone know I might be out for a while since I don't want to speed the time of the other world up. Though what will the time ratio be, Odin? Answer. It will be a 1-to-1 ratio. The world that was detected was found to be in a universe that the so-called Angels of Origin had attacked, likely on their creator's orders. Huh, well that's something. Raiden, I'll be out for a little bit. I'm taking Megumin with me. It should be a day max. Yes, master, I will let everyone know. Great, thanks. Grab my shoulder, Megumin. Once I felt her grip, I gave her a smirk. Time to blow up a world, I guess. I was under no false impression that Megumin wouldn't go all out since there were really no consequences to her actions on this world. Ouroboros. Well, I can control her if I have to, but I kinda wanna join her in destroying a world. Might as well live out my power fantasy, right? Chapter 75, Chapter 29, Explosions. Felix. Ouroboros. I felt my surroundings shift as I was transported into a different spacetime, or rather a different dimension. I've gotten better at feeling these sorts of shifts in reality. Hopefully at some point I'll be capable of doing all of this without Odin's assistance. I looked around the area we landed in. It seems we are in a wasteland of some sort. The magicule concentration is incredibly high, far too intense to be naturally occurring magicules. To the point normal humans wouldn't be capable of surviving here. This planet really got fucked up by those angels, huh? I wonder what they did to get Veldanava to sick them on this world. Whoa. So this is a different world, huh? It seems there was some kind of battle here a while ago. I can still feel the remnant magicules in that air. It sort of feels like that of those annoying angels. Megumin said. Hey, you're right about that. This is a universe that was apparently purged by the 7 angels of origin a long, long time ago. They sound like they are quite strong, so it makes sense that their magicules can still be felt to this day. Aha, those guys are strong. I remember hearing that all of them have a power equal to that of an ultimate skill which was given to them by their creator. Huh, I didn't know that. I remember that Dino had an ultimate skill, but now you're telling me that he also has some other ability on that level. Not to mention his divinity, and I'm sure he has a god-grade weapon. Man, Veldanava was really treating his subordinates well. Then their commander Feldway is a whole other beast altogether. I remember Noir once saying that Veldanava gifted him with a body on par with that of a true dragon's. Excuse me? Can Veldanava be my sugar daddy too? But I'm sure he's no match for you, Lord Felix. Megumin boasted. I appreciate the hype, but I'm not too sure about that. Something about these angels gives me a bad feeling. And as a devil lord and true demon lord, my intuition is rarely wrong. But who knows, maybe since I'm a demon I just have an inherent dislike for angels. It wouldn't be out of the ordinary at the very least. Alright, enough of that. How about we have some fun? We can cause as much damage to this world as we want. Maybe I'll test out the limits of some of my magics. That could be fun. But first, why don't we test out your gun of mass destruction first? After that we can cause needless destruction. Theoretically each magicule bullet should have enough power to blow up a mountain. Hee, yes. Well, at least Megumin is excited. I pointed to a mountain in the distance. Why don't you shoot it at that? Though don't hold the trigger down, just tap it. She nodded as she positioned the gun properly in her hand. Once it was aimed she held the and pressed the trigger. The mechanism quickly sped up and a ton of bullets were fired before Megumin let go. Boom. Both Megumin and I looked wide-eyed at the scene of destruction. I guess I should have expected it, but still. The entire area where the mountain was located was a multiple city-sized crater. Well then. I guess that's what happens when you fire multiple mountain-busting bullets. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Can I do more, Lord Felix? Why not? It isn't like anyone calls this world home. Sure, go crazy, though leave some of the planet for me to have fun on. Yes. I decided to fly to the other side of the planet. That should be a good enough distance away that I can experiment without bugging Megumin. It took me less than 1/10 of a second to get to the other side of the planet. I ignored the wave of destruction I caused on the way. Once I descended back to the ground I could feel the planet itself shake. Just what the fuck is Megumin doing? Oh well, now what should I test? I don't want to try any of my higher tier nuclear magic spells, as those would likely crack the planet in half if not more. I know. I increased the gravity in front of me to a level where nothing could escape, whether it be light, or even magicules. I was mimicking the phenomena of gravitational collapse. I was creating a singularity. And this was no ordinary singularity, this was one I was planning to let loose to see how much it could grow. Its sheer presence was bending spacetime. It should be capable of bending any sort of emission attack away. Gravity manipulation is bullshit. The singularity was still under my control. I pushed my hand out and launched it straight ahead as I said, black hole. The black hole instantly began consuming everything around it. I watched as it consumed entire mountain ranges, remnant cities, likely from whatever society existed on this world. It didn't take very long for the black hole to consume the entire continent I was on, and it was barely growing larger due to its nature as a black hole. Ouroboros. If Earth was condensed into a black hole, how big would it be? Answer, it would be under an inch across. No wonder I didn't see it growing even with a continent's worth of mass. Once I focused my senses on it I could tell it was slowly growing a minuscule amount. Well, it's about time to wrap this experiment up. I appeared right next to the black hole. I bent the laws of reality so that it wouldn't affect me and then raised my hand in its direction. Beelzebub. A swirl of dark energy appeared and consumed the black hole whole, leaving this planet down one continent. Normally it would just consume the planet indiscriminately, but thanks to my control I was able to limit the extent of its damage. The effects of a continent vanishing off the face of the planet were apparent. I could feel earthquakes all throughout the planet due to tectonic plate movement, or that could be Megumin blowing shit up. The sea level was changing, the climate patterns were shifting as continents play a large role in shaping climate. But I decided to ignore all that, it doesn't really matter much after all. As I was flying to a different continent, I contemplated what else I should test. Maybe I can pull a Madara. Yes, I'll do that. Once I was above another landmass, I expanded my senses far enough to sense the asteroids that were near this planet. I found several suitable asteroids and then raised my hand up to the sky. I used my mastery over gravity to force a few of the asteroids together, creating a far larger asteroid. Once that was done, I began to pull it towards the planet. It wasn't large enough or fast enough to shatter the planet, but it would cause some serious damage. The asteroid was about double the size of a mountain. This asteroid is about 10 kilometers wider than the meteor that was said to have wiped out the dinosaurs. I lowered my hand and then looked upwards. I could already begin to see it coming down, and it was coming down incredibly fast. I activated thought acceleration and began to observe the meteor. I could feel the air around me beginning to heat up as the meteor got closer. Seeing as this meteor is bound to have a ton of kinetic energy and momentum, it shouldn't slow down much on its way down. Maybe I should warn Megumin. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Hey Megumin, I'm about to do something that is going to cause a ton of damage, so be careful over there. Ooh. Can I come and see? Yeah sure. It only took a couple of real-time seconds for Megumin to appear right next to me. I could tell she had activated thought acceleration as she sent me a thought communication. So what are you going to do? I smirked and pointed up. Why don't you look? Once she saw what I was doing, her mouth fell open. Whoa. I grabbed her hand and then flew us far higher up so we could get a good view of the effects of this meteor. We both lowered our thought acceleration and just watched with eager looks on our face. A few seconds later the world shook. Boom. The moment the meteor hit the ground there was a massive shockwave. I could tell there was a large amount of debris in the air around us. There were earthquakes all throughout the world, far worse than when I made the black hole. Holy shit. The temperature was scorching at this point. A normal human would have been incinerated long ago. Thermal fluctuation nullification dealt with it easily though. I expanded my senses all throughout the world to get a detailed analysis of what is happening. There were earthquakes as predicted, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, dust clouds. The land was in even more disarray than previously. The dust clouds were blocking out the light from the sun. The climate was changing. The crater that the meteor formed was over 150 kilometers wide. This is a mass extinction level event if I've ever seen one, well only if there is a species to extinguish. Notice. The amount of energy that was released from the meteor was over 15,000 times greater than that of the largest nuclear bombs ever detonated on Earth, the Tsar Bomba. The Tsar Bomba had more than 3,000 times the force of the atomic bomb and was capable of causing damage hundreds of kilometers away from its explosion point. Well shit. Awesome. Megumin squealed, Gaha, that was the biggest explosion I've ever seen. Yeah, it's the biggest I've ever seen too. If I ever do that again it's going to be with a much smaller meteor. That was definitely overkill, still badass though. I can officially say I've outdone Madara. This kinda ruined this entire trip though. It's going to be annoying to test all of our explosions out on a world like this. The dust is going to be annoying, same with the constant shaking and tsunamis. Maybe we can go to another dead world. Any other dead worlds you have, Odin? Answer. Yes. Alright, great. Let's go to another world, Megumin. This one isn't suitable to play around in anymore. Alright. I never let go of Megumin's hand throughout this. Now that I look, Megumin is even blushing. Could this be considered a date? I mean, we're both doing something we enjoy and are having fun, so I would classify this as a date, Umo. Let's resume our date, Megumin. D-date. Yup. I didn't give her a chance to respond as I transported us to another world. This one looked rather similar to the last, which makes sense seeing as what makes these worlds dead is that there is no true life on them. Who knows how such a situation occurs, but that's the requirement I gave Odin for classifying worlds as dead. Of course it is theoretically possible for life to be born on these worlds in the future, but I don't really care about that. Chapter 76, Chapter 29 Part 2. I looked at the destroyed remains of the second planet Megumin and I had our fun on. The world was cracked into multiple pieces. You could feel the intense amount of magicules all around us. I smirked and turned to Megumin. Gaha, that was fun, huh? Hee, yup. I don't get many chances to let loose like this. If I did anything like this on the Cardinal World it would become troublesome real quick. Rouge would probably also come beat me within an inch of my life. I nodded empathetically. Guy would definitely do so for trying something like this. Besides, some of the other demon lords are more than a match for the current Megumin. It's safe to say there are many obstacles to causing wanton mass destruction like this. I ended up messing around with Megumin for about 28 hours. Sadly, I didn't get to explore much of the first world. I was kinda curious about one of the worlds purged by Veldanava's angels, but I should have thought about that before bringing a massive meteor down. Anyways, Megumin and I tested out her new minigun in detail since I didn't want to go too far and have to take us to another world again. A minigun fires about 38 bullets per second, that's 2,284 bullets per minute. That's 2,284 mountain-destroying explosions per minute. That's a ton of damage. It's safe to say that the second planet we went to no longer exists, but Megumin had a good time, so it's fine. I also enjoyed causing a needless amount of mass destruction. Man, I wish I had a chance to let loose a bit. I haven't had a fight with anyone that I could call my equal since the last time I fought Malim. And even then we mostly just mess around rather than going all out. Am I a battle maniac? I think I just enjoy fights where I can go all out and grow. I guess I am a bit of a battle maniac. Maybe I can ask Vdora for a spar sometime. According to Odin, I should be capable of beating him fairly easily, but it could still be fun. Alright, let's head back. Sure, but can we do this again sometime, Master? Megumin asked with a slight blush. Gaha, sure, in fact we can make it our second date. A date where we destroy a planet. A D-date. Yes. In your face, Blanc. I gave her a fond smile. I'll take that as a yes then. Ah. Her blush deepened, cute. These primordials are weak to seduction from someone they acknowledge. I guess not having much romantic experience despite being eons old does that to someone. I wouldn't be surprised if they got laid in the past. They are eons old after all, though maybe not. They didn't have a physical body until recently and they had full control of their desires, but who knows, I'm not insecure enough to worry about their past sex partners. But still, I'm confident they don't have much experience with romance. They wouldn't be nearly as easy as they are if they did. Even Arcuade is quite weak to genuine compliments from me, and she seems the most mature of them. I just don't see it. They primarily lived in the demon realm before I summoned them, and they wouldn't acknowledge any other weaker demon as their partner. They were far too proud for that. Yes. It's a date then. Good, now grab my shoulder. Once I felt her grip on my shoulder, I activated my skill. Ouroboros. And we appeared right back where we left, though as I planned time did pass. Alright Megumin, I am going to try and upgrade your vessel a bit so that it can be on par with Arcuade's Deathman body, since I don't know when I'll get a chance to create 2 new Deathman bodies. I've already begun the process of upgrading Arcuade's Deathman body with Stardust, and I don't want Megumin and Lalatina to fall behind her. There's no need, you know, Master. My body along with Lalatina is already in the process of evolving. It is. Yup. She looked smug to have got one over me, brat. Odin, what is it evolving into? Answer. It has been detected that the Orocacalcum body is evolving into the legendary metal spoken of in only myths, High-Arocane, also known as the Divine Steel. Anything made out of it will be at the top of legend grade if not god grade. This metal also possesses a will of its own that is completely loyal to its master. It is capable of healing its body by using Magicules, and it is capable of blocking any sort of appraisal including Odin's. What the fuck? Well then I guess that's taken care of. Can you help the evolution along with Stardust, Odin? It is possible, but it is recommended to let the metal naturally evolve, as due to insufficient analysis it is unknown what effects Stardust may have on the evolution. I see, so it may speed the evolution along, but it may also prevent the evolution entirely since we don't know how this evolution works. Correct. Well, I guess I don't need to upgrade their bodies then, just Arcuade. These High-Arocane bodies will likely surpass Arcuade's body. Now she is the one who will need to catch up. Well, that's good then. I guess I don't need to upgrade your bodies. Yup. Soon enough Arcuade will be eating my dust. Maybe if you work hard enough. Anyways, I'm off to see Lalatina now. By the way, we were gone for 28 hours in case you wanted to know. Got it. I sensed Lalatina in her room, so I teleported in front of Lalatina's room and opened the door. Lalatina said in the past that there was no need to knock since she is my slave or something, it wouldn't be proper. Fucking demons. As I entered Lalatina's room, I contemplated if this interaction would inevitably go the way I expect it to, sex. I'm not complaining though, sex is sex, especially with Lalatina, the kinky little demon that she is. Chapter 77, Chapter 29 Part 3. Ah, Master. Did you come to relieve yourself with my body? I sighed, no Lalatina, though I am open to it. I came to give you the gift I got for you from that other world. Lalatina looked ecstatic, a gift? For me? Ah, this slave is unworthy. Yes, just take it. I handed her a box with my present for her. Honestly, I'm still wondering why I ended up getting her a collar. I know she will like it, but has her corruption spread this far? I could tell she figured out what exactly I gave her since the moment she opened the box a massive blush appeared on her face. I swear I saw hearts appear in her eyes for a moment, but that doesn't make sense. This isn't a hentai world after all. Ah. To think my master wanted to claim ownership over me in such a way. Sure, let's go with that. Though such an image is kinda hot. She took the collar out and held it with such reverence that I was getting uncomfortable. Just put it on Lalatina. Yes. Of course she's getting horny, I knew this would happen, though I'm not against it. She slowly clipped it onto her neck, the moment it was on Lalatina's legs shook. Yes. Of course. Well, if you can't beat them, join them. No man would refuse sex with Lalatina, she's an absolute bombshell. I stripped myself to only my underpants as I ignored the shaking Lalatina. I took a seat on her bed, legs spread. Get to work, Lalatina. Ah. Yes, master. She regained control of herself fast, but she is a spiritual life form. She quickly took off her top and pants, leaving her in just her lingerie. It seems she went with purple this time. I could hear her begin to pant as she took off my underwear, exposing my cock to the open air. Her nostrils flared as she inhaled the scent of my dick. What a slut, but she's my slut. Lalatina whimpered slightly as she approached the tip of my manhood and encased it in her warm mouth, her pouty pink lips wrapped around the ridge of my cock head. It didn't take long for Lalatina to swirl her tongue around the tip, obediently and submissively lapping up the pre-cum that was leaking from my tip. That's a good girl. I praised, causing Lalatina's movements to become even more eager. Lalatina has improved ever since our first time. Before she was relying mostly on instinct to satisfy me, now I'm sure she could outdo the most experienced of prostitutes. I continue to enjoy Lalatina's affectionate and somewhat self-indulgent blowjob. After all, she has long since loved worshipping my shaft, being the little submissive masochist that she is. Her wet tongue proceeded to expertly drag along my thick shaft, savoring its flavor while leaving loving kisses along the way. Leaving my shaft coated in her glistening saliva. She used all her knowledge of my weak points along with her own technique to bring me the most pleasure possible. Lalatina's yellow eyes met my own blue, her eyes were molten with lust with a loving and worshipful hint to them. She would go back to lick at my tip every so often to slurp up the bit of pre-cum that would leak, savoring its flavor like the little cum slut she has become. Pleasure magic has completely corrupted her by this point, not that I needed to do much. You're my convenient little fuck pet, aren't you, Lalatina? You even have an official collar declaring who your owner is. She pulled back slightly. Yes, master. I can be whatever you want me to be. I looked down at her, scorn in my eyes. Don't act as if you're doing me a favor, after all you love this, don't you? You live for this, right? If you don't answer honestly, I'll stop and go see Raiden for some relief. She's always oh so honest after all. I could see the sheer panic in her eyes, and it brought me no small amount of pleasure to see the sheer amount of control I had over Lalatina. This is a being that could snap almost every single living thing in half. This is someone who rules over million upon millions of demons, and she is here, kneeling before me worshipping my shaft. No. Yes, master, I love doing this for you. This was the reason I was ever born. Also I could come to this moment, also I could end up as your little love slave. Please don't abandon me. I gave her a pat on the head. Good girl, honest girls get rewarded. She gave me a desperate nod. Yes. I'll be your good girl. Good, now get back to work. I growled. Was I getting too into this? Nah, this is all Lalatina's fault, one would just blame Lalatina. I ignored Odin and focused on Lalatina, who immediately began throating my cock, taking me all the way to the base no matter how it felt for her. I could see the outline of my cock going down her throat, and boy was it an alluring sight. I groaned as she continued to roughly fuck herself on my cock, my audible pleasure only spurring her forward as she eagerly worked for my seed and praise. It didn't take me long for me to feel my release approaching, but I wanted to make Lalatina work for it, so I held it off, making Lalatina deep throat me for over 30 minutes. Her body could handle the abuse, so I used her for all she was worth. I decided to finish up our foreplay. I grabbed the back of her head and pushed her as far down as she could go, causing Lalatina to moan out in enrapture. She was so far down that her lips were at the root of my cock and her nose was touching my pubic bone. I groaned as I felt her tongue continue its work as Lalatina licked the underside of my cock. Feeling my release coming, I said, "Make sure to swallow it all." I couldn't understand what Lalatina said in response, but I knew it was an agreement of some kind, so I didn't bother holding back anymore as I let my release flow down her throat. I let go of Lalatina's head, causing her to pull back until her mouth was only encasing the top of my manhood. Damn slut wanted to taste my sperm rather than just let it flow down her throat. Once I was done coming, she pulled back, though not before giving my dick a thorough deep cleaning via her tongue. Once she pulled back, she looked up at me. She looked almost like a pet. I could almost see an illusionary tail wagging back and forth as she looked up at me, waiting for my praise. Good girl, Lalatina, now for your reward. How about I pound you until you're a drooling mess like usual? Lalatina's eyes became hazy as she whimpered, "Yes. Please, master. Ask and you shall receive. Why don't you show me what you are, and how much you want this, my slutty little demon?" I ordered her. I watched her with interest as she didn't even hesitate to lay on the bare floor and spread her legs for me as she panted with desire. Her ruined panties that clung to her offered her no sense of modesty. I could see a visible imprint of her sodden pussy lips, trails of wetness decorated her creamy thighs as Lalatina spread her legs wide for me to feast as much as I wished. It was between her spread thighs where my prize lay. Take it off, and don't rip it, I might keep it as a prize later, I commanded. Lalatina seemed to only grow more excited once she heard I would be keeping something to remind me of this conquest. She eagerly took her panties off and kept them on the side, leaving her lower entrance bare to my eyes. Her puffy fleshy lips were wetly presented, her soaked glittering slit slightly open with arousal. Her pretty pink pussy trembled under my gaze as I watched some of her liquid honey drip down her thighs. It was almost cute how Lalatina was whimpering in unbearable arousal. Now what do you want, Lalatina? I purred. I want it so bad, she proclaimed out loud, causing her pussy lips to clench in desire. Please see. Fuck me, master. That's a good girl, I voiced with approval. I knelt down and picked Lalatina up by her armpits and then tossed her onto the queen-sized bed she had, causing her to whimper slightly. I ripped her top down, leaving her pale breasts naked. One of my hands quickly made their way to her breasts, lightly pinching her nipples. I ignored Lalatina's moans as I continued to have my way with her. Her strawberry pink nipples were hard enough to cut glass with at this point. I gave her ample titflesh a firm grope before pulling back. I could have my fun with them later, now I just wanted to be inside of her tight little pussy. Yes. Please, master. She cheered me on as I lined my cock up with her drooling quim. I roughly sheathed myself inside Lalatina and began thrusting, not giving her a chance to adapt. The silky inner walls of her womanhood clung to my cock, her walls desperately milked me, eager for more pleasure and cum. Yes. Lalatina squealed in ecstasy as I filled every inch of her sensitive pussy, from her clenching lips all the way down to her womb. Lalatina was already approaching her climax, her tight little hole squeezing and pulling my dick deeper and deeper. Then I began using my pleasure magic, increasing her sensitivity. Lalatina came undone immediately as she came her spiritual brain out. She howled her pleasure in a long drawn-out moan as she locked her legs behind my back and began thrusting her hips back into me, eager for more. I decided not to seal away her orgasm for now. After all, I'll give her 1 or 2 releases before that so she knows exactly what she is missing. I gripped her by her sleek waist and continued to thrust into Lalatina with wild abandon, turning each of my womb-teasing thrusts into ones that pried open her most precious place, depositing slight bits of precum inside. Such a thing is normally incredibly painful for women, but that only spurs Lalatina on. Yesh. You're deep, master. Her pussy squirted out a bit more juice as I grabbed her waist more firmly and began using Lalatina like a sex doll. I thrusted her hips down into mine faster and faster, much to her audible delight. I didn't think Lalatina could get wetter, but she proved me wrong as her inner walls became easier and easier to thrust past. Coming again, Lalatina announced with a pleasurable scream. I could feel her smooth velvety walls clench down on my shaft tight enough to tear off a normal human penis. I could feel her girl cum coat my shaft and balls as Lalatina continued to moan out in rapture. My thrusts never stopped during this process as I continued to use her for my pleasure, exactly how she wanted. One of my hands drifted towards her womanhood as I began playing with her clit, much to Lalatina's surprise as she moaned her worship. Yes. I love your touch, master. I love you. And I you my slutty little pet. My words alone caused her to achieve another climax. Coming again. She squealed. I felt my own release approaching as my cock pulsed inside of Lalatina. Inside, please. Heh, as if you have a choice. I growled as I shot the first of my loads into her eager womb. The primordial of purple went crazy on my cock as she squeezed her legs around me tight enough to break most. The look on her face was delectable, the sheer enrapture on her face, her gaping mouth open in a scream of absolute ecstasy, her eyes rolled up. I looked down to her twin peaks, her nipples were hard and begging for attention. Once I was finished releasing inside of her, I pulled out, much to Lalatina's dismay, not that she could do anything in her current state. Her consecutive orgasms and my pleasure magic turned her into an absolute drooling mess. I shifted my position and slapped her face with my cock. You didn't think we were done yet, did you? Lalatina's only response was another drawn-out moan. Seeing as she was still out of it, I just thrusted my cock into her still open mouth and began using her like a fleshlight. Heh, a fun night indeed. Chapter 78, Chapter 29, Part 4. Mariable Rosso. Mariable was a reincarnated human. In her former life she dominated Europe, she manipulated the economy at will, and even war was just a pawn in her plans. Bullets rained down on the battlefield, women cried for their spouses and children, people murdered their own kind. She created a hell that was bathed in blood all so that her ambitions could be fulfilled. And she succeeded. She lived her dream life until she eventually died of old age. Even now she lived a similar lifestyle. On paper she may be the princess of a small kingdom, but her influence was anything but small. She was the princess of a prestigious clan, the clan that ruled the Western nations as their overlords. This was a world plagued by monsters and demon lords. Most kingdoms couldn't afford to casually wage war against each other for resources. After all, they had true threats to humanity to worry about. Due to this, the Western Council was formed to make sure humanity was strong enough to survive in this world, and it was all formed by a single man, Grand Bel Rosso, the Grand Elder of the Rosso family. Grand Bel Rosso single-handedly controlled the entire Western nations. Even a princess under his direct lineage would be unable to meet him. Her siblings were unable to meet him. But of course she was different. Her unique skill, greed, was one no man could underestimate. Her intense desire to dominate is what manifested this skill. Her greed originated from the 7 deadly sins of men. It belonged to the so-called Sin Series skills according to her grandfather. These Sin Series skills were special even amongst their own kind. They represented their users' desires. She was born the strongest among the Rosso. She was born with the ability to dominate other living beings. She could see through anyone's desires. The more they desire, the easier it was for Mari able to control them through their desires. And everyone had some sort of desire. There were 2 ways this could be done. First, she could use her own desires to overcome that of someone else's, causing the 2 to agree on a goal and become allies. Of course, there was a drawback to this method. It could only be used during conversation and other long interactions. She needed to try multiple times for this to have an effect. The second method was far faster. She just had to use her unique skill, greed, to forcefully dominate her target. She would inject all her desire and destroy the targets while turning them into a walking puppet. Of course, such a thing was still dangerous as it could take a few seconds to do. Against a true demon lord like Rimuru, she would be wary. After all, he should theoretically be a match for her. But this demon lord Felix should be easy. After all, she will be bringing a bodyguard with her to this festival, an A-rank bodyguard boosted by her greed. However, she learned firsthand that greed could be resisted. She imagined that if she tried to deceive her grandfather back then, he would have had her removed. Of course, she did not believe this demon lord was on the level of her grandfather. Then there was the Chaos Dragon she would have close by, a dragon even that God feared. Besides, if things went wrong, she could always use her trump card. She heard a knock on the door. "You may come in," she intoned. The door opened and she was met with an older-looking man and a young black-haired man. It seems it was time for the meeting to begin. She turned to the elderly man, Johann Rostja, one of the financial backers of the Freedom Guild, and the Duke of the Kingdom of Rostja. Of course, he was also a descendant of Grand Bel Rosso. He was also the current elder brother of the King of Rostja. Of course, Johann himself held a far more powerful position as one of the elders behind the Western Council. They were currently gathered in the Kingdom of Silt Rosso, her kingdom. The location was perfect to fool the Western Council as they had their espionage organization located here, the best espionage in the entire West. The Silt Foreign Investigation Bureau. This organization's focus was beyond the petty disputes of humans. No, it was focused on the bigger threat, monsters and demon lords. Every single agent was as strong as a B-rank adventurer at minimum. They were the elite among the elite. With such a force guarding this kingdom, infiltration was nigh impossible. That was the reason this place was chosen for their meetings. "Begin your report," she said. Yuki immediately began. "Okay. It seems Demon Lord Rimuru has grown more wary of me as his contact with me has been far less than before. Of course, this could be due to him being caught up with Demon Lord affairs, but that is unlikely. He likely suspects that I had something to do with Hinata ambushing him, but nothing more. Can you not come up with an excuse?" questioned Johann. "I can try, but what if it doesn't work? Rimuru is a bona fide Demon Lord, someone even I would not want to fight. If I get on his bad side, it would be like stepping on a tiger's tail," Yuki replied. It was good that Yuki was not hiding this information. Johann may be superior to Yuki in status, but they had an equal business relationship as both sides stood to profit. The council funded the Freedom Association, and in return the association accepted the tasks the council assigned them. Of course, Yuki knew who truly held the power here. After all, without the funding of the council, the association would fall quickly. "Not even you can beat that demon lord?" asked Johann. Yuki snorted. "Don't joke about that. He has over 100 A-rank personnel, not to mention that Demon Lord Felix may also send help. It is unknown what Demon Lord Felix's forces are truly composed of, as any spy that is sent is quickly found and killed. He must have some extremely competent subordinates or be extremely competent himself, likely both." "I see, that is wise then. But did you know that the Grand Elder has been inconvenienced because of you and your plan, Yuki?" "Indeed, Yuki is the one who allied with Clayman and set up the rise of 2 new Demon Lords. If his plan succeeded, they would have been able to trade with the East with far more ease than before, but because it failed." Yuki sighed. "You can't expect me to know everything. Who would have known that Rimuru would be so strong, or that the Demon Lord Felix wasn't even present in Tempest during the attack? But still. Why are you unable to defeat him, Yuki?" she asked. "It is not possible. Fighting one of those 2 demon lords would be difficult, let alone Vdora's possible interference." Vdora is a being no human is capable of besting. She nodded in understanding. Another reason to focus on Demon Lord Felix first. Vdora will be a pain to deal with, so she will first get one Demon Lord under her thrall. After that they can come up with a plan to get Demon Lord Rimuru alone and deal with him. Allying with Demon Lord Rimuru was a last resort, their ideals conflicted after all. He wanted humans to thrive and get along with monsters while she wanted to dominate everything. She hoped to remove gold as the universal currency and shift it into paper. She wanted each nation to have their own individual currency whose worth could be determined by that nation's power. And of course this power would be determined by the council, or rather the 5 great elders. Weaker nations would be taxed heavily or be forced to perform military service. Through legal means they could be converted into vassals of stronger nations. The foundation for such a plan had been built up already, but because of Demon Lord Rimuru and his rapid expansion it was all coming undone. I see, then I shall bring this Demon Lord Felix under control, and then Rimuru and Vdora can be swiftly dealt with. She proclaimed. So you really plan to control a Demon Lord? Asked Johann. Yes. She answered. How terrifying, though you managed to control Yuki here even though he could rival Hinata the Saint when going all out. And statistically speaking there should be a chance for him to defeat Demon Lord Rimuru. She smirked. Yuki had too much ambition, he was fairly easy to control all things considered. He hasn't even realized I am controlling him, he likely thinks all of this is voluntary. Indeed. What a terrifying ability. She could tell Johann was fearful of her greed being used on him. He was not incorrect for having that fear. If I may. She turned towards Yuki. Yes, Yuki. She asked. You plan to control Demon Lord Felix White with your ability, yes? She smirked. Even when directly talking about her ability to control others, Yuki could not make the simple connection that maybe he too was being controlled. She nodded. Yes, I plan to lure him alone at some point during the festival. Yuki nodded in understanding. I won't question your intelligence by asking if you have a backup plan in case he is stronger than we think. But if I may share my idea. It may help us with multiple goals. Now she was interested. Yuki was an incredibly intelligent man, his only flaw was his ambition. She nodded. Go ahead. You have the Chaos Dragon under control, so why not make use of it? You can have it attack in the middle of the festival, it is more than strong enough to handle all of Rimuru's forces. The only possible match for it is Rimuru himself or Felix White should he be stronger than reported. Such a plan would work. The Chaos Dragon is strong enough to easily break through the barriers Tempest has placed along those roads they created along with the barriers placed around the capital itself. As long as the Chaos Dragon could cause sufficient damage it would also prevent Tempest's rapid expansion, and it will ruin Tempest's reputation in the eyes of others. She can also use the chaos that such an attack will cause to get Felix White's attention and dominate him swiftly with no one realizing otherwise. However, Yuki is forgetting one thing. What about Vdora? Yuki shook his head. Vdora will not be able to go all out or he risks destroying all of Tempest and everything Rimuru has worked for. We know that Rimuru has somehow tamed the Storm Dragon, so he will not order him to intervene until it is safe to do so. During that time you can accomplish your goals. I know Rimuru, he will not risk his people's lives unless it is his last choice. He will attempt to fight off the Chaos Dragon first. She smirked. Yes, this plan will work. Her grandfather may not approve but the results will speak for themselves. As the meeting was wrapping up she said. Don't reveal what we talked about today to anyone. Of course not, I do not want to die just yet. Johann whispered, causing her to smirk. Yuki Kagurazaka. Yuki knew the plan he had suggested would cause a large loss of life, but it would all be worth it. The Chaos Dragon was far stronger than Mariable could imagine. In a 1 versus 1 with Rimuru against it he would bet on the Chaos Dragon. Hopefully this plan of his works in his favor. If it doesn't kill Rimuru then it will weaken his political power and will weaken his overall forces. Not to mention it will sate Kigali. He's been having trouble giving her excuses why not to attack any of the demon lords directly. Felix. I gave Lalatina a slap on the ass, causing her to moan as I got up. Last night was wild. We went at it until the sun was up and I didn't want to go further since I had stuff to do today. I plan to visit Arcuade first to see how everything is going, and then visit Rimuru if I have time. If I don't then I'll just head straight to the Ice Continent to see Guy, a meeting I'm finding myself somewhat excited for. Maybe I can ask him for a spar. He seems to be the type to find amusement in such a challenge. I don't doubt that he would try to kill me if I disappoint, but I doubt such a situation will happen. I can copy some of his skills if I get the chance to without risking my own being copied thanks to the cheat that is Odin. It's a few hours before noon currently, so Arcuade should be in her office. I double-checked and she is indeed there. I snap my fingers and appear in her office. I noticed there was a dark elf standing next to Arcuade taking some work from Arcuade. Ah. My lord. She turned towards the dark elf who immediately understood as she gave both of us a bow and left. Arcuade turned to look back at me. I thought you were enjoying your time with Lalatina. Arcuade asked with a serene smile. Of course she knows. I had my fun with her, she's currently resting, so leave her be for a bit. Arcuade smirked. I see, it is expected that she was not able to fully last. Would you like me to satisfy you, my lord? I shook my head. Ordinarily I'd love to be balls deep in Arcuade, but today I am a dedicated man, I will get this shit done. Not right now, maybe later when I'm back from visiting Guy. Hearing what I said at the end, Arcuade became serious. I see, so you will be visiting Rouge today then? She asked. Yup, I just wanted to see if everything is going smooth on your end before I go. How are the ideas I've given you been going? I know it's only been a few days since then. Arcuade gave me a pleased smile. Your ideas were magnificent, my lord. Ever since we have announced that those who join the military will be trained in magic and other useful skills, there has been a boom in recruitment. I nodded. That's good. What about the other ideas? I of course was referencing the cultivation style reward system. We have also spread some rumors about the magic and weapon center you suggested. There are multiple levels to it, with the 2 highest floors allowing access to a single unique grade equipment of their choice, or a magic spell of a similar tier. I nodded. I see, and what rank did you and Megumin set for access to that floor? First lieutenant for the lower tier unique grade equipment and spells, and then captain for the higher tier ones. Arcuade answered. I see, good work then. I praised. We can offer higher ranked weapons if necessary at a later date. I am glad that you are satisfied, my lord. Arusiad said with a proud smile. I nodded. All right, I'm going to visit Rimuru for a little bit and then head off to see Guy. I should be fine, so don't worry. Arcuade nodded, though I could see a hint of worry in her eyes. How cute. I shall await your return then, my lord. And with that I teleported to Tempest. Chapter 79, Chapter 30, Ice Continent. Felix. Hey, get shit on Rimuru. I taunted as I finished him off. Gah. Damn it, Felix. Rimuru yelled. Ha ha ha. You just need to get good, Rimuru. Vdora joined in as we continued our button-mashing session. Boomo. Vdora is right. Melim agreed. Shortly after I arrived in Tempest, I showed Rimuru and Vdora the Nintendo Switch I brought. Vdora was especially excited to play some games. We ended up choosing Smash for now, though Mario Kart was also on the table. Melim showed up shortly after, since I sent her a thought communication telling her to get here for games. Though just to be safe, I had Odin use material creation to alter the device and all its controllers with superior materials to survive our strength. All the poor adventurers around the world would likely whinge if they learned I made a legend-grade item for the purpose of entertainment. I'm sure Fry is mad, but not my problem. Ramaris was busy with stuff in the dungeon. Who knew the little pixie could be hard-working? I was currently playing as Greninja, Melim was Sonic, while Vdora was Yoshi. I quickly got Melim locked into a combo and juggled her before finishing her off, since we were all on our last life. Gah. Felix. I ignored Melim and focused on Vdora. It's just me and you now, Vdora. I shouted. Indeed. This will be a clash spoken of in legends. I nodded seriously. This clash would be legendary, true dragon versus demon in the most intense of games. Rah. Vdora yelled as he charged towards me. Hey, this would be easy. Gahaha, you lost, Felix. Rimuru taunted. How was I supposed to know Vdora would hit me with the most bullshit of juggles? I believe that is called a skill issue, Felix. Added Vdora. Fucking dickhead, see if I go easy on him when we inevitably spar. I will have my revenge. Still, it's probably about time for me to leave. Before I could speak up, though, we heard a knock. Come in, Shuna, said Rimuru. Heh, my plan succeeded. Rimuru finally got laid. When I first showed up, I made sure to give him the bro eyes, the eyes any bro can immediately recognize. Of course he gave me a smirk back, and so I knew my plan had succeeded. Ah, I really am the best wingman to ever wing. The door opened and in came the beautiful Shuna dressed in her usual Miko outfit. She gave us all a bow and then turned to Rimuru. Lord Rimuru, Diablo has returned from his mission. She eyed Rimuru for a moment before Rimuru seemed to understand the message. Ah, it's fine to talk about it here, Shuna. She nodded. The kingdom of Falmouth has been conquered and its new king is now Yum Farmanas, as the kingdom has been renamed to Farmanas. Rimuru's eyes widened ever so slightly. Men already. Diablo sure works quickly. As expected of the primordial of my lineage. He would shame me if he was incompetent. Diablo is requesting to brief you in person. Should I tell him to do so later? Asked Shuna. Rimuru looked at us. I waved him off. Do what you gotta do, Vdora. Melim and I can mess around while you deal with Diablo. For some reason that doesn't make me feel as good as it should. Ah, he's learning that whenever he isn't around we do stupid shit. If anything, Rimuru is our chaperone, making sure we don't do anything too crazy. Party pooper. He sighed. Alright Shuna, send him in and then we can go to my office. Shuna nodded, at which point Diablo appeared in the middle of the room. He bowed towards Rimuru. Ah, Lord Rimuru, it still brings me joy to see you in such good health still. I wish I never needed to part from you. Alright, that's enough Diablo. You sound like some abandoned lover. For real, for a second I wondered if Rimuru made Diablo swap to his female gender or something. Unique skill, Tempter has been analyzed. Unique skill, Seeker has been analyzed. Damn, Diablo has 2 unique skills. Good work Odin. Rimuru then left the room and was followed by Shuna and Diablo. I turned to Malim and Vdora, who were already looking at me expectantly with a smirk. These guys knew the drill. How about we go mess around now? Maybe we can start by bullying Gobta. Gaha, yes my brother. Let's go. Said Vdora. Malim just nodded enthusiastically. Ugh, anyways, as fun as this has been, I gotta go now. I said. It's been about an hour since Rimuru went to deal with Diablo, it only took him about 20 minutes to return. He of course found us holding Gobta upside down while asking him for money. Yes, we were mugging Gobta. Vdora wanted to reenact some scene from a manga he was reading and it sounded fun. Rimuru of course put a stop to it like the party pooper he is. To visit Guy. Rimuru added. I nodded. Yup. Ooh. You're gonna go see Guy. Can I come? Pretty please. I sighed, of course Malim was gonna be like this. No Malim, you can come next time if there is a next time. I didn't want Malim to come and ruin my chances of getting a one-on-one with Guy. I want his skills, damn it. Ugh, fine. But you owe me cake. Malim added. Sure, whatever you want. Phew, now that she's off my back I don't need to worry about much. I turned to look at Vdora and was surprised by his reaction. He was slightly pale. You good Vdora? That got his attention. Ah, cough yup. Guy definitely hasn't fought and killed me before, that's definitely my imagination. If I don't remember it then it didn't happen. Was Vdora that traumatized that he blocked that memory out? Holy shit, I wonder what he did. Probably something stupid like attacking the ice continent. I heard he was quite the troublemaker before meeting Rimuru. Aha, sure buddy, we'll go with that. Anyways I'm off, see you guys. I said. See ya. Don't cause trouble. I don't want Guy showing up here looking for you. That isn't very likely. I think. Felix will be fine, as long as he doesn't piss Guy off, and even then he should be able to hold his own now. Boom. And if he causes you trouble, call me Felix. Maybe we can jump him together. The thought of Malim and I jumping Guy was an amusing one, though likely not something that would ever be put into practice. Sure Malim. I responded, hiding my smile. Vdora was still out of it, so he just gave a half-hearted goodbye. Dude has some serious trauma. I went ahead and analyzed one of the new skills Odin got from Diablo. Tempter is frankly busted. For one, it has thought domination, which basically allows Diablo to control others. It can allow for subtle manipulation or full-on mind control. Along with that, it has the extra skill, Charm, as a sub-skill, the same charm that I copied from Luminous. Tempter had another sub-skill called Solicitation, but that doesn't hold a candle to the sub-skill that truly makes this skill busted. Temptation World is a world system skill, just like the one Sukuna possesses, except this one focuses on manipulating and twisting reality. It allows him to twist the truth of anything inside this virtual world and swap it with reality. This is basically reality warping. Of course this is limited by Diablo's magical capacity. But it still has an absurd amount of potential. Considering the fact that I think Arcuade, Lalatina, and Megumin each individually have a good chance of beating Diablo still, I have come to the conclusion that all the primordials are monsters. Umo. Diablo's second unique skill, Seeker, has thought acceleration, chant annulment, law manipulation, and all of creation, so it isn't as combat focused. But still incredibly useful. I'm sure Odin will find a use for the data from those skills at some point. But enough stalling, time to go. I snapped my fingers and teleported to the ice continent. Seeing as it is in my sensing range, I thankfully didn't have to fly there. Chapter 80, Chapter 30 Part 2. The moment I arrived I could see blizzards all around me. The temperature was far below freezing. Notice. It is detected that the environment of the ice continent is due to the frost dragon Velzard releasing her aura. Got it, thanks Odin. I expanded my senses to figure out what's going on, and I wasn't surprised to sense two absolutely massive auras at the center of the continent. That must be Guy and his partner Velzard. She is far, far stronger than Vdora, even I wouldn't want to fight her. I also sensed multiple demons around the continent, though excluding Guy himself, Rain and Misery the strongest were only archdemons, so nothing I need to bother with. Still, I was surprised by the amount of demons I sensed. It was far below what I was expecting for a primordial who ruled a continent to have under them. As it was, I could sense only a few thousand demons on this continent. The majority were greater demons, but at least 30% of them were archdemons. Still, even this force is extremely intimidating for most. Guy really isn't playing, huh? It's no wonder humanity is shit scared of him. A force of archdemons that large could single-handedly destroy any human country that doesn't have a champion, hero, or someone at that level. The ice continent itself was about twice as large as Australia, so it is quite large, especially seeing as my territory is about half the size of Australia. Well, time to face the music, I guess. I whispered. I quickly flew to where I sensed Guy at. Once I arrived, I could see a castle made of ice. And damn, does that look nice. It had an ice dragon of swords covering the top, and it was quite large. Guy has some style. Once I touched down on the ground, I looked to where I sensed Misery and Rain coming from. It took them mere moments to arrive in front of me and curtsy. Misery looked up and said, "Welcome, Demon Lord Felix White-sama." That's a mouthful. Would you please follow us? Rain asked politely. I nodded and followed them into the ice castle. Once inside, I was met with a long corridor made of ice. At the end, I could see a massive gate that was being guarded by some evolved trolls of some kind. I could sense about 40 archdemons past those gates. Once we were at the gate, the trolls slowly opened it. Lord of Darkness, Demon Lord Guy Crimson-sama, we bear a message. Usurper of Black, Demon Lord Felix White-sama has arrived. Declared Misery. Holy shit, that was dramatic. I ignored the demon standing to the side of the room and looked straight at Guy, who was lounging on his throne with a smirk. A guy who is in his female form, and man is she attractive. She had the beautiful crimson hair she had in her male forms, large breasts and a thin waist. Is it me, or is everyone of sufficient strength in this world attractive? I looked to her side. So that's the true dragon Velzard, huh? She's incredibly beautiful with her whitish silver hair, frosty blue eyes and a rockin' body. She seems awfully close to Guy. Are they fucking? If so, damn, Guy really scored. Now that I was closer to Velzard, I could sense the sheer amount of magicule she was giving off. It was greater than both mine and Guy's. True dragons are walking cheats, I tell you. She had an ultimate skill of her own as well. I followed Rain and Misery as they led me to Guy. There were 6 archdemons that stood out from the rest. They stood further out from the wall and more towards the center of the room. They were a bit stronger than the others too. They must be the lieutenants of Misery and Rain. We walked right past them until I was in front of Guy's throne. The 2 maids turned and gave me a curtsy before standing beside Guy and Velzard. Hee, long time no see, my friend, the Usurper of Black, Demon Lord Felix White. Ugh, I might just die from the cringe. What's up, Guy? Lookin' good today. My response only seemed to amuse Guy. She smirked. Heh, I wouldn't mind if you wish to partake in my body, you know. That's the entire reason I am appearing in this far less combat-efficient form. Of course, that's what Guy focuses on. Maybe we can talk about that later, Guy. I answered. After all, I'm here to learn more about Guy and copy her skills, not to fuck. Though maybe I can do both. I know Seiko, Raiden, Arcuade, and Lalatina won't mind. I've already brought this up with each of them after all. This is a world where strength matters most. Those who are strong can do what they want, or at least that's what Arcuade said, and I couldn't disagree with her either. I don't particularly mind a one and done either, though I'm not opposed to a more permanent relationship either, though in that case I wouldn't want Guy sleeping with anyone else who isn't a lover of mine. I'm selfish and hypocritical like that. I can accept my flaws. So this is the demon you were interested in him, Guy? Commented Velzard. I gave her a wink. I wouldn't mind your interest either, you know. She gave a light giggle. And a flirt too. I can see why you get along with him, Guy. Is it me, or was there some venom at the end? Oh well, none of my business. Gaha, a flirt indeed. Thank you for responding to my invitation. So how have you been since the Walpurgism? Guy asked as she rose up off her throne and approached me. I ignored her question as I dodged her incoming kiss. I sighed. Didn't I say we'd discuss that later, Guy? I'd prefer it if I wasn't sexually harassed right now. I ignored the glare I was getting from Velzard. Can't she see that this is clearly Guy on the offensive? Be angry at him. Ugh, I really don't want to get involved in this bothersome love triangle. Even if both Velzard and Guy are hot, it just isn't worth it. Fucking women. If you like Guy, just tell him or her. No need to go through the song and dance that I'm pretty sure has been going on for thousands of years if she is still glaring at me for something obviously not 100% my fault. Haha, you're no fun. But fine, I invited you here to talk about something anyway. Guy said. Guy turned to Velzard. Will you be joining us? She looked thoughtful before shaking her head. No, my curiosity has been satisfied. Though do let me know once you are finished with your discussion. Guy nodded and then looked at me. Let's talk elsewhere. I nodded. She led me to a higher section of the castle, one that was open air. Thankfully the blizzard wasn't particularly annoying, seeing as my nullifications easily negated the blizzard's effects. I took a sip of the wine Misery had served me. So why did you invite me here? Chapter 81, Chapter 30 Part 3. I took a sip of the wine Misery had served me. So why did you invite me here? She swirled his drink as she looked seriously at me. I invited you to ask something. What is your motive? I looked at her confused. My motive? Ha. No one recruits 3 primordials and a legion of demons for no reason. Such a force is capable of making this very world tremble. Ah, oops. I guess my intentions could be misunderstood. It looks like I'm getting ready for war or something. Even though I keep reminding myself I sort of forgot what a large deal the primordials are. I rubbed the back of my head awkwardly. Well about that. Guy looked at me astonished. You don't mean to tell me you didn't name those 3 for no reason, right? Ahaha, well that sorta just happened. Arcuade recommended her friends and I just sorta went with the flow. After all, why would I reject having a primordial in my service? So you mean to tell me that you have no intention to expand your territory? No sudden urges to destroy humanity or something? There were a few demon lords like that, so I sent Misery and Rain to put them down. That doesn't surprise me. Nope, I'm just sorta having fun recruiting strong subordinates, kinda like a game, you know. Seeing how strong of a force I can create. Though if someone attacks or provokes me, then I plan to make full use of my new subordinates. I said, looking seriously into Guy's eyes. She smirked. As is your right as a demon lord, as long as you don't cause harm to humanity unprovoked, I won't have an issue. There was something that was bugging me. Why do you care so much about humanity, Guy? Not only that you actively go out of your way to protect them. As the first demon lord, I would have thought you would be all for the destruction of humanity. Guy looked thoughtful for a moment before saying, well, that's because I'm the mediator. The mediator? She took another sip. It is a role assigned to me by Veldanava. Originally it was to be the spokesperson of Veldanava himself as well as help maintain the current world balance so war does not break out between the races leading to the world's destruction. I nodded, so he wasn't really an ally of humanity specifically, he just wanted to make sure Veldanava's world wasn't destroyed by infighting, if he could consider a war between races infighting. Now I know what Guy seemed to be concerned about, slowly amassing a formidable force. I see, how did he get you to do that then? He beat me and instead of serving him he told me to be the mediator, and so it is what I have done for the last 20,000 years. Man, 20,000 years is no joke, that's a period of time I can't even comprehend. Heh, so if I beat you then I can make you serve me? I asked in a teasing tone. She smirked. Sure, that's if you can beat me though. Haha, maybe one day, I'm not eager to have a fight to the death with you. I responded. She gave me a seductive smile. Heh, I'll be looking forward to that day then, maybe I can get you to serve me. I wouldn't be so sure about your victory in such a scenario. I taunted. Maybe I could lead this into a spar. She raised a brow. Oh. Do you believe yourself to be equal to me? Why don't we find out? We can have a friendly spar, no stakes involved. I've been looking for a challenge, messing around with Malim just isn't the same as a real fight. If you are capable of entertaining Malim then I suppose I can see what you are made of. It has been a few centuries since I've had a good fight anyway. I think the last was against Leon, and even that just consisted of me toying with him. Guy said as she shifted into her male form. Poor Leon. There we go, this form is far more combat efficient. That other form isn't bad, but it's best for agility and maneuverability. Guy commented. Now that you're ready, how about we fight somewhere else? After all, it would be a shame if this beautiful castle of yours got destroyed. He sighed. Yeah, Velzard would probably be annoyed. We can go to the edge of my territory, that should be far enough that this area won't be affected as long as we place barriers. I nodded and allowed him to teleport me with a snap of his fingers. Like Guy said, we were on the very edge of the ice continent. I could sense some demons running away from this area, likely from having sensed Guy and I appearing nearby. He snapped his fingers again and placed another barrier around us, one that expands the space inside of the barrier while also keeping what happens inside the barrier from affecting the outside. The interior of the barrier was about as large as the entire ice continent. Though since this barrier isn't meant to keep people out, it is fairly easy to enter it. Weapons or no weapons? Guy asked. Let's do no weapons. I wanted to see how strong Guy really was with just his inherent abilities, no armor, no weapons. Hey, alright. He took his stance. Odin, you're making sure he can't copy my skills, right? Affirmative. Hey, great. Guy's in for a surprise if he tries to copy my skills. I gave him a nod and instantly appeared in front of him with my fist aimed for his face. My fist was coated in my aura and magicule, so Guy did not underestimate it. He cleanly dodged my incoming fist before jumping back. I quickly sidestepped one of Guy's attacks, not bothering with paying further attention to the nuclear magic he just fired at me. Guy dashed in front of me at speeds unseeable to the naked eye, though that wasn't enough to catch me off guard as I made sure to avoid each of his punches, not wanting to risk being affected with something. I teleported to the side as I avoided another beam of nuclear magic. He was utilizing the magicules coating his fists to cast magic, so he was able to cast magic while he was throwing punches at me. While that was interesting, it wasn't anything special. I smirked. I could tell this would be a fun fight. Hemalim would be jealous. We met fist for fist, kick for kick, almost in a routine of sorts. As we continued to test each other's strength, we gradually increased the power behind our blows before we simultaneously jumped back. Gaha, this is the most fun I've had in a long time and we haven't even gotten serious yet. Guy yelled with an excited look on his face. Hey, then how about we take it up a notch? I offer. This reminds me of those long-gone days where Rudra and I would clash for hours on end. Rudra is the first true hero and Guy's rival, right? I guess I should take that as a compliment. You haven't fought anyone strong in a while then, have you? I ask. Nope. Hey, well then I'll give you a good fight. Now let's dance. I exclaim. I take to the skies and quickly form a few spheres of compressed space. I aim them towards Guy. Archangel shoot down. We still have the kitty gloves on, so I might as well see how these magics I created do in a real fight, though testing them against Guy might have been a bit pointless. I'm proven right when Guy simply slaps the balls away with his aura-coated hand. Ha! I expected more from you, Felix. Guy taunted. I'm just getting started. I respond. Unfortunately, Guy doesn't give me the chance to cast my next magic as he generated an abyss core and then crushed it, causing it to release a dark light. Fuck, he used Death Streak. A nuclear magic that bypasses all physical and magical defenses while killing everything it touches. It can even destroy souls. It releases a dark light since it agitates spirit rounds, which causes the spirit rounds to release radiation, which is what the dark light is. Chapter 82, Chapter 30, Part 4. Fuck, he used Death Streak. A nuclear magic that bypasses all physical and magical defenses while killing everything it touches. It can even destroy souls. It releases a dark light since it agitates spirit rounds, which causes the spirit rounds to release radiation, which is what the dark light is. According to RQA, Death Streak is the magic Guy used to become a true demon lord. I assume Guy used this in a casual fight since he felt like I could handle it, and he would be correct. The best way to counteract Death Streak is with a Death Streak of your own. I quickly generated an abyss core and crushed it, and then guided the agitated spirit rounds to release the dark light in the direction of Guy's own attack, resulting in a stalemate. I of course could have also just consumed the dark light with Beelzebub, but I want to have a bit of fun too. Relying on my ultimate skill to no-sell everything when it isn't necessary is boring. Of course I could immediately tell that this wasn't Guy's entire plan. My worries were proved correct when I sensed Guy appear behind me. Calamity Claw. And for the first time in a very long time, my extra skill, Ultra Instinct, warned me of danger to my being. Notice. The art Calamity Claw carries an intense poison property capable of corroding the mind the moment it impacts. Hey, unfortunately for Guy, his attack would never land. I turned to look at the confused Guy as his hand refused to budge and hit me. Of course he almost immediately realized the issue. Spatial manipulation, huh? And from your ultimate skill at that, I guess it's time to take off the kitty gloves then. He said before backing off. I have just the skill to deal with spatial manipulators like you, Felix. Don't prove my praise wrong by dying here. Guy said with a dark grin. Is he a battle maniac? Ha! As if I'd die so easily. I began relying on Satinel as I increased my power by slowly giving into my wrath. Of course I could still control myself perfectly thanks to Odin. There was just a slightly red tint to my mind. I could feel myself get stronger as I let my anger flow through me. Guy seemed to have sensed it too as he muttered, Satinel. He knows then. Unfortunately, that information isn't quite enough to determine if he copied Satinel from Malim. All I know is that if he has Satinel, this is gonna be a long fight. All of a sudden I sense the spirit rounds all around Guy begin to go wild. How the hell is he controlling them to this level? Even I would need to rely almost completely on Odin to even come close to this feat. Did he have a skill like Odin? If he does, that will increase his threat level by multiple magnitudes. He waved his hand towards me and immediately the spirit rounds followed his commands and began to bombard me. I immediately increased my thought acceleration. Spirit rounds are capable of ignoring space altogether, making them easily pass through any kind of barriers. It's even capable of ignoring infinity, so I need to take this seriously. A thought my Ultra Instinct agreed with. Ultimate skill, Metatron, Lord of Purity, has been analyzed. I'm not surprised that it's an ultimate skill, an extremely powerful one too. Its main purpose is purifying energy. It's quite similar to holy magic in fact. At least that lays some of my worries to rest. If he had an Odin-like skill of my own I would be incredibly wary of him. This skill also allows the user an extremely high level of control over spirit runs. It's due to this that its full potential cannot be unleashed without causing mass amounts of destruction. With this skill, Guy is capable of casually sending beams with the same properties as disintegration. On top of that, the beams lock onto his opponents. It's practically a sure hit kill technique for most. I had a plan to deal with the bombardment of spirit runs relatively easily. I raised my palm in the direction of the incoming spirit runs. Beelzebub. A large swirl of darkness appeared and consumed all of the attacking spirit runs. Beelzebub can eat anything, even a universe if given the time. An ultimate skill for an ultimate skill. Oh. So you are the wielder of gluttony then? I decided not to correct him. He may grow interested in Rimuru if he learns who truly awakened this skill. It's probably best for now if Guy isn't too interested in Rimuru. How interesting. I'm not capable of analyzing or copying this skill of yours. He commented with a smirk. So he's just going to outright admit it then. He snapped his fingers and a couple hundred spheres of compressed space appeared behind him. You called this Archangel Shoot Down? Thank you, this spell will be fairly useful to deal with those no-name mucks who challenge me. Of course he copied it, though that's not a big deal. I'm quite certain he could probably already do something similar to Archangel Shoot Down. No biggie as long as he doesn't get my skills. Only I'm allowed to copy skills. Yes, I'm a hypocrite like that. Ha. I expected more from you, Guy. I taunted him with the same words he said to me. Of course this only served to tick Guy off. I easily dealt with the incoming balls of compressed space by simply using Ouroboros to negate them. Guy's going to have a tough time if he wants to harm me with spatial attacks. Hey, I know just what magic to use. I haven't had a chance to use this in actual combat, so this will be a good time to use it. I snapped my fingers, creating a localized gravitational field disruption, creating an artificial black hole. At the same time I created a barrier encompassing Guy, and the artificial black hole extended all the way up into space. Odin, help me out here. Affirmative. While Odin was reinforcing the barrier, making sure Guy couldn't just break the barrier to escape my attack, I made sure to control the black hole. It took mere milliseconds for the spell to be ready as I let go of my control of the black hole, causing it to explode upwards thanks to the barrier containing the blast. I noticed Guy erect a multi-dimensional barrier around himself which should protect him from my attack. Well, at least I got to try out gravity collapse in actual combat, I guess. The black hole's explosion resembled that of a supernova. It was truly magnificent. Once the attack was finished, I could see Guy standing right where he was before the spell went off with a smirk on his face. Arrogant shit. Before he even had a chance to react, I dispelled the barrier around him and teleported closer. Why don't you eat my red? I yelled as I formed a supercharged red. I didn't want to show off hollow purple. After all, I do want to keep some of my abilities secret. Guy's eyes widened as he tried to block red, but it was no use. After all, red's primary ability is its repulsion. Guy was sent flying. As that happened, I severed the space between Guy and his arm, cutting his arm off. Guy tried to resist with his own manipulation of space, but he just wasn't at my level when it comes to that. Of course that wasn't able to keep him down for long as he appeared in front of me at speeds close to that of light, his fist coated in an extremely pure energy and spirit runs, easily bypassing my infinity. I met his fist with my own, which was coated in pure stardust, not as much energy as Guy's own fist was coated in, but I was being careful with stardust. The moment our fists met, we were both sent flying back to the opposite ends of the barrier. I took a look at my now missing hand as it quickly regenerated, though it seemed to a bit slower than it should be. I assume Guy took the same amount of damage, if not more. Spirit runs and holy power are not to be fucked with, they can even affect my regeneration. Chapter 83, Chapter 30, Part 5. I smirked as I looked back at Guy. The two of us had been exchanging blows for several hours now, though neither of us had received much damage. Sometimes I would land a stray punch, other times Guy would. Our wounds were already completely healed with infinite regeneration. Our clothing is also quite damaged at this point, and that's saying something, seeing as both of our outfits were god-grade equipment created with material creation. Of course my energy levels were still topped off. Hey, why don't I give him a taste of his own medicine? Let's see how he liked dealing with those annoying spirit runs. I pull on the faith of my subordinates and begin to cast the holy magic disintegration, except I focus the magic into my arm. All of this takes place within milliseconds. I hold my arm to my side and then swing it as if my arm is a sword. Excalibur. I yell out. A large beam of pure light was sent out from my arm towards Guy. The beam I just sent was capable of disintegrating someone down to their very soul. Yes, I wanted to recreate Artoria's famous move, Sumi. Of course there was no sword used in this since weapons were banned from this fight. The ray of disintegration consumed Guy's magic that he sent at me. Right as it's about to hit Guy, he teleports to the side. Something that I expected, seeing as I plan to get truly serious now instead of the games we were playing before. Now I decided to pull out the big guns. I had Odin activate future attack prediction, which could also be used to predict Guy's own movements. I followed the rays of light which only I could see, showing me where exactly Guy would appear. Throughout this entire process I have continued to draw on Satinel. At this point I was using about 70% of its power, something even Malim would be wary of. Right when Guy appeared at the predicted spot, I landed the perfect punch right on his face, causing a sonic boom as I sent him flying. Of course that punch wasn't one that would take him out for the count, so I followed him at my max speed and began giving him a barrage of punches which he wasn't able to properly defend against. Each time he would attempt to block, I would read it with future attack prediction and target somewhere else. He was acquiring more and more wounds, but he was healing just as quickly. My attacks were even damaging his spiritual body, seeing as my punches were being reinforced by Satinel. All of a sudden a far more intense aura began seeping out of Guy, an aura I recognized. I needed no warning as my Ultra Instinct blared at me. I quickly attempted to teleport back, trying to avoid his predicted attack. Unfortunately, even with my thought acceleration I was unable to react on time and was punched straight in the face and sent flying into the very edge of the barrier before catching myself. Thankfully I didn't have to deal with the inevitable pain such an attack would cause thanks to pain nullification. I focused back onto Guy, who was radiating a crimson aura. I could tell he was getting angry. Of course he has Satinel, it doesn't surprise me that he copied it from Malim, it's a busted skill after all. That also means he has Magicule Breeder Reactor. And it looks like he already activated Satinel to at least 70%. He's still sane, but I'm not going to rely on him to not take things too far. Hey, that's perfect. I haven't had a life or death fight like this in a long time. Hey, I guess that's enough of holding back on you, Felix, get ready. Guy said as he took his stance. Sure. I smirked at him. Unfortunately, before we could resume or fight we were uninterrupted. Fixation. Guy froze. I was only able to prevent myself from being frozen thanks to a timely warning from Odin and Ultra Instinct. I turned to look at Velzard, who I noticed watching us for some time now. Before she was on the other side of the barrier, but for some reason she wanted to stop this spar of ours. Velzard looked at me with interest. You weren't affected, I wasn't going all out, but still impressive. She turned to look back at Guy and she sighed. You weren't even able to sense my attack incoming, Guy. That should be more than enough to tell you that you are close to losing yourself to that skill. Besides, this barrier you placed is beginning to break. It isn't meant to contain such a high-level battle, and I don't want my castle that I spent so much work designing to be ruined for the second time. Right after she finished talking, Guy broke out of her attack as he visibly reigned in his aura. Ultimate skill, Gabriel, Lord of Patience analyzed. Ultimate skill, Gabriel, Lord of Patience acquisition successful. The moment I acquired Gabriel I could feel something had changed. Before I even got the chance to figure out what happened I was interrupted. Query. Can Odin use the ultimate skill, Gabriel, Lord of Patience, to upgrade the ultimate skill, Ouroboros, Lord of Infinity? If you think it is worthwhile, then sure, Odin, I trust you. If Odin thinks something will help me, I don't doubt that she will be correct. One shouldn't doubt their partners after all. Notice. The ultimate skill, Ouroboros, Lord of Infinity, has gained multiple new sub-skills. Odin has also developed more useful abilities for the master. That was quick. Holy shit, from a quick scan of my skill it has gotten far more useful. I'll have to do a detailed analysis after I deal with this mess. Good job, Odin. Explain to me all the new abilities you added later. Affirmative. Guy sighed. Yeah, you're right, Velzard, I haven't had such a fun fight in a long time. But it's best if you stopped me there. Who knows what would happen if I lost control like Malim did. He must be talking about her harvest festival. He turned to look at me with a smirk. Gaha, that was the best fight I've had in over 1,000 years, Felix, you should be honored. I rolled my eyes. Sure, and I was looking forward to fighting you going all out. Maybe another time when I'm not worried about losing control. That skill of Malim's is incredibly useful but also a pain. He shook his head. Over 2,000 years and I still can't fully control it. 2,000 years. Fuck, I'm really lucky that I have Odin to control it for me. If Guy's been working on it that long, who knows how long it would take me. He sighed. Well, now that we've had our fun, why don't we go back to the Ice Palace, Felix? I nodded. I've already gotten far more than I expected from coming here. 2 new ultimate skills is a massive boon. Guy snapped his fingers and transported the 3 of us back to where Guy and I had our discussion earlier. It's already nighttime, so the view is a tad different, though the blizzard storms are still consistent. Guy and I took our seats opposite each other while Velzard took a seat on Guy's armrest. Yeah, she's definitely into Guy. Would you like to eat something, Felix? Guy asked. If he is serving food on the level of what was served at the Valpurgis, then I'm in. Yeah, sure. I responded. Guy clapped his hands, causing both Misery and Rain to show up. Prepare a meal for the three of us. Guy ordered. They both bowed. Yes, master. Guy then smirked at me. So Satinel, huh? I wonder how you got your hands on that. I could tell Guy was trying to fish for information. Unfortunately for Guy though, he isn't getting any. Maybe I can spin it so that there are certain conditions required for me to copy skills. After all, if I knew someone could copy my skills, I would either get some countermeasures like what I had Odin do, or just not show off my skills to that person. Melim and I are awfully close, you know. She didn't mind me using her skill. Not a lie, seeing as Melim didn't care when I brought up that I had her skill. But this way he might consider that my close relationship with Melim is what allowed me to use her skill. There are all sorts of skills out there after all. Guy's facial features didn't shift, but I could tell he didn't get what he wanted. He didn't push further though. I see. He responded. I turned towards Velzard. After all, Vdora had a lot to say about her. The one conclusion that I came to was that she was a shit sister. So you are Vdora's sister? I try to start a conversation. She looks at me interested. Oh. Has my rebellious little brother mentioned me? I hope he hasn't been causing trouble, or I may have to discipline him again. I rolled my eyes. He's been doing fine, though he did have a lot to say about you. Oh. What did he have to say? She asks. For one, he hopes he never sees you again. Being constantly killed by you has traumatized him to the point he freezes up when your name is mentioned. I ignored Velzard's twitching brows and Guy's amused smile and continued. I do want to help my buddy Vdora out after all. If I can get his sister to stop being a bitch to him, then why not? Honestly, I'm pretty sure he hates you. And that's what ticked her off the most. I might be stupid for challenging the so-called strongest true dragon like this, but if Vdora can't stand up for himself, then, as his honorary brother, I can. All of a sudden an absolutely massive haki descended on me. I of course didn't just take it, I released my own Demon Lord's haki to contest it. The entire area around us was completely destroyed by our clashing haki, though Velzard's caused far more damage to the surroundings. This was by far the most powerful haki I've ever felt. I was only barely able to match it with my own Demon Lord's haki. Velzard is likely capable of casually killing average awakened Demon Lords with this haki. Fucking true dragons. I noticed Guy appear to the side. He was protecting himself with a barrier. But that was all. It seems he was just going to watch for now. Analyzing Dragon Spirit Haki. Dragon Spirit Haki is an intrinsic skill of the true dragon race. It is impossible for any other race to possess. It allows a true dragon to imbue their aura with various magical properties and physical properties, allowing it to both exert a powerful spiritual pressure over their targets, inflict them with potentially lethal magical effects, and cause them actual physical damage. When used to its fullest, it allows the user's aura to shred anything it comes into contact with. Damn, that's far better than Demon Lord's haki, which only lets me impose spiritual pressure on others. Of course this can still kill others or cause others to go insane, but it isn't as versatile as Dragon Spirit haki. The only reason I am able to oppose Velzard's haki is due to Demon Lord's haki scaling with my own strength. Just because Guy favors you does not mean you can speak whatever you wish. Velzard spoke in a chilly tone. Am I wrong though? After all, you've continuously killed Vdora for centuries whenever he messes up, instead of lovingly teaching him as a sister should you choose the easiest method. Of course it would be foolish to push my ideas onto a true dragon, but from what I have seen, Velzard seems to genuinely care for Vdora. She just has a shit way of showing it. If I can help my friend reconnect with his family at no cost, then why not? I'm pretty sure Vdora misses his elder sister in his own way. He is just too afraid to try and connect to you out of fear. He has really changed, you know. He even reads books now. If you can call manga books. All it took was for someone to guide him the right way properly. I don't even blame Vdora for being the way he is the incarnation of chaos after all. It would be foolish to expect him to obey the natural order of the world. I'm not really sure why Velzard's solution was to keep killing him. Maybe she hoped one of his rebirths would have a suitable personality. All of a sudden Velzard's haki receded. I took that as the cue to contain my own as well. I can see why Guy favors you, Demon Lord Felix. Not many would have the guts to talk to a true dragon like me in such a way. She sent me a smirk. I'm glad that my brother has such friends. I will be visiting my brother myself sometime to truly see this so-called change you have spoken of. Oops. Sorry, Rimuru. And was all that annoyance for nothing? I swear strength really does do all the talking in this world. It makes everything simple if you are strong, but life must suck for the weak. But that's just how this world is. I'm glad I could help. I'm sure you'll like the new Vdora. Rather than a natural catastrophe, he's more of a goof and a NEET now. Neat. That is the term you called me, yes? Fuck, she was listening. Ah, yes. Gaha, I'm glad you two were able to sort out that mess. Watching a fight between you two would have been fun, but I would have probably had to intervene so the world isn't destroyed. Guy interrupted. Thanks for your help, Guy. I said sarcastically. Heh, I knew you could handle it, Felix. Guy said with that infuriating smirk he always wore. Velzard sighed. Now I will have to rebuild part of this castle. Blame yourself, your bullshit true dragon hockey is what caused the physical damage. I teased. I was already feeling more comfortable with Velzard after that interaction. I felt like I could understand her just a little bit more. We had a clash of hockey, One Piece style. She giggled lightly. Yes, that is true. Though I have never heard of my abilities as a true dragon referred to in that way. Ha! What else would you call them? You true dragons are born at the top of the world, your very existence allows you to contend against ultimate skill wielders at minimum. She smirked. Well, we are not our brother's greatest creation for nothing. And you are quite impressive yourself, Felix, for your mere demon lord's hockey to be able to contend against my own if only barely is quite impressive. I can only think of two others capable of a similar feat, Guy and Malim. Well, I aim to please, especially a beautiful woman like you. Nothing is wrong with some innocent flirting, I'm definitely interested in tapping that, but I'm pretty sure I should stay away. I do not want to get involved in Guy and Velzard's situationship. But maybe if I ever beat Guy, making her subservient to me, Velzard can come in the package. Food for thought. She giggled. Ah, you truly are a tease. I turned towards Guy to see if he had an issue with my flirting, but I shouldn't have bothered. Guy was now back in her feminine form and gave me a wink. The food will be ready soon, why don't we shift to another area seeing as this one is no longer sufficient? Velzard and I both nodded and followed Guy along while innocently flirting with each other. Yes, innocently. Chapter 84, Chapter 31, A Student. Felix. Guy led us to an extravagant dining room. Of course everything was made out of ice, but it was still quite beautiful. The table was in a long oval shape with over 10 seats. Misery and Rain were already here waiting for us with the dishes ready to be served in a cart. Guy took a seat at the head of the table with Velzard sitting in the middle. I decided to sit at the opposite end, opposite to Guy. Once we were seated, Rain wheeled the cart around while Misery served us the dishes. There seemed to be a stew of some kind along with some dragon meat and some other grilled meat. We all began eating once we were all served. I took a bite of the steak first, seeing as it is what I am most familiar with. From the taste it seems to be some kind of fire dragon, or at least it tastes similar to when Raiden cooks up some fire dragon for me. Huh, the meat in the stew is something I've never had before, and it's incredibly delicious. Report. Component analysis complete. It is now possible to recreate the recipes: griffin stew, grilled spark panther, and roast fire dragon steak. Nice. Thanks, Odin. So what do you think, Felix? Asked Guy. I assume she's asking about the food. It is quite delicious, probably as good as the food my maid cooks, and I love her food. Guy looked interested. Oh. You have a maid as well. For some reason Guy was acting like we were comrades all of a sudden. Yeah. She shook his head with a sigh. Nothing. Guy said as she shot a glare to an innocently whistling Rain and a serious-looking Misery. Maybe I should stop by sometime to try your maid's food if you are comparing it to Misery's, who has been cooking food for me for millennia. Guy asked. As long as you don't go on a rampage or anything, I don't mind. Just make sure you show up when I'm there, since I visit Rimuru and Malim relatively often. I responded. The slime, eh? He has an ultimate skill too. Truly this century is becoming quite interesting. Guy muttered. So Guy knows that Rimuru has an ultimate skill, huh? I doubt she is aware of what those skills are though, not to mention I don't think Guy would even consider Rimuru having 4 ultimate skills he acquired on his own merit. Hell, even I have only acquired 2 ultimate skills on my own, the rest are copied. And even that's debatable since Odin helped push things along. As we were finishing up the meal I said, by the way, Velzard. She paused her eating and looked at me. Yes. Whenever you decide to visit Vdora, come see me first. Who knows what will happen if you just show up in Tempest? Vdora will panic, that's for sure. Not to mention Rimuru's reaction to another true dragon showing up. It would just be easier if you come to me and then I can take you to Tempest and introduce you to Rimuru. Vdora listens to Rimuru, so maybe he'll be willing to talk to you if Rimuru encourages it. I respond. I see. Okay then, I will see you before I visit Vdora. Velzard acquiesced. I nodded. Good. It's good that she listened. Who knows if she just shows up in Tempest, a fight might just start due to multiple overreactions. Velzard has more raw power than me, even when I'm using Satinel at 40%. Speaking about unsealed form, Odin had detected that she was limiting her power output for some reason. I wonder why. Velzard. I called out. She looked at me. Yes. Why is a portion of your power sealed? Ah, you can even sense that. It is far easier to control my power in this sealed state. In my true form, accidentally waving my hand may obliterate Vdora or Velgrind. Not to mention another side benefit that I will not be talking about. Ah, so similar to what Frieza had done, huh? I nodded. Controlling one's power is a real issue in this world, huh? Not everyone is fortunate to have a skill that can control your own power for you. In her current form, I'd say her raw power is still greater than mine, but who knows about how strong she really is in her true form. I'd like to think I'd still have a chance seeing as she fought Guy to a standstill, but who knows. I'm sure Guy fought her to a standstill with pure technique rather than raw power. After all, Malim wasn't even born at that point, so he couldn't have used Satinel to power up. It's probably just best to avoid a fight with her in general. Leaving the scary true dragon alone is probably the best course of action. Answer. Correct. We quickly finished our meal, at which point I decided it was about time to leave. Alright, I've been far from my territory for long enough now, so I am going to head back. I see, then feel free to visit me whenever you wish. I could use the distraction. Guy responded. Yeah. I turned towards Velzard and gave her a wave, one she responded to. I snapped my fingers and appeared inside of my bedroom back in my territory. No matter how much I teleport, it still feels surreal. My lord. I heard someone say from outside the door. Come in. I respond. The door opens and in comes all of my direct subordinates, Seiko, Raiden, Kurumi, Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina. I could even see Ingvild hiding out in the back. You didn't all have to come and greet me, I told you I would be fine. Haha, I knew you'd be fine. Megumin said enthusiastically. So how'd it go? Did you fight? Of course that's what she wants to know. We did spar a bit though, nothing serious. Ah, I wish I could have watched that. Said Megumin. I am happy for your safe return, my lord. Said Arcuade. I gave her a nod. Kurumi just shifted into her fox form and took a seat on my shoulder while Lalatina said, as expected of my master. Man, these guys took my meeting with Guy as a really big deal, huh? They seemed quite confident in my return too. Ah. Felix-sama, I am glad that you have returned. Said Seiko. Thank you, Seiko. Raiden just assumed a position behind me, not saying anything. Ah, someone is missing, huh? Where's Sukuna at? Arcuade is the one who responded this time. As your butler, it is his duty to make sure your reign is unimpeded, or so he said. So I sent him to deal with some bugs who were not following the rules of your territory, my lord. Oh, so he is sort of acting as a prosecutor or something. I see, good work, Arcuade. Now, as much as I appreciate you guys greeting me, I need to head to the training dimension. I want to fully understand the new skills I got from my fight with Guy. Of course, my lord. They all left, though not after each giving me their own version of a goodbye. I teleported into the training dimension to begin fully understanding what truly changed. The moment I got Gabriel, I could feel my understanding over the concept of time improve astronomically. My understanding of infants also increased, though I'm pretty sure that's due to Odin. Ouroboros on its own is primarily focused on space with some power over time, but Gabriel's power over time makes Ouroboros' former power over time a complete joke. Of course, now that Ouroboros has been upgraded using data from Gabriel, that is different. Honestly, gaining Gabriel has been a massive boon. My raw power might not have increased, but I am far stronger than I was before for a few reasons. Gabriel's sub-skills include fixation. This is what Velzard used on Guy and attempted to use on me. It basically locks something to its current state, essentially putting something into a temporal stasis. Chapter 85, Chapter 31 Part 2. Gabriel's sub-skills include fixation. This is what Velzard used on Guy and attempted to use on me. It basically locks something to its current state, essentially putting something into a temporal stasis. I was capable of doing something similar using magic from Black Clover, but this is far superior to that, and far harder to break out of. After all, it was able to freeze Guy Crimson, if only temporarily. Gabriel also has spacetime manipulation. More specifically, under spacetime manipulation was temporal manipulation. This allows Gabriel to have far higher power over time, which was added to Ouroboros along with fixation. Odin disassembled Gabriel and used the data from it to improve Ouroboros, so everything that Gabriel was able to do, now Ouroboros can too. Except for one skill. The next skill is actually a world system skill called Eternal World. This is a world system skill that brings everything inside the user's domain to an absolute halt, locking them in place and nullifying all kinds of attacks. There were a few reasons that this was not added to Ouroboros. For one, thanks to the data Odin gathered, I have something far superior to Eternal World, but Eternal World is basically fixation just applied to everything inside the user's domain. Not something I need. If I ever do need it, I can instantly have Odin recreate the ability. Maybe I can have Odin work on a skill that allows me to use all the skills I have completely analyzed without actually having the skill in question. This way I can use a ton of ultimate skills but not have to suffer the strain on my soul. Sufficient data has not been gathered to accomplish such a feat. Odin will gather the data and create a skill that fulfills the master's requirements. That's about what I expected. The skill I have in mind is more broken than most other ultimate skills after all. Still, good work, Odin. Now the biggest gain out of this visit by far was one single ability, an ability that made me almost unbeatable. Time stop. Time stop is by no means a simple feat, and this isn't some fake time stop like the one Gasper Vladi from High School DxD is capable of. This is a bona fide time stop, as in it completely stops the flow of time throughout all of Veldanava's creation. If I were to use time stop now, the world of Jujutsu Kaisen would be frozen. Hell, each and every universe will be affected. This is absolute hacks. Of course I have not actually used this ability yet, so there may be a bit of a learning curve, even with Odin, but still, time stop. Not to mention it costs an absolutely obscene amount of energy, but I can afford that thanks to Magicule Breeder Reactor. The only way to move in a time stop is by being a digital nature, which I recently became thanks to Odin's help. Digital natures are a subspecies of divine natures that can shift their entire beings into purely digital form between sets of infants. Digital natures are able to move in a time stop since they don't actually move their particles from place to place, they instead move their information between different sets of static infants. It's due to this that the laws of physics are not broken and the speed of light is not exceeded. During the duration of a time stop, the flow of time is completely frozen for all worlds, resulting in a place where the laws of physics don't fully apply, called the stopped world. Within the stopped world, matter and energy of any kind cannot move, and things such as molecular binding forces do not exist, making physical durability meaningless. This is what makes it a real time stop rather than something like Forbidden Baylor's view. This is why only beings who can think with their hearts and are able to manipulate infants are able to perceive the stopped world, and only those who have managed to gain the ability to transfer their entire existence in information form between sets of infants, digital natures, are able to move in the stopped world. Everyone else is stopped. They won't even realize time has stopped either, as they aren't even capable of perceiving it. Since in the stopped world particles can't flow, emission type attacks are practically useless. Of course, while magic can't be cast in a time stop, the effects of already cast magic still apply, like barriers. But the only real way to damage someone who is capable of moving in the stopped world is by bombarding them with infants, rewriting the target's information. Basically, battles in the stopped world are almost entirely determined by who can manipulate infants better, and I have Odin, a master at manipulating infants now thanks to the detailed analysis she has done ever since I became a digital nature. Of course, for those who can't perceive a time stop, all I would need to do is stop time and then bombard them with infants when they can't defend. Power doesn't matter in the stopped world after all. That isn't even all I got from my visit. I even got Metatron. It's safe to say that my trip to the ice continent was worth it despite the potential dangers. I really love golden gooses like Guy and Velzard. Now that I have sufficient data about world system skills, I have an idea. Odin, can you create me a skill utilizing the data from Higuruma's technique and any other data you think is suitable? Acknowledged. Intrinsic skill, ruler's authority has been gained. Heh. Chapter 86, Chapter 31 Part 3. I snapped my fingers and created a brand new dimension. I've been planning on this for a while and I finally got around to it. It's been about a week since I got back from the ice continent now. I turned towards Raiden and Purunga. There, the gravity will get stronger and stronger the closer you get to the center of the dimension. Use this to train up the Dragon Core physiques and speed. Yes, master, said Raiden. This will be incredibly helpful for those young ones. They are always so rowdy and complaining about how they aren't getting stronger. Thank you, my lord. This training room should help improve their strengths a fair amount, said Purunga with a bow. That guy has been taking his duties super seriously. He has also grown in strength quite a bit. After all, he is Megumin's sparring partner. Though he's more of a test dummy at this point for her, since Purunga isn't capable of fighting Megumin equally. Alright, good work you two. I should probably let Rimuru know about Velzard's inevitable visit. The more time he has to prepare the better. I'm going to be visiting Tempest, though I don't plan on staying there, so I shouldn't take too long. Yes, master, I shall inform the others, said Raiden. I nodded. I snapped my fingers and appeared in my residence at Tempest. It seems Rimuru is in the dungeon. Normally I wouldn't be able to sense him as easily if he was in the dungeon, as the dungeon itself is an entirely different dimension. On top of that, each floor is a different dimension as well. Thankfully, Rimuru had Ramaris basically gave me admin access, allowing me to freely teleport in, shift some floors around, as well as visibly see what is going on inside the dungeon without being there. Ramaris' small world is broken. It suits the name. It is basically a small world where Ramaris is God. As I was walking to the dungeon, I took in the sights. Everyone was moving about, setting up everything that is necessary for the festival. After all, it is going to start in a couple weeks. Multiple monarchs will be attending, so Tempest really needs to go all out. Once I was in the dungeon, I sensed a disturbance from floor 100. Is someone fighting Vdora? Rimuru seems to be minding his own business on floor 60, so it probably isn't a big deal, but I want to watch this fight anyways. It's not every day that you get to see a true dragon fighting after all. Once I arrived at floor 100, I started at Veldora's challenger in surprise. Fucking Hinata is trying to take on a true dragon. I'd laugh if it wasn't so pitiful. She was actually putting up a decent fight, though Vdora seems to be barely even trying. Hinata might be the youngest saint in history, even if only an incomplete saint. She even has a hero's egg, but that isn't enough. Maybe once her egg hatches. Vdora wasn't even in his true dragon form and he was still toying with Hinata with ease. Still, that didn't mean Hinata wasn't impressive. She was masterfully manipulating the elementals she was contracted to. She had multiple greater elementals summoned and working with her. The greater elemental of earth were Gnome, the greater elemental of fire Ifrit, the greater elemental of space Ether, the greater elemental of water Undine, and the greater elemental of wind Sylphide. Each greater elemental is around the special A rank, for most Hinata's current lineup would be unbeatable. Along with that, Hinata was using her holy mail to temporarily elevate her flesh to the status of a complete saint. Unfortunately for Hinata, her unique skill, Usurper, isn't going to help much against Vdora, as the difference between them is far too vast. Vdora doesn't even need to use his ultimate skill. Hadouken! 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 Hinata actually had to take Veldora's casual attack incredibly seriously. Man, it's pretty boring watching these low-level fights. I wonder who this other bug is though. I turned to the little beetle that was watching the fight alongside me. And who are you? I asked. I could sense his exoskeleton was partially made out of Rimuru's slime body, so he definitely wasn't an invader. I just haven't met him before. Greetings, Lord Felix. The name bestowed upon me by my lord is Zijin. It is an honor to meet one of Lord Rimuru's close friends. The beetle sounded out. I see, it's nice to meet you as well, Zijin. I responded. Though why is he watching this fight? Is he going to be a monster in the dungeon? Oh well, none of my business. Though his armor is incredibly interesting. Answer. The insect known as Zijin is part of a species that possess the rare ability to incarnate themselves in the material world by automatically forming a body out of the surrounding magicules and natural elements. Their thick metallic exoskeletons are infused with metals that grant them a sturdy physical defense in addition to a strong resistance to magical attacks. Depending on the specific subspecies, they might possess extraordinary abilities like high-speed flight or deadly venom, but even the weakest among their kind reach a solid B rank. It is theoretically possible after evolution for their exoskeleton to be made up of the legendary metal, high-hierocane. I could feel my eyes slightly widen as I heard what Odin said. Not only could they incarnate themselves, but their exoskeletons have the potential to reach the god grade. I definitely need to keep an eye on this Zijin. I'm curious as to how far he will grow. Vdora yawned. Are you done yet? I have some manga to catch up on. Hinata's brows twitched. Fine. I'll finish this with one strike then. I noticed Hinata begin to cast disintegration, but rather than use it how it normally is, she imbued it into her sword. Is she going to pull an Artoria? Now I'm interested. Hinata then began charging at Vdora. Oh. You're approaching me. Instead of running away, you're coming closer to me. Did he just? Damn, all I can say is that it was clean. I can't beat the shit out of you without coming closer. Hinata responds. I can't tell if she has just been educated in meme culture or if she actually meant what she said. Vdora seemed to become excited. Oh. Then by all means come closer. Melt slash. Yelled Hinata. Hinata then struck him with her disintegration-imbued sword. I'm not quite sure why Vdora didn't avoid her attack, probably confidence in his own abilities. Chapter 87, Chapter 31 Part 4. And he would be right, Hinata's attack barely even scratched Vdora even though the strike itself was approaching the speed of light. Still, the fact that Hinata scratched Vdora as a saint is a feat on its own. That's actually fairly impressive. I can see why she is called a prodigy. Vdora of course ignored his wound. Haha, you'll have to try harder to take me down. He boasted. Hinata just sighed in resignation. I choose this moment to appear. Say what you will, Vdora, but it is quite impressive that she was even able to wound a true dragon like you. Indeed. She has even learned about the sacred texts. The sacred texts? Hinata asked confused. Vdora nodded. Yes. I understood the reference you made. The reference. Ah, she really didn't mean to make a reference, huh? That's predictable but disappointing. It seems Hinata has been doomed to being uncultured. What a sad, sad life. Still, that was quite impressive, Hinata. You might just have a shot at becoming someone noteworthy if you continue to improve. I could tell my comment pissed Hinata off a bit. After all, I was indirectly saying she didn't matter as she was now. And that was true. To matter you at least need to be capable of matching an ultimate skill wielder, and as far as I know Hinata does not possess any god-grade equipment to lift her to that level. I see. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Felix. Hinata responded. Though I could tell she was holding her tongue. Hey, she is almost as fun to mess with as Luminous is. You know, I wouldn't mind sparring against you on occasion. I offer. After all, I am quite curious about Hinata. She is the youngest saint in history, a history that included the first true hero. And on top of that, Hinata has the potential to become a true hero. It would be fun to see how a hero could grow with the help of a demon lord. Thank you for the offer, Lord Felix, but I will withhold from doing that. Hinata responded. Luminous told you not to, huh? From the twitch of Hinata's lips I could tell I hit the mark. But do you really want to give up an opportunity to become stronger just because your lady told you to? I questioned. After all, one thing I know about Hinata for sure is that she is chasing strength. I'm not sure why, but she needs it for something. I could tell that Hinata was wavering. Just ask me whenever I'm around Tempest if you decide to accept. I'll also get to beat her up under the guise of training. She still needs to be humbled for being a fucking idiot, following along with Falmouth's plans. I'm sure a couple of beatings from me should suffice. Teacher. That was an incredible fight. Did Zijin call Vdora teacher? Vdora taking on a student is surprising. Vdora nodded proudly. Indeed. Did you see me utilizing my Vdora-style killing arts? Yes, teacher. Good. Vdora nodded. What the fuck is going on? Since when was Zijin your student, Vdora? I asked. Ah, you have already met him, it seems. Zijin here asked to become stronger to be of more assistance to Rimuru. I saw the drive in him, so I decided to take him on as a student. My very own shonen protagonist. Of course it all routes back into Vdora's weebness. Hinata here has even begun teaching his friend Apito. There is another bug. Hinata nodded. Indeed, she shows potential. I plan to bring my holy knights here to train, I'm sure they will grow tremendously in the dungeon. I snorted. That will be funny to watch. Vdora agreed. Indeed. It will be quite entertaining watching them struggle through all the traps we have set. I'm sure those 4 archdragons will be quite tough for them to beat. Where did those dragons come from anyways, Vdora? I asked. Ah, my niece Malim brought them here. She said they would be fun monsters for the dungeon, and Rimuru agreed. Of course it was Malim. Still, these dragons might actually end up becoming dragon lords. After all, they will constantly be bathed in Vdora's magicule, that's gotta have an effect on them. That's 4 awakened demon lord level monsters. The dungeon's difficulty increased drastically with the increase of these archdragons as long as they eventually become dragon lords. Though even as mere archdragons they are still far stronger than most. By the way, I met your sister Velzard, Vdora. Vdora froze up the moment he heard me. Hinata was the one who looked shocked. You met the frost dragon Velzard? The partner of Guy Crimson. I nodded. Her and Guy as well. To call the strongest demon lord so casually. Ah, I forgot how big of a deal those 2 names are to most. Am my sister, you said? Vdora asked fearfully. I nodded. To have even Vdora shaking in fear. Hinata mumbled. Did she say anything? Vdora asked hopefully. She did, she asked how you were doing and if she needed to come discipline you. Vdora was straight up shivering now. Of course, being the bro I am, I said that you were doing perfectly okay and that you were not causing mass destruction. Vdora was crying crocodile tears as he jumped and hugged me. Ah. Felix, my brother. If you ever need anything, come to me. I am the king of the dungeon, I will help you with whatever you need. For even teacher to be this scared of his sister, she must be a true monster. Said Zijin. She seemed quite interested in your change. I said as Vdora was still hugging me. Interested? Vdora pulled back and asked slightly warily. I nodded. She said she would visit you soon. Gah. I must hide. Felix. Can you hide me in your territory for a year, no, 10 years? Vdora pleaded. Chapter 88, Chapter 31 Part 5. Your sister visiting isn't that big of a deal, Vdora, she seemed to be genuinely regretful about scarring you. Besides, if she picks a fight, Rimuru and I have your back. Before I could continue I was interrupted. What's happening here? I turned to the voice and was met with a blue blob. Nothing, I was just telling Vdora that his sister said she would visit him soon. Sister? Rimuru asked. Yup, Velzard seemed to be interested in how he was doing now and said she wanted to visit. I didn't want to be the guy to tell the strongest true dragon no. Of course I'm going to leave out the fact that this visit is probably my fault. It's best to live in ignorance. I I guess that makes sense if she is Vdora's sister. But didn't Vdora say she used to kill him? I nodded. Yeah, but that was due to Vdora rampaging. As long as he controls himself he should be fine. That's true. Don't worry, Vdora. We got your back. Rimuru tried encouraging. No, you two don't understand. My sister is evil. An absolute demoness. That's ironic considering she is a true dragon. Just give it a shot, Vdora. Hasn't it been a long time since you've seen each other? Maybe she has changed just like you did. I doubt she changed, but I'm just saying whatever bullshit comes to mind. Rimuru backed me up. Yeah, if you can change then so can she. Why, you might be right. Vdora mumbled. Of course we are. Now come on, get yourself together, don't you want your disciple to see you as someone cool and awesome? Rimuru said. That seemed to affect Vdora. You're right. I can't show such an image to my student. I'm not sure if he is bullshitting here and just putting on a front or what. Rimuru nodded. That's right. I noticed Zijin was clapping with his little bug hands in the background while Hinata was just staring, flabbergasted. Is this a true dragon? Lady Luminous' most hated enemy. I gave her a pat on the shoulder and whispered, you'll get used to it. Hinata didn't give me much of a reaction except nodding. Her worldview is really shattering today, huh? Rimuru then pulled me to the side and transformed into his human form. He turned to me and whispered, why didn't you tell me his sister is coming? I shrugged. That's what I came here to tell you about. But I came across Vdora first and wanted to see how his spar with Hinata would go. Gah. Hopefully she comes after the festival at least. Rimuru said. It would be fun to show her around Tempest though. And doesn't Vdora plan to open a takoyaki stall? I'm sure she would love to try her brother's cooking. Rimuru sighed. All I can do is hope. Rimuru really doesn't want Velzer to show up at the festival. I don't blame him, managing one true dragon is probably hard enough. Ah, by the way, why is Hinata here? I asked. Oh, Lumina sent her over so that relations between Tempest and Ruberius could deepen. We've even discussed having a branch of the Holy Church built in Tempest to show our relationship to the outside world. I nodded. I see, after all if the Holy Church approves of you then Tempest can't be that bad, right? Rimuru nodded excitedly. Exactly. So how does that have anything to do with Hinata fighting Vdora again? Oh, that. I ended up showing her the dungeon and she asked if she could train here along with her knights, though her knights will have to wait until the dungeon is officially open. She was pretty easily able to get to floor 60, at which point she asked to challenge Vdora, who agreed. I nodded. Well, that's probably for the best then. It's best she's humbled now than underestimating an opponent. Oh. I didn't know you cared, Felix. Was I right in what I said last time? Are you aiming to bag Hinata? Rimuru yelled out. Seeing as he yelled it, of course everyone else heard. I could see that Hinata was looking at me with twitching lips and a blush. Or is she just super angry? Vdora was shooting me a thumbs up while Zijin just looked confused. I smacked Rimuru on the back of the head. Keep it quiet, you. Haha, I'm just helping you. Bomo. Consider me as your wingman in this quest of yours. He responded. I rolled my eyes. Whatever. I could tell it was pointless to tell Rimuru that I was in fact not into Hinata. She was hot for sure, but her personality left a lot to be desired. Not to mention my horrible first impression. Hee, there's no need to be shy. Rimuru responded slyly. Weren't you a virgin until recently? I taunt. Rimuru began poking me. Gah. Well, I'm not one anymore. I grinned at him smugly. And who do you have to thank for that? Gur, fine thanks. Rimuru whispered. No problem, bud, just remember this. I said seriously. Rimuru seemed to understand the seriousness of the topic as he leaned in. Yes. Brothers before hoes. Rimuru froze for a moment before yelling, that's what you had to say. I thought it was something serious. They are wise words though. Rimuru huffed. That's besides the point. Yeah. Anyways, anything new around here? I assume you are still coming up with more things to add to the festival. Rimuru nodded. Aha, Vdora, Ramaris, and I have been working on getting the dungeon done. The later floors don't matter as much right now since it will be a while before anyone gets to them, but we are making sure nothing is wrong with the early floors. I nodded. I see, what about the tournament? I'm excited for that. The tournament is basically all ready, the arena is ready, the announcer has been chosen. I also plan to have Diablo be the referee to stop people if they go too far. Rimuru responded. Heh, I'm sure he will do a great job at that. I doubt anyone in the tournament will be able to match Diablo unless any of our subordinates decide to join. Yup. He seemed to be happy with it. I rolled my eyes. Diablo would be happy with anything you asked him to do. Maybe. Rimuru is underestimating Diablo's loyalty. If Rimuru asked him to turn into a female and bend over, Diablo would do it in a heartbeat. Fucking primordials, man. I've been meaning to ask you, but did you want to supply the alcohol for the festival? I remember Luminous liked it quite a bit, so you might get some other nations interested as well. More trade will always be useful. At the very least, I'm sure Arcuade can make use of the connections I make. We also have plenty of our special alcohol since Carrion has been sending a bunch of those fruits over. I nodded. Yeah, I'll let Arcuade know to prepare a bunch. Great. By the way, Q-Robe said the weapon he was making for Raiden should be done in a few days. I nodded. Alright, I'll come to pick it up in a couple days then. By the way, is it me or does your presence seem a bit different? Rimuru asked. He must be talking about one of the passive abilities of my new intrinsic skill, Ruler's Authority. It has a passive effect of giving me a far more authoritative aura. If I wish to make full use of it, I can make it so that those weaker than me will be extremely intimidated by me, along with being extremely respectful. It basically forces others to see me as an absolute ruler that they must bow to. Of course, that's only if I enforce the effect of my aura. Chapter 89, Chapter 31 Part 6. Right now it just makes people take me seriously just by looking at me, along with treating me respectfully as long as they don't have hostile intentions. For those who do have hostile intentions, it makes them feel like they're basically looking at death. And that's only the passive ability. It's a new skill of mine. I respond. I see. I inwardly smirked. He's probably pretty confused since Raphael can't analyze it. Odin for the win. Alright, why don't we go group back up with those four? Who knows what sort of mess they'll cause now that Ramaris has shown up? Said Rimuru. You're probably right. The little pixie was buzzing around Vdora, probably asking about Velzard since she is capable of monitoring everything in the dungeon, so she of course heard our conversation. Hee, it's been a long time since I've seen Velzard. I overheard. She turned towards us and waved. Hi Felix. Hi Rimuru. I gave her a wave back. What's up Ramaris, are you still lazing about? I tease. I've been working very hard, thank you very much. Don't make me beat you up. Ramaris said as she began shadow boxing around me. Alright, cut that out now. Rimuru said. Ramaris pouted. Fine. But only because you gave me candy earlier. Gaha, don't worry Ramaris. Together you and I shall make this dungeon unbeatable. Vdora boasted. Umo. Ramaris nodded. By the way Hinata, while the Holy Church is being built, why don't you stay with Felix? His place is far better than any guest accommodations we have available for you. Rimuru said while winking at me discreetly. Dude. Could you be any more obvious? Hell, why would I let her stay at my place in the first place? Hinata looked at me and then looked away with a blush. I am quite okay Rimuru, I am fine with my current accommodations. Don't tell me she actually bought Rimuru's shit about me being into you. Didn't you hate my guts or something an hour ago? What kind of tsundere behavior is this? Fucking women. Why are they so complicated? Odin, you really are the best, not complicated at all. Umo, you are the ideal partner. What was that? Nothing, it was your imagination. I already know how this song and dance is gonna go. Underscore 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 underscore. I avoided a slash aimed right for my head and then sent a small magic bullet towards the attacker, causing them to back off and block it. You're going to need to try harder than that if you want me to take you seriously, Hinata. I taunt. Hinata was glaring at me as she got into her stance. I've been occasionally sparring with Hinata after she politely requested it from me a little while ago. Just like I knew she cracked at my offer. After all, personal training from a demon lord was too good to resist from most. Of course my training was difficult, but she could handle it. Hinata currently had her holy mail activated, so her flesh was elevated. I think I'll start trying a little bit more. Hinata stiffened up, her grip on her sword tightened as she began observing every inch of her surroundings. I've seriously traumatized her. It's so much fun. One day when Rimuru was watching us at the end, he looked at me like I was the devil. I picked up a branch from the ground and began reinforcing it with my divine aura. This branch is not to be underestimated now that it is being reinforced. Divine Aura is capable of elevating any attacks or equipment straight into the God grade. Hinata charged at me, her legend grade blade drawn. Of course I casually blocked it with my overpowered stick. After a few more attacks from Hinata I decided to spice things up a bit with magic. Nothing she wasn't capable of dealing with, but it would still be a challenge. I waved my free hand and created multiple icicle lances and sent them towards Hinata. She effortlessly dealt with them while blocking one of my attacks. Maybe something a bit more then. I snapped the fingers of my free hand creating 3 balls of compressed space and sent them towards Hinata. Unlike the icicle lances, she was actually wary of these. She attempted to cut them in half with her legend grade blade, but before she could do so I appeared in front of her and kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying towards the edge of the barrier I placed. The Archangel shootdown was just a distraction after all. I shook my head. You always focus on one thing, Hinata. Even while distracted you need to be aware of your enemy. You fall for casual distractions far too easily. You call that a casual distraction? That would erase a normal enlightened. They are weak, you aren't as weak. I responded. Grr, you're always like this. Hinata complained. Ah yes, there is that. Ever since I began teaching her, Hinata has become far more casual, and dare I say it, affectionate. Little Hinata might just be developing her first crush. I didn't even do much, I just beat her up regularly and told her how to improve. I swear this girl is starved for any sort of affection. It's quite amusing actually. Though maybe I'm just her type. I am quite attractive after all. Still, it's too bad that her crush likely won't be going anywhere, at least for a long time. Though there is also the chance that I am just reading this completely wrong. Hinata might just have a more soft spot for her teachers. I remember Rimuru telling me a big part of why she and Rimuru fought was because she thought Rimuru killed her teacher. Though she was still quite the rowdy girl, I remember after our first sparring session, a bloody, beaten Hinata came up to me and said that if I were to go against humanity she would slay me. I laughed. That's probably the most genuine laugh I'd had in a long time. She seemed to take that as a challenge and has been striving to prove me wrong ever since. I shook my head and focused back on the fight. Now let's dance. I yelled as I charged at Hinata, stick in hand. After Hinata blocked a few of my strikes I decided to get a little serious and began to prepare to use one of the hazy style's mysteries. Basically I pierce Hinata in 5 of her 10 vital points, while using the other 5 as feints. Plum blossoms, 5 petals thrust. I yelled as I attacked all of Hinata's weak points simultaneously. Of course I didn't attack at my max speed. Hinata needs to actually be able to avoid these after all. Out of the 5 points I was aiming for, none managed to hit. Hinata isn't called a prodigy for nothing after all. I clapped as I said, nice work Hinata-chan. She glared. Don't call me that. Ah, did you want me to call you just by your first name? How forward, but if that is what you wish for I will not resist your advances. Ah, the blush on her face was adorable. Teasing her has become one of my new hobbies. Ah. Just go die Felix. Hinata yelled, embarrassed. Haha, maybe you can try to kill me like you claimed you would if I went against humanity. You still don't think I can do it? Nope. I responded cheerfully. It's not even funny how much progress Hinata will need to make to even have a chance at wounding me, let alone permanently killing me. Alright, now let's keep going. I yelled. I snapped my fingers and teleported back to Azeroth. Even though I've been having some fun teaching Hinata, I'm not living in Tempest. Teaching Hinata is just a side hobby after all. Though I am curious about how my intervention in her journey as a hero will affect things. I don't think there has been a single hero in history that has been taught by a demon lord, but who knows, I don't know everything. Welcome back, Master. I turned towards the voice and nodded. Hello Raiden, thanks for making sure everything was taken care of while I was away. It is my duty, Master. Yes I know. I'll go pick up your weapon tomorrow. That's when Kurobe said it would be ready. Raiden nodded. I see, did you wish for me to come with you? I shook my head. Nah, it's fine. I'll probably stick around Tempest for a bit before coming back here. Very well, Master. Chapter 90, Chapter 32, Against a True Dragon. Felix. I entered Kurobe's smithy and was greeted by the sight of the Oni hammering away at a sword of some kind. He paused for a second to take a look at me before saying, Welcome Lord Felix. Let me finish this katana and then I will get you the weapon you commissioned. I nodded and decided to look around at the new weapons Kurobe had made. He is always coming up with new things, so it can be quite fun to see what new weapons he comes up with. After looking around for a bit I came across a few strange weapons. The weapons had a hole in them, some even had multiple holes. Next to the weapons I could also see a couple marbles that seemed to be imbued with the power of elementals. Maybe Rimuru asked them to design this, it seems like something from a video game. Answer. After analysis it has been detected that it is possible to imbue the magic marbles into the weapons, giving each weapon magical properties. Huh, so you can easily swap enchantments basically then. That's pretty cool, also quite convenient. If someone comes across an enemy that is weak to fire, they can put in a magic marble that has been imbued with the power of a fire elemental, and vice versa for other weaknesses. Thank you for waiting, Lord Felix. I heard a voice sound out. I turned around to see a slightly sweaty Q-robe. It's no problem, I got to see something quite interesting after all. Ah. Are you interested in the slotted equipment? They were Lord Rimura's idea. He wanted to add something that can only be found in the dungeon, so he asked us to make those. Q-robe said. I see. Rimuru probably got the idea from something in his previous life. Otherworlders really do have an advantage over those naturally born in this world, though that's obvious at this point. You came here to pick up the weapon for Miss Raiden, right? Asked Q-robe. I nodded. Very well then, let me go get it from the back. I continued to take a look at the slotted equipment while I waited. Theoretically, certain combinations of magic marbles can likely create far greater effects than expected. Correct. Theoretically, combining 2 fire magic marbles paired with a single water magic marble can increase the effects by at least 10 times. Damn. For weaker people, that sort of power is a tremendous difference. Q-robe really made something crazy, huh? And that is with magic marbles imbued with the power of elementals, not even elemental lords either. What kind of weapon could be created if a magic marble was imbued with the power of something stronger? Here you are, Lord Felix. I turned towards Q-robe, who was holding something wrapped in some cloth, of course not normal cloth but cloth made with the webs of an A-rank night spider. Q-robe carefully handed the tachi to me. Q-robe looked at me proudly. This is one of my finest works. It was made with dragotite, and imbued with that mysterious energy of yours. He was right to be proud of it. This weapon was a bona fide legend-grade weapon with the potential to become a god-grade. It was capable of channeling lightning masterfully, along with that it would bind to its wielder so it could be freely controlled by Raiden from range. Also, once it's bound, it will be sealed inside of Raiden's body so she can call upon it whenever she wishes. I of course asked Q-robe to add this effect to make it as close to the weapon it is based off of. I can probably also transfer a bunch of information on Raiden Shogun's various sword arts so that my Raiden can recreate them, and possibly improve them. I remember there was the Musen no Hitotachi. It can be used as an instantaneous series of slashes that erupt into a torrent of energy, or a single massive slash composed of lightning. I remember when the latter attack was used, it split an entire island. There was the Chakram wave where she slashes the air and fires 3 large chakrams composed of electro energy, followed by a large electro wave. I'm sure Raiden can get a decent bit stronger overall by mastering all the moves I'll share with her. Thank you, Q-robe, I'm sure Raiden will love this. Q-robe gave a humble bow. It is my duty, Lord Felix. I just nodded. Non-humans are incredibly loyal to their namers once named. It's just a cultural thing in this world. It can also be a bit problematic in my opinion. After all, generally none of my subordinates ever really question me, which can be bad on its own. After all, if I'm doing something stupid I'll never know if no one tells me. Thankfully Odin can fulfill that role. Odin will always have the master's best interests in mind. Thanks. I'll be counting on you. Now where is Hinata? I want to beat her up some more, though I've been wanting a good fight. Fighting guy was incredibly fun, but I can't just go there whenever I want and ask for a fight. Or maybe I can. Still, it's probably best if I find someone else. Maybe Vdora. The dungeon should be able to handle the both of us going all out. Maybe I'll ask him for a fight after sparring with Hinata. Yes, that sounds good. I stored Raiden's new blade in my infinity space and headed towards the direction I sensed Hinata. It seems she's at the holy church that is being constructed in Tempest. Once I was close enough, I felt Hinata sense me and quickly make her way over towards me. It seems some officials from the holy church have arrived at Tempest. I think those are some of the famed crusaders, each said to be equal to a demon lord. Hilarious. Even a demon lord seed would wipe the floor with them, though from what I am seeing they do have potential. Each of them are enlightened, which speaks for itself. Noticing that I was staring at them, they gave me a bow. Who knew Luminous Lot could be respectful? I gave them a nod, causing them to sigh in relief. I'm not that scary, right? Teacher. What are you doing here? She asked. That's another thing she has begun doing, calling me teacher. It isn't really wrong, but I'm pretty sure she is taking this whole teacher-student relationship far too seriously. Especially when she said she would kill me if I attacked humanity. Weird girl. Nothing much, I just felt the sudden urge to teach you. She definitely bought it if the way she is giving me a half-lidded stare means anything. Man, I'm too good at this. Chapter 91, Chapter 32 Part 2. Nothing much, I just felt the sudden urge to teach you. She definitely bought it if the way she is giving me a half-lidded stare means anything. Man, I'm too good at this. Ignoring Odin, now why don't we go to the dungeon for this session? I want to face Vdora after, so it'll be easier that way. Hinata's eyes widened considerably. Vdora. Why would you want to face him? I shrugged my shoulders. I'm bored and looking for a good fight. Hinata waited a moment for me to continue, but seeing as I wasn't saying anything else, she sighed. That's it. You are challenging the strongest species in the world, one of the 3 catastrophe class beings due to boredom. I nod. I hope I never turn out like you. Now it's my turn to look at her confused. Why is that? You're saying you don't want to be awesome, super strong, handsome, or in your case beautiful, though you already have that requirement met. But what's there not to like about me? I think you're just jealous of me. Yes, that must be it. After all, who wouldn't want to be me? Eh? Why are you blushing? I ask. Grr, shut up. Let's just go have our stupid spar. I knew you valued our training, you don't need to be such a tsundere. I tease. I noticed Hinata's subordinates looking at her in shock. Maybe she is always super serious with them or something. Yeah, that's probably it. Before we go, why don't you introduce me to your subordinates? I ask. Hinata looked at me with suspicion. Why would you be interested in them? She questions. I just smirk in response. What teacher wouldn't be interested in his adorable student subordinates? My statement only caused Hinata's blush to reignite in vigor. Whenever Luminous finds out that I'm teaching her most precious subordinate, she is gonna be pissed. Perfect. Grr, fine. She turned towards her 3 subordinates that were in Tempest. I could sense other church officials inside the newly constructed church, but these 3 seemed to be the strongest. Yes. They all shouted. The first one was a blond man with long hair. He came up towards us and bowed again. He seemed to have heard me asking for their introduction, so he said, "Greetings, Lord Felix, my name is Leonard Jester, Lady Hinata second in command and a Saint Wizard." A Saint Wizard, huh? Humans have many classifications for magic users. Sorcerers are those who specialize in elemental magic, shaman are those who specialize in spirit magic, Maya are those that specialize in illusion magic, enchanters specialize in engraving magic and imbue special effects into items. Priests are those that use holy magic, priests generally fill the support category. Summoners are those that use summoning magic. Elementalers or elementalists are those that utilize both spirit magic and summoning magic to summon contracted elementals. Then we have the truly impressive classes. Magicians are those who have learned and can well utilize at least 2 different types of magics. Wizards are those that have mastered 3 or more different types of magics. And then Leonard's class, Saint Wizard, is for those that have mastered holy magic, an impressive feat as the higher levels of holy magic require tremendous amounts of faith. Well met, Leonard. It's good Hinata has a reliable subordinate like you. To be blessed by an elemental of light must mean you have a pure heart. An enlightened of your caliber is welcome in practically any nation. I praise. Hinata looked at me in surprise. I can be nice too. Thank you for your praise, Lord Felix. He bowed again and stepped aside. The next one to introduce himself was a large, sturdy-looking man. He had a mace attached to his waist, so I assume he specializes in close combat. Lord Felix, this one's name is Bacchus, one of the captains of the Crusaders. Short and straight to the point, huh? He was blessed by an earth elemental. I gave him a nod. Hello, Bacchus. The next one to approach me was the strongest of all 3. I would have assumed that the strongest would be Hinata's vice captain, but I was wrong. And this guy was a tad special. I could sense the blessings of multiple elementals on him, and the strongest blessing was from an elemental of space. Hey, that's ironic. I am Arnaud Baumann, one of Lady Hinata's subordinates. If I find you to have untoward intentions to my lady, then I will not hesitate in doing my duty. I smirked at his greeting. Oh. And what can a weakling like you do? I taunted. I could see Hinata try and intervene, but before she could, I slightly let out my Demon Lord's hockey, focused on all 3 of them. The 3 of them instantly kneeled. I saw Bacchus try and steady himself with his mace, while Arnaud and Leonard did the same with their swords. Teacher. I ignored Hinata's plea. Before you say something, make sure you can back up your words. Who knows, one day your words may get you or my adorable student killed. I didn't take his words personally. After all, he was someone raised in the Cardinal World, a world where legends about demon lords are widespread. To the world, demon lords are beings of evil, unrepentant monsters. And they may be right in some cases. In fact, I can even admire this guy for the sheer balls of threatening a demon lord in the territory of another demon lord. You can't even withstand 1% of my hockey. That should show where you really stand in this cruel world. I reined in my hockey and let them get up. Though good on you for having the balls to defend your mistress. I complimented. They slowly stood up. I could see fear in their eyes, but more than that I could see conviction. These three really believed in what they were doing, and there was something admirable about that. I ignored Hinata's glare as she made sure her subordinates were okay. As we were walking towards the dungeon, Hinata said, "You didn't have to be so rough on them." I snorted. Rough? That was less than a single percentage of my hockey. They're the ones provoking an unknown demon lord. Any other demon lord except for Rimuru might just kill them for the insult. Even Malim would. Hell, most of my subordinates would kill him on the spot for the insult. They don't play around. Hinata sighed. I know. Thanks for going easy on them, I guess. Ah, my little Tsundere student. Hinata grit her teeth. I am. Not. Tsundere. Heh, Vdora told her about Tsunderes when he overheard me call her that one time. Hinata ignored me and continued marching towards the dungeon. Ah, she's much more fun to mess with than Luminous, her reactions are far better. Luminous has had thousands of years of experience, whereas Hinata is practically a newborn compared to that. Heh, maybe I should call Luminous a hag sometime. I quickly caught up to Hinata. You know I can teleport us into the dungeon, right? I asked. She took a deep breath and sighed. Of course you can. I took that as the signal to teleport us to floor 100, Vdora's lair. Chapter 92, Chapter 32 Part 3. Moments later I heard, Felix, what are you doing here? Asked the chunny true dragon. Sup, Vdora. I wanted to spar with Hinata and wanted to see if I could borrow the area you will face challengers in. Then maybe after, if you're up for it, we can have a spar ourselves. Gaha. Of course, my brother. Feel free to use my lair to teach your student a lesson. That doesn't sound ominous at all. And what about sparring with you? I've been very curious about how Vdora scales against his sister Velzard. I know he isn't at her level, but how large of a difference is there between fellow true dragons? Indeed, we shall have a spar. Our battle will be legendary. Alright, just hang around for a little bit then. What about that bug Zijin, what's he up to? He's your student too, right? Vdora nodded with a smug smile on his face. Indeed. He is currently training against the Tempest Serpent a few floors above. I nodded. I don't make a habit of sensing every single floor of the dungeon. But still, that's quite impressive. And he still has a lot more potential to be unveiled, especially since part of him is made up of Rimuru's flesh. Honestly, he reminds me of a shonen protagonist. He has his latent potential in his exoskeleton, he has a mentor that is one of the strongest beings in the world, his very body is made up of the flesh of a demon lord, and then he is also learning a martial arts style known to only a few, the Vdora-style killing arts. Dude is a bona fide shonen protagonist. Alright, come on Hinata. She nodded and followed me to the center of the arena on this floor. I noticed Vdora appear in the spectators area. Zijin was also teleported in as well. It seems Vdora was going to try and have Zijin learn from this fight as well. Vdora has all he needs to be a successful mentor, after all he has knowledge of all the badass teachers from his manga. It wouldn't surprise me if his training methods are blatant copies of someone like Bang, Rayleigh, Rashi, or even Whis. Hinata withdrew her blade and got into her stance as she activated her armor special effect, elevating her body. I plan to rely more liberally on my magic in this fight. After all, I would consider myself more of a mage than a swordsman, though I am proficient in both. I withdrew the same stick from earlier and coated it in my divine aura. Alright, let's get started now. The moment I finished speaking, Hinata appeared in front of me at speeds most aren't capable of seeing. Sadly for her, I am not most. I casually parried her strike to the side and then jumped up into the air and breathed scorching hot flames down in Hinata's direction. Crimson-red flames splashed out in all directions, hot enough to burn the very oxygen in the air. I could see Hinata summon her contracted elementals and use them to try and direct the flames elsewhere. Unfortunately, the magicule she was supplying was not nearly enough to overtake my own controlling the flames. Something she should have known by now. Seeing her plan wasn't working, she leaped backwards to gain some distance on the flames. It seems she just wanted to try and dispel it with her elementals in the safe environment of a spar. Which is understandable, she wants to gouge the difference between us if she can, in any way possible, since her unique skill, mathematician, doesn't work on me. The more information she has, the better this spar will go for her. Honestly, fighting against ultimate skill wielders without something equal to that is basically a pointless endeavor. I could tell Hinata was drawing on the power of her elementals. Wind blade. I lightly blew in the wind blade's direction, dispelling it. You're gonna need a lot more than that if you want to affect me with magic. I wave my hand and send several ice blades towards Hinata. Let's see how she will deal with these. Each of my ice blades are equal to the attack of a legend-grade weapon, something Hinata can deal with but not without trouble. Perfect for training her. Hinata manages to cut two of them apart, but the last two end up getting dangerously close to her before Hinata dodges to the left, cutting another ice blade apart in the process while letting the last ice blade strike behind her. Good, if she couldn't even do that much it would be quite disappointing. Still, Hinata has been on the back foot the entirety of this fight, let's see what she can do if I give her the chance. I look down at Hinata as she lays on the ground catching a breather. That was better than before. I comment. Huh, you're one to talk, you don't even look slightly winded. Hinata says pouting. I roll my eyes. It takes a lot more than that to exhaust me, I can fight for weeks on end without feeling exhausted, you're a long way from that. Hinata sighed as she got up. I know. She seemed to be a bit upset, after all it seems like she hasn't made any progress, but it's hard to tell progress when you get slapped around no matter what. I'm sure if Hinata went and sparred with someone who used to be her equal she would see the difference. Her reaction time is quicker, she is far more aware of her surroundings, I've been teaching her some useful tricks with spatial magic. Overall she has grown a fair amount. Alright, why don't you stand to the side, maybe you can learn something from my fight with Vdora. I order. Hinata nods and goes to stand beside Zijin. Vdora takes the cue to appear in front of me as I am storing my stick for future beatings on Hinata. Finally. Our battle will be legendary, Felix. Vdora boasted. You already said that. I commented. Indeed. Now let us get started. I nodded and took my spot across the room from Vdora. I'm curious about his Vdora-style killing arts, I've seen some of the moves it contains but not all of them. It will be fun to see what other moves he has recreated. Vdora was in his humanoid form currently, though I'm not exactly sure if he is stronger in this form or his true dragon form. I'm going to have to take this fight seriously, though I'll stay away from time shenanigans so the spectators can actually see what is happening. I assume Vdora is a digital life form, he is a true dragon after all. Incorrect, the storm dragon Vdora is not a digital life form. Huh, that's surprising. Got it, thanks Odin. I guess even true dragons have things they actually need to learn. Vdora and I looked at each other, and then the battle started immediately. I tilted my head to the side avoiding one of Vdora's punches while kneeing him in the pelvis sending him flying back. All of a sudden I felt a massive aura erupt from Vdora, I contested it with my own aura and rushed at Vdora, my fists coated in stardust. It would be foolish not to go all out against a true dragon. My earlier attack didn't seem to do much damage, which isn't all that surprising. I noticed Vdora gathering a massive amount of his aura into his fist. The moment our fists collided I felt Vdora release all the aura he gathered at once, sending me flying all the way across the floor. Though the stardust coating my hand did far more damage to him than it did to me. My entire right arm was gone alone with some of my shoulder. No biggie though. I flexed my newly regenerated arm and then teleported to where I sensed Vdora and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks while he was down. All of a sudden I was about to be struck by black lightning, fortunately Odin had me covered and placed a barrier to block it. Notice. Due to the ultimate skill, Faust, Lord of Investigation, Vdora was able to hide his intentions from the master. But not from you, huh? Correct. Due to the data gathered on Faust it was possible to detect. Nice, thanks. Odin. Now let's do this. Ha. As expected of you, Felix. It is no wonder my skill warned me that fighting you would be difficult. I looked towards the voice and was met with a slightly wounded Vdora. Of course the wounds weren't enough as I could see Vdora regenerating in front of my eyes. That probability manipulation of his is going to be a pain. Heh, well I could just make it so that no matter how much he tries his probability manipulation will keep failing to change his odds against me. Of course I'd have to be far stronger than I currently am for that to happen. Now let's get serious. He yelled as claws grew out of his hands. Notice. It is detected that the intrinsic skill of the true dragon Vdora is dividing, allowing him to utilize his claws to cut through anything. Huh. Fucking true dragons. You can't copy it. Negative. Due to the skill being so entwined with Vdora's nature it is impossible to copy. Dang it. I dashed backwards just as Vdora dashed forwards, his claws are capable of casually breaching infinity so it's best if I avoid being hit. I aimed my palm in Vdora's direction and fired off a nuclear cannon which Vdora casually cut through with his claws. I began drawing on Satinel and felt myself grow stronger. Once I was ready I dashed towards Vdora, a hidden surprise in my palm waiting for him. Vdora slashed at me with his claws which I casually avoided with future attack prediction. Unfortunately for Vdora he doesn't have such a skill as I used Death Streak right next to him. Death Streak is a magic capable of penetrating almost all matter while not having any physical destructive power. The dark light immediately went rampant and began attacking in all directions as I dashed back to avoid it. I made sure to place a barrier around Hinata, Zijin, and Ramaris who showed up so they wouldn't get hurt. I expected for at least 70% of Vdora's body to be destroyed or corrupted by the dark light. The only reason I used it was since it was impossible for Vdora to die to it thanks to his nature as a true dragon. But I was wrong, it seems Vdora's control over Faust exceeded my expectations. Normally to master an ultimate skill you need years of effort. Even Guy hasn't mastered Satinel to this day, but Vdora was able to manipulate the probability the dark light would hit him. Vdora still roared out in pain since a tiny bit of the dark light nicked him, not even pain nullification could negate it all as it was an attack on the soul. Of course I didn't feel pity for him, he was a mighty true dragon after all. I'm sure he's had far worse wounds. Gah. What a painful nuclear magic Felix. He roared out. But he got it together quickly. Round 2 of our spar was far more chaotic. I used Ouroboros to change the distance between us, making it so I was capable of easily reaching him while it was far more difficult for him. I ended up getting a few cuts on him by cutting him through space. He ended up getting angry, deciding to just use his divider to cut through space itself to reach me. Fucking cheat. How about one last attack, Felix? An energy clash. He wanted to do an energy clash. Count me in. Let's do it, Vdora. He nodded with an excited look on his face. Now I'm sure he will use a Kamehameha, but what should I use? Stardust would be too much as it would easily overwhelm him. Screw it, I'll just throw a red at him. Kamehameha. I aimed my palm in the direction of his beam. Red. Our 2 attacks met, both fighting for supremacy, but before we could see the results Rimuru appeared. Beelzebub. Party Pooper. Chapter 93, Chapter 32 Part 4. What the hell are you two doing? He yelled. I gave him a half-lidded stare. What does it look like? We're sparring, of course. You call this a spar? Look at both of your states. I wasn't all that injured, Vdora wasn't either though. Rimuru glared at the 2 of us angrily. So what do you have to say for yourselves? Vdora brushed him off. Gaha, do not worry, me and Felix were just messing around. I nodded, backing him up. Indeed, we were just having a fun, casual spar. Gah. I can't with you two. Seeing as the mood was ruined, I gave Vdora a pat on the back, letting him deal with Rimuru's nagging and then went to check on the spectators. The dungeon itself seemed to be doing okay, I guess that's to be expected from a world system skill though. Hinata was frozen in shock. Huh, maybe she hasn't seen a fight like that before. Zijin however seemed to have stars in his eyes. As expected of teacher. I nodded. Credit where credit is due, I'm pretty sure I'd beat him if I had gone at him with the intention to kill. After all, I didn't use most of my abilities since they each have a high chance of killing him. Whether it is my spatial abilities, temporal abilities, gravity abilities, and especially Beelzebub. All could significantly wound him according to Odin. Hollow Purple especially. But he was fun to fight still. I gave Hinata a pat on the shoulder. You still have a ways to go. I commented. Hopefully this only motivates her further rather than breaking her spirit. Though knowing her I'm sure this will motivate her. Hinata's eyes focused on me, she gave me a determined nod causing me to smirk, she needs at least that much if she ever wants to become a true hero. Becoming a true hero is a bit different from becoming a true demon lord, us demon lords only need 10,000 human souls or the equivalent of sapient monster ones, which is higher due to human souls being stronger in general to monster ones, but true heroes according to Ramaris need to gain the approval of the elemental of light or darkness that bless them. Whoa. That was a cool fight. Commented Ramaris. Of course I could still beat you both in one punch. She said as she began shadow boxing around me. I of course ignored her. Alright, keep training Hinata, I'm going to head back to my territory to dodge Rimuru's nagging. Head over if you want. Hinata nodded again as I teleported back to Azeroth. Maybe I should check on Sophia. It has been a while after all. Maybe she has gotten stronger. Underscore 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 underscore. I teleported both myself and Raiden to the outpost bordering the Eastern Empire that Sophia is in charge of. Raiden said it was her duty to accompany me when I am doing any work in my official capacity as the ruler of this territory, and it seems she considered me checking on Sophia as that. Raiden liked her new weapon quite a bit. I made sure to transfer the knowledge of a bunch of sword arts that I remember Raiden Shogun performing to her so she can master them. Along with that, she has been training with Ajira. Of course she isn't even close to matching him yet, but she has been making a good amount of progress. Once we arrived I said, Raiden, while I chat with Sophia, can you make sure everything is up to the standard? Yes, master. This outpost hasn't been inspected at all so far, so there is a decent chance that the soldiers have been slacking. Raiden is perfect to put the fear of God in them. Though from what I am sensing it does seem like everyone has been training. The lycanthropes Sophia brought with her have all gotten a little bit stronger than before. Seeing as on average they were all at least B rank, that is saying a lot. Some of them have reached the realm of A rank while the majority are at B+. Ah. My lord, welcome. I turned towards the voice and was met with a panting Sophia. Maybe I should have notified her I was coming. Oh well. Hello Sophia, I'm just dropping by to check how things are going, and to see if you want to attend the Tempest Founding Festival. Carrion told me he will be coming along with some of his subordinates if you want to meet with them and catch up. I offer. I can always have one of Lalatina's subordinates cover for Sophia, after all everyone wants some time off eventually, even the hard-working Magian of the Cardinal World. Yes my lord. It has been quite some time since I have spoken to Albise and Phobio. I nodded. I'll have someone pick you up when it is time for the festival. I'll also have someone cover for you here. She bowed. Thank you. It's no problem. Now what have you been up to here? Raiden. Raiden looked across from her, the tiger was getting into her combat stance. Sophia approached her, asking for a spar. She said she wished to see how much she had grown. A spar against her master would not show much, seeing as it is difficult to tell one's progress against an overwhelmingly superior opponent. This spar will be helpful for her as well, she will get the chance to test out some of the arts her master had shared with her on an opponent other than Adra. She hasn't had the chance to spar with Siko at all since she has been training her swordsmanship up to par. Seeing as Sophia was ready, she summoned her new blade and turned into lightning, appearing in front of Sophia with her blade aimed at her neck. Felix. I watched as Raiden and Sophia continued to clash with each other. They've been fighting for about 30 minutes now. Normally such a fight would be completely one-sided in Raiden's favor. Sophia has grown stronger but nowhere near strong enough to take on my maid. Raiden is someone who could casually beat her former boss, Carrion after all. Currently Raiden was relying solely on her swordsmanship to face Sophia, making this battle far closer than it normally would be. Still, it is quite fun seeing Raiden progress at a visible rate. It seems I enjoy watching and causing people to grow. That's probably why I even offered to train Hinata in the first place, even after our rocky start. I continue to observe as Raiden uses Blade Storm, an art that involves rapidly sheathing and unsheathing her blade, each time firing a spherical blade storm at her opponent. She is also capable of directly manifesting the blade storm at her opponent's location, but likely chose not to, seeing as this is a simple spar. Sophia used the unique skill I granted her, Amplifier, to directly punch the blade storms coming for her. Normally such a thing would be incredibly difficult, but Sophia is also capable of manipulating lightning to a certain extent, and since Raiden does not possess an ultimate skill, her authority over lightning can be challenged. Still, Sophia wasn't able to deal with them all, so she jumped back. Of course Raiden didn't let her as she transformed into lightning and appeared behind Sophia in the blink of an eye, kicking her into the dirt. Well, that seems to be enough. I clapped my hands, getting their attention. Alright, that's enough now, you two. Sophia, you now know where to improve, same with you Raiden. They both nodded. Good, then Raiden, why don't you prepare something for the three of us to eat before we head back? Raiden nodded before putting her blade into its special dimension located inside of her body. I stretched slightly as Raiden and I appeared in my bedroom. Raiden took a look around curiously before a look of realization came to her face. It seems she realized why I teleported us to my room. I haven't had as much time to spend one-on-one with my maid, so I thought to rectify that. Did you wish for me to serve you, master? Raiden asked with a growing blush on her face. In fact, I could hear her beginning to pant. It seems I wasn't the only one who wanted some one-on-one time. I smirked. Of course. I sat down on my bed, legs spread wide as Raiden kneeled down in front of me. Raiden quickly removed my pants while a full-form blush formed on her face. She immediately dove in, pulling my cock out and then inhaling while moaning out. Raiden and her scent fetish. She gave the tip a long kiss before licking her way down to the base as her adoring eyes stared up at me. She continued to service me for a few minutes before she opened her mouth wide and began throating me like a champ. It seems all that experience has been good for something. Raiden slobbered noisily on my dick as she pushed it further and further down her throat before eventually reaching the base. I took this time to shift slightly so I could move my feet under Raiden's skirt. I lifted my leg slightly so I could play with her while she gave me a blowjob. I made sure to use my pleasure magic to enhance her pleasure as much as I could. After all, sex is generally about both partners' pleasure, not just one, no matter how much Raiden enjoys serving me. I could feel how soaked she was through her panties. I slightly shifted her panties to the side and began to toy with her, causing Raiden to moan into my cock, which only served to increase my pleasure further. Raiden's eyes began to flutter as she gurgled on my cock. My toes were completely soaked in Raiden's juices at this point. Eventually Raiden pulled back and looked up at me. Do you wish for me to use my breasts to please you, master? She said seductively. I shouldn't have to ask you, should I, my maid? Raiden only got wetter hearing my response. She really loves leaning into her whole maid thing, being ordered to serve me brings her more pleasure. Ah. My apologies, master. She moaned as she took off the upper part of her maid uniform, leaving her in her bra. Her delicious mammaries are always a sight to see. She ripped off her bra, and then leaked some of her saliva into the valley of her breasts before she surrounded my dick with them. She quickly began to please me with her breasts while using her cute little tongue to lick the tip. I continued to play with her lower hole throughout this entire process, bringing her to orgasm multiple times thanks to the help of my pleasure magic, otherwise simple teasing would be nowhere near enough to bring Raiden to climax. I reached towards her head and began caressing her, something Raiden only leaned into. Raiden, swallow it all. I order as I begin to feel my own release coming. It doesn't take long for me to come straight down Raiden's throat, much to Raiden's audible enjoyment. Raiden slowly pulled back. Please use me, master. You don't need to tell me twice. Lay down on the bed, it's about time I explore your body. I all but growled out. Raiden's pants became more audible as she crawled onto the bed. Once she was on it, she laid down, her back towards the mattress. Please do what you want with me. She moaned out. I didn't bother responding, my hands already touching and caressing her all over. From her beautifully thick thighs, to her slim waist, her taut tummy, and then finally her large breasts. I lightly pinched her engorged nipples, causing Raiden to moan out in enrapture. I leaned forward, taking one of her pink nipples into my mouth as my other hand ventured further down south, between Raiden's thighs. I could feel Raiden's juices stained across her thighs, as little droplets continued to leak down her thighs. Safe to say she was flooded. I lightly pinched her cute little clit before slowly sliding one of my fingers into her tight little snatch. Ah. I looked up slightly to see Raiden's face. She was a mess, some drool leaking from the side of her mouth, her eyes hazy, even her tongue was hanging out slightly. Fucking pleasure magic, man. I ignored her moaning and continued having my way with her body, slowly increasing the amount of fingers inside of her. I groped her breast, my fingers sinking into her fleshy mounds of fat. I'm glad she has far larger breasts than her namesake. I continued to finger her until I felt Raiden's inner walls tighten up on my fingers as she came on my fingers. I could feel that she had drenched the sheets. I pulled my finger out, much to Raiden's sadness. Now that we are done with the foreplay, it's time for the next step. Raiden's hazy eyes brightened slightly as she spread her legs, giving me a clear view of her dripping entrance. Her pristine nether lips slightly twitching, eager for more pleasure. I lined myself up with her dripping vagina and then thrust it in. Her legs immediately locked behind me. Yesh. I've been wanting fish. Raiden moaned out. Then I guess I should have pounded you sooner. It's not like I haven't been fucking Raiden on the regular, it seems my maid is just extremely needy. Raiden extended her arms upwards, I granted her request and leaned forward. Once I was in range, Raiden wrapped her arms around my back and then pulled me in for a kiss. We continued to swap spit as I kept up my pace for a couple minutes before I pulled back. Why don't we switch positions now? I asked. Raiden looked at me, her eyes still half-lidded. Whatever you want. I pried Raiden's locked legs off of me and then spun her around for some doggy style. I groped her thick buttocks and then thrusted back in. More mashed her. This slutty maid. I still listened to her request like the generous master I am. I leaned forward and grabbed both of her breasts. I could feel her nipples scrape against my palm as I continued to maul her tits, much to Raiden's verbal enjoyment. I felt her sex tighten as Raiden howled. Yes. Coming already, my maid? I teased. Showy master. Show good. I let go of her right breast and put my hand in her gaping mouth. Raiden immediately began licking my fingers all over, eager for any sort of taste of me. From all my sexual encounters I could tell this was prime slut behavior. But still, she's my slut. I groaned as I finally unloaded into Raiden's welcoming depths, not even bothering asking for permission. Raiden squealed into my hand, her tongue licking my fingers all over in a frenzy. Once I was done unloading inside of her, I spun Raiden around, her beautiful face stuck in an ahigo of epic proportions. I shifted over slightly and then slapped my cock onto her forehead, causing Raiden's nostrils to subconsciously flare. Get to work on cleaning me up, my maid. That was enough to awaken whatever leftover consciousness there was as Raiden began trying to lick at my cock, no matter how futile the effort was, as my dick was too far for her to reach with her tongue. Ah, this desperation was great. Chapter 94, Chapter 33, Plans and Festivals. Yuki Kagurazaka. Yuki looked towards his remaining friends who were sitting in front of him. There was Laplace and Tyr. And then standing behind him was Kigali. Footman and Clayman's loss could still clearly be felt amongst them. Rimuru would soon be coming to pick up his students, he would likely come up with an excuse for them to continue their education in Tempest due to his mistrust of him. Though Yuki wasn't too put off by that, those kids weren't all that special outside of their elemental blessings, and while he was loath to give them up, it was worth it. All things considered, each of those kids were fairly strong, around the A rank, but he could let go of them if it meant regaining some of Rimuru's trust. The less a demon lord considers him an enemy, the better. It will only make his dream harder to achieve after all. Conflict is bound to happen between him and Rimuru, but it was in his best interest to delay it as much as possible. Still, he will have to shut down one of his businesses, summoning otherworlders in secret, primarily for the demon lord Leon. Rimuru has been very serious about outlawing summoning otherworlders, so it's best to nip the connection in the bud. Yuki still isn't quite sure why the Platinum Saber needs so many otherworlders, especially since he specifically asked for children. After all, children aren't usually summoned with unique skills, causing them to eventually die due to their bodies not being able to handle the raw power of an otherworlder. A unique skill could take on that extra energy. But thanks to Rimuru, he has come to the realization that he may be turning those children into powerful soldiers. Before, he didn't think it was possible to save an otherworlder who did not have a unique skill, but Rimuru had proved him wrong. So what if Demon Lord Leon was also capable of summoning elementals and having them bless the children he summons? With some training, he would then build up quite a powerful force with the potential for growth. Some might even reach the realm of Shizu-sensei and beyond. Quite the sneaky Demon Lord should that be the case. Using him for the hard work and reaping the benefits. Maybe he can use that though. He can have Leon be informed that the reason for cutting off their deal was due to Rimuru. Some extra conflict between Demon Lords might give them more opportunities. Yes, he will have Kigali inform him during the festival. Perhaps Leon will even show up during the attack, causing even more chaos. It was unlikely, but a man can dream. So boss, you were saying that you wanted to use this festival to get rid of some people. He looked to Laplace and nodded. Yes, I have already informed you that Mariable plans to use the Chaos Dragon in order to disrupt the festival and halt Tempest's progress. It was quite amusing that Mariable still thought he was under her control. She truly had a bloated opinion of her own abilities. As long as some important guests were injured or killed, it would significantly disrupt Tempest's plan to create peace with humanity. Yuki did not believe it was possible for Rimuru to prevent all casualties even if the Demon Lord Felix assisted. There were just some things outside of the realm of possibility. The Chaos Dragon is a foe that even a hero failed to vanquish. Quite ironic, seeing as the result of that failure was sitting in front of him in Laplace. Though he could understand why, even in the chaotic state it is in right now, the sheer power it radiated was unimaginable. Power that he would need to acquire for his dream. But that can wait. So who do you want gone then? Laplace asked. He smirked. Hinata Sakaguchi. Both Laplace and Tear's eyes widened. For real, boss? Tear shouted. Indeed. I have always planned to get rid of her at some point. She is an obstacle to our goals. I was hoping she and Rimuru would take care of each other, but it seems they somehow managed to make peace. Now we must take matters into our own hands. Laplace's unique skill, Falsifier, was ideal for such operations, not to mention his other unique skill, Seer, may help warn him of threats as well. It was quite easy to understand how Laplace's former identity used to be a hero, the hero of the elves, Sarian. He was easily the most powerful of the moderate Harlequin Alliance, a group that contained the former Demon Lord Clayman. With the Chaos Dragon rampaging throughout Tempest, Laplace will be able to take Hinata off guard and finish her off. Both Demon Lords present should be busy with other things at the time. They would have no reason to suspect someone as renowned as Hinata Sakaguchi would need assistance. He was even willing to give Laplace some insurance to make sure he completes his task successfully. I see. So you want me to use my skill to hide myself until the perfect opportunity presents itself? Laplace questioned. Exactly. Yuki nodded. Kigali took this chance to speak up. Ideally, it would be best if you take care of her as soon as possible so no one has the chance to meet up with her. That way you will only have to deal with Hinata rather than Hinata and whatever reinforcements she may have. Indeed, as Kigali said, take care of her as soon as you can. Rimuru's forces are formidable, do not underestimate them. Laplace nodded. Got it, boss. I am willing to give you a weapon imbued with my own anti-skill as well as a device that was generously provided by Damrata that will allow you to teleport to an area of your choosing, no matter the barriers surrounding you. Damrata had supplied him with such an artifact in order for him to have some sort of insurance for this festival, so that he could get away should the worst happen. Damrata had been incredibly confident that it would be capable of breaching any sort of barrier, but he would not share where he got the artifact from. All he said was that a being incredibly proficient in spatial manipulation had imbued the artifact with such an effect. In fact, he had a suspicion of his own as to who was capable of creating such an artifact. Still, Yuki did not push him. Damrata had his implicit trust. So while Damrata's gesture was acknowledged and appreciated, it was ultimately unneeded. He would rather use such a valuable artifact to get rid of the thorn that is Hinata Sakaguchi. A weapon? Laplace asked curiously. Yuki nodded. Indeed, a weapon made out of my bones. Some time ago I had one of my arms cut off and then regenerated. The cut-off arm was then turned into a weapon that contained my anti-skill attribute. Laplace's eyes widened. Whoa. That's hardcore, boss. Yuki ignored Laplace and turned to Kigali. I will be leaving you in charge of Cerberus while I am busy with other matters. She nodded. Got it, boss. Cerberus was an incredibly valuable resource. It was a criminal organization that dominated the underworld in the Eastern Empire. It was structured with him at the head, and then right below him was Damrata of gold, Misha of women, and Vega of power. Each was useful in their own right. Damrata with his connections, Misha with her intel gathering, and Vega for his sheer power even if his idiocy did get on his nerves on occasion. But he knew he could keep Vega in line. His motto was simple: follow the powerful. He had a very caveman-like mentality. Yuki was not sure if that was due to the experiments he did on him or if he was just always like that. Yuki shook his head. Now was not the time to think of those things. Make sure you are all ready for your job, Laplace. He ended the meeting. As he and Kigali were making their way to his office in the Free Guild headquarters, he heard her ask, "Are you sure this is a wise move? Going in person is incredibly risky, seeing as that slime already suspects you." He waved her off. "Don't worry, Kigali. Rimuru won't make a move until he is sure that I am the man who was responsible for the attack on his nation." Kigali nodded. Very well. Even if Rimuru did decide to attack, he was confident in his abilities. After all, as long as he wielded his abilities right, he was unbeatable. Chapter 95, Chapter 33 Part 2. Felix. All right, Sukuna, I'm going to be having a private conversation with Arcuade now. Sukuna has been my ever-present shadow when he doesn't have other duties. Apparently he has gotten it in his head that he is my bodyguard along with Siko, so I don't have to deal with any insignificant threats on my own. I don't really mind. Having someone who can easily take care of any threats to my person can only be useful. They give me my privacy when I ask for it as well. Very well, my lord, I will be waiting for you outside. He responded. I nodded and then knocked on the door to Arcuade's office. The door opened, revealing my beautiful white-haired demon. You do not need to knock, my lord. I shrugged my shoulders. It's polite to do so. Who knows if you're in the middle of doing something important when I show up. Era, that is very thoughtful of you, however nothing is more important than you, my lord. Gah. Critical hit. Who taught these primordials how to do that? Arcuade looked completely clueless, so maybe she casually said that. If so, that's an even deeper critical hit. Still, I came here to talk with Arcuade. It's best not to get distracted right now. Let's talk inside. Arcuade nods. Very well. I noticed Arcuade give Sukuna a look before they mutually nodded to each other. Have they come to some sort of hidden understanding? Well, it's good that they are getting along at least. When I entered her office, I noticed one of Arcuade's dark elf assistants who promptly left after getting a look from Arcuade. It's good that she has been making use of the dark elves. Arcuade took a seat on one of the love seats while I sat across from her on another love seat. Arcuade's office is rather large, not quite as large as the one I inherited from Clayman, but Arcuade has enough room for a lounge of sorts, along with a cabinet of alcohol in case she feels like relaxing a bit. So what did you wish to speak to me about, my lord? Oh, it isn't anything big. I was just making sure that you are going to be attending the Tempest Founding Festival. Arcuade nodded like it was obvious. Of course, there are many useful connections to be made. I can introduce all those other so-called monarchs to your greatness. I choose to ignore the last part. I see. Arcuade told me a few days ago that she has already transported all the alcohol we will be supplying to Tempest as well, so I don't need to worry about that. Then I also plan to take Siko, Raiden, and Sophia with us. I'll probably end up taking most if not all of my direct subordinates. Though that may leave this territory undefended. Ah, Sophia is that tiger you have stationed at the border outpost, no? I nod in response. Arcuade tucked her hair behind her ear as she said, I see, but you need not worry about that, my lord. The subordinates you have gathered are more than enough to ward off the riffraff that may attempt to take advantage of your absence. She might be right. I'll have 2 demon dukes along with basically a legion of demons and dragons. That's a force I don't see many capable of defeating. Besides, Adelman will still be stationed here since he claimed to not be interested in the festival and would rather protect my territory. A hard worker, that one, and then he also has Hel and Albert to assist him and his undead legion. Then there is Sukuna as well. I haven't completely decided if I want to bring him and have him be known to the general public or not. Though I'm leaning towards bringing him. After all, he is my subordinate now. He might as well enjoy life a little bit. He's practically a different person compared to the previous Sukuna. Not to mention the magents that have joined under my employ thanks to Arcuade incorporating those ideas I gave her a while back. Along with that, I can quickly teleport back should I need to. I think it's safe to say my territory is safe. I see your point. Very well then. Arcuade nodded. While I'm here I might as well hear about how Arcuade is actually running my territory since I don't know all that much about what she has been doing. I only know bits and pieces. I really am just throwing all my work onto Arcuade, huh? Oh well, she volunteered, and I'm a demon lord, why should I have to do work? I doubt any of the other demon lords do all that much work either. Guy probably just lazes about all day, Meline constantly tries to escape from Frey's nagging, Ramaris bugs us all day, I'm not too sure about Degrol though from what I heard Dino just lounges about all day. According to Hinata, Luminous does absolutely nothing, I also don't really do any work. I think Rimuru is the only one who actively does work, so he's clearly doing something wrong, though I guess it shows when comparing Tempest's success to any of the other demon lords' territories. The only one that even comes close is Luminous, but that's less due to her own efforts and more due to her subordinates' efforts. In fact, from what I've heard, Luminous is a bona fide NEET. She's really living the good life. While I'm here, could you explain to me how you are running the government? I sure as hell know it isn't a democracy. Arcuade nodded. Very well, my lord. Perhaps you can offer some more advice as well, I'm sure it will prove useful. She's probably basing that on my idea for increasing military recruitment. Though I basically just copied fictional works from my past life. Would you like me to introduce you to some of the people that are in charge of governance? I'm assuming that those demons that were with Arcuade that day are some sort of officials. Then there is Lalatina in charge of my intelligence agency, and Megumin is the supreme commander of the military. Moss also helps Arcuade out with her duties mostly since he can be in multiple places at once. And then Veyron basically serves as Lalatina's butler as he always has. That guy has an absurd amount of experience in being a butler, he has been serving Lalatina as her butler for thousands of years. But I still haven't met a lot of the people helping in the governance of my territory. You need more than just a couple people to successfully run a territory after all. That would be acceptable. I respond. I could sense Arcuade sending multiple thought communications. Moments later I sensed multiple beings arriving just outside the door to Arcuade's office. It seems Sukuna is confronting them. Probably since they showed up all of a sudden. I should take care of that. No need to worry, Sukuna, these are just some people Arcuade is going to introduce me to. Very well, my lord, I apologize for my impudence. It's fine, Sukuna, you were just doing your job. He really is like a Diablo 2.0. Arcuade then waved her hand, opening the door. Do not keep our lord waiting. She said, her voice cold.